Ding! Congratulations to Jiang Xiaotian for becoming the first host selected by this system. Please follow the prompts to complete the system binding. What system? Where am I? What is happening? Jiang Xiaotian, bewildered by the sudden notification in his ear, felt as though he was ensnared in a dream. Please raise both hands with palms facing outward. Another prompt echoed in his ear, and he instinctively glanced around, finding nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he raised his hands with palms outward as instructed. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated his palms. Palm print verification successful. Congratulations, host Jiang Xiaotian, for successfully binding to the Universal Rogue System. Complete the special tasks assigned by this system to grow stronger and reverse your fortunes. I am the system sprite, Xiao Zhou. You may summon me whenever you require assistance. Jiang Xiaotian stared in shock at the sci-fi spectacle before him, his lips trembling in fear. Goodness gracious, this holographic projection is astonishingly realistic. Am I truly dreaming? What rogue system? Who is the rogue? Scanning host status, please hold. Ding. Scan successful. Host name, Jiang Xiaotian, firstborn of the prominent Jiang family in Yufeng City. Personality traits include arrogance, pettiness, greed, lechery, shamelessness, and a hypocritical demeanor. Stop. What is all this nonsense? Just tell me what is going on. After speaking, Jiang Xiaotian pinched his thigh forcefully, wishing to awaken from this bizarre dream. However, the sharp pain radiating from his thigh caused him to grimace. Okay, detecting low intelligence in the host, the system will activate the simplified mode. Ding! Mode switch successful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian furrowed his brow, feeling as though he had just been insulted by some unknown entity. Fool! You have traversed dimensions. In this new mode, Xiao Zhou spared no pleasantries with Jiang Xiaotian. What? Transverse dimensions? Am I not playing a game? Where have I ended up? Who am I? Where am I? Now thoroughly disoriented, Jiang Xiaotian clutched his bandaged head, unable to fathom that he had indeed traversed dimensions. Before he could regain his composure, a large foot came crashing towards his face. Bang! Jiang Xiaotian was sent sprawling to the ground, rolling several times. Wretched creature, are you pulling this again? This time, I will not spare you. Seeing Jiang Xiaotian awaken, Jiang Dahai breathed a sigh of relief. However, upon noticing his son's dazed expression, his irritation flared, and he felt compelled to teach the boy a lesson. If it weren't for the fact that he had only one son in his old age, Jiang Dahai would have been tempted to end this troublesome child's antics. Lying on the ground, Jiang Xiaotian was even more befuddled. Just as he was trying to digest the absurdity of his dimensional traverse, an old man had suddenly appeared before him. Hey, old man, are you talking to me? Jiang Xiaotian gazed at the furious Jiang Dahai and inquired, utterly bewildered by the elderly man's aggression towards him, pondering whether the old fellow might be suffering from some affliction, perhaps even dementia. Abomination! Abomination! Jiang Dahai seethed, clutching his chest with one hand, and with a resounding thud, he crushed the tiles beneath his feet. Wow, this old man is quite formidable, Jiang Xiaotian thought, his mouth agape as he observed the debris scattered around him. Young master, you must quickly apologize to the master, or he may truly strike you down. The maid, Xiao Ling, hastened to Jiang Xiaotian's side, offering her urgent counsel. Who is this old man? Do I know him? Jiang Xiaotian queried Xiao Ling, huh? This. Xiao Ling was taken aback, unable to comprehend that Jiang Xiaotian did not recognize his own father. Master, something is amiss. It seems the young master's mind has been damaged. Xiao Ling swiftly turned to shout at Jiang Dahai. Humph, do not think that feigning ignorance will save you. There is no escaping the family discipline today, you abomination. Jiang Dahai believed Jiang Xiaotian was merely employing his usual tricks at that moment. Jiang Xiaotian felt a pang of frustration. This transmigration was becoming increasingly perplexing. Why had he not been granted the memories of the original owner? With a sense of bewilderment, Jiang Xiaotian closed his eyes and lay back on the bed, needing to collect his thoughts. This sudden shift was utterly unanticipated, and he had made no preparations whatsoever. You abomination, you infuriate me. You infuriate me. Jiang Dahai fumed, his anger bubbling over as he saw Jiang Xiaotian ignoring him. Bring forth the family discipline. Jiang Dahai had reached his limit. Report to the master, the Chung family has arrived, stating that. Speak quickly. Jiang Dahai barked, kicking at the servant who had come to report. The Chung family claims to be here too. Annul the engagement, the servant said, covering his backside and bowing his head. What? Such news? Quickly. Receive the Chung family properly. I shall arrive shortly. Yes, master. As Jiang Dahai departed, he cast one last fierce glare at Jiang Shaotian, who remained sprawled on the bed. Once Jiang Dahai had left, Xiao Ling approached Jiang Shaotian with a smile. Young master, how did you manage that? I truly thought you were finished. What are you acting for? What on earth is happening? Explain everything to me, clearly, Jiang Shaotian replied, too preoccupied with regaining the original owner's memories to engage in light banter. Young master, have you truly lost your wits? Xiao Ling stared incredulously at Jiang Shaotian, who seemed not as affected as she had feared. Forget about whether I'm daft, just clarify what transpired, Jiang Shaotian urged, looking at the hesitant maid with impatience. Seeing the seriousness etched on Jiang Shaotian's face, Xiao Ling trembled, fully aware of her young master's temperament, which could lead to lethal consequences over the slightest provocation. Despite her fear, Xiao Ling dutifully recounted the events leading up to this moment. After a brief while, Jiang Shaotian finally grasped the situation at hand. It turns out that the original owner had a fiancée, the legitimate daughter of the Chung family, Chung Yi. However, the original owner harbored no affection for the maid of the Chung family and was instead infatuated with the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Xianxue. The Shun family, however, was not inferior in strength to the Jiang family otherwise. Given the original owner's temperament, he would have forcibly pursued her long ago. Yesterday, while strolling through the market, he happened to overhear Li Rongguang, the second son of the Li family, making lewd remarks about Shen Xianxue. Incensed by this, he had a confrontation with Li Rongguang, and the outcome was predictable, as evidenced by the bandages wrapped around his head. The bewildered Jiang Shaotian learned of his current predicament from the little girl, Ling. He had crossed over to the mystical continent of Yufeng City, where the four prominent families Xin, Li, Chung, and Zhang monopolized 80% of the cultivation resources, with the Shun family leading the pack, followed closely by the Li family. After dismissing Ling, Jiang Shaotian promptly awakened the system sprite, Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, open the system shop and let me take a look, he urged, eager to discover the nature of this rogue system. The shop is open, feel free to browse, came Xiaozhou's impatient voice in his ear. Wow, this dog of a system is even more arrogant than the original owner of this body. This was Jiang Shaotian's first encounter with such a haughty system. Who designed this thing? Without time to dwell on that, he quickly turned his attention to the interface of the system shop. The dazzling array of goods nearly dislocated his jaw. The shop boasted various cultivation techniques, elixirs, and weapons. Anything related to cultivation was available. Even more astonishing was the presence of vouchers that could directly upgrade one's cultivation level, akin to upgrade cards in video games. This was simply outrageous. With this shop, I could traverse the myriad realms with ease, Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, brimming with pride, feeling as if he were invincible, ready to reclaim his true self. Host, do not get too complacent. Purchasing items require system points. Xiaozhou suddenly doused Jiang Shaotian with a bucket of cold water. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian focused and noticed a series of small numbers next to each item, which he had initially overlooked. Points? What on earth is that? While he could comprehend spending money, he was baffled by the concept of points. This system will randomly issue tasks for points. The host can choose to accept or decline. Completing tasks will reward you with points, but refusing will result in a deduction as a penalty. If a task fails, well, let's just say you won't want to find out. What? Not accepting a task leads to point deductions? Failing a task incurs penalties? Am I playing a game? Jiang Shaotian silently cursed this wretched system, but he also recognized that having a system was ultimately beneficial otherwise. As an outsider, he would surely struggle to compete with the native cultivators. Please strive to complete tasks, dear host. As a gesture of goodwill, this system presents you with a beginner's gift pack. Would you like to open it? Oh, something to give away. Let's open it quickly. The novice gift pack pleasantly surprised Jiang Shaotian, who had thought the system would be rather stingy. Beep. The novice gift pack has been successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1 Qi refinement voucher, 3 yellow stage explosion talismans, and 3 first-grade Qi recovery pills. Jiang Shaotian nodded in satisfaction at the 3 new items in his system inventory. What is this Qi Refinement Voucher? The Qi Refinement Voucher allows the host to directly enter the Qi Refinement realm, but if the host's realm exceeds the initial stage of Qi Refinement, the voucher will not take effect. A friendly reminder, items such as upgrade vouchers, weapons, and martial skills sold in the shop are bound to the character and cannot be gifted to others. They will be ineffective if used by anyone other than the host. Please be aware, goodness, this myriad world cultivation system resembles a game so much. Am I in a game now? Jiang Shaotian began to comprehend his current situation. This cunning system had implemented character binding, preventing him from profiting through reselling items from the system shop. That I will use the Qi Refinement Voucher. Jiang Shaotian decisively utilized the voucher from his inventory. Beep. The Qi Refinement Voucher has been successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have advanced from a mid-body refinement stage to the initial stage of Qi Refinement. Please strive to earn spirit stones to enhance your cultivation. After Xiao Zhou's announcement, there was silence, and Jiang Shaotian hurriedly began to assess his physical condition. He discovered a sudden surge of energy coursing through his body. This must be the so-called spiritual power. The original owner had at least some cultivation experience. Although their realm was quite low, the muscle memory from their training remained intact. As a result, Jiang Shaotian quickly mastered the power of the Qi Refinement stage, and now he could shatter a table with a single palm strike. Hearing the commotion from the front hall, Jiang Shaotian curiously stepped out of his room and made his way toward the front hall, eager to join the fray. Old Cheng, do you really have to be so ruthless today? We've been brothers for decades. Jiang Dahai pleaded with Cheng Yu, the head of the Cheng family, stating that if the marriage were called off, who would dare marry into the Jiang family in the future? Brother Jiang, I only agreed to marry my daughter to your son out of our brotherly bond, but you know very well what your son has been up to over the years. Cheng Yu was determined to call off the marriage. He could no longer push his daughter into a perilous situation. It's all a misunderstanding. Brother Cheng, do not let the outside rumors disrupt the harmony between our families. Jiang Dahai quickly defended Jiang Shaotian, asserting that although his son was not exemplary, it was not grave enough to warrant a broken engagement. You are well aware of what your precious son did yesterday. If he has no intentions toward my daughter, why persist? Let him pursue the girl from the Shun family instead. After speaking, Cheng Yu pulled out Jiang Shaotian's engagement letter and tossed it to Jiang Dahai. This is your son's engagement letter. Now produce my daughter's engagement letter, and this marriage will be nullified. Brother Cheng, this is absolutely out of the question. Father, just hand him the engagement token after all. I have no desire to marry so soon, interjected Jiang Shaotian, who had been eavesdropping. Impudent wretch, why do you have to speak here? Jiang Dahai, at that moment, felt an overwhelming urge to slap his insolent son into silence. Brother Jiang, you heard it too. Since your precious son finds my daughter undesirable, then kindly return her engagement token forthwith. Cheng Yu's expression darkened. It was utterly absurd that this notorious scoundrel from the Jiang family would disdain his beloved daughter. Uncle Cheng, I can certainly return your daughter's engagement token, but before Jiang Dahai could interject, Jiang Shaotian continued, having witnessed this familiar script of breaking off an engagement many times before. But what? Cheng Yu's brows knitted together. He was acutely aware of Jiang Shaotian's reputation as a debauched youth, and he anticipated nothing good to follow. But you see, the annulment of the engagement was initiated by your family, which casts a shadow on our Jiang family's reputation. Surely, Uncle Cheng, you must offer some form of compensation for the loss of honor? Jiang Shaotian's gaze was solely fixated on wealth. How else could he purchase the myriad of exquisite items in the system's marketplace? Rascal! Jiang Dahai, without waiting for Cheng Yu's response, hurled a slap at Jiang Shaotian. However, Jiang Shaotian deftly dodged the blow. Jiang Dahai was momentarily stunned. He had always succeeded in striking Jiang Shaotian before, yet today he had evaded it. Cheng Yu, witnessing Jiang Shaotian's nimbleness, was equally astonished. The rumors had claimed that Jiang Shaotian was merely in the mid-stage of body refinement, and for him to evade Jiang Dahai's strike was indeed surprising. Yet, as unexpected as it was, Cheng Yu still took heed of Jiang Shaotian's words. A scoundrel remained a scoundrel, fixated solely on monetary gain. Humph, you do have a point. Young man, it was indeed my Cheng family that breached the agreement first, and thus appropriate compensation is warranted. With that, Chengyu produced a storage bag from within his robes and tossed it to Jiang Shaotian. Inside are 50,000 spirit stones. Consider it our Cheng family's compensation for the breach. Brother Cheng, this is utterly unacceptable. Jiang Dahai sought to make one final plea, but to his astonishment, upon receiving the storage bag, Jiang Shaotian examined its contents and promptly retrieved the engagement token from his own possession, tossing it at Chengyu. After inspecting the token, Chengyu let out a cold snort and turned to leave the Jiang residence. Jiang Dahai stood rooted in disbelief. From where had that wretched boy acquired the engagement token? Impudent wretch, did you rummage through my study? Just a trifling matter, Jiang Shaotian replied nonchalantly, strolling out of the Jiang residence with the storage bag in hand, intent on acclimating to his new surroundings. This is rebellion. This wretched son is plotting a coup. Jiang Dahai was so incensed by Jiang Shaotian's audacity that he felt stars dancing before his eyes. Had he not been his only heir, he would have long since buried him in the backyard as fertilizer. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden novice task, the prodigal's annulment. The system rewards you with 500 points and a martial arts manual, which have been placed in your backpack. As Jiang Shaotian stepped out the door, he was greeted by the system's announcement, which filled him with elation. Ha! Who would have thought that even a cancellation would come with rewards? This dog system is quite impressive. Without delay, Jiang Shaotian opened his backpack, eager to see what treasures his 500 points could procure. However, after browsing the system shop for a while, the smile on his face gradually faded. To his dismay, he discovered that 500 points could scarcely buy anything of value. Even a modest weapon cost over 10,000 points, let alone upgraded martial arts techniques. Damn, that's exorbitant. After a moment of exasperation, Jiang Shaotian begrudgingly purchased the cheapest talisman available, the Huiti talisman, for 100 points. Dog system. How do I use this talisman? Please refer to this system spirit as Xiao Zhou, or else I shall deduct your system points. Do you believe me? Xiao Zhou responded with a distinct lack of patience. Seriously? Your system has developed a personality? Threatening me? Fine, Xiao Zhou. How do I use this talisman? Jiang Shaotian was now relying on these points for his livelihood and could not afford any unwarranted deductions. The host merely needs to hold the talisman in hand and activate it with your thoughts. For physical talismans, throw the talisman at the intended target. For magical talismans, simply recite the target in your mind. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian retrieved a burst talisman from his system backpack, firmly grasping it in hand. With a focused thought, he hurled the talisman towards an open area ahead. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated throughout Yufeng City, startling the townsfolk. What the hell? Such power! Jiang Shaotian had initially assumed that the cheapest burst talisman would possess the power of a grenade, but its might was akin to that of a bomb. This commotion immediately attracted the attention of various prominent families in the city, who dispatched personnel to investigate the source of the disturbance. Jiang Shaotian, sensing the urgency, quickly made his escape, his demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous child who had just set off firecrackers, inadvertently splattering cow dung onto passers-by. Once he was on the street, Jiang Shaotian strolled leisurely, feeling quite content. With his system at his disposal, he had no fear of lacking in pretense. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a burly man approached him. Well, if it isn't the Jiang family's prodigal son, have you managed to get out of bed so quickly? Quite the little figure you are. Haha, who are you? Why are you blocking my way? Jiang Shaotian replied, looking up at the imposing figure with annoyance. Who am I? You don't recognize me? This prodigal son must have been knocked silly by me, huh? Ha ha ha. The giant laughed boisterously in the street, drawing a crowd of onlookers. The crowd naturally recognized Jiang Shaotian and the burly man, having just witnessed an intriguing spectacle. A couple of days, to their surprise. Another drama was unfolding today, with some onlookers even fetching stools from the tavern to comfortably observe the unfolding events. How has this scion of the Jiang family once again provoked the second son of the Leaf family? This is bound to be entertaining. Indeed, it seems this Jiang scion doesn't even recognize the Leaf family's second son. Perhaps he was rendered senseless after the beating he received a few days ago. What? Such a thing occurred? Can the head of the Jiang family let the Leaf family off the hook? What can he do? Does the Jiang family dare to confront the Leaf family heathen? Their patron is still very much alive, The onlookers buzzed with speculation regarding Jiang Shaotian and the burly man. Having entered the qi refining stage, Jiang Shaotian's senses had sharpened considerably, allowing him to overhear their discussions. It turned out that the imposing figure before him was none other than Li Rongwang, the very one who had sent the original owner of this body to the heavens. In light of this revelation, Jiang Shaotian resolved to take action without hesitation, intending to avenge the original owner as a form of gratitude for occupying his body. "Are you Li Rongwang, the second son of the Li family?" Jiang Shaotian asked disdainfully, having learned from the maid Xiao Ling that Li Rongwang was merely at the late stage of body refinement, and thus he felt no fear. "Haha, this wastrel truly seems to have been rendered foolish by my blows, unable to recognize anyone." Li Rongwang mockingly laughed at Jiang Shaotian, his laughter echoing through the crowd. Suddenly, a resounding slap echoed through the air. Li Rongwang, caught off guard while laughing, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected strike. Who dares to strike me?" he shouted, furiously scanning for the assailant. However, apart from Jiang Shaotian standing opposite him, everyone else had positioned themselves at a safe distance. "Was it you who struck me?" Despite his reluctance to believe that Jiang Shaotian possessed such agility, he realized there was no one else present. Do not malign my scholarly reputation with baseless accusations. Did you see me strike? Did anyone see me?" Jiang Shaotian retorted, casting a menacing glance at the surrounding crowd, which caused them to quickly lower their heads in fear. They had indeed witnessed Jiang Shaotian's actions, but who would dare to admit it? After all, Jiang Shaotian was a scion of one of the 4 prominent families, far beyond the reach of common folk like themselves. Who else could it be but you? Li Rongwang glared at Jiang Shaotian, clutching his cheek in anger. "How would I know? Perhaps it was heaven itself that struck you for its own amusement," Jiang Shaotian replied, crossing his arms and feigning indifference. "You speak nonsense. You wretched cur, last time I didn't finish you off, but this time, let's see if your luck holds." Enraged, Li Rongwang, being the heir of the foremost family, could not tolerate such humiliation, and with fury clouding his judgment, he threw a punch at Jiang Shaotian. Chapter 4. A minor setback precedes a major confrontation, just as everyone anticipated that Jiang Shaotian would repeat his previous misstep. An astonishing event unfolded. To their disbelief, Jiang Shaotian effortlessly seized the fist that Li Rongwang had swung towards him. How could this be possible? Li Rongwang, caught off guard, wore an expression of sheer astonishment, as if he had encountered a phantom. Renowned for his debauchery and lack of scholarly pursuits, Jiang Shaotian was the epitome of a wastrel, with the Jiang family having expended considerable resources merely to elevate him to the mid-stage of body refinement. Among the scions of the prominent families, he was universally acknowledged as the weakest. How could he possibly grip Li Rongwang's fist with one hand? There is much more to this than you could ever imagine. With that, Jiang Shaotian tightened his hold on Li Rongwang's fist. The distinction between qi refinement and body refinement is fundamentally profound. The latter merely signifies a physically robust martial artist, whereas the former allows one to harness the ethereal energies of the universe, transcending the realm of mere martial prowess and stepping into the domain of cultivators. As Jiang Shaotian exerted force, Li Rongwang cried out in agony, the pain radiating from his fist causing him to wail in distress. It hurts, it hurts. Let go. I command you to release me," Li Rongwang yelled, his voice filled with desperation. This commotion left the onlookers utterly bewildered, for Li Rongwang, the second son of the Li family, was known for his brute strength and had long dominated the city without fear of retribution. His powerful background emboldened him to act with impunity. Just days prior, he had nearly beaten the Jiang family scion to a pulp, and the Jiang family had yet to retaliate. Let go? Very well. Jiang Shaotian suddenly lifted Li Rongwang's fist and, with a forceful motion, flung it aside. A sickening crack echoed as the bones in Li Rongwang's right hand dislocated. Li Rongwang howled in pain, his cry filled with despair, causing the bystanders to shudder involuntarily. Staring at his dangling hand in disbelief, he exclaimed, You have ruined my hand. How is it that you are permitted to strike my head, yet I am not allowed to break your hand?" Jiang Shaotian cast a derisive glance at Li Rongwang, declaring that he was no longer the same Jiang Shaotian of yore. When action was warranted, he would no longer endure humiliation, for only a fool would do such a thing. As the saying goes, a gentleman's vengeance is not to be delayed for a decade. However, Jiang Shaotian had no intention of embodying a gentleman, so if he sought retribution, it would be immediate. You. Fine. You have guts. Li Rongguang, grimacing in pain, gritted his teeth and pulled a distress signal flare from his pocket, firing it into the sky without hesitation. As the flare from the Li family illuminated the heavens, the eyes of the entire city turned toward Jiang Shaotian's direction. A distress signal from the Li family, especially within the city, hinted at a significant incident, prompting the major families to dispatch their members to the flare's location with urgency. Among them were Cheng Yi from the Cheng family and Shen Qianxue from the Shen family, eager to join the unfolding drama. TSK, unable to win. So now you call for help? As if I wouldn't do the same, Jiang Shaotian scoffed, reaching into his own pocket to search for something. Where's my flare? There is no reason for this. After all, I am the eldest son of the Jiang family. Surely, I must have at least a signal flare, right? Little did Jiang Shaotian know that his signal flares had long been confiscated by his father, who, in a fit of anger, had taken them away due to his son's constant troublemaking and frequent pleas for help. His father had warned him that if he caused any more trouble, he should not return home. Alas, no signal flares. Jiang Shaotian's heart sank as he searched his chest for an eternity, already contemplating a hasty retreat. He did not believe that he could contend with the men summoned by Li Lair, especially since he had just stepped into the Qi refinement realm. Just as Jiang Shaotian quietly slipped to the front of the crowd, an elderly man with graying temples pushed his way through the onlookers and rushed to Li Rongguang's side. "Young master, are you unharmed? My apologies for my tardiness." The old man knelt before Li Rongguang, seeking forgiveness. Upon raising his gaze and witnessing the sweat on Li Rongguang's brow and his drooping right hand, his pupils widened in shock. Who did this? The old man immediately advanced to assist Li Rongguang in realigning his dislocated bone. Li Rongguang was in too much pain to utter a word. Following Li Rongguang's gaze, the old man fixed his eyes on Jiang Shaotian, who was attempting to make his escape. That wastrel from the Jiang family? The old man recognized Jiang Shaotian at once. "Fu, Uncle Fu, make sure to kill him." Li Rongguang, regaining his composure, commanded the approaching Uncle Fu. Though surprised that Jiang Shaotian had injured his young master, Uncle Fu knew he had no choice but to obey. Although the Jiang family was also a prominent household in the city, they paled in comparison to the Li family. Since this Jiang brat dared to harm his young master, Uncle Fu would not let it go lightly. After a moment of hesitation, Uncle Fu stepped forward, delivering a powerful palm strike toward Jiang Shaotian's back as he attempted to flee. Jiang Shaotian felt a chill run down his spine, and upon turning around, he was struck with fear. "Goodness, old dang, are you serious?" Jiang Shaotian quickly countered with a palm strike of his own. Bang! Jiang Shaotian was sent stumbling back several steps, while Uncle Fu remained steadfast, unmovable. "It's been a few days. When did you step into the Qi refinement realm?" Uncle Fu quickly discerned Jiang Shaotian's cultivation level, feeling as though he were seeing the young man in a new light. Li Rongguang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets upon hearing Uncle Fu's words. Jiang Shaotian had entered the Qi refinement realm? The onlookers murmured in astonishment, as no one had anticipated that the most notorious playboy of Yufeng City had actually reached such a stage. Arriving to witness the spectacle, Cheng Yi and Shen Qianxue were taken aback upon hearing the news of Jiang Shaotian's cultivation level. "Does the young master need to report his realm to you? You old fossil? The Li family can only bully the young with their age," Jiang Shaotian scoffed, spitting a mouthful of thick phlegm towards Uncle Fu, his palm still tingling from the impact. "Very well, you Jiang brat. Today, I shall discipline the son of Jiang Dahai on his behalf." Upon finishing his words, Old Fu unleashed an immense palm strike towards Jiang Shaotian, a full-force blow from the late stage of Qi refinement that Jiang Shaotian was ill-equipped to withstand. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shaotian had secretly grasped a burst talisman in his hand. "You old fool, wasting my burst talisman, I shall obliterate you," Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as he hurled the talisman towards the incoming Old Fu. With no time to retract his hand, Old Fu's palm struck the burst talisman. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, raising a cloud of dust, startling the onlookers who were merely spectators. As the dust settled, they gradually beheld Old Fu at the epicenter of the blast. He stood there, disheveled and bloodied, motionless, with his once white hair now vanished without a trace. Cough, cough. A burst talisman. You little rascal, I underestimated you. Old Fu hadn't anticipated that this prodigal young man would possess such a talisman. Chapter 5. Is this truly a rogue mission? While the burst talisman was not a high-grade charm, it held considerable value, and even the Li family had limited stock. Damn it, Xiaozhou, come out and explain why that old coot isn't dead. Jiang Xiaotian, upon realizing that old Fu was merely superficially injured and not gravely harmed, lost his composure. The burst talisman is merely the most basic talisman of this system, its power equivalent to a full-force strike from a mid-stage chi refinement practitioner. Host, do you think you can impress others with this lowly talisman? Dream on. Xiaozhou retorted without hesitation. How outrageous. Even this broken system can bully me now. Who designed this wretched system? I can't even defeat him. Jiang Xiaotian was incensed by the system's mocking remarks. Ding. Detection of the host's furious outburst has triggered a new task. Task name, the fragrance of a young lady. Task content, touch the derriere of the young lady of the Shun family, Shun Qianxue. Task reward, 1,000 points and a random gift box containing a spirit-level weapon. May I ask if the host accepts this task? Should you refuse, 500 points will be deducted as a penalty. Jiang Xiaotian was utterly dumbfounded. What kind of absurd system is this? A rogue system indeed. How outrageous. It was evidently a special task, and indeed rather lewd. I barely have enough points left to cover a deduction. Is there even room to refuse? Jiang Xiaotian said helplessly. Yet the prospect of earning 1,000 points for a mere touch piqued his interest. Congratulations, host. Task accepted successfully. Good luck. Jiang Xiaotian shook his head in resignation. He had no time to ponder how to approach touching the beautiful lady's derriere. I shall see how many burst talismans you truly possess. Old Fu declared as he prepared to strike Jiang Xiaotian once more. Damn it, you old wretch. How relentless can you be? Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly rummaged through his backpack, discovering that besides the single remaining burst talisman and a hazy talisman, he had nothing else. He hastily utilized 200 points to purchase 2 explosive talismans, in addition to the one remaining in his bag, and hurled them towards Uncle Fu. Bang, bang, bang. The series of explosions abruptly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Miss, isn't that the scion of the Zhang family? He is clashing with the Li family again. Thankfully, you've already called off the engagement. Otherwise, you would surely become a widow at a young age, whispered a maid beside Cheng Yi. Cheng Yi gazed at Jiang Xiaotian with palpable disdain. His notorious debauchery was well known. Just the other day, he had brazenly defended another woman in public, engaging in a brawl with the second son of the Li family, which inflicted upon her an immense sense of humiliation. Thus, she had compelled her father to annul the engagement that very morning. Enough of this talk. Do not let it spread, or I shall be unable to protect you. Cheng Yi urgently cautioned her maid, fully aware of the perils of careless words. Understood, my lady. At that moment, Uncle Fu's head was buzzing from the explosions. Have explosive talismans become as common as cabbages in the marketplace? Though their power was limited, they were relentless in Jiang Xiaotian's hands. Uncle Fu found himself in a dilemma. Continuing the fight risked further bombardment from Jiang Xiaotian. Yet refraining would tarnish the Li family's reputation. Just as Uncle Fu was caught in this quandary, the steward of the Li family, Li Chong, arrived by Li Rongguang's side to assess his injuries. Uncle Fu, you should retreat for now, Li Chong quietly advised. He was not concerned about Uncle Fu's ability to contend with Jiang Xiaotian, but rather, he feared that they would utterly lose face if this continued, especially as Uncle Fu was nearly disheveled from the blasts. Hearing this, Uncle Fu sighed in relief and quickly retreated behind Li Chong, who simultaneously directed an air palm strike towards Jiang Xiaotian. The oppressive force from the foundational level sent a shiver down Jiang Xiaotian's spine. What on earth? Is this an unending wheel of shamelessness? Jiang Xiaotian thought, feeling utterly cornered. As a solitary individual, how could he possibly stand against the might of the Li family? Just as he felt his demise was imminent, a figure suddenly appeared before him, with a gentle wave of its right hand. The force of Li Chong's strike vanished without a trace. Oh, let us not escalate matters, stewardly. It's merely a child playing. Jiang Xiaotian looked up to see his father, Jiang Dahai. Dad, they're bullying me. The entire Li family has sent their old geezers to torment your mere 200-month-old baby. Jiang Xiaotian clung to Jiang Dahai's sleeve, tears streaming down his face, eliciting astonishment from the crowd. Cheng Yi rolled her eyes. She had no idea that this notorious rake could be so brazen. Thank goodness she had called off the engagement and escaped the tiger's jaws. With this thought, She couldn't help but exhale a long, heavy sigh. Shen Qianxue from the Shen family gazed with great interest at Jiang Xiaotian. She was aware that Jiang Xiaotian had nearly clashed with Li Laonyo just days prior in her defense, although she looked down upon such a debauched character. His unwavering support for her rendered any harsh words unnecessary. "Ah, you are the head of the Jiang family. Your son has injured my young master's arm. Surely you owe us an explanation." Li Chong, upon seeing Jiang Dahai's arrival, realized that he was at a loss regarding Jiang Xiaotian and needed to find a way to provide the Li family an escape from this predicament. "An explanation? Did your Li family's second son provide one when he harmed my son's head?" Jiang Dahai's countenance darkened as he fixed his gaze upon the Li family members. He had refrained from demanding an explanation from them. So on what grounds did the Li family feel entitled to ask him for one? Jiang Xiaotian stood agape, utterly incredulous at the newfound assertiveness of his father. When had his father ever displayed such fortitude? Li Chong furrowed his brow, taken aback by Jiang Dahai's unexpectedly assertive demeanor. What had prompted this sudden change? Such audacity from the head of the Jiang family. "It seems a mere steward like myself is beneath your notice. Perhaps you should come to the Li family and seek an explanation from our master?" "Humph. Do not attempt to intimidate me with Liao Yin. If your family has reason, let him come forth." At that moment, Jiang Dahai showed no regard for Li Chong and his companions. His son had been rendered bedridden, filling him with pent-up frustration. Previously, he had held back from seeking retribution due to his son's reckless behavior, but now that the Li family had crossed the line against his son, enduring any longer would be akin to living in disgrace. "Very well, the head of the Jiang family indeed possesses great authority. I shall inform my master of today's events. Farewell." With that, Li Chong left with a threatening remark, escorting the disheveled Fu Bo and the weak-willed Li Rongguang back to the Li residence. As Jiang Xiaotian observed the talisman within his system bag, an idea sparked in his mind, causing the talisman to vanish, transforming into an ethereal essence that drifted towards Li Rongguang. Although he was unaware of the talisman's purpose, its ominous name suggested it was no benign charm. That ethereal essence swiftly penetrated Li Rongguang's dantian as he proceeded toward the Li family. Chapter 6. Such a pert bottom. Li Rongguang abruptly halted, tightly clenching his legs as his hands trembled uncontrollably. Young master, what is the matter?" Li Chong sensed something was amiss with Li Rongguang. "Uncle Li, I can't hold it in any longer." As soon as Li Rongguang uttered these words, he relaxed, resulting in a cacophony of sounds emanating from his lower half. By heavens, the second son of the Li family is making a scene. Onlookers who were nearby recoiled in horror, wary of being splattered with the unsightly mess. Cheng Yi from the Cheng family was utterly astonished, covering her mouth and nose. She hastily retreated to the side, having never witnessed such a spectacle before. "Uncle Li, help!" Li Rongguang cried out as he continued to expel, leaving Fu Bo and Li Chong in a state of shock, their minds nearly short-circuiting. Li Chong, with little time for contemplation, seized Li Rongguang and dashed towards the Li residence, leaving Fu Bo behind. Wherever Li Rongguang goes, a foul stench pervades the air, akin to a grotesque spectacle of ages past. Jiang Xiaotian, beside him, could hardly contain his laughter, utterly astonished by the sheer absurdity of this event. Could it be your mischief at play? As the saying goes, a father knows his son best, and Jiang Dahai immediately thought of Jiang Xiaotian. "Well, father, when did you become so astute? I have never seen you so resolute." "Humph, you rascal, if you could create a bit more trouble for me, I would gladly clean up after you. Yet, should you continue to squander your time with your merry band of companions, I shall surely break your legs." Even the third one. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian felt a chill and hastily squeezed his legs together. Just as Jiang Dahai intended to escort Jiang Xiaotian back to the Jiang residence to prevent further trouble, Jiang Xiaotian suddenly interjected, "Father, wait a moment. I still have a matter to attend to." He recalled the task bestowed upon him by the system, realizing this commotion was likely to attract the attention of his target. "Father, let me test your knowledge. Do you recognize the daughter of the Shun family, Shen Qianxue?" Jiang Xiaotian surveyed the throng of onlookers and felt a wave of frustration. How could he possibly know what Shen Qianxue looked like? "What? Are you still pining after that girl from the Shen family?" Jiang Dahai squinted at him, contemplating that if his son were to win her affection, it would not be a loss. "Father, how could you say such a thing?" "I'm merely gauging your recognition of her," Jiang Xiaotian fibbed, all the while scheming on how to fulfill the ludicrous system's task. Ding! The system's friendly reminder chimed. indicating there was still a stick of incense's worth of time left to complete the task. Failure to do so would result in a deduction of 500 points as punishment. Jiang Xiaotian was taken aback. There was a time limit? What sort of wretched system imposes such constraints? Of course, there must be a time limit. Otherwise, how could the host take a decade to complete a task? And how would this system proceed to the next test? Testing? So this wretched system is in beta? Jiang Xiaotian found himself in a state of exasperation. Yet he had no choice but to rely on this flawed system to establish his footing. What are you daydreaming about? Don't you have something to do? If not, then go home. Jiang Xiaotian received a kick to his backside. With his father uncooperative, Jiang Xiaotian resorted to his final tactic. Shenxianxue. With a shout, the gaze of the onlookers swiftly shifted from Jiang Xiaotian to a lady clad in a flowing white gown standing in a corner, observing discreetly. Ah, so it is she. Jiang Xiaotian followed their collective gaze, discovering the enchanting Shenxianxue. Indeed, she was a beauty. It was no wonder the original owner held her in such high regard. Her figure was truly captivating. In a corner, Shenxianxue was taken aback by Jiang Xiaotian's sudden shout. What did his conflict with Li's second son have to do with her? Why was he calling her? As Jiang Xiaotian approached her step by step under the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Shenxianxue furrowed her brows at the sight of his lewd expression. Miss, is this Jiang family scoundrel coming to trouble us? Her maid asked in alarm. Does he dare? Shenxianxue was aware that Jiang Xiaotian wouldn't dare to pose any threat to her, even when he was merely in the mid-stage of body refining. She could easily handle him. However, now that he had entered the qi refining stage, a hint of apprehension crept into her thoughts. Nevertheless, the Shen family was not one that the Jiang family could provoke at will, so Shenxianxue was not overly concerned about Jiang Xiaotian's intentions. In the crowd, Cheng Yi watched her former fiancé stroll towards Shenxianxue, her heart filled with disdain. Bah, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Cheng Yi muttered in irritation. Miss Shen, long time no see. Jiang Xiaotian greeted her upon reaching her side. Shenxianxue responded coldly, having nothing of substance to discuss with him. Jiang Xiaotian found himself at a loss for words in front of this icy beauty. Was he really going to ask if he could touch her in such a public setting? Ding. System-friendly reminder. Task time remaining, 10, 9, 8, 7. What the hell? There's even a countdown now? Jiang Xiaotian was instantly infuriated, feeling that this dog of a system was specifically out to torment him. Who created this system? He vowed to deal with them later. Without further thought, Jiang Xiaotian swiftly extended his left hand towards Shenxianxue's backside. Startled by this sudden action, Shenxianxue instinctively stepped back, yet the tingling sensation from her rear caused her to freeze in place. Is he actually touching my backside? Shenxianxue's mind was in turmoil. She never anticipated that this scoundrel from the Jiang family would dare to be so brazen in public. Jiang Xiaotian's audacious act rendered the bustling street silent, as onlookers stood frozen in shock, as if under a spell. Jiang Dehai's expression shifted from yellow to red, then to green, and finally to black. Ah, lecher, I will kill you. Upon regaining her senses, Shenxianxue shrieked and swung her palm toward Jiang Xiaotian. Having anticipated her reaction, Jiang Xiaotian quickly retracted his hand and fled without looking back. After missing her strike, Shenxianxue, blushing with indignation, intended to pursue the shameless scoundrel, but upon glancing up, she realized that Jiang Xiaotian had already run a mile away. You shameless, despicable wretch. I will make my father chop off your hand. Shenxianxue trembled with rage, stomping her feet incessantly, her anger rendering her oblivious to her image as a refined young lady. Chapter 7. The Miraculous Upgrade Ticket. The onlookers, suddenly regaining their senses, erupted in a cacophony of exclamations. What on earth did that scion of the Jiang family do? Am I imagining things? It seemed as though he had groped the daughter of the Shen family. What do you mean seemed? He clearly did. A role model for us all. I wish I could do the same, though I can only dream of it. Who would have thought that the Jiang scion would dare to take such liberties? Truly admirable. The crowd resumed their spirited discussions, thoroughly enjoying this juicy gossip as if it were a festive occasion. Cheng Yi's expression was equally captivating. Having only heard tales of Jiang Xiaotian's notorious debauchery, witnessing his lewd behavior firsthand was an eye-opening experience. My goodness, this Jiang scion has gone too far, hasn't he? Even the maid beside Cheng Yi could not contain her dismay. Shenxianxue, watching Jiang Xiaotian slip away, stomped her feet in frustration, her face reddening with embarrassment as she overheard the crowd's chatter. Anyone who dares to speak of today's incident will be at odds with the Shen family. After a feeble threat, she indignantly turned to leave this place of scandal. The street was teeming with onlookers, and her threats were utterly futile. Could the Shen family silence so many witnesses? This old man just mistook someone for my son. That lad is not my offspring at all. Alas, I must be getting old, my eyesight failing me. Jiang Dahai, feeling the weight of the crowd's gaze upon him, immediately adopted a fa of ignorance, mumbling as he hurried back to the Jiang residence. He had never felt such humiliation in his life. What kind of miscreant had he raised? Return to the manor and send someone to fetch the young master. I shall break his legs myself. Jiang Dahai shouted angrily at the steward behind him, his fury boiling to the surface. Jiang Xiaoyan's audacious deeds today would undoubtedly become fodder for the townsfolk's conversations for years to come, solidifying the enmity between the Shun and Jiang families. At this thought, Jiang Dahai felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly causing him to stumble. Meanwhile, the instigator, Jiang Xiaotian, had slipped away to the banks of a small creek, glancing around to ensure he was not being pursued before releasing a long sigh of relief. Damn system, you've led me into a terrible predicament. How am I supposed to return home now? My father will surely kill me. Jiang Xiaotian lamented, splashing water on his face in despair. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of enticing a beauty. As a reward, 1,000 points and a random spiritual artifact treasure chest have been added to your inventory. Please check. Upon noticing the unexpected addition of 1,000 points and a treasure chest in his inventory, Jiang Xiaotian felt a slight lift in his spirits. Although the cost was steep, at least there was some recompense. Without hesitation, he opened the spiritual artifact treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a mid-grade spiritual sword. With a thought, the sword materialized in his hand. What a splendid weapon! After wielding the sword, Jiang Xiaotian couldn't help but exclaim that with this blade, he felt as though his combat prowess had ascended to a new echelon. Gazing at the spiritual sword in his hand, he suddenly recalled that within his backpack lay an unused novice martial technique. Xiaozhou, activate the novice martial technique from my backpack. Ding! The item has been successfully utilized. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the novice martial technique, Star-Shattering Strike. As the system notification echoed, the novice martial technique transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy, swiftly penetrating Jiang Xiaoyan's mind. He felt a new memory emerge within him, and after a swift flourish of the spiritual sword, he thrust it forward with great force. Bang! 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 The surface of the water erupted in a flurry of splashes. Oh my! This martial technique was learned without any need for practice? This system is remarkably user-friendly. Jiang Xiaotian had anticipated a gradual learning curve for the martial arts, but to his astonishment, the system had delivered him an instant mastery. Wait a minute. My weapon is a sword, yet this technique resembles marksmanship? As he pondered the star-shattering strike, Jiang Xiaotian realized it was a gun technique and felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Where was he to find a gun now? Oh well, better than nothing. After a moment of self-reassurance, he resumed browsing the system store, now possessing 1,200 points. He wondered what exquisite items he might procure. As he drooled over various advanced weapons and martial techniques, he lamented his inability to afford any of them. This upgrade voucher costs only 1,000 points? Is that for real? Let me give it a shot. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully exchanged for an upgrade voucher. Would you like to use it? Use. Jiang Xiaotian was eager to witness the effects of this voucher. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully utilized the upgrade voucher. Your cultivation realm has ascended to the mid-stage of qi refinement. With the system's notification, Jiang Xiaotian felt an abundant surge of spiritual energy within his body. Once again, he thrust the sword, and this time the explosion upon the water's surface was significantly more intense. Wow, this upgrade voucher is truly a remarkable item. What's the difference between this and having cheat codes? He laughed heartily, feeling as if he were on the brink of great fortune, thinking about how no one would dare to bully him again. In his moment of elation, Jiang Xiaotian glanced at the upgrade voucher section of the system store, only to find that the previously 1,000-point voucher now bore a price of 3,000 points. What is going on? Wasn't it 1,000 points for a voucher? Jiang Xiaotian initially suspected a system error. As the host's realm increased, the price of the upgrade vouchers would correspondingly rise. To think one could continually upgrade a realm for merely 1,000 points was a fanciful notion. Unsurprisingly, Xiao Zhou had thrown a reality check at him again. But the troubling aspect was that he could not express his frustration. This dogged system often threatened him with point deductions, leaving him utterly helpless. The sudden splash of cold water left Jiang Shaotian feeling utterly desolate. He understood that, given the system's nature, the cost of future upgrade vouchers would undoubtedly be exorbitant. However, the prospect of elevating his status with just a single audacious act brought him a sense of delight. He had initially intended to uphold the virtues of a gentleman, yet now found himself tempted to embrace a more roguish demeanor. The allure of such mischief was simply too potent to resist. After sitting by the stream for a while, Jiang Shaotian rose, resolved to head home. Avoidance would not resolve his predicament. He would ultimately have to confront his irascible father. Surely he wouldn't go so far as to disown him? With a mindset akin to that of a resilient pig unperturbed by boiling water, Jiang Shaotian hummed a cheerful tune as he made his way toward the Jiang residence. Before he even reached home, he spotted a large gathering of people congregated at his doorstep, and it appeared they were not there for a friendly visit, but rather to demand accountability. Oh no! Could it be that his father intended to sacrifice him to quell the ire of the Shen family? A cacophony of anxious thoughts raced through Jiang Shaotian's mind as he hesitated, uncertain whether to approach or retreat. Chapter 8. A new task. Seizing love after a moment's deliberation, Jiang Shaotian gritted his teeth and decided to stride toward the Jiang estate. After all, whether he extended his neck or withdrew it, he was still bound to face consequences. He had never been one to let others bear the blame for him. Young master, the master commands you to keep your distance. The butler, who had been stationed outside, quickly approached Jiang Shaotian upon spotting him, whispering urgently. Jiang Shaotian, however, did not falter. He disregarded the butler and continued toward the estate, resolute that his father would not be allowed to shield him from this predicament. Young master, the butler, in a state of panic, followed Jiang Shaotian closely, perspiration dotting his brow. It was merely a trivial incident. Why fear it? Jiang Shaotian declared, boldly stepping across the threshold of the Jiang family home, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Father, I have returned. Scoundrel, get out of my sight. Jiang Dazai's face flushed crimson upon seeing his son enter. The Shen family was not the only one seeking retribution. The Li family had also joined the fray, clearly with ill intentions. Jiang family head, now that your son has returned, we can address the matter of his disgraceful behavior toward my daughter, Shen Wanshan. The patriarch of the Shen family, initially incredulous that Jiang Shaotian would dare to act so brazenly, rushed to the Jiang estate following his daughter's confirmation of the events. Brother Shun, you exaggerate. It was merely youthful folly, nothing more. Jiang Dazai, aware of his culpability, could only offer forced smiles in an attempt to appease Shen Wanshan. Humph. Such folly can tarnish my precious daughter's reputation, then what would a true scandal entail? It would surely upend the Shen family. Shen Wanshan's fury was palpable, and he showed no inclination to accept Jiang Dazai's placations. Hey, old dang, if you have a grievance, direct it at me, not at my father. Upon entering, Jiang Shaotian immediately took the brunt of the confrontation upon himself, for his notorious reputation as a debauched scion had long since spread throughout the city. A plethora of lice would not fear the itch. You rascal, if I do not incapacitate your lecherous hands today, I shall not bear the surname Shan. With that, Shen Wanshan turned and unleashed a palm strike towards Jiang Shaotian from a distance, catching Jiang Dahai completely off guard. He had not anticipated Shen Wanshan's sudden aggression, and at that moment, he could not intervene to shield Jiang Shaotian from the impending blow. Be careful, Shaotian. Jiang Shaotian had been prepared for Shen Wanshan's assault. As the palm strike was launched, a sword materialized in his hand, as if by magic. Shattered Star Break. Jiang Shaotian thrust the sword forward to meet the force of Shen Wanshan's palm. With a resounding crash, the gust of energy shattered, and Jiang Shaotian was sent tumbling back several paces, colliding with the wall. The spectators were left in a state of astonishment. Shen Wanshan was one of the few masters in the city who had reached the Golden Core realm. Yet Jiang Shaotian had managed to withstand his palm strike without sustaining injury. Well, I underestimated you. Shen Wanshan was equally astonished. He understood that his palm strike was not one to be easily endured. He had intentionally suppressed its power to the early foundation establishment level, fearing that a full-strength strike might kill Jiang Shaotian. He never anticipated this so-called cultivation failure would be able to endure such a blow. Jiang Dahai was equally bewildered when had his son, who only indulged in debauchery and gambling, acquired such prowess? Cough, cough, old fellow. Was it really necessary to strike so heavily after merely a light touch? Jiang Xiaotian groaned, clutching his chest in pain. His insides felt as though they had been boiled. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised to have withstood the blow. The martial skills bestowed by that infernal system were indeed formidable. Otherwise, he would surely have suffered broken bones from that strike. Oof, you insolent wretch. Even if I were to kill you, my anger would remain unquenched. Shen Wanshan spat bitterly, though inwardly he began to ponder. Given Jiang Xiaotian's earlier display of strength, the rumors of his incompetence in cultivation were likely unfounded. Shen Wanshan started to suspect that Jiang Xiaotian was deliberately masquerading as a wastrel. You were utilizing a spear technique just now, were you not? Why resort to a sword? Shen Wanshan's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the mid-grade spirit sword in Jiang Xiaotian's grasp. Such a weapon was worth a small fortune. That is none of your concern, Jiang Xiaotian retorted, showing no deference to Shen Wanshan. The more dismissive Jiang Xiaotian became, the more Shen Wanshan suspected he harbored clandestine secrets. After all, what audacity could a mere debauchee possess to stand so confidently before him? Seeing the tension escalate, Jiang Dahai quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation. Brother Shen, please temper your anger. My wayward son has previously offended your esteemed daughter. I apologize on his behalf. You have already chastised him. So let us put this matter behind us to preserve the harmony between our families. Just as Shen Wanshan found himself in a difficult position, the steward of the Shen family hurriedly rushed in through the doorway. My lord, someone from the Yang family in the capital has arrived. They say they wish to propose. Shen Wanshan's mind was in a whirl. How could such a prominent family approach the Shen family for a marriage alliance? It was utterly inconceivable. What? Such a matter exists? Let us hasten back. At this moment, Shen Wanshan could not even spare a thought for Jiang Xiaotian. He needed to return to the Shen residence promptly to ascertain the truth of the situation. If he were to offend the Yang family, the consequences would be dire. Shen Wanshan hurriedly departed from the Jiang residence, accompanied by his household. Jiang Dahai escorted Jiang Xiaotian to the entrance, where a crowd of onlookers, including members of the Li family, were left astonished to see Jiang Xiaotian unscathed. Under normal circumstances, Shen Wanshan's furious demeanor would have warranted severe repercussions for Jiang Xiaotian. It was not beyond reason to expect a fierce confrontation between the Jiang and Shen families. Yet, the scene of their apparent tranquility piqued the curiosity of all present regarding what had transpired. Hey, Lao Deng, why are you loitering at my doorstep? Surprised to see me unharmed? Jiang Xiaotian taunted the Li family steward, who was eavesdropping outside. I have no interest in squabbling with a scion like you. The steward retorted before turning away, leading the Li family's entourage away from the Jiang residence. Ding. A new task has been triggered. Task name, Severing Love. Task content, prevent the marriage between the Yang and Shen families. Task reward, 2,000 system points, 1 body refinement pill, and a set of scale armor. Do you accept this task? Should you refuse or fail, 1,000 points will be deducted as punishment. The voice of the system echoed in Jiang Xiaotian's ear. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to accept the task, for the rewards were indeed substantial. However, he pondered whether these rewards were worth the risk of offending the Yang family. I suspect your wretched system is intent on leading me to my doom. He lamented, overwhelmed by the tasks that seemed to incite conflict. Could life still be lived in peace? Chapter 9. I am her man. With no other recourse, Jiang Xiaotian stealthily followed Shen Wanshan and his entourage towards the Shen residence. Jiang Dahai had initially intended to confront his inadequate son to clarify his concerns, but, upon turning around, found Jiang Xiaotian had vanished. Where's that scoundrel? Where has he run off to? Jiang Dahai cursed in frustration. Beside him, the steward bit down hard on his own thigh, stifling laughter to avoid incurring Jiang Dahai's wrath. In his haste to return and welcome the Yang family, Shen Wanshan failed to notice the tale that followed him. He hurriedly entered the Shen residence and made his way to the reception hall. Esteemed guests from the Yang family, your visit brings great honor to my humble abode. Shen Wanshan greeted warmly, noticing a young man seated and sipping tea, accompanied by a tall, thin elder whose strength was inscrutable. Are you the head of the Shen family? The young man inquired, casually spitting out a tea leaf. I am indeed the master of the Shen family. May I ask your name, young sir? Shen Wanshan replied cautiously, anxious not to provoke the young man before him. Humph, this is the second young master of the Yang family, Yang Ao. Today, He has deigned to come to your insignificant little town to propose to the Shin family. I hope the head of the Shin family does not fail to recognize this opportunity." The tall, gaunt elder behind Yang Ao arrogantly addressed Shin Wanshan. Believing that for a small family like the Shuns to marry into the Yang family was already a stroke of incredible fortune. This young Master Yang knows my little daughter? Although Shun Wanshan had prepared himself mentally, hearing it directly still left him somewhat bewildered. The Shin family and the Yang family were worlds apart. How could they possibly come to propose? Acquaintance is not quite the term. It was merely a chance encounter in the capital some time ago, where I was captivated by your daughter at first sight. I sincerely hope the head of the Shun family can grant this union to spare me from the torment of unrequited longing. Yang Ao spoke with an air of pretense, showing no regard for Shun Wanshan as a potential father-in-law. Upon hearing this, Shun Wanshan recalled his daughter Shin Qianxua's recent trip to the capital, where she must have caught Yang Ao's eye. While it is true that parental consent is paramount in matters of marriage, I hold my daughter in great affection. Thus her marital decisions must align with her own wishes. This is a matter beyond my authority. Shin Wanshan was not inclined to believe in such fanciful notions of love at first sight. Surely, a prominent family like the Yangs would not approach marriage so frivolously. All that is required is your agreement. As for your daughter, I possess means to ensure her consent. After speaking, Yang Ao tossed a storage ring towards Shin Wanshan. Consider the treasures within as the betrothal gifts from the Yang family. As Shun Wanshan glanced at the contents of the ring, he was rendered speechless by the sheer opulence before him. The ring was filled with high-grade spiritual treasures, elixirs, and martial weapons, enough to elevate an ordinary person to the status of a powerful family in Yufeng City. This is far too extravagant. I could never accept such gifts. Shin Wanshan quickly protested, fully aware that his daughter was not worth such a dowry. Something feels amiss here. Shin Wanshan. I advise you not to reject a toast, and instead invite punishment. The tall elder unleashed his formidable aura, and the pressure of his early nascent soul stage caused beads of sweat to form on Shun Wanshan's brow in mere moments. As a mere golden core cultivator, he understood he was no match for the other party, and the Shun family stood no chance against the Yang family, leaving him in a state of panic. "Dad, I will marry." At that moment, Shun Qianxue emerged from the back hall, her expression calm. "My daughter, you truly wish to marry?" Shin Wanshan, aware of his daughter's presence, was taken aback by her sudden consent to marry into the Yang family. "Indeed," Shun Qianxue replied succinctly. As the daughter of one of the four great families of Yufeng City, she was acutely aware of the ruthless laws governing the cultivation world. Should she refuse, the Shin family might attract catastrophic misfortune, and her own fate would likely be no better. As Shin Wanshan, the father of Shin Qianxue, observed his daughter's resolute determination to sacrifice herself for righteousness, he felt an overwhelming sense of anguish. "My dear daughter, why must you endure such suffering?" he lamented, blaming himself for his inadequacies. The thought of his precious daughter, who had just been humiliated by the Jiang family scion, now preparing to throw herself into the den of wolves for the sake of the Shin family, pierced his heart like a dagger. "Indeed, Shin Patriarch, since your daughter has no objections, let us finalize this marriage," Yang Ao declared triumphantly, clapping his hands as he rose. He cared little whether the Shun heiress was willing to marry into the Yang family. Once she entered, her fate would be sealed, destined to be consumed by the family's voracious ambitions. At that moment, Shun Wanshan yearned to vociferously object, but for the sake of the 100 or so lives dependent on the Shin family, he swallowed his words. "I do not agree to this marriage." Jiang Xiaoyan's voice resonated from beyond the gates of Shin Manor. Shin Wanshan and his daughter, along with Yang Ao and his servant, were all momentarily stunned. "Who dares?" Yang Ao shouted, recovering from his shock after a brief pause. The servants of Shin Manor were equally startled, rendered immobile as Jiang Xiaotian strode confidently toward the hall. Jiang Xiaotian, unequivocally opposed this union, he declared with precise enunciation, directing his words at Yang Ao. Initially startled, Yang Ao quickly dismissed the young man's significance, pondering who could possibly intimidate the Yang family on their own territory. "Haha, you oppose? And who might you be?" Yang Ao retorted with a disdainful smile. Ignoring Yang Ao, Jiang Xiaotian approached the astonished Shun Qianxue and, without hesitation, embraced her. Shin Qianxue was still in shock, unable to comprehend that this extravagant youth was standing up to the Yang family on her behalf at such a critical moment. "Who am I?" "Oh, just wait until you hear." Jiang Shaotian proclaimed, his nostrils flaring as he looked down at Yang Ao and his servant. Yang Ao, sensing the young man's audacity, felt a flicker of concern. If he were a scion from a hidden, prestigious family, it could spell trouble. The elder behind Yang Ao became alert, focusing intently on Jiang Shaotian. I am Jiang Shaotian, and I shall not change my name nor my lineage. As for who I truly am, listen closely. I am Shin Qinshue's man. Yang Ao, caught off guard, spluttered tea all over the place, while the elder behind him turned ashen, his expression resembling that of a beaten dog. Shun Wanshan's face was equally expressive, as if he had just bitten into something repulsive. Had he heard correctly? This scion from the Jiang family had just proclaimed himself to be his daughter's man. Shun Qianxue, frozen in shock by Jiang Shaotian's declaration, momentarily forgot to extricate herself from his embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment and perhaps a hint of anger. Chapter 10. Mutual destruction. After wiping the remnants of tea from his lips, Yang Ao narrowed his eyes at Jiang Shaotian and remarked, You claim to be her man? Have you lost your mind? Yang Ao had never heard of any prominent family with the surname Jiang. The person before him could only be a fool causing trouble. What? You don't believe me? After Jiang Shaotian finished speaking, he turned and planted a kiss on Shun Qinshue's cheek. This unexpected gesture took everyone by surprise, and Yang Ao's face instantly burned as if he had been slapped. Once she regained her composure, Shun Qinshu forcefully pushed Jiang Shaotian away, trembling with disbelief as she pointed at him, exclaiming, You scoundrel. In a fit of rage, she swung her hand at Jiang Shaotian. Having already been subjected to his inappropriate advances in the morning and now his embrace and kiss in the afternoon, how could Shin Qinshuo endure such indignity? However, before her slap could reach him, Jiang Shaotian had already been sent flying. Bang! An elder behind Yang Ao struck Jiang Shaotian into the wall. Had it not been for his significantly enhanced strength, he would have surely met his doom in that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden task, A Kiss of Grace. The system rewards a Foundation Establishment Experience card, which can elevate one's realm to the peak of Foundation Establishment within 3 breaths. Embedded in the wall, Jiang Shaotian couldn't help but chuckle at the system's notification. Amused that a kiss from Shun Qinshuo had granted him a reward, yet dismayed at its futility against an opponent like the elder. Struggling to extricate himself from the wall, Jiang Shaotian collapsed to the ground, gazing affectionately at Shun Qinshuo as he professed, Swear, I have done my utmost. If I must perish here today, I will not allow him to lay a finger on you. Jiang Shaotian had intended to provoke Yang Ao merely to fulfill his task of disrupting the couple. Yet, upon hearing his seemingly melodramatic words, tears brimmed in Shun Qinshue's eyes. Despite being the cherished daughter of the Shin family, no one had ever defended her life as fervently as Jiang Shaotian did at that moment. Even her own father would compromise for the sake of family interests, while this so-called scoundrel, reveling in a life of indulgence, was willing to risk everything for her. To Yang Ao, Shun Qinshue's tearful gaze appeared to convey a silent affection for Jiang Shaotian, igniting his fury. Very well. Today, I shall grant you your wish to die here. With his cultivation at the mid-stage of Foundation Establishment, Yang Ao intended to personally crush Jiang Shaotian, and the elder behind him made no move to intervene, as defeating someone in the Qi refinement stage was akin to a father overpowering his son. As Yang Ao advanced step by step, Jiang Shaotian feigned deep emotion, continuing to address Shun Qinshuo, Swear, if I should die, please do not forget me, nor the wild scion who loved you dearly. At this, Shun Qinshuo could no longer contain her tears, which streamed down her cheeks. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself utterly speechless, her heart a tumult of emotions akin to a swarm of ants crawling within. I swear, I will not let you go unpunished. Yang Ao was infuriated to see Jiang Shaotian so engrossed in romantic banter before him, his anger boiling over. Gathering his spiritual energy, he threw a punch toward Jiang Shaotian's face, a strike not to be taken lightly in the Foundation Establishment stage. Xin Wanshan thought to himself that this scion of the Jiang family was likely to meet his demise in his own abode. With a formidable nascent soul master backing Yang Ao, there was little he could do to intervene. No. Shun Qinshuo instinctively shouted as she witnessed Yang Ao's fist heading toward Jiang Shaotian. Now is the time. Jiang Shaotian decisively activated the Foundation Establishment Experience card just awarded by the system. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. a sensation so exhilarating that he nearly gasped out loud. There was no time to savor this newfound strength. A spiritual sword materialized in his hand. Come on, break. Jiang Shaotian leapt into action, thrusting the sword toward Yang Ao's descending fist. The sudden surge of power left Yang Ao drenched in cold sweat. But he was already too committed to retract his punch. Not good. The elder behind Yang Ao was struck with fear and rushed toward Jiang Shaotian. Yet, he was a moment too late. Jiang Shaotian's sword pierced through Yang Ao's fist with a swift motion. Empowered by his advancement to the later stage of foundation establishment and armed with a weapon, Jiang Shaotian not only perforated Yang Ao's fist, but also drove the tip of the sword 3 inches deep into his chest. Yang Ao howled in agony, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at the sword embedded in his chest. Bang! Jiang Shaotian was once again kicked into the wall by the rushing elder, this time with far greater force. Embedded within the wall, Jiang Shaotian felt as though all his bones had shattered, the excruciating pain contorting his features, rendering him powerless to extricate himself. Hey, are you all right? Shun Qinxue rushed to Jiang Shaotian's side, her voice laced with concern, her mind in a chaotic state. Young master. The tall, thin elder, cradling Yang Ao, called out in a panic. If anything were to happen to Yang Ao under his watch, he would surely face dire consequences. You insolent brat. The elder, consumed by rage, raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike toward the wall where Jiang Shaotian lay, filled with unrestrained fury. No. Shun Qinxue instinctively positioned herself in front of Jiang Shaotian, her mind blank. She was acutely aware of the impending danger and that this act could cost her life. Yet she could not afford to think further. Perhaps it was because Jiang Shaotian was the first to be willing to risk his life for her. Or perhaps she understood the grim fate that awaited her should he perish. To be married into the Yang family would surely be a fate worse than death. It would be better to embrace death now and end it all. Darling. Shen Wanshan was utterly horrified to discover that his daughter was willing to risk her life for that debauched scion. In a flash, he countered the old man's palm strike. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated through the Shun family's grand hall, sending the roof soaring into the air. Shen Qinxue was hurled back 3 yards by the shockwave, while Jiang Shaotian remained motionless, embedded in the wall. Seeing that his strike had failed, the old man intended to launch another attack, but at that moment, Yang Ao, cradled in his arms, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Realizing that his young master's injuries could no longer be delayed, the old man cast a resentful glance at the barely conscious Jiang Shaotian, aware that the fragile Jiang Shaotian, with his severed meridians, would not survive beyond 3 hours. He decided against further entanglement with the Shun family and prioritized his master's rescue. With that thought, the old man retrieved a heart-protecting pill from his robe and placed it into Yang Ao's mouth. Jiang Shaotian, you and the Shun family shall pay for this, he declared ominously before swiftly departing towards the capital with Yang Ao in his grasp. Chapter 11. I am a pervert. After the tall, thin old man had taken Yang Ao away, Shun Wanshan finally felt a sense of relief wash over him, only to feel a warm surge in his throat as blood spurted from his mouth. Cough, cough, my daughter. Shun Wanshan gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed forward to lift the unconscious Shun Qinxue into his arms. Someone, quickly, fetch healing elixirs from the pharmacy, and bring me the finest. Upon finishing his command, Shun Wanshan hurried to the backyard, leaving the vast conference hall momentarily occupied only by the embedded Jiang Shaotian. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of thwarting the couple's romance. The reward has been allocated to your backpack. Please continue your efforts. The voice of Xiao Zhou echoed in the ears of the barely conscious Jiang Shaotian. Dog system, can't you see I'm on the brink of death? Jiang Shaotian muttered weakly, filled with frustration towards the system that seemed to constantly invite trouble into his life. Ding. Life value critically low. System prompt. Please utilize the body refining pill from your backpack. Will you proceed? What are you waiting for? Just use it. Jiang Shaotian placed all his hopes on this body refining pill. Otherwise, he would truly meet his end. Ding. Body refining pill used successfully. The pill transformed into a stream of spiritual energy that swiftly penetrated Jiang Shaotian's dantian. The potent medicinal essence coursed through his meridians, fervently repairing the damage wherever it flowed. At the same time, the shattered bones began to mend at a visibly accelerated pace. Jiang Shaotian felt a warm sensation enveloping him, and he sensed his life force steadily increasing. Within mere moments, his muscles and bones were restored to their original state, with the remaining potency of the body-refining pill continuously fortifying his physique. Ah, what a delight! Jiang Shaotian, having survived a near calamity, felt as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. Crack! Restored to his former state, Jiang Shaotian emerged laboriously from within the wall, brushing the dust from his clothing as memories of the figure that had stood before him earlier flooded back. Alas, what a foolish woman! I was merely jesting. Jiang Shaotian mused that, having taken advantage of the young lady, it would be rather unreasonable to simply walk away after causing her injury. With this thought in mind, he set his feet towards the back courtyard of the Shun residence. At this moment, the servants of the Shun household were far too preoccupied with repairing the roof of the conference hall to notice Jiang Shaotian. Xiaozhou, what on earth is this Wanlin armor? It appears rather impressive. Is it crafted from the hardest dragon scales of the dragon clan? Jiang Shaotian inquired, eyeing the newfound item in his backpack with curiosity. Stop overthinking it. It's just fish scales, not dragon scales. Take it or leave it. Xiaozhou seized yet another opportunity to retort at his host. Damn it, I'm deducting your points. You truly are an invincible, superlative system. Jiang Shaotian yielded to the oppressive threat of point deduction. After all, these were points he had painstakingly earned and could not afford to lose without cause. Thank you for the positive feedback, host. This Wanlin armor can withstand physical attacks from cultivators below the peak of the Golden Core stage. However, it will shatter upon a single strike from a nascent soul cultivator. Please be aware. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian immediately donned the Wanlin armor, envisioning how it would allow him to strut through Yufeng City with unwavering confidence. Unbeknownst to him, he had unconsciously wandered to the entrance of Shun Qinshua's chamber. Observing the bustling servants of the Shun household coming and going, he stepped inside as if returning to his own quarters. At that moment, all of Shun Wanshan's attention was fixated on Shun Qinshuo, oblivious to the intrusion of Jiang Shaotian into a lady's private quarters. Master, the young lady's condition is dire. Her heart pulse has been severed. Without a heart-guarding pill, her time may be limited. The steward from the Shun family's pharmacy lamented after assessing Shun Qinshuo's injuries, shaking his head in despair. What? A heart-guarding pill? Shun Wanshan's expression darkened instantly upon hearing this. The heart-guarding pill was a fifth-grade life-saving elixir of immeasurable value, far beyond what the Shun family could procure. Even the Yang family in the capital had only a scant few in their possession. Upon hearing the term heart-guarding pill, Jiang Shaotian instinctively began searching within the system's marketplace. Ah, found it. Indeed, this wretched system possesses everything. His countenance brightened momentarily at the sight of the heart-guarding pill, only for his expression to freeze upon seeing the required points. What the hell? A mere pill costs 3,000 points? You greedy system. Why don't you go rob a bank? Jiang Shaotian exclaimed in frustration. 3,000 points would suffice for him to purchase an upgrade voucher to elevate his own realm. How could this minuscule, dark pill dare demand such a price? Profiting from misfortune is far more effective than robbery. 3,000, not a single point less. If I am to save her, I must exchange points. Xiaozhou's indifferent tone only served to exacerbate Jiang Shaotian's fury, causing him to stamp his foot in anger. He currently possessed only 2,200 points, far from enough to make the exchange. Upon hearing a disturbance behind him, Shin Wanshan turned and was startled by the sight before him. You were supposed to be gravely injured. What on earth is happening? It then dawned on him that Jiang Shaotian was still in his residence. Uncle, you've mistaken me. I am quite well, Jiang Shaotian stammered, unsure how to explain, and opted instead to fabricate a response. Is this truly a fade? Do you take me for a fool? Shun Wanshan inwardly cursed, but refrained from further questioning, his thoughts entirely consumed by his ailing daughter. Is there truly no other remedy for Xiaoxue aside from the heart-protecting pill? He lamented, gazing at his unconscious daughter, tears streaming down his face. Alas, it appears there is none. Common elixirs do not act with such swiftness. The young lady may not endure much longer. The steward of the apothecary replied with a furrowed brow. Fetch me the finest medicine available. I must find a way to save Xiaoxue. I shall journey to the capital to seek aid. Shin Wanshan declared resolutely. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope, he would swallow his pride and take the risk. After speaking, he cast a glance at Jiang Shaotian, the very person whose reckless actions had endangered his daughter. He yearned to chastise this scoundrel, who had foolishly provoked Yang Ao, leading to Xiaoxue's dire predicament. in a hurry to reach the capital. Shen Wanshan had no time to settle scores with Jiang Xiaotian. He vanished from sight in a blink. Jiang Xiaotian, watching the frail Shun Qianxue lying on the bed, felt a pang of guilt, as if he were responsible for a tragedy akin to that of the tale of the kind-hearted, yet ill-fated. Alas, it's not that I wish to forsake you, but my points are insufficient, he murmured, lowering his head in remorse, realizing that the beloved maiden was on the brink of calamity because of him. Ding. Detected host's guilt. Conscience remains untainted. New mission activated. Mission title, I am a pervert. Mission content, balance Shin Qianxue's undergarment atop your head for the duration of 1 incense stick. Mission reward, 2,000 system points, 1 random martial arts experience card. Failure to accept this task or mission failure will result in a deduction of 1,000 points from the host. Do you accept this mission? Jiang Xiaotian was utterly flabbergasted by the unexpected task, questioning if such a system could possibly be conceived by carbon-based life forms. Chapter 12. Mouth-to-mouth rescue. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xiaotian scolded the system. What kind of multiverse cultivation system is this? It's clearly a rogue training system. What kind of absurdity is this? Am I such a person that you would assign me this perverse task? How am I to conduct myself henceforth? 10-9. 8. The system disregarded Jiang Xiaotian's indignation and initiated a countdown. You have an excellent eye. I accept this mission. Reluctantly, Jiang Xiaotian found himself compelled to accept the task. After all, one must bow under the eaves. Moreover, he could not bear to let Shun Qianxue perish without a fight. So he resolved to sacrifice his own innocence to save the fragile young lady on the bed. Earlier, your master instructed us to leave, until his return. No one is to disturb the young lady. Jiang Xiaotian spoke nonsensically to the servants who were diligently preparing medicine, boiling water, and concocting potions. The servants of the Shun household exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing his words. They had previously heard their master declare that he would spare no effort to rescue the young lady, yet they had not been informed of any prohibition against disturbing her. Observing their skepticism, Jiang Xiaotian straightened his posture and continued his charade with feigned bravado. Humph. Your master entrusted me with the care of your young lady. Do you think I would deceive you? I am, after all, the eldest son of the Jiang family. Would I risk my life for a jest? If it were otherwise, your master would undoubtedly punish me severely upon his return. Why would I bother to mislead you? Seeing that they remained unmoved, he resorted to threats, stating, I have conveyed your master's message to you. If you choose not to believe it, that is your prerogative. When your master returns to find his young lady has passed, he will surely unleash his wrath upon you. Since you are unwilling to leave, I shall not force you. With that, Jiang Xiaotian turned and strode decisively out of the room. Now, it was the servant's turn to be dumbfounded. The steward of the apothecary understood all too well that their young lady's chances of survival were slim, and when their master returned, he would undoubtedly bring calamity upon them. With this thought, the steward slowly rose and made his way outside, believing it better to err on the side of caution. If the master truly had such instructions, remaining inside would certainly lead to his demise. The other servants exchanged glances before following suit and vacating the room. At the precise moment they shut the door, Jiang Xiaotian stealthily climbed through the side window, ensuring to close it behind him. He tiptoed to the bedside and gazed at Shin Qianxue, whose comatose beauty stirred an unsettling restlessness within him. It was no wonder the original owner of his body was infatuated with this girl. Even someone accustomed to the allure of bikini-clad beauties like himself found her enchanting. Jiang Xiaotian mused aloud as he sat on the bed, casting a fleeting glance at Shun Qianxue's gently rising and falling chest. I'm doing this to save you. Don't hold it against me. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at this accursed system that forces me into such a predicament. As he spoke, he raised his hands towards the ailing Shun Qianxue's chest. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The system had merely indicated it was her undergarment, without specifying which one. Almost ensnared by the system's trickery, Jiang Xiaotian withdrew his hands and shifted his gaze to the wardrobe within the room. After rummaging through the contents, he finally held up an undergarment embroidered with pink plum blossoms. Do you think you can deceive me, you rogue system? Not a chance. Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed triumphantly as he placed the undergarment atop his own head. A fragrant breeze wafted towards him, nearly overwhelming him with an unexpected milky scent. Amitabha. Form is emptiness. Emptiness is form, he chanted, striving to regain his composure. Time swiftly passed as he continued his incantation for the duration of an incense stick. Suddenly, a chime sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the I am a robe task. The rewards have been deposited into your backpack. Please check. As the voice of Xiao Zhou resonated, Jiang Xiaotian sprang up from the ground. Dog system, provide me with the heart-protecting pill, quickly. Jiang Xiaotian was anxious that if he delayed even a moment, Shen Qianxue might perish. Observing the sudden appearance of a small black pill in his palm, he wasted no time and pried open Shen Qianxue's mouth. As the heart-protecting pill entered her mouth, Jiang Xiaotian's anxious heart finally found solace. However, seeing Shen Qianxue lying motionless, he began to doubt whether the system had sold him counterfeit medicine. Dog system, what is going on? Are you selling fake pills? Jiang Xiaotian was in a state of panic, for Shen Qianxue's life was hanging by a thread, her pulse nearly imperceptible. Fool, how do you expect her to swallow it if you just shove the pill into her mouth? Although Xiao Zhou was not human, it now possessed human emotions, particularly disdain. Jiang Xiaotian felt utterly speechless. How could he have overlooked such a detail? Realizing his mistake, he quickly pried open Shen Qianxue's mouth again, only to find the heart-protecting pill resting perfectly on her tongue. What was he to do? How could such a large pill be swallowed? Just as he was at a loss, Shen Qianxue's breath suddenly faltered. Oh no, there's no time left. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaotian removed the heart-protecting pill from her mouth and placed it directly into his own. After taking a sip of water at the table, he crushed the pill with his teeth and immediately opened Shen Qianxue's mouth again. He then leaned in, pressing his lips against hers, allowing the crushed heart-protecting pill to slowly enter her system. As the medicine took effect, Shen Qianxue's pulse gradually began to stabilize. What are you all doing outside? How is Xiao Shui? A weak yet concerned voice came from outside, belonging to Shen Wanshan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian's heart sank, for he still had half of the heart-protecting pill to administer to Shen Qianxue. If he stopped now, all would be in vain. You fools! Who told you to prevent anyone from approaching the young lady? Shen Wanshan was infuriated by the response from his subordinates. He anxiously pushed against the door, only to find it locked, which filled him with dread. With a forceful kick, Shen Wanshan burst through the door, sending it crashing into the wall. The sight before him nearly caused his heart to stop. Jiang Xiaotian was atop his daughter, clad in her undergarments, and engaged in indecent acts, which provoked Shen Wanshan's fury. Scoundrel! You wretched creature, do you seek death? In an instant, Shen Wanshan appeared beside Jiang Xiaotian and struck him hard on the back. Bang! Jiang Xiaotian took the hit from Shen Wanshan. Had he not donned the scale armor beforehand, he would have surely been reincarnated by now. After the first strike, seeing Jiang Xiaotian still inappropriately close to his daughter, Shen Wanshan's fury surged, and he unleashed another powerful blow aimed at Jiang Xiaotian's back. Chapter 13. The Loss of Lips and the Chill of Teeth. Bang. Jiang Xiaotian once again received a solid strike from Shen Wanshan, but this time it was far from the ease of the previous blow. Blood began to seep from his nostrils, and in an effort to prevent the crimson from tainting the heart-protecting elixir in his mouth, he forcefully redirected the blood from his mouth to his nostrils. While the Wanlin armor could withstand physical attacks from those below the peak of the Golden Core stage, enduring 2 strikes from Shen Wanshan, who was at the late Golden Core stage, was quite taxing for Jiang Xiaotian. Blood from the tip of his nose dripped onto Shen Qianxue's bridge of her nose. Once he completed the last sip of the heart-protecting elixir, Jiang Xiaotian immediately rose to his feet. Cough, cough. Uncle, allow me to explain. You insolent wretch. Today I shall surely kill you. Even if Jiang Dahai were here, he could not save you. Shen Wanshan brandished a high-grade spiritual spear and lunged at Jiang Xiaotian. Lacking any combat experience, Jiang Xiaotian stood no chance against the enraged Shen Wanshan. He couldn't even evade the attack. Uft! The spear pierced through the Wanlin armor, driving into Jiang Xiaotian's chest and pinning him to the wall. Uft! Jiang Xiaotian coughed up a mouthful of blood, spraying it into the air. Shen, old dog, how dare you harm my son? Jiang Dahai, who had intended to investigate the commotion at the Shen residence, was taken aback upon arriving to witness his son being stabbed by Shen Wanshan. Bang, bang, bang. Jiang Dahai and Shen Wanshan exchanged 3 powerful blows, the sheer force nearly collapsing Shen Qianxue's chamber. Shen Wanshan withdrew the spear from Jiang Xiaotian's chest and swung it towards Jiang Dahai. Xiaotian. Jiang Dahai's heart shattered at the sight of the blossoming crimson flower spreading across his son's chest. Bang! After blocking Shen Wanshan's spear, Jiang Dahai swiftly moved to Jiang Xiaotian's side, hoisting him onto his back and fleeing towards the exit of the Shun residence. As a fellow practitioner at the late Golden Core stage, Jiang Dahai understood all too well that he would gain nothing by continuing to fight Shen Wanshan. Further conflict would only delay the treatment for his son. Observing Jiang Dahai escape with Jiang Xiaotian, Shen Wanshan made no attempt to pursue, knowing that the blow he had dealt would likely spell the end for Jiang Xiaotian. Even if by some miracle he survived, there would be ample opportunities to finish him off later. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Shen Qianxue on the bed coughed twice, prompting Shen Wanshan to rush over to check on his daughter's condition. Father, Shen Qianxue weakly called out, witnessing Shen Wanshan's anxious demeanor. Li, you fool. Get in here and examine the young lady's injuries. If anything happens to her, none of you shall live. Shen Wanshan was consumed by fury, enraged that this useless group had allowed Jiang Xiaotian to deceive them. They all deserve to die? The manager of the pharmacy trembled as he approached the bedside, parting the silk scarf to feel Shen Qianxue's pulse. He had never anticipated that Jiang Xiaotian would risk his own life to ensnare a mere servant. Just as the manager felt his own demise was imminent, Shen Qianxue's pulse offered a glimmer of hope for survival. What on earth is happening? The steward of the apothecary house felt as if he were dreaming while taking Shen Qianxue's pulse. What is happening? Speak. Shen Wanshan feared that his daughter might be in dire straits. Yet, the young lady's pulse gradually stabilized. It seemed she might be recovering. The steward, in disbelief, questioned whether he had misread her pulse. What? Is this truly the case? Did you not assert that only the heart protection pill could save her? Shen Wanshan's frustration resurfaced as he recalled his previous futile journey to the capital in search of medicine. If the steward dared to deceive him, he would ensure the man faced dire consequences. This fellow does not comprehend the implications of the young lady's pulse. It appears she has ingested the heart protection pill. The steward himself could hardly believe the unfolding events. There was not a single heart protection pill in the entire Yufeng city. Where could the young lady have obtained one? What? How can this be? Shen Wanshan was even less inclined to accept such absurdity. Does one treat the heart protection pill as common fare? My daughter, how do you feel? Shen Wanshan turned to Shen Qianxue, expressing his concern. Cough, cough. Father, what has happened to me? Shen Qianxue could only recall standing in front of Jiang Xiaotian, after which her memory faded amidst the sound of an explosion. Observing his daughter's gradually stabilizing breath, Shen Wanshan felt a wave of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, her safety was the utmost priority. He then recounted to Shen Qianxue the events that transpired while she was unconscious, albeit refraining from mentioning that she had already been violated by Jiang Xiaotian, merely stating that he had attempted to take advantage of her. Upon hearing her father's words, Shen Qianxue's brow furrowed deeply. The flicker of affection she had briefly nurtured for Jiang Xiaotian evaporated in an instant. Alas, a scoundrel is but a scoundrel, his mind consumed with lewd thoughts. Looking at her pink undergarments on the floor, Shen Qianxue could not suppress a sigh, regretting her impulsive decision to shield Jiang Xiaotian. Father, did you kill Jiang Xiaotian? Though she disdained his actions, he had indeed defended her, and the thought of her father taking his life weighed heavily on her conscience. Father, in my rage, I stabbed him clean through. If Jiang Dahai possesses no miraculous elixirs, that lad's life may be forfeit. Shen Wanshan, observing his daughter had regained some composure, began to feel that his actions may have been excessively severe. Father, he did stand up for me. While his behavior was indeed improper, must you take a life? Shen Qianxue's heart quickened at the thought of Jiang Xiaotian's imminent demise. Since you have spoken, my daughter, I shall send someone to deliver healing elixirs to the Jiang residence. You must rest and recuperate. With that, Shen Wanshan turned and exited to instruct his servants to prepare nourishing soups for Shen Qianxue. Master, the Li family is making unusual movements. The steward of the Shen manor hurriedly approached Shen Wanshan with this urgent news. What is happening? Shen Wanshan halted, intrigued by the developments concerning the Li family. At this moment, the Li family was sending individuals to encroach upon the Jiang family's enterprises. Upon hearing this, Shen Wanshan raised an eyebrow. He was well aware of the long-standing grievances between the Li and Jiang families. Yet he was astonished that the Li family would choose this moment to exploit the chaos. Jiang Dahai was undoubtedly preoccupied with rescuing his only heir, leaving him little time to address the provocation from the Li family. Take this token to the back courtyard and summon the 3 offerings. Have them protect the principal assets of the Jiang family. I shall go to the Jiang residence to deliver some medicine and assess the situation, Shun Wanshan instructed, producing a golden token from his robe and tossing it to the steward. He understood the principle of mutual dependence. The four prominent families in the city had historically coexisted peacefully, with occasional friction that was always contained. The audacity of the Li family to disrupt this balance meant that Shun Wanshan would not remain passive, for the Shin family might soon follow the Jiang family's unfortunate fate. Chapter 14. Kidnapping. Not only was the Shun family concerned, but even the Chung family, which had already severed ties with the Jiang family, could no longer remain idle. Cheng Yu, the head of the Chung family, had instructed his people to assist the Jiang family across their various enterprises, while Cheng Yong set out alone for the Jiang residence. At this moment, Jiang Dahai was frantically administering various rare herbs to Jiang Xiaotian. Though the quality of these medicinal plants was modest, given the limited resources in the small town of Yufeng, Jiang Xiaotian was barely clinging to life, having been gravely wounded. But fortunately, the bullet had not struck a vital point. Otherwise, he would have been without another heart protection pill. Understanding that his injury was not fatal alleviated some of Jiang Xiaotian's worries, though the excruciating pain caused him to sweat profusely and cry out in agony. You reckless fool! What business did you have at the Shin family? Have you committed another heinous act? Jiang Dahai scolded Jiang Xiaotian while tending to his wounds, disbelieving that Shun Wanshan would indiscriminately attempt to take his son's life. In his current state of agony, Jiang Xiaotian lacked the strength to explain. Instead, he rummaged through his system backpack. Xiaozhou, use all 3 qi recovery pills. I'm in agony, he exclaimed, adding, and let us see what this random martial skill experience card is all about. Ding. Qi recovery pill used successfully. Random martial skill experience card used successfully. You have obtained a lightning summoning technique experience card, which allows one-time use of the lightning summoning technique. Jiang Xiaotian surveyed his now empty backpack with a sense of melancholy. The rewards from this troublesome system seemed solely intended to shield him from disaster, preventing him from accumulating points for upgrades. With the use of the qi recovery pills, the healing of Jiang Xiaotian's wounds accelerated slightly, and he felt considerably better. Master, the head of the Shin family and the head of the Chung family have arrived outside the residence, the steward reported hurriedly. Understood. Please escort them to the main hall. Have all the personnel within the residence been dispatched? Jiang Dahai asked, feeling relieved now that Jiang Xiaotian's life was no longer in danger. Yes, master. All those above the qi refining stage have been mobilized, including the guest practitioners from the back courtyard, the steward respectfully replied to Jiang Dahai. Jiang Dahai nodded in response, and then rose to walk towards the front hall. He was acutely aware of the purpose behind Shin Wanshan and Cheng Yu's visit. The equilibrium among the 4 prominent families in the city must not be disrupted by the Li family. Brother Jiang, how is your esteemed son's condition? I have brought some medicinal pills to express my apologies. It seems I was a bit too hasty in my actions, Shin Wanshan immediately offered as Jiang Dahai entered. Understanding that in the face of the Li family's aggression, it was imperative not to create further rifts with the Jiang family. Though my son may lack ambition, he is not entirely oblivious to right and wrong. What exactly did he do to provoke such severity from Brother Shin? Jiang Dahai, being a man of reason, was aware that every action has its motive, and thus he patiently inquired. This matter will be addressed later, Brother Jiang. Our immediate priority is to quell the Li family's ambitions, Shun Wanshan stated, reluctant to disclose the sordid details of Jiang Xiaotian's actions, as the Li family's affairs were of utmost importance. If the Li family were to dominate, Yufeng City would be left with naught but the Li family. Indeed, Brother Jiang, the situation with the Li family is pressing. Cheng Yu chimed in agreement. Jiang Dahai, relieved that his son was out of immediate danger, resolved to tackle the crisis facing the Jiang family first. His demeanor softened as he began to strategize with Shun Wanshan and Cheng Yu. Meanwhile, in the Li family hall, the head of the Li family, Li Outyin, wore a grim expression as he listened to his subordinates' reports. He had intended to exploit the Jiang family's disarray to seize some of their resources, but he was taken aback by the swift responses of Shun Wanshan and Cheng Yu, resulting in neither resources gained nor manpower retained. As Li Outyin pondered whether to recall his personnel, the steward of the estate entered with 3 elderly gentlemen. Who permitted you to bring people in without prior notification? Li Outyin scolded the steward, his brows furrowed in irritation. The steward's accompanying tall, thin elder smirked. Such arrogance from the head of the Li family. With that, a formidable aura enveloped the entire hall. leaving Li Outyin struggling to breathe under the pressure exerted by the elder's presence. Forbearance, esteemed elder. Please show mercy, Li Outyin stammered. Recognizing the unmistakable aura of a nascent soul-level cultivator, one whose origin remained a mystery to him. I am the steward of the Yang family from the capital. I have come merely to propose a transaction with the head of the Li family, the tall elder declared, his disdain evident. To him, Li Outyin, a late-stage golden core cultivator, was no more than an insect, and the gap between the Li and Yang families was as vast as heaven and earth, warranting no courtesy. Transaction? Li Outyin, bewildered, wondered what dealings could exist between the Li family and the Yang family, with which they had no connection. The elder scoffed, we, the Yang family, will aid your Li family in becoming the sole prominent family in this city. In return, you shall serve as our vassal family, providing a certain amount of cultivation resources to us annually. The second son of the Yang family returned to the capital wounded, inciting unparalleled fury within the Yang household. The family head initially contemplated dispatching individuals to obliterate the Shun and Jiang families. However, recognizing the insufficient reverence the small locale held for the Yang clan, he resolved to cultivate a subordinate family to uphold the Yang family's reputation. Li Outyin, being astute, quickly discerned the Yang family's intentions. In essence, they sought to don his strength as a guise for their own ambitions. Although somewhat disconcerted, Li Outyin felt a pang of discomfort, knowing that the Jiang, Shun, and Cheng families were uniting against him. He was acutely aware that a refusal would not be met with leniency from the Yang family, who would not tolerate defiance from mere ants. How, then, would the Yang family assist the Li family in dominating Yufeng City? Li Outyin mused that the resources for cultivation post-conquest would undoubtedly be ample. Offering a portion to the Yang family seemed reasonable, though he would be acting as their subordinate. It was preferable to enduring the humiliation inflicted by the trio of adversaries. Kill. The tall, gaunt elder spoke succinctly, and the chilling intent of his command caused beads of cold sweat to form on Li Outyin's brow. Very well. My Li family is willing to become a vassal of the Yang family. Henceforth, we shall annually provide resources to the Yang family, Li Outyin resolutely declared, fully aware that in a world where strength reigns supreme, there was no room for his dissent. Excellent. Await our message, the gaunt elder stated before turning and vanishing with the other two elders. A short while later, uninvited guests from the Shun, Cheng, and Jiang families arrived simultaneously. My lord, trouble. The young lady has been abducted. My lord, trouble. The young master has been taken. The servants from the Cheng family and the steward from the Jiang family rushed into the conference hall nearly in unison to report the alarming news. What? Who did this? Jiang Dahai and Cheng Yu exclaimed in astonishment. We do not know, only that the elder possesses unfathomable strength. He demanded you take people to the Shun residence to rescue them. What? My family has been robbed? This is disastrous. Xiaoxue. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Wanshan vanished from the conference hall. Jiang Dahai and Cheng Yu promptly organized their men to proceed towards the Shen family, fully aware that to simultaneously offend three families was to invite peril. Chapter 15. Unafraid of divine retribution? At this moment, Jiang Shaotian, Shen Qianxue, and Cheng Yi sat in the newly refurbished hall of the Shen family, their chests still bleeding. Meanwhile, the three elders of the Yang family leisurely enjoyed their tea. Hey, old dang, you are from the Yang family, aren't you? Jiang Shaotian recognized the tall, gaunt elder as the one who had previously accompanied Yang Ao. Impudent brat, you have no right to question here. I never expected you to still be alive. Soon, I shall personally flay you alive. The gaunt elder glared at Jiang Shaotian, his eyes ablaze with fury. Had it not been for this boy, he would have completed his marriage mission by now and received accolades from the family head, instead of finding himself in this predicament, seeking redemption. Seeing the old man brimming with hostility, Jiang Shaotian chose not to provoke further. He turned to Shen Qianxue and whispered, Miss Shun, your injury should be fine now, right? Thank you for your concern. I'm quite all right. You should focus on your own wounds. Shen Qianxue replied coldly. Relieved that this fellow was no longer in mortal danger, she nonetheless resolved not to show him any kindness. Sister Shun, who are they? Why did they capture us? Cheng Yi tugged at Shen Qianxue's sleeve, her voice trembling with anxiety. I cannot say for certain, but they clearly do not mean well. Today, we may be in grave danger. Shen Qianxue acknowledged her precarious situation. The audacity of the three elderly men to act so boldly within Shun Manor indicated their utter disregard for the Shun family's influence, showing no fear of any power in the city. Fear not. With me here, I will ensure your safety. Jiang Shaotian understood the two women needed emotional support in this moment. If he didn't step up, who would? Humph, anyone can boast. What will you do to protect us? Will you wrap us in your undergarments? Shun Qianxue retorted, immediately regretting her sharp tongue as a blush crept across her cheeks. Undergarments? What undergarments? Sister Shun, what has this rogue done to you? Cheng Yi glared at Jiang Shaotian with disdain, questioning the extent of his misdeeds. Jiang Shaotian found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to clarify the situation, especially given his reputation. Ahem, would you believe me if I said it was a misunderstanding? I was merely trying to save you. Oh, how could my undergarments possibly save a life? I was unaware of such a capability. Shun Qianxue's words left Jiang Shaotian speechless, and he could only chuckle helplessly while rubbing his nose. At that moment, Shun Wanshan, Jiang Dahai, and Cheng Yong returned with reinforcements. Who are you? Why have you kidnapped my daughter? Cheng Yu was the first to inquire, but instead of receiving an explanation, he was met with a powerful slap. Bang! Cheng Yu was sent flying, unable to retaliate against the force of the blow. Bang! Bang! Two more strikes sent Shun Wanshan and Jiang Dahai sprawling, along with their accompanying men, who fell to the ground in pain. The three elderly men spoke not a word. Their singular intent was to kill. The purpose of abducting individuals to Shun Manor was merely to compel Shun Wanshan, Jiang Dahai, and Cheng Yu to summon others, allowing them to ensnare everyone at once. Father! Shun Qianxue and Cheng Yi cried out simultaneously, astonished by the ruthless disregard of the elderly men, particularly in light of their formidable strength. Just as the tall, thin old man prepared to step forward and eliminate everyone, Jiang Shaotian interjected. Hey, old man, aren't you afraid of divine retribution from the Yang family? What? Divine retribution? Huh. You little rascal, how amusing you are. Does the great deity care for the existence of mere ants like you? Truly absurd. The tall, lean elder, having spoken, did not hesitate to bestow a resounding slap upon Jiang Shaotian, causing his face to swell immediately. Clutching the thunder-summoning technique in his hand, Jiang Shaotian awaited the moment when the three elders would gather together. Otherwise, a single bolt of lightning would hardly suffice to vanquish all three. If you wish to avoid a beating, it would be wise to speak less. At least that way, death may come more swiftly. Observing Jiang Shaotian being reduced to a pig's head, Shun Qianxue felt a twinge of sympathy and thus offered some counsel. Miss Shun, how about we place a wager? I bet they will face divine retribution shortly. Do you dare to wager against me? Jiang Shaotian's mind began to race with calculations. Are you truly so foolish as to believe in divine punishment? Cheng Yi remarked incredulously, her gaze fixed upon Jiang Shaotian, as if he were a simpleton. If you do not believe, you may wager with me as well. The loser shall fulfill a request for the winner. What do you say? Jiang Shaotian thought of how such scenarios unfolded in dramas and decided to emulate that strategy with the two women. Very well, I accept your wager. Prepare to grovel like a dog. Cheng Yi, aware that she was likely facing inevitable doom, merely sought to lighten her mood in these final moments. Shun Qianxue sighed softly and nodded in agreement. After all, if death was certain, a gamble held little consequence. Seeing the two women fall for his ploy, Jiang Shaotian could not help but feel a surge of secret satisfaction, envisioning the scene where the two would kiss him. Meanwhile, the severely injured Shun Wanshan and his companions now appeared as if confronting a formidable foe. They recognized the three elders as tough adversaries. Yet they had not anticipated such stubbornness. Hey, old man, I offer you one last chance. Come at me together. Or do not claim I am using my small stature to bully you. Jiang Shaotian stood resolutely before the two women, gripping his spiritual sword with determination. Smack! Another imperceptible slap sent Jiang Shaotian staggering, and the other side of his face began to swell visibly, achieving a rather symmetrical result. Damn it! You old fogies have no sense of martial ethics. Jiang Shaotian yelled in anger, thrusting his sword towards the tall, lean elder. Star-shattering technique, burial spear form. His spear technique flowed like a dragon, the brilliance of the sword flashing. The two women behind Jiang Shaotian were momentarily taken aback. They had not expected this young scion to possess such formidable strength. When had he secretly honed his skills? Humph, an insect attempting to shake a tree. The tall, lean elder casually waved his right hand, effortlessly dismantling Jiang Xiaoyan's spear technique with overwhelming force, sending Jiang Xiaoyan flying through the air. With a painful exhalation, Jiang Xiaoyan, already injured, found himself in even greater distress, lacking the strength to rise. Xiaoyan, Jiang Dahai, witnessing his son suffer a grievous blow, disregarded his own injuries and charged at the tall, lean elder with his blade raised in fury. The tall, frail elder merely stamped his foot, causing Jiang Dahai to once again be sent flying. There was no denying that the gap between the golden core and the nascent soul was not trifling. It was an insurmountable chasm. Shun Qianxue and Cheng Yi were subtly stirred as they gazed at the gravely injured Jiang Xiaoyan, astonished that this reckless scoundrel would risk his life for their sake. Was this truly the same wastrel they had known before? Chapter 16. Thunder Approaches. Had it not been for the protection of the thousand scales armor, Jiang Xiaoyan might have remained incapacitated. Although the armor had suffered a puncture from Xin Wanshan, it still afforded a degree of defense. Ding. The system kindly reminded him that the thunder summoning technique was an area attack, advising the host to maintain a safe distance during usage. Jiang Xiaoyan, holding back a mouthful of congealed blood, could no longer suppress his frustration upon hearing this from the little cosmos. Why didn't you say so earlier? Was this beating in vain? Believing there was only a single strike of lightning, Jiang Xiaoyan had clung to the thunder summoning technique, hesitant to deploy it, hoping that the three old men would gather together for a collective resolution. Only after being nearly beaten to death did the system reveal that the celestial thunder caused area damage. What a joke. Well, you didn't ask, did you? If you had, I would have told you. Jiang Xiaoyan retorted. Enough. I shall begin my display of prowess. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he steadied himself, attempting to project a suave gaze towards Shun Qianxue and Cheng Yi, receiving a disdainful eye roll from Cheng Yi in return. He awkwardly cleared his throat and addressed the three elders with a feigned sense of authority. I offer you one final opportunity. If you submit to me, I shall grant you a means of survival. Otherwise, oldly, did you just knock this boy senseless? He is already spouting nonsense, chortled an elder behind the tall, frail man. Perhaps he couldn't contain his strength, had it not been for the second young master wanting to do it himself. I would have sent him to his end long ago. The tall elder paid no heed to Jiang Xiaoyan's words, regarding him as no different from a corpse. Shun Qianxue gazed at Jiang Xiaoyan's back with a complicated expression, never expecting this reckless wastrel would repeatedly stand before her. If only he could be a bit more serious, she mused, recognizing that today seemed destined for tragedy. Had Jiang Xiaoyan been more earnest, at least she would have had company on her journey to the underworld. Cheng Yi remained silent, her perceptions of this dauntless wastrel shifting slightly. Despite his lack of decorum in private affairs, he still embodied a semblance of masculinity. Damn it! Ignoring me? Do you really think I'm not formidable? Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed, and with that, the thunder summoning card in his hand transformed into a wisp of spiritual energy. Soaring above his head, thunder roared, and with a vibrant flash, he declared, "Thunder comes." As his words echoed, the skies above the Shun residence darkened ominously, crackling with electricity. An overwhelming pressure descended like a tidal wave, saturating the air with a chilling aura. What is happening? The tall, slender old man trembled as he felt the oppressive force of the heavenly thunder, his lips quivering uncontrollably. Is this the punishment of the thunder? The other two elders gasped, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. The incapacitated Xin Wanshan and the others were witnessing such an event for the first time, their faces painted with disbelief. Shun Qianxue gazed at the dashing Jiang Xiaoyan, her heart stirred by turbulent waves of emotion. She pondered, could this wastrel truly summon lightning? This was an unparalleled divine ability that could only be possessed by those transcending tribulations. Before anyone could ruminate further, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the roiling clouds, striking the Shun residence's hall and instantly pulverizing the newly repaired roof into dust. Oh no, get back. Injured and battered, Jiang Xiaoyan disregarded his excruciating pain and instinctively pulled the two women back. Boom. The purple lightning struck the three elders, who had hastily joined forces to resist, creating a deep crater in the hall of the Shun residence. In an instant, all the doors and windows vanished, leaving only a few trembling stone pillars standing. Jiang Xiaoyan and the two women were hurled several feet away by the shockwave, coughing as the dust settled. Jiang Xiaoyan shook his head vigorously to rid himself of the debris. He was quite pleased with the power of the heavenly thunder, thinking to himself that if only it could be used infinitely. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the ground, completely drained of energy. The floor of the Shun residence is surprisingly soft. Truly, it is worthy of a prestigious household. Jiang Xiaotian couldn't help but commend the Shun family's infrastructure. The simultaneous cries of Shun Qianxue and Sheng Yi echoed throughout the entire residence. The two women, in unison, struck Jiang Xiaotian across the face with resounding slaps. Smack! Smack! Jiang Xiaotian was left dazed, bewildered at being punished after saving them. Where could he seek justice? What was that for? He stammered. What do you think? Shun Qianxue shouted at him, her face flushed with anger. Jiang Xiaotian finally regained his senses and looked closely. This is a misunderstanding. It was an inadvertent offense in the heat of the moment. Then why won't you let go? Sheng Yi's expression was as fierce as a predator ready to pounce. Oh, my apologies. Let's consider it a bet. We owe each other nothing. Jiang Xiaotian said hastily, retracting his hand. He instinctively brought his hand to his nose to sniff. Sensing two murderous glares from behind, he quickly lowered his hand, deciding he would not wash it for a week, intending to savor the scent later. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task of softness at your fingertips. System rewards: 1 concealment talisman, 1 random teleportation talisman. Items have been placed in your backpack. Please check. Jiang Xiaotian was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected reward, marveling at how generous the system was. Approaching the edge of the crater, he saw the three elders clinging to each other at the bottom, swaying precariously, their breaths faint, akin to lamps running low on oil. Goodness! These three old men cannot be killed even by heavenly thunder? The technique of summoning lightning is primarily a punishment, not merely an annihilation of souls. So I hope the host understands. A mischievous voice echoed in Jiang Xiaotian's ear, as if the system relished the sight of its host in despair. Nevertheless, even if he had not perished, his situation was precarious. Jiang Xiaotian cast a glance at the three elderly men, their garments reduced to tatters by the lightning, and smiled faintly. Hey, are you all right? Do you need assistance from this young master? He remarked, casually sitting at the edge of the pit, throwing sarcastic remarks at the three old men. However, those three were far too exhausted to respond. Shun Qianxue and Sheng Yi felt a sudden chill in their hearts upon hearing Jiang Xiaotian's words. They were still alive? Shun Qianxue said, pulling Sheng Yi towards the pit to uncover the truth. This glance was not without consequence. Upon seeing the scene, both women instinctively covered their eyes and screamed once more. The three elderly men, who should have been adorned with white hair, were now charred and darkened by the heavenly thunder. Jiang Xiaotian nearly burst into laughter at their disheveled appearance. It was truly a spectacle of cosmic absurdity. Chapter 17. The shock of the Yang family outside, severely injured. Xin Wanshan and the others struggled to their feet and made their way into the hall. Daughter, Xiaotian, Xin Wanshan, Cheng Yu, and Jiang Dehai entered the room, calling out loudly as they searched for their children. However, upon seeing the state of the hall, they were left utterly speechless. The once intact hall had been transformed into a chaotic scene, devoid of a ceiling, with no ground beneath, and no doors in sight. Xiaotian, are you unscathed? Jiang Dehai, unable to assess the gaping hole in the ground, approached Jiang Xiaotian, who at that moment appeared ghastly, drenched in blood. Father, I am fine. How should we deal with these three old geezers? Jiang Dehai followed his son's gaze into the pit, revealing three pitch-dark figures at its bottom. Are these the three sent by the Yang family? Xin Wanshan could scarcely believe his eyes. The three Yuan Ing elders from the Yang family had been reduced to this state? No, they were beyond even that. Perhaps the heavens could no longer bear to witness such a sight, and the lightning had come at just the right moment. Of course, Jiang Xiaotian would not disclose that he had summoned the lightning, for who would believe that a mere qi refinement practitioner could attract such forces? Should we eliminate them? Cheng Yu asked, astonished, seeking Jiang Xiaotian's counsel, uncertain of how to handle the three Yang family elders. Xin Wanshan and Jiang Dehai turned in unison to Jiang Xiaotian, eager to hear his thoughts. They are merely dogs sent by the Yang family. Whether we kill them is inconsequential. Let us seize their storage rings and send them on their way. Initially, Jiang Xiaotian had considered executing them, but he changed his mind. Given the ongoing feud with the Yang family, it would be far more satisfying to deliver a resounding slap to their faces. These three elders were now gravely injured, stripped of their possessions, and, most humiliatingly, left in a state of utter disarray. This profound disgrace could serve as a fitting gift for the Yang family upon their next encounter. Uncle Chang, given the circumstances, I must trouble you to escort these 3 old men to the entrance of the Yang residence in the capital. Since the rift has already been established, there is no need for us to cower in fear. If death is inevitable, we might as well face it with resolve. The others unanimously agreed with Jiang Shaoyan's sentiment. The Yang family had clearly declared their intent to annihilate the 3 families, and any attempts at subservience or pleading would be futile. Very well. However, I can only take them to the city gate. Beyond that, I fear I may not return. Cheng Yu was acutely aware of his limitations. He would not dare to bring these 3 old men into the city. Nonetheless, once they enter, the Yang family will surely take notice, and we will have dealt them a resounding slap to the face. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Shaotian had unwittingly become the backbone of the 3 families, leaving Jiang Dahai both astonished and bewildered by the transformation of his son. Without hesitation, Cheng Yu lifted the 3 frail old men and soared into the sky. The onlookers, drawn by the spectacle of heavenly thunder, witnessed Cheng Yu carrying the 3 dark-clad old men towards the capital. The swaying teapot-like mouths of the old men caused many women in the crowd to instinctively cover their eyes and scream. As the immediate danger subsided, Jiang Shaotian felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be overtaken by a sudden and intense dizziness. Father, we must eliminate the Li family. Jiang Shaotian's words trailed off as he succumbed to unconsciousness, for his injuries were indeed severe. In his final moments of awareness, he did not collapse towards Jiang Dahai, but rather towards Xin Qianxue and Cheng Yi. Xiaoxue, please take care of this boy. We can settle the scores later. In light of his actions today, I shall refrain from holding him accountable for the time being. Shen Wanshan instructed the somewhat bewildered Xin Qianxue. Though he was wounded, there were matters of greater urgency to attend to, namely the Li family. Shen Qianxue's face flushed slightly at Shen Wanshan's directive. She had little experience in caring for others. Oh, I understand, father, she replied. Seeing Jiang Shaotian, bloodied and battered in her arms, elicited a pang of sympathy within her. She called for help, along with Cheng Yi, to carry Jiang Shaotian into a room. In the Li family's hall, master, this is bad. The housekeeper rushed in, panic-stricken. Spit it out quickly. Li Outyin dreaded such news. The 3 men sent by the Yang family. They were struck by lightning. The housekeeper stammered, visibly agitated. What? Repeat that. What happened to them? Li Outyin could hardly believe his ears. They were struck by lightning. It is said they were charred black and their fates are unknown. Is this true? Li Outyin leapt to his feet, incredulous at such an unbelievable turn of events. Report, master, our people were intercepted by those from the Shen, Li, and Cheng families. Another servant panted as he entered. Withdraw our people immediately. Li Outyin decisively ordered a retreat of his personnel. Since those 3 Yuanying elders had failed, he would not allow his subordinates to recklessly engage in a futile struggle against the 3 families. As for the safety of the Li clan, Li Outyin had no cause for concern. As long as the guardian of the Li residence remained, the Shen, Jiang, and Cheng families would dare not act rashly. Were it not for the reluctance of the Yuanying guardian in the Li household to assist him in expanding their territory, Li Outyin would have already unified Yufeng City. At the capital, the Yang family head, Yang Ji, was leisurely savoring his tea when he heard the butler's alarming words, causing his hand to tremble slightly. What is it? Did the second son encounter trouble again? Yang Ji recalled the last time he heard the ominous phrase. It was when Yang Ao was stabbed by Jiang Shaotian. No, the second young master is unharmed, the butler replied, though his eyes darted nervously, unsure how to convey the gravity of the situation to Yang Ji. Yang Ji, noticing the butler's unusual demeanor, swiftly darted to the entrance of the Yang residence. Upon seeing the 3 disheveled and dejected elders, his anger surged. What nonsense is this? Explain yourselves. Someone, bring something to cover them. Disperse the onlookers. My lord, we were struck by heavenly lightning. The tall elder exclaimed, his eyes wide with fear, as if he were a child before his father. The 3 elders, collectively over 500 years old, were now weeping like infants. What? Such a thing occurred? Yang Ji's expression darkened. Return to the residence and tidy yourselves up first. With a scowl, Yang Ji turned back into the grand hall, his anger simmering at the unexpected series of events in Yufeng City. How could this seemingly insignificant backwater repeatedly bring misfortune to the illustrious Yang family? It could only mean that either his subordinates were incompetent, or there was something more profound at play in Yufeng City. However, Yang Ji leaned towards the former, for he was well aware of the depths of Yufeng City. When his second son expressed his desire to marry the girl from the Shin family, he had sent someone to investigate the situation. He was certain that Yufeng City was indeed a remote and impoverished place. How deep could the waters run in a place where even a Yuanian cultivator could tread with ease? Chapter 18. The Celestial Mirror. Once the three elders had composed themselves, they hurried to the Grand Hall to report the situation to Yang Ji. Are you saying that the Jiang family's dandy of the Qi refinement stage can summon lightning? Yang Ji questioned, his face darkening. Indeed. We heard him shout lightning. Come. And then we were struck. The tall elder replied with unwavering conviction. Do you think I am a fool? Yang Ji's expression grew increasingly grim, suspecting that these three old men were merely concocting excuses. Every word I speak is the truth. My lord, you must trust our unwavering loyalty. Yes, I too. The three elders, sensing Yang Ji's skepticism, hastily expressed their loyalty. Did you witness that young man manipulating the forces of nature? Yang Ji, suppressing his rising anger, continued to inquire. Excuse me, did any of you notice any lightning-attracting artifacts on him? The tall, elderly man scratched his bald head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and replied, No, nothing of the sort. Then he must possess unfathomable cultivation, Yang Jiandao remarked, his hands clenching with a cracking sound. Actually, he is merely at the Qi refinement stage. The three old men felt their backs drenched in cold sweat at that moment. Ah, splendid. So, what you are implying is that a mere child, fresh from the Qi refinement stage, can summon lightning without relying on cultivation or artifacts, and incinerate you all. Yang Jiandao was so infuriated by the trio that he couldn't help but laugh, as if he were listening to the fanciful tales of a 3-year-old. We speak nothing but the truth. The tall elder acknowledged the complexity and incredibility of the situation, yet it was a fact he could not deny. Very well. If you three are such skilled storytellers, perhaps you should consider a career as bards in your next lives. Yang Jiandao, having lost all patience with their nonsense, swiftly struck out with his palm, reducing the three elders to ashes in an instant. They had no time to plead for mercy before they were forcibly removed from the realm of the living. Someone, fetch the heavenly observation mirror from the treasure hall. Yang Jiandao's decision to eliminate the three elders stemmed from his ability to discern the truth through other means. And thus he showed no mercy to those who had become useless. A short while later, a copper mirror, 1 foot square and inscribed with ancient runes, was carefully brought into the grand hall by a servant of the Yang household. Taking a deep breath, Yang Jiandao channeled spiritual energy to activate the mirror, an artifact of exceptional quality that he had acquired at great cost and effort, knowing that invoking it would deplete a significant portion of his spiritual power. As Yang Jiandao performed the incantation, the mirror gradually revealed the figure of Jiang Shaotian. The scene displayed was of Jiang Shaotian summoning lightning, and Yang Jiandao's brow furrowed deeply as he observed it. It turned out the three fools had not lied. But how could this be? One must understand that a person capable of effortlessly summoning lightning would be able to traverse this land with ease. How could Jiang Shaotian, a mere youth, possess such prowess? It must be a coincidence. Certainly, it is just a coincidence. Yang Jiandao reassured himself, refusing to believe that Jiang Shaotian, at the Qi refinement stage, could summon lightning with his bare hands. If he truly possessed such strength, the Yang family would have been obliterated by lightning long ago. There must be some underlying mystery. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaotian remained blissfully unaware of the reactions from the Li and Yang families, as he lay comfortably on the fragrant couch of Shin Qianxue, indulging in delightful dreams. Hey, little girl, share a kiss with me. Smack. Ah, what happened? Jiang Shaotian, abruptly awakened from his dream, found himself momentarily bewildered. The enticing bikini-clad beauty before him had vanished, replaced by two disdainful faces that bore piercing gazes. What lewd and filthy dreams were you indulging in this time? Cheng Yi mocked, her lips curling in derision at her former husband lying on the couch. And no, nothing. I was simply dreaming of diligently cultivating. Jiang Shaotian, feeling somewhat guilty, attempted to defend himself. Oh, what kind of cultivation requires one to engage in conversation with women? Shin Qianxue couldn't help but ridicule Jiang Shaotian, deeming him excessively frivolous. The thought of her undergarment adorning his head made Shin Qianxue wish she could pierce him with her gaze. Ah, this is a misunderstanding, I assure you. I am quite serious. Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as he abruptly sprang from the bed. Ever since consuming the body refinement pill, His recovery rate had significantly surpassed that of an ordinary person. By the end of the night, he was nearly restored. Of course, Shun Qianshua's application of various precious herbs had also played a crucial role. How did you recover so quickly? Cheng Yi expressed her astonishment at Jiang Xiaoyan's robust physique. Hee. This minor injury is nothing. I am quite strong. Jiang Xiaotian replied nonchalantly as he headed towards the door, for he had pressing matters to attend to. Hey, where are you going? Cheng Yi called out, watching him depart. Of course, to save Yufeng City. As Jiang Xiaotian vanished from sight, Shun Qianxue and Cheng Yi exchanged glances, both detecting a hint of concern in each other's eyes. Sister Cheng, do you regret your decision to cancel the engagement with him? Shun Qianxue tentatively inquired. Why are you asking this, Sister Shun? Cheng Yi responded, caught off guard by the question. Oh, it's merely my curiosity, Shun Qianxue replied, feigning nonchalance. Well, I can't say I regret it. You know well his past actions. However, I feel as though he has transformed lately. His gaze seems much purer. Cheng Yi's previous impression of Jiang Xiaotian was far from favorable, as he always scrutinized her with lewd and lascivious eyes, not just towards her, but any woman of beauty. Thus, she had forced her father to cancel the engagement under duress during the incident with the second son of the Li family. Now, it appeared as though Jiang Xiaotian had become a different person. Not only was his gaze clearer, but he also bore himself like a true man. Listening to Cheng Yi, Shun Qianxue pondered, vividly recalling Jiang Xiaoyan's silhouette standing before her. Yet, recalling her father's warnings, she shook her head firmly. I do not believe in the glitch of a wayward son returning. Sister Cheng, exercise caution. Men are masterful actors. Be vigilant and do not fall prey to deception. Cheng Yi nodded at Shun Qianshue's earnest admonition, sharing her skepticism about the possibility of such a swift transformation in one's nature. Emerging from the Shun residence, Jiang Xiaotian contemplated the 200 points in his backpack, along with the concealment talisman and random teleportation talisman. He fell into deep thought, realizing that the hidden tasks from this troublesome system seemed to trigger only when he engaged in misdeeds, indicating it was far from a legitimate system. The active tasks provided by this troublesome system were woefully scant, and the rewards were hardly sufficient. It seemed imperative that he devise a means to acquire additional rewards from hidden tasks. Jiang Xiaotian wandered onto the street, engaging in a solitary monologue, contemplating his quest for mischief. Chapter 19. Digging up ancestral graves. As he stepped onto the thoroughfare, he overheard numerous passers-by discussing the affairs of the four prominent families. The topic of conversation revolved around the alliance of the Shun, Cheng, and Jiang families and their resistance against the Li family. It was only upon hearing the gossip that Jiang Xiaotian recalled the existence of the Li family. Suddenly, a nefarious thought surged into his mind, and after sharing a knowing smile, he approached a passerby to inquire about a piece of information before whistling a mischievous tune and heading towards the outskirts of the city. An hour later, Jiang Xiaotian arrived at a desolate mountainous area, devoid of human presence. He glanced up towards a spot halfway up the hill before continuing towards his destination. Soon enough, he reached the site he sought, the ancestral grave of the Li family. Indeed, he intended to unearth the Li family's grave, believing that such a wicked act would surely elicit some form of reward from the system. Young man, do not proceed any further. A frail voice suddenly pierced Jiang Xiaoyan's ears. Startled, he exclaimed, What in the world? Is that a person or a ghost? Are you not the young scion of the Jiang family? What brings you here? The moment the words left his lips, an old man materialized before Jiang Xiaotian. You recognize me, old man? Who might you be? Jiang Xiaotian inquired, unabashedly challenging the elderly figure who blocked his path. It is said that Jiang Dahai's son is a spoiled wastrel, and indeed, you exhibit a lack of manners. I have guarded this place for decades. Tell me, who do you think I am? The old man shot a cold glance at Jiang Xiaotian. Surprised, Jiang Xiaotian realized that the Li family had stationed someone to watch over their ancestral grave. Given that this individual was tasked with guarding the Li family's grave, he felt no need for politeness. With that thought in mind, he swiftly drew his sword, attacking without hesitation. The old man, tasked with watching the grave, could not have anticipated that this notorious wastrel would unsheath his weapon at the slightest provocation. What madness was this? Bang! The elderly guardian hastily produced a protective talisman to withstand Jiang Xiaoyan's assault, yet he was still sent flying by a kick to the chest. Fortunately, the Li family had only dispatched a Qi refining stage elder to guard the grave. Otherwise, Jiang Shaoyan's plan to dig up the grave might have been thwarted. The Li family had not foreseen that someone would target their ancestral resting place. The four families had maintained a peaceful coexistence, which negated the need to assign a more formidable guardian to the grave, as it would be an imprudent expenditure of resources. As long as the other three families did not intervene, an elder at the qi refining stage was more than sufficient to deal with an ordinary martial artist. Little did Li Outyin realize that, having just severed ties with the other three families, someone was already fixated on his ancestors. His attention was solely on seizing territory. Cough. Cough. When did this wastrel acquire such strength? The gravekeeper had only heard tales of Jiang family scions indulging in debauchery and tyranny, but had never heard of this young man being capable of combat. With a mischievous grin, Jiang Shaotian made a face at the old guardian, whose frail frame seemed on the verge of collapse from a single kick, and proceeded towards the ancestral tombs of the Li family. What do you think you're doing? You brat! The guardian exclaimed in terror upon realizing Jiang Shaotian's intentions toward the graves. Ignoring the old man's protests, Jiang Shaotian leaped into the air, executing the star fragmentation technique, causing the tomb mounds to shatter under the brilliance of his sword light. Scoundrel! You wretched boy! The family head will surely flay you alive, and no one from the Jiang family will escape unscathed. The guardian, witnessing the ancestral graves he had protected for most of his life being reduced to a chaotic burial ground, erupted in furious curses, pointing an accusing finger at Jiang Shaotian. Hey, go tell Li Outyin that it was I who desecrated his family's tombs. Let him come if he dares. With those words, Jiang Shaotian sheathed his sword and walked down the mountain without a backward glance, leaving the enraged guardian to vent his fury in vain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task Greetings across time and space. The system has rewarded you with a random arrival card, which has been placed in your inventory. Please check it. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiang Shaoyan's smile widened in delight. This mischievous system was indeed predictable. It felt akin to a rogue cultivation system. Xiaozhou, what is this arrival card? Though excited, he found the nature of the reward perplexing. The arrival card allows you to summon a martial spirit, granting you a temporary boost in power equivalent to the summoned spirit. How could you not know this? Are you a fool? Damn it, you're deducting my points. Jiang Shaotian retorted, utterly speechless that this flawed system could hurl insults. Humph, it's good you understand. But allow me to remind you, the arrival card is entirely random. You may summon spirits of both genders, monsters, and deities alike, so use it with caution. Xiaozhou's words doused Jiang Shaotian's enthusiasm with cold water. He had hoped to summon celestial beings, only to realize that malevolent spirits were also a possibility. What if something bizarre emerged? That would be disastrous. Why can't it provide something valuable? Like a heavenly grade technique, perhaps? Jiang Shaotian lamented, feeling a tinge of disappointment. You're dreaming. Xiaozhou shot back, maintaining its usual bluntness. Exasperated, Jiang Shaotian chose to ignore the system's taunts. Upon returning to the Jiang family estate, he penned a letter to his father. He did not wish for Yufeng City to suffer retaliation from the Yang family due to his actions, so he resolved to take the initiative and confront the Yangs directly in the capital. Though his current strength was meager, the system provided him with a sense of security. He refused to believe that he, with all his advantages, could not prevail against those who were solely dedicated to their arduous training. After finishing the letter, Jiang Shaotian set off alone towards the capital, knowing he must eventually leave this novice village behind, feeling no particular attachment. As Jiang Shaotian traversed the road, he perused the system mall, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of items on display. Glancing at his dwindling points, a wave of despondency washed over him. It felt akin to a eunuch wandering through a brothel, able to gaze and touch, yet utterly powerless to indulge. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected that the host is en route to Xianfeng City. New system task triggered. Task name, Seafood Headscarf. Task content, place the trousers of the Yang family's matriarch upon the head of the Yang family patriarch, Yang Jidao. Task rewards, 5,000 system points. 1 random martial arts experience card, 1 upgrade voucher. Due to the task's elevated difficulty and inherent dangers, refusal or failure to complete the task will not incur penalties. The deadline for this task is 3 days. Will the host accept this task? Pondering how to amass points, Jiang Shaotian couldn't help but grin upon hearing the details of the new mission. It was a veritable stroke of luck. Furthermore, there were no penalties. How splendid. I accept. Without hesitation, he embraced this absurd task, though one detail perplexed him. Why was the task titled Seafood Headscarf? Chapter 20. Entering the tiger's den shortly after Jiang Shaotian departed, the old man guarding the grave staggered to the entrance of the Li family residence. I have urgent news to report to the patriarch. Quickly, announce my arrival. Before long, the old man's figure appeared within the grand hall of the Li estate. Patriarch. Dire news. The ancestral grave. What of the ancestral grave? Li Aoyan, already beleaguered, felt his eyelids twitch at the mention of the ancestral grave. Please, patriarch, punish me. I am incompetent. I failed to guard the ancestral grave, and it has been disturbed by that Jiang family scion. Crash. The teacup in Li Aoyan's hand shattered upon the floor. The grand hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. What did you say? Li Aoyan could scarcely believe his ears. That scoundrel from the Jiang family has desecrated the ancestral grave? Bang! Li Aoyan's palm smashed down on a nearby table, splintering it into fragments that scattered through the air. You wretched fool! What were you doing? He lashed out at the old gravekeeper with a resounding slap, sending the old man spinning several times before he steadied himself. Please, spare my life, patriarch. I had no inkling that the Jiang family scion possessed such formidable strength, far exceeding the rumors. I was no match for him. The old man wept bitterly, feeling wronged. What could he do if he was outmatched? Why hadn't the Li family dispatched stronger guardians to protect the grave? That Jiang Shaotian, that insolent brat. You too. Li Aoyan seethed with rage, stamping his feet in fury. He longed to capture Jiang Shaotian immediately and exact revenge. Yet, the Shun and Cheng families clung tightly to the Li family's coattails, complicating matters further. The Yuaning offering in the rear courtyard was solely focused on demanding cultivation resources, showing no inclination to assist him. What are you still doing standing there? Hurry and find someone to repair the grave. With that, Li Aoyan delivered a kick to the old gravekeeper. The elderly caretaker of the graves, upon being kicked, fled in a disheveled state to seek assistance in repairing the tomb. News of the desecration of the Li family ancestral grave swiftly spread through the streets and alleys of the city, with the populace largely adopting a spectator's attitude. The rivalry among the four prominent families held little relevance for the common folk. They were merely there to observe the unfolding drama. Meanwhile, Zhang Dahai, Cheng Yong, and Shun Wanshan, who were organizing their subordinates to encroach upon the Li family's enterprises, could hardly contain their mirth upon hearing the news. I wonder which valiant soul undertook this noble act. It truly brings joy to the heart. Cheng Yong exclaimed with laughter. Indeed, why didn't I think of this sooner? We should have excavated Li Aoyan's ancestral grave last night. Shen Wanshan concurred with Cheng Yong. We ought to arrange for some guards to watch over our own ancestral graves. I fear that Li Aoyan might act out of desperation, Zhang Dahai advised with a chuckle. Both Shen Wanshan and Cheng Yong found Zhang Dahai's words to be prudent, nodding in agreement and promptly arranging for personnel to keep vigil over their ancestral graves. After a day and night of travel, Jiang Shaotian finally arrived at the gates of the capital, Xianfeng City. If only I could fly, what a waste of time this day has been, he lamented, gazing at the flying artifact in his system that required nearly 10,000 points. His spirits sinking further upon realizing that even the teleportation talisman cost 500 points, a sum he could not afford. Shaking his head, he proceeded into Xianfeng City. Aware that he needed to complete his task swiftly, the allure of 5,000 points was considerable. After some inquiries, Jiang Shaotian found himself at the entrance of the Yang residence. He felt reassured by the concealed talisman and random teleportation talisman in his backpack. According to Xiao Zhou, the effect of the concealment talisman was such that one below the divine transformation stage could not detect him, which eased his mind significantly. Resolute, Jiang Shaotian approached the grand entrance of the Yang residence. Who goes there? The gatekeeper of the Yang residence halted him. I request an audience with your master. I am Jiang Shaotian of the Jiang family from Yufeng City, Jiang Shaotian declared in a bold manner, leaving the gatekeeper momentarily stunned. They had never encountered someone so audacious at the gates of the Yang residence. Seeing Jiang Shaotian's fearless demeanor, the gatekeeper hesitated, wary of potential trouble. Before turning to report within, Master, there is a young man at the gate claiming to be Jiang Shaotian of the Jiang family from Yufeng City, seeking an audience. The gatekeeper announced. Yang Jidao raised an eyebrow at this news. He could hardly fathom how a mere ant at the Qi refinement stage dared to approach the Yang family. Let him in, Yang Jidao commanded, setting down his teacup intrigued to see whether this youth, who had caused his family considerable trouble, truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. Soon, Jiang Shaotian was escorted into the grand hall of the Yang residence by the steward. "Master, the individual has been brought forth," the steward announced respectfully before bowing and retreating. "You are the notorious rake of the Jiang family?" Yang Jidao scrutinized Jiang Shaotian. "Indeed, I am the one who struck down 3 of your elders with heavenly lightning," Jiang Shaotian boldly replied, taking a seat and pouring himself a cup of tea. Yang Jidao squinted at the audacious youth before him, feeling a flicker of uncertainty stir within. "Humph, do you think this old man would believe the nonsensical babble of those 3 good-for-nothings? Whether you believe it or not, I did not come here seeking death. Rather, I wish to inquire why the head of the Yang family consented to the second young master's courtship of Shen Qianxue from the Shen family. There seems to be no rationale for such an unlikely union." This question had been gnawing at Jiang Shaotian for several days, as he suspected that the Yang family was hiding something sinister. "Do you wish to know why? Very well, I shall enlighten you. It is because that girl from the Shen family possesses a pure Yin constitution. Should my son absorb her essence, his path and cultivation would be boundless." Yang Jidao's revelation took Jiang Shaotian by surprise. He had not anticipated that Yang Jidao would divulge the reason so readily. Observing the astonishment on Jiang Shaotian's face, Yang Jidao took a sip of tea and continued, "Did you not expect this old man to speak the truth so easily? If you have further inquiries, feel free to ask, and I shall gladly provide clarity." At these words, Jiang Shaotian felt a lump rise in his throat. Based on his experiences from watching dramas, when a villain speaks freely, it often heralds a murderous intent. Yang Jidao had initially planned to send someone to deal with the disobedient families in Yufeng City in a couple of days, but since Jiang Shaotian had come uninvited, he decided to forego pleasantries. He had no faith in the absurdity of thunder summoning. He had already investigated Jiang Shaotian's background thoroughly. This fellow seemed to possess no skills beyond frequenting brothels. Since the head of the Yang family had spoken, Jiang Shaotian felt no need for restraint. "Is your mother still alive, Yang family head?" he boldly inquired. Jiang Shaotian, having reached a point of indifference, pressed on without hesitation. "Yes, she is alive. So you need not concern yourself with that," Yang Jidao replied, momentarily taken aback by the abruptness of Jiang Shaotian's question. Chapter 21. The Little White Rabbit is Pure and White. After leisurely sipping his tea, Jiang Shaotian continued. "Has the head of the Yang family broken through to the transformation stage yet?" "Alas, I am but a step away from the transformation stage. Yet that is more than sufficient to deal with you," Yang Jidao replied coldly, a forced smile on his lips. "Indeed, I am merely at the qi refinement stage. Why would the Yang family need to take action against me? A mere servant could easily handle me. Knowing this, why do you still dare to seek your own demise?" Yang Jidao's spiritual energy began to coalesce in his hand. "Because I know you, old man, cannot kill me," Jiang Shaotian declared with conviction. Though the dog system was unreliable, it would not deceive him. "Ha ha ha, I wonder where you, a brash young lad, find the courage to utter such words. One might think you truly possess the ability to summon thunder with your bare hands," Yang Jidao scoffed, dismissing Jiang Shaotian with a glance. He had previously attributed the visions from the celestial mirror to mere coincidence. He would believe Jiang Shaotian could summon thunder only if the sun were to rise from the west. "Old fool, whether I can summon thunder is of no concern to you. Should you dare to provoke me or seek revenge against Yufeng City, do not blame me for being merciless," Jiang Shaotian retorted boldly. Jiang Shaotian pondered how it was possible for someone like him, who had traversed realms and possessed extraordinary abilities, to be bullied by an old man. He showed no respect to Yang Jidao and began with a proclamation of national essence. The audacity of youth. Yang Jidao's eyes widened with fury as he thrust his palm towards Jiang Shaotian. Prepared for this moment, Jiang Shaotian swiftly activated the concealment talisman, causing his figure and presence to vanish from Yang Jidao's sight in an instant. "What? Where did he go?" Yang Jidao, with his palm striking nothing but air, stood dumbfounded in the empty hall, frantically twisting his head in search of Jiang Shaotian. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaotian had already hastened towards the Yang family's backyard, exhilarated that his long-cherished dream was about to be realized. No one could see him. Was this not akin to invisibility? This concealment talisman from the system truly resonated with my desires. With a sense of pride, Jiang Shaotian began to explore the rooms in the backyard. Intent on locating the chamber of Yang Jidao's mother, old lady Yang. How amusing it was to think that he once fantasized about spying on widow Wang bathing next door, and now he was stealthily seeking to pilfer old lady Yang's undergarments. I can hardly believe this. As he rummaged through the rooms, a particular chamber adorned with a large bathtub caught his attention. The bathtub was strewn with rose petals, indicating that a beautiful woman was preparing for a bath. The thought made Jiang Xiaoyan's feet feel as heavy as lead, yet he nimbly slipped into the room, eager not to waste this rare opportunity. After reassuring himself, he stood quietly beside the bathtub, awaiting the arrival of the principal character. "Second miss, the hot water is ready. You may enter the bath now. Your maid will wait outside," came a voice from beyond the door. Jiang Xiaoyan's heart raced with excitement. At last, the moment had arrived. With a creak, the door was pushed open by a delicate hand, revealing a stunning beauty with a well-proportioned figure, arched brows, a pert nose, and a youthful face. Huh! How enchanting! Indeed, she was a beauty. This was a stroke of luck. As the second miss of the Yang family entered and gently closed the door, she turned and began to undress, nearly causing Jiang Xiaotian to lose his composure. Ding! System notification. The host's concealment time has approximately 1 incense stick remaining. Please manage your time wisely. What? There's a time limit? Jiang Xiaoyan's lecherous grin slowly faded. Otherwise, do you wish to remain hidden indefinitely? Dream on. The system retorted without mercy. 1 incense stick, about 15 minutes, suddenly made Jiang Xiaotian feel as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. No way. I refuse to leave without satisfaction. Just a bit longer. Surely, it wouldn't take her long to undress. As the second young lady of the Yang family stripped down to her undergarments, she unexpectedly paused her actions to remove her makeup and jewelry in front of the mirror. Goodness, time is slipping away. Jiang Xiaotian felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Without hesitation, he bit his lip and yanked down the string of her undergarment. Ah, the young lady, caught off guard by the sudden drop of her attire, exclaimed in shock. Miss, what happened? The maid outside, alarmed by the outcry, rushed in to investigate. Seizing the opportunity created by the maid's entrance, Jiang Xiaotian stealthily slipped out to attend to his urgent business. Little white rabbit, so white, with 2 ears standing upright. He sang cheerfully to himself, searching for old lady Yang's chamber. After a thorough search, Jiang Xiaotian finally located the old woman's sleeping quarters. Swiftly, he slipped inside, taking advantage of her slumber to rummage through her belongings. Despite his efforts, he could not find old lady Yang's undergarments, and beads of sweat formed on his brow as time was running out. Just as despair began to settle in, he caught a glimpse of the old woman sleeping on the bed. A sudden idea sparked in his mind. Wasn't there a pair right there? Resolute, Jiang Xiaotian approached the bedside, hesitated momentarily, and then decisively struck old lady Yang, rendering her unconscious. In a matter of moments, he emerged with a piece of fabric that was yellowed with age. Carefully, with his eyes covered, he extracted the material, determined to avoid any unpleasant sights. Ugh. Now I understand why it's called a seafood headscarf. Ugh, it reeks of salted fish. After depositing the fabric into his backpack with 2 fingers, he dashed outside, eager to waste no more time. Meanwhile, Yang Jidao was orchestrating a frantic search for Jiang Xiaotian, convinced that he must have employed some secret treasure to vanish from his sight. Nevertheless, he was aware that such treasures typically had a limited duration. He had promptly activated the array to seal off the Yang residence, resolute in his belief that he would locate Jiang Xiaotian. You, take a few people and search that way. Do not overlook any potential hiding spots. Yang Jidao incessantly directed his subordinates in the quest for Jiang Xiaotian. Just as he prepared to turn back towards the main hall, a peculiar odor assaulted his senses. In that fleeting moment, a piece of white fabric obstructed his view entirely. Startled by this unexpected turn of events, Yang Jidao instinctively thrust his hand forward. Chapter 22. A chance encounter in the bathtub. Bang. Jiang Xiaotian, caught off guard, was struck in the chest and sent flying by Yang Jidao's palm. The scales of his protective armor could no longer withstand the force, shattering into a myriad of fragments. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of acquiring the seafood headscarf. The reward has been placed in your backpack. Please check it. Jiang Xiaotian was nearly breathless from the force of the strike. Indeed, the prowess of a late-stage nascent soul was formidable. So much so that even through the myriad scale armor, it almost cost him his life. Yang Jidao hastily tore away the white cloth from his head, and upon recognizing Jiang Xiaotian before him, A relentless, murderous intent surged in his eyes like an unending torrent. You little rascal. You chose not to tread the path to heaven, yet you dare to barge into hell. Come forth and meet your demise. Without allowing Jiang Shaotian a moment to recover, Yang Jidao unleashed another palm strike. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Shaotian activated a random teleportation talisman. Had he hesitated even a fraction longer, he would have met a swift demise. Boom. Yang Jidao's palm struck the ground with a resounding crash, sending clouds of dust spiraling, which drew the attention of the entire Yang residence. Where is he? As the dust settled, Yang Jidao stared in disbelief at the empty floor. Where had Jiang Shaotian vanished? Master, what has transpired? The steward of the Yang residence hurried over, and upon witnessing the chaos, he was drenched in cold sweat. What are you standing there for? Quickly fetch that scoundrel. Yang Jidao bellowed at the servants, his anger reaching unprecedented heights. He had never felt so humiliated in his life, being toyed with by a mere youth. Where could he hide his face? Master, it's terrible. The old lady, a maid responsible for attending to the elderly matriarch, rushed towards Yang Jidao, her expression turning pale upon seeing the white cloth in his grasp, rendering her speechless. What has happened to the old lady? A sense of foreboding gripped Yang Jidao. Her undergarments have gone missing, the maid stammered, glancing around cautiously before daring to speak. What? Just replace them. Why must you trouble me with such trivialities? Yang Jidao felt an overwhelming urge to strike the maid in his exasperation. The maid, sensing Yang Jidao's escalating fury, hesitated to continue, merely gesturing towards the white cloth in his hand. Yang Jidao's countenance darkened as he glanced at the fabric he held. Upon closer inspection, he was nearly driven to madness. What? This is... The peculiar expression on the maid's face struck him with the realization that he was holding the matriarch's undergarments. What was that which had been laid upon his face? How had that scoundrel come into possession of such a thing? The thought nearly caused Yang Jidao to spit blood in rage. Ah, you rascal! How dare you! I will ensure your suffering is 1,000-fold. Yang Jidao screamed to the heavens, his face flushed with fury as he crumpled the white cloth into a fine pulp. While Yang Jidao was consumed by rage, scouring the Yang residence for traces of Jiang Shaotian, the latter had been unexpectedly teleported to a most unforeseen location. With a splash, Jiang Shaotian felt a wave of dizziness before plunging into the water. Believing he had been transported to a river, he instinctively began to paddle forward. There are fish in this river, quite splendid. But why do these fish seem to have fur? Oh, and one is biting my hand. With a sudden splash, Jiang Shaotian emerged from the water, only to be met by a cacophony of piercing screams that reverberated in his ears. Startled by the unexpected cries, he instinctively joined in the outburst. You, what are you doing here? Where did you come from? Shun Qianxue shouted angrily, clutching her chest. As Jiang Shaotian regained his composure and scrutinized his surroundings, he realized he had not been transported to a river, but rather to a bathtub. Specifically, Shun Qianxue's bathtub. I assure you, this is a misunderstanding. Do you believe me? Jiang Shaotian said with a hint of exasperation, addressing the bare Shun Qianxue. The wretched system was clearly intent on putting him in a dire predicament. Perverted rogue, you better get out of here. Shun Qianxue was both anxious and furious, her hands unable to free themselves from covering her chest, while the rogue's eyes wandered indiscreetly. Oh, I'm leaving, Jiang Shaotian declared, attempting to step out of the tub. However, his soaked trousers weighed him down, causing him to stumble and lurch towards Shun Qianxue. Scoundrel, you're doomed. Shun Qianxue, disregarding everything else, aimed a slap at Jiang Shaotian's forehead. Yet, in her current state, she was no match for him. He grasped her hand firmly. Miss Shun, I've already stated that it's a misunderstanding. Why must you be so confrontational? Jiang Shaotian said with resignation, aware that he was in quite the predicament. Just as he finished speaking, he was taken aback by the sight before him. The alabaster skin he beheld far surpassed that of the second miss of the Yang family. Following his gaze, Shun Qianxue looked down at her exposed skin, and upon realizing her state, she utterly lost her composure. Her blood surged, and in a moment of shock, she fainted, her eyes rolling back. Hey, I merely caught a glimpse. Don't feign unconsciousness to blame me. Jiang Shaotian thought Shun Qianxue was deliberately pretending to feign out of embarrassment. The once warm bathwater had turned chillingly cold in an instant, sending a wave of dread through Jiang Shaotian. Hey. He gently patted Shun Qianxue's cheek, and upon feeling her icy skin, Panic surged within him. No way. Could I have inadvertently caused her to faint? This is absurd. Hastily, he lifted Shun Qianxue from the tub, dried her off, and laid her on the bed, covering her with a blanket. System, what has happened to her? Jiang Xiaotian inquired anxiously. This young lady's blood energy surged, awakening her extreme cold constitution. Without suitable celestial treasures to guide her, she risks being frozen into an ice sculpture by her own chilling energy, Xiao Zhou explained. Jiang Xiaotian felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had not anticipated such consequences from using a teleportation talisman. Are there any celestial treasures in the shop? Yes. But given the hostess' current capabilities, it's futile. Xiao Zhou's curt reply offered no comfort. Damn it. That was as good as saying nothing. Is there truly nothing that can save her life directly? Jiang Xiaotian asked urgently, gazing at Shun Qianxue, whose brows were dusted with frost. If we delay even a moment longer, it could be the end. There is the Pure Yang pill, priced at 3,000 points, which can dispel the coldness within her body. However, it will also render her extreme cold constitution ineffective, reducing her to an ordinary bloodline. There is also the Cleansing Marrow pill, costing 5,000 points, which can assist in her rebirth, enhancing her extreme cold constitution. Xiao Zhou patiently promoted the items from the store to Jiang Xiaotian. Chapter 23. The Frost Palace's seizure. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian's eyes widened in astonishment. What? So expensive? I've toiled endlessly just to accumulate 5,000 points, and now you want me to squander it all on a single pill? Buy if you want. Regardless, this young lady has little time left. Damn it. I'll buy it, fine. 5,000 it is. Hurry. Ultimately, Jiang Xiaotian resolved to save her. Points could be earned again, but a life lost was irrevocable. He did not wish to find himself ensnared in a melodramatic tale of loss due to his inaction. With a small brown pill suddenly appearing in his palm, Jiang Xiaotian unhesitatingly placed it into his mouth. Drawing from his previous experience of administering medicine, he would not foolishly shove the pill into Shun Qianxue's mouth this time. Just as he intended to take a sip of water to mix the pill, he realized the teapot on the table was completely dry. Where's the water? How can I administer it without water? Jiang Xiaotian, witnessing Shun Qianxue's imminent transformation into an ice sculpture, frantically searched for water. His gaze finally settled on the bath bucket. Sigh, saving a life is of utmost importance. I can't afford to be choosy. Resolute, Jiang Xiaotian lunged towards the bath bucket. With a pout, he took a sip of the water, his expression turning comical as he realized it was a bit salty. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system task, Water Without Roots. Task reward. A small spirit boat has been placed in your inventory. Please check it. Xiao Zhou's notification was as sudden as ever. Jiang Xiaotian had grown accustomed to the quirks of the system. Indeed, the more outrageous the actions, the greater the rewards. Without further contemplation, he crushed the Cleansing Marrow pill within the bathwater and deftly pried open Shun Qianxue's mouth, beginning to administer the medicine mouth to mouth. As the Cleansing Marrow pill entered Shun Qianxue's body, a beam of white light, imperceptible to ordinary cultivators, erupted from above the Shun residence, soaring into the heavens. Within a grand hall on a mist-shrouded mountain, an elder holding a mirror spoke to a woman meditating within. Master, there is unusual activity 1,000 miles to the southeast. It appears a profound cold bloodline has manifested. The woman opened her eyes, filled with astonishment. Profound cold constitution? Are you certain, elder son? I have verified it multiple times. It is indeed a profound cold constitution. The elder replied confidently. No sooner had he finished speaking than the woman's figure vanished without a trace. The master is still so hasty. It seems our Frost Palace has a promising future. The old man leisurely walked out while holding a mirror. At that moment, Jiang Xiaotian had just finished delivering the cleansing elixir. He smacked his lips and muttered, "You little girl, is it so easy for me to earn some points? You've squandered them all. If you don't offer yourself in return, it would be unreasonable." After his complaints, Jiang Xiaotian picked up a piece of clothing nearby, intending to help Shun Qianxue address. Though it presented a fine opportunity, he had not sunk to such a beastly level of taking advantage of someone in distress. Just as Jiang Xiaotian lifted the covers, a chilling voice filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out, "Impudent. Cease at once." Bang. Before he could react, a tremendous force slammed him into the wall. The commotion immediately alerted the servants of the Shun residence, and a group rushed towards the source of the noise. The newcomer was Situ Shuang, the master of the Frost Hall, who had come joyfully to accept a disciple. To her astonishment, She found Jiang Shaotian making unwarranted advances on her designated heir. Lecher, you scoundrel. Sidu Shuang hurried to check Shun Qianxue's condition. Upon confirming that Shun Qianxue possessed the rare Xianhan physique she had been desperately seeking, her eyes sparkled with uncontainable delight. However, upon noticing Shun Qianxue was entirely unclothed, her fury escalated to the point where she contemplated eliminating Jiang Shaotian on the spot. Had the servants not arrived, Jiang Shaotian, embedded in the wall, might have indeed faced her wrath. Seeing others approach, Situ Shuang swiftly embraced Shun Qianxue and vanished from the Shun residence. As a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning millennia, accepting a disciple from the mundane world was not a matter of concern, for they were of entirely different realms. This girl has been accepted as my disciple in the Frost Hall. Fate shall bring us together again. The servants of the Shun residence only heard an ethereal voice as they arrived at Shun Qianxue's chamber, where her presence was nowhere to be found, leaving only Jiang Shaotian, painfully embedded in the wall, howling in distress. The servants toiled tirelessly to extricate Jiang Shaotian from the wall, just as Xin Wanshan, Chengyu, and Jiang Dahai arrived. What happened? Xin Wanshan glared at Jiang Shaotian, seething with anger upon seeing the chaotic scene inside the room. How would I know? I was suddenly attacked. My back feels as if it's broken. Jiang Shaotian replied, perplexed by the sudden assault, having yet to lay eyes on his assailant. Shaotian, didn't you leave a letter saying you would leave the city to avoid trouble? How did you end up here? Jiang Dahai recalled the letter he had seen the previous day, feeling reassured that his son had the sense to flee, fearing mindless self-destruction, especially with Yufeng City teetering on the brink of chaos. Father, I can't explain it all right now. Shun Qianxue seemed eager to be taken away by someone claiming to be from the Frost Hall, saying she wanted to be a disciple. Jiang Shaotian grimaced while rubbing his back, addressing Jiang Dahai. What? The Frost Hall? That is a prestigious sect with a legacy of 1,000 years. Chengyu, taken aback by the news, exclaimed in astonishment. How could that girl from the Shun family attract the attention of the people from the Heavenly Frost Palace? This is an extraordinary opportunity. Shun Wanshan, with a complex expression, gazed at the sky outside, contemplating that if this were true, his daughter would indeed encounter a remarkable fortune. Yet, the thought of not being able to see her again in the future felt as daunting as climbing to the heavens. Dad, I also want to join a sect to learn skills. Jiang Shaotian pouted, expressing his discontent. His desire was not to acquire any particular skill, but to seek revenge. He could not swallow the humiliation of being inexplicably beaten by those from the Heavenly Frost Palace. However, he knew he was not yet a match for the sects and needed to find one to serve as his support. Xin Wanshan, Chengyu, and Jiang Dahai exchanged shocked glances at Jiang Shaotian, utterly perplexed by his audacity to speak such words. What kind of looks are you giving me? Am I that inferior? I am already at the mid-stage of qi refinement. Jiang Shaotian's declaration momentarily stunned the three, who suddenly realized that this young man had indeed reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Although this level could be considered insignificant, Jiang Shaotian had emerged as a standout among the younger generation in Yufeng City. Perhaps he was not as lacking as they initially thought. There was a possibility that some discerning sect might take notice of him. Chapter 24. The Arrival of the Sword Immortal. Before Xin Wanshan and the others could utter a word, the door of the Shun residence was shattered by a tremendous force. Come out and face your death. The furious voice of Yang Jidao echoed from outside. Ever since Jiang Shaotian had outsmarted him, Yang Jidao could no longer contain his wrath. He needed to confront them personally to assuage his resentment. Xin Wanshan, Jiang Dahai, and Chengyu exchanged anxious glances, realizing with dread that the Yang family had come knocking so soon. Shaoan, you must leave this place immediately. The farther, the better. You wanted to join a sect, right? Now is your chance. Jiang Dahai, with a grave expression, instructed Jiang Shaotian before turning to follow Shun Wanshan and Chengyu to confront the enemy. Watching their retreating figures, Jiang Shaotian felt a whirlwind of emotions. As a remarkable transmigrator, how could he endure such indignity? Resolving to take action, he began rummaging through his backpack. Inside, he found only a sword, a bow, an upgrade voucher, a random arrival card, a random martial technique card, and 1,200 points. Utterly impoverished. This is simply intolerable. Jiang Shaotian lamented as he surveyed his meager supplies, feeling an acute sense of vulnerability. Both cards were random. No one could predict what they would yield, leaving Jiang Shaotian feeling uncertain. If he were to draw something useless, his situation would be dire. Ding. System notification. The upgrade voucher has a remaining validity of 15 minutes. Please use it promptly. What? There's a time limit? Jiang Xiaotian was taken aback by the announcement. What do you expect? Should we let you hoard a pile of upgrade vouchers to use when your realm is higher? The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through. If you save the vouchers for later, wouldn't you become invincible with ease? Do you think such loopholes will be allowed? The little schemes in Jiang Xiaotian's heart were instantly shattered by the insights of Xiao Zhou, leaving him in a state of exasperation. This dog's system was indeed calculating to the last detail, allowing him no opportunity for advantage. Using an upgrade voucher at the Qi refinement stage? Wasn't that a blatant waste? With no other recourse, Jiang Xiaotian reluctantly employed the upgrade voucher from his bag. To refrain from doing so would be akin to throwing it away. Thus, Jiang Xiaotian effortlessly broke through to the later stage of Qi refinement, a sight that would undoubtedly leave other cultivators utterly astonished. To achieve such a breakthrough without any effort or even a hint of spiritual energy fluctuations would be hard for anyone to believe. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the Shun residence, startling Jiang Xiaotian. He rushed over immediately. An ant attempting to shake a tree, unaware of its own folly. Today, I shall send you to your demise. With that, Yang Jidao unleashed a palm strike towards the grievously injured Shun Wanshan, infused with soul energy, clearly intending to obliterate Shun Wanshan's very essence. Be careful, brother Shun. Jiang Dahai quickly pushed Shun Wanshan aside, taking the blow upon himself. Bang! Blood sprayed as Jiang Dahai's chest was stained red. Brother Jiang. Shun Wanshan's eyes widened in horror, unable to fathom that Jiang Dahai would sacrifice himself to save him. Father. Jiang Xiaotian, having just arrived, witnessed his adoptive father, Jiang Dahai, suffer a fatal blow from Yang Jidao. Strictly speaking, Jiang Dahai was not Jiang Xiaotian's biological father. Yet the paternal love he had bestowed upon him was undeniable, and Jiang Xiaotian could not harden his heart against this. Xiaotian, hurry and flee. Jiang Dahai looked at his rushing son with a mixture of pride and urgency. He was proud that his son still held him in regard, yet anxious that today might be the day he faced death. Jiang Dahai's act of shielding Shin Wanshan was solely motivated by concern for Jiang Xiaotian. He understood that his son and the Shin family were at odds, and with Shin Qianqiu now entering the sect, she might seek revenge on Jiang Xiaotian in the future. By saving Shin Wanshan, he hoped to create a bond that might spare Jiang Xiaotian from future troubles. Master Yang, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, is now a disciple of the Heavenly Frost Hall. How dare you strike down Brother Shin? Chengyu shouted, clutching his chest as he addressed Yang Jidao. Yang Jidao was momentarily taken aback. The Shin family's daughter had been accepted by the Heavenly Frost Hall? How could that be? He had assumed that with her extreme Yin physique, the Heavenly Frost Hall would have no interest in her. Do you think I would believe such nonsense? Even if you spoke the truth today, you all shall die. Yang Jidao dismissed Chengyu's claims, convinced that if the Shun girl had truly entered the Heavenly Frost Hall, his assault on the Shun residence would have been enough to warrant his obliteration. With that, Yang Jidao's nascent soul emerged from his dantian, and he frantically summoned spiritual energy, forming seals with his hands. A colossal hand materialized from the clouds, descending upon the Shun residence, casting a sense of apocalyptic dread over Yufeng City. Countless cultivators in the vicinity scrambled in terror to evade, for if that great hand were to strike true, who among them would survive? Allow you to experience my cloud-swallowing palm. To perish beneath its might shall be deemed a privilege for you. Yang Jidao could effortlessly eliminate everyone present without breaking a sweat. The tumult he created was intended to serve as a stark warning of the consequences of offending him. As Jiang Xiaotian gazed upon the lifeless body of Jiang Dahai in his arms, a fierce inferno ignited within his heart. He lifted his gaze towards Yang Jidao, unleashing a torrent of fury. You old dog Yang! How dare you! Upon hearing Jiang Xiaotian's furious roar, Yang Jidao recalled an infamous pair of undergarments and thought, could it be that Jiang Xiaotian truly intends to? At this realization, Yang Jidao could no longer maintain his composure. He pressed downwards with his palm, hastening the descent of the colossal hand that loomed above, poised to strike all present within mere moments. Do you dare to threaten me? You are hardly worthy. Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed, Xiao Zhou, activate the arrival card. In this life and death moment, Jiang Xiaotian relinquished all hesitations, accepting whatever manifestation the card might conjure. Ding! Random arrival card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have summoned the Sword Immortal. Duration of arrival, 1 cup of tea. as Xiao Zhou's announcement echoed. A beam of sword light cleaved through the oppressive clouds, penetrating Jiang Xiaoyin's Baihui point. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaoyin's aura surged, the overwhelming pressure of the sword immortal forcing Yang Jidao back several paces. What is happening? How has this boy suddenly become so powerful? Yang Jidao uttered in disbelief, gazing at Jiang Xiaotian as if he were a specter. Yang Jidao, today I grant you death and shall annihilate your entire clan. Jiang Xiaotian raised his hand, directing a sword point that obliterated the rapidly descending hand into nothingness. This is impossible. How could you possibly shatter my cloud-swallowing palm with such ease? Yang Jidao stared at Jiang Xiaotian in sheer disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. Cheng Yu and Shun Wanshan, who had been awaiting death on the ground, were equally astonished by Jiang Xiaoyin's sudden transformation. Such extraordinary feats were beyond their understanding. Chapter 25. The ancestor of the Yang family pleads for mercy. Jiang Xiaotian had no time for idle chatter with Yang Jidao. The fleeting moment of a cup of tea was slipping away. With a swift motion, he propelled his spiritual sword towards the Yang residence in the capital, a streak of brilliance that captured the attention of countless cultivators. It had been many years since a swordsman of such caliber had graced Qingzhou. Whence did this enigmatic sword light emerge? The prominent families of the capital, sensing an impending threat, hastily dispatched their most formidable experts to prepare for battle, oblivious to the true destination of the sword light. Could this sword light have reached the level of a sword immortal? What? A sword immortal? Is this true? When did a sword immortal appear in the realm of Qingzhou? Panic gripped the streets of the capital as cultivators beheld the swiftly approaching sword light, their expressions reflecting the gravity of the situation. Soon, Jiang Xiaoyin's sword soared above the heads of the crowd, descending towards the Yang residence. Upon witnessing the sword's trajectory, the inhabitants of the Yang family were struck with terror, hastily summoning their collective strength to fend off the incoming spiritual sword. Quickly, summon the family head. Time is of the essence. Summon the ancestral spirit. With a resounding crack, the ancestral tablet enshrined in the Yang family shrine shattered, and a remnant soul of divine transformation materialized above the Yang residence. A sword cultivator? The patriarch of the Yang family discerned the situation without needing to inquire further. He knew well that his descendants had foolishly provoked such a formidable sword master. Were they courting death? May the ancestors protect the Yang clan. Despite the collective efforts of the Yang family, they could not withstand the oppressive might of the sword. Humph, a bunch of fools. Do they think this sword immortal can be easily dealt with? The remnant soul of the Yang patriarch instantaneously vanished from sight, reappearing before Jiang Xiaotian in the blink of an eye. Such formidable youth, truly formidable. I, Yang Gong, beseech you, young friend, to show mercy. The venerable ancestor of the Yang clan, in all his glory, was now kneeling before Jiang Xiaotian, while Yang Jidao, still oblivious to the unfolding events, felt a strange familiarity with the spirit before him. Wasn't this his own ancestor, Yang Gong? Suddenly realizing, Yang Jidao hastily knelt before his ancestor, proclaiming, I, the 22nd head of the Yang family, pay my respects to the ancestor. Yang Gong paid no heed to Yang Jidao. He merely continued to kneel, gazing imploringly at Jiang Xiaotian. Surely, you understand the principle of eradicating threats at their roots? Jiang Xiaotian spoke with a calm demeanor. At his words, a flicker of resolution crossed Yang Gong's eyes, and he promptly lifted his head, assuring Jiang Xiaotian, I vow that henceforth, the Yang family shall have no practitioners beyond the golden core stage. I implore you, spare the innocent women and children. Yang Jidao, kneeling nearby, felt his countenance darken, more so than a dog's leg. Was he truly dreaming as he witnessed his ancestor begging for mercy before Jiang Xiaotian? Cheng Yu and Shun Wanshan regarded Jiang Xiaotian with an unfamiliar gaze, as the once notorious scion of Yufeng City had transformed into a formidable figure. A sight so surreal it left them in disbelief. Jiang Xiaotian had initially intended to annihilate the entire Yang clan, but the patriarch's unexpected submission softened his heart. He was well aware that showing mercy in the path of cultivation could lead to dire consequences. Yet the thought of the Yang family's second daughter and her ample charms caused him to relent. With that, Jiang Xiaotian retracted the sword hovering above the Yang residence. And the family members, witnessing the abating threat, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank you, young friend. I understand what must be done, the Yang patriarch declared. Rising and, amidst Yang Jidao's horrified expression, struck him down, reducing him to ashes before he could even attempt to escape. After dispatching Yang Jidao, the Yang patriarch bowed respectfully to Jiang Shaotian and vanished from sight. Within mere moments, all practitioners above the golden core stage in the Yang family were reduced to dust. With no hope of survival, little did the Yang patriarch know that Jiang Shaotian's power could only be sustained for a brief interval. He was acutely aware that offending a sword immortal bore a grave price, and if he hesitated, the entire Yang residence would face utter devastation. After eliminating the members of the Yang family, the patriarch hastened towards the other noble families in the capital. Jiang Shaotian, not one to idle away time following the departure of the Yang patriarch, sent his spiritual sword flying towards the Li family's rear courtyard. The Li family's esteemed elder, engrossed in his cultivation within the confines of his chamber, could hardly anticipate the calamity that would befall him from above. Oblivious to the danger, he was abruptly pierced by Jiang Shaotian's sword, meeting his untimely demise in the northwest. Seizing the remaining moments of his descent, Jiang Shaotian directed his spiritual sword towards the Tian Shuang Hall. This action incited a flurry of activity within the hall, as Situ Shuang, who was tending to the unconscious Shun Qianxue in a cold spring, suddenly sensed an impending threat and vanished from her spot. Before Situ Shuang could activate the protective mountain array, Jiang Shaotian's sword had already embedded itself into the sect's plaque. Situ Shuang, startled by this turn of events, was soon surrounded by members of the Tian Shuang Hall. "Master, what is happening?" inquired the second elder, Sun Miao, as he rushed to the scene. His gaze fixed on the sword lodged in the plaque, eyes wide with shock. "How should I know? This aura seems to have entered the legendary sword immortal realm." Situ Shuang mused, riffling through her memories of past misdeeds, yet failing to recall any slight against a sword cultivator. "What shall we do now? Everyone disperse. The fact that this sword is here signifies that the esteemed sword immortal is merely issuing a warning. There is no need for panic. Continue your duties. What is meant to arrive will come in due time." With that, Situ Shuang returned to her work with the cold spring, for Xin Qianxue was her foremost priority. As the descent time elapsed, Jiang Shaotian was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense fatigue, feeling as though his very essence had been siphoned away, nearly causing him to collapse. "Uncle Cheng, please assist in encasing my father's remains in ice, and keep an eye on the Jiang family as well." Jiang Shaotian contemplated the extraordinary treasures within the system's marketplace. Resurrecting a soul was not beyond the realm of possibility, thus he resolved to enhance his own capabilities first. Without a backward glance, he strode towards the exit, leaving Cheng Yu and Shun Wanshan with an unprecedented sense of unfamiliarity. "Noble nephew, where are you headed?" Cheng Yu quavered, observing Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure. "The world is vast, and I wish to explore it. You may keep Yufeng City. I have slain the Li family's nascent soul elder, so you need not harbor any concerns." As they watched Jiang Shaotian's silhouette fade, Shun Wanshan and Cheng Yu felt as if they were caught in a dream. "Brother Cheng, your withdrawal from the engagement seems rather unwise," Shun Wanshan remarked, bewildered by Jiang Shaotian's newfound prowess, recognizing that the Cheng family had missed a golden opportunity. "I never anticipated such a turn of events. This young man harbors significant secrets." Cheng Yu lamented, smiting his thigh in regret over the lost prospect of an exceptional son-in-law. Jiang Shaotian was no mere wastrel. He was, in fact, a rare gem, the likes of which one would struggle to find even with a lantern. As thoughts of Jiang Shaotian's entrustment flashed through Cheng Yu's mind, an idea suddenly struck him. Chapter 26. Testing the spiritual roots after leaving Yufeng City. Jiang Shaotian summoned a spirit boat and took to the skies aimlessly. The ancient ancestor of the Yang family, having eradicated all the golden core cultivators from the major families in Xinfeng City, vanished into the void. He would not allow a situation where the struggle between the clam and the snipe would benefit a third party. Since the Yang family had been crippled, all others must share the same fate. Otherwise, the remaining clan members would merely become prey for others, rendering his plea for mercy fruitless. After wandering aimlessly for several hours aboard the spirit boat, Jiang Shaotian noticed a throng of people gathered at the foot of a distant mountain, piquing his curiosity. "Excuse me, good sir, what brings so many people together here?" Jiang Shaotian inquired softly. "You don't know? What are you doing here then?" "Today is the day for Yunlan's sect to recruit disciples." "Is that so? Is Yunlan's sect truly that formidable?" Jiang Shaotian pondered, observing the sea of heads before him, perplexed. He could not discern the cultivation levels of the crowd, suggesting that each individual surpassed him in strength. You haven't heard of Yunlan's sect? You must be a wandering cultivator from some remote corner. The man scoffed, sizing Jiang Shaotian up with contempt, clearly viewing him as an outsider seeking mere excitement. Having traversed here from another realm, Jiang Shaotian was unaware of the sects and affiliations. He awkwardly chuckled and produced 1,000 spirit stones from his pocket, offering them to the man. These spirit stones were compensation given to him by Chengyu after their annulled engagement. He thought it prudent to use them for a favor instead. Upon seeing the spirit stones in Jiang Shaotian's hand, the man's demeanor shifted immediately. With this, you should definitely present it. I may have raised my voice a bit earlier. Please do not take it to heart, the man said, discreetly accepting the spirit stones before continuing. Yunlan's sect is a prestigious sect with a legacy spanning a millennium, primarily focused on swordsmanship. Alongside Yunlan's sect, other major sects on the Xianling continent include Tianshuang Hall, Lingmiao sect, Yaoga, and Wanxiang sect. These great sects control most of the cultivation resources in this realm. We wandering cultivators can only hope to progress by aligning ourselves with them, which is why so many are eager to join Yunlan's sect. The man regarded Jiang Shaotian as a mere wandering cultivator from a distant corner and took it upon himself to enlighten him. I understand now. Thank you for your clarification. Jiang Shaotian expressed politely, intending to turn away. With so many vying for entry into Yunlan's sect, he recognized his chances were slim. Rather than squander time here, he deemed it wiser to explore elsewhere in search of opportunities. Ding! The system has triggered a new quest. Quest name: A New Journey Quest Objective. Enter Yunlan's sect quest rewards: 2,000 system points, a mid-grade treasure, flowing cloud sword, and a martial technique, soul severance slash. This quest is automatically accepted by the system. Should the quest fail, the host's inventory will be emptied. Best of luck, host. Before Jiang Shaotian could turn around, Xiao Zhou's notification sound rang in his ears, leaving him momentarily stunned. What the hell, you dog system? Are you forcing me into servitude? I want to file a complaint. Jiang Shaotian had never encountered such an absurd system. While others received what they desired, his deranged system seemed to take the lead, leaving him to ponder who the actual host was. Complaint ineffective. Please persevere, dear host, or else your inventory and points will be cleared. Faced with this rogue system, Jiang Shaotian was utterly speechless. How could he possibly be chosen among so many individuals with superior cultivation levels? Given the high difficulty of the task at hand, the system bestowed upon him a support package, which has been added to the host's inventory. Please check it. Now that was more like it. Upon hearing of the package, Jiang Shaotian's expression lightened considerably as he promptly opened his inventory to unveil the support gift. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a spirit washing card, which allows the host to acquire a randomly graded cultivation route. Random? Again with the randomness? Could I not receive something with a guaranteed outcome? The mere mention of the word random made Jiang Shaotian's head spin. Love it or leave it, don't discard it. Xiao Zhou's haughty voice left Jiang Shaotian with no choice but to accept the rogue system's whims. With no alternative, he resigned himself to patiently await the disciple selection ceremony of the Yunlan sect. Half an hour later, an elderly man suddenly appeared before the crowd, a massive pillar slung over his shoulder. With a resounding thud, he thrust the pillar into the ground. I am Gu Yunji, an elder of the outer sect of Yunlan. Hereby the sect leaders decree to recruit disciples. Anyone with a 5th grade spirit root may join our Yunlan sect. The moment Gu Yunji finished his declaration, the crowd erupted in excitement, all the aspiring cultivators eager to take part in the selection. Each believed their spirit root to be sufficient, eagerly eyeing the measuring pillar embedded in the earth. You may now line up and test your spirit roots one by one, Gu Yunji announced, stepping aside to clear the way. The gathered cultivators immediately formed a long queue, all eager to discover if their spirit roots met the 5th grade standard. The first cultivator approached and placed their hand upon the measuring pillar, which immediately glowed with a faint yellow light. 3rd grade spirit root. Next, Gu Yunji declared, as the tester lowered their head in disappointment. Witnessing a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator achieve only a 3rd grade spirit root, those waiting in line began to feel apprehensive. It seemed the threshold for a 5th grade spirit root was indeed high. As each individual took their turn, the measuring pillar emitted varying shades of yellow light. While Gu Yunji shook his head continuously, after a stick of incense had burned, the measuring pillar finally emitted a different hue, blue. 6th grade spirit root. Very good. You may enter our Yunlan sect. What is your name? Gu Yunji inquired, nodding in satisfaction at the disciple before him. In response to Elder's question, the disciple is Lin Xiao. Very well, you may wait aside, Gu Yunji said, gesturing for everyone to continue with the testing. As the participants proceeded in a seamless manner, several disciples with 5th and 6th grade spiritual roots were selected. Finally, it was Jiang Xiaoyin's turn in the long queue. With excitement, he placed his palm upon the spirit testing pillar. Instantly, a pale yellow light illuminated from it, and upon witnessing this yellow glow, Jiang Xiaoyin's heart sank to the depths of despair. This is it. My backpack will be emptied. 3rd grade spiritual root. Next, Gu Yunji remarked coolly, glancing at Jiang Xiaotian. Xiaozhou, use the spirit cleansing card. Jiang Xiaotian hurriedly activated the cleansing card from his backpack. Ding. Spirit cleansing card successfully used. Host's spiritual root has been changed to 0 grade. The pale yellow light from the testing pillar vanished accordingly. This scene left everyone astounded. Was it possible for the pillar to emit no light at all? It was well known that those who could embark on the path of cultivation invariably possessed some degree of spiritual root. Otherwise, they would not have stood out among the masses. Gu Yunji's expression gradually stiffened as he gazed at the dim spirit testing pillar. He had never encountered a cultivator devoid of a spiritual root before. Chapter 27. A bullet from your grandfather. Jiang Xiaotian stared blankly at the unlit testing pillar, utterly taken aback. Such a phenomenon existed? Dog system, what is a 0 grade spiritual root? Are you jesting with me? The system's settings are entirely random. One can only blame the host's poor luck. Xiaozhou suggested that the host wear red undergarments to turn his fortune around. Jiang Xiaotian was nearly driven to madness by this wretched system. How could this be a game? Under the disdainful gazes of the crowd, he wished fervently to find a crack in the ground to hide in. This was utterly humiliating. Get lost. A useless person without a spiritual root dares to aspire to join Yunlanzong? You might as well go home and drink milk. Haha. The bearded man at the back laughed mockingly at Jiang Xiaotian. To him, someone without a spiritual root was as worthless as trash, requiring no consideration at all. Jiang Xiaotian turned around and coldly retorted at the bearded man. With a face like yours, how dare you frighten anyone? What concern is my spiritual root to you? Do you live by the sea to be so nosy? Damn it, you little bastard, you're asking for trouble. The bearded man, unable to endure Jiang Xiaotian's taunts in front of everyone, swung a knife hand at him. Jiang Xiaotian quickly bent down and retreated to evade the strike. He intended to draw his spiritual sword to retaliate against the hairy brute, but upon looking at his backpack, he was left dumbfounded. Earlier, in a bid to show off, he had placed his sword upon the plaque of the Tianshuang Hall, leaving him utterly unarmed now. The bearded man, infuriated by the missed strike, drew out a large blade and aimed it at Jiang Xiaotian, determined to prove that he could handle even a mere qi refinement cultivator. Elder Gu Yunji silently observed the conflict between the two, as fights among cultivators were quite commonplace. He could also gauge their respective strengths in the process. Jiang Xiaotian, unperturbed by the massive blade descending towards his face, stood resolute. Having reached the late stage of qi refinement, he was more than capable of handling a foundation establishment cultivator. After all, he had effortlessly mastered the star-shattering technique from the outset. Allow me to demonstrate the true might of the star-shattering technique. With his right hand in a half-grasp, an intense aura of spear intent enveloped him, causing his garments to flutter as if stirred by an unseen wind. Gu Yunji, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in disbelief. This seemingly talentless individual without a spiritual root appeared to possess considerable combat prowess. Come forth, spear, Jiang Xiaotian bellowed dramatically, though his half-grasping hand did not summon the weapon he anticipated. Bang! The bearded man's blade cleaved the ground where Jiang Xiaotian stood, carving a deep trench. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have been severed into pieces. What the hell? In dramas, one shouts, and weapons come flying. Why is this not happening for me? Jiang Xiaotian, having rolled on the ground, cursed vehemently at the deception of television. Little brat, aside from dodging, what else can you do? Take a strike from your grandfather. The bearded man unleashed a powerful horizontal sweep towards Jiang Xiaotian, his brute force rendering escape impossible. Allow me to lend you my spear. A melodious voice rang out from the onlookers, as a long spear arced gracefully through the air. Jiang Xiaotian turned and seized the weapon, and instantly, a tide of spear intent surged forth from him. Excellent spear. Here, take this. Jiang Xiaotian unleashed the pinnacle of the star-shattering technique, grave spear form, with a single thrust. All things are buried. The spear danced with myriad forms, its brilliance radiating as a multitude of spear tips darted towards the bearded man like white snakes striking. Clang! The spearhead met the blade with a resounding clash. The bearded man's sword shattered into fragments, falling to the ground, while the spear pressed against his throat, leaving dozens of wounds upon his chest. Such speed! The bearded man gaped in disbelief at the spear poised against his throat. He would never have believed that a cultivator in the chi refinement stage could wield such a formidable technique. The gathered onlookers, all cultivators themselves, stared in astonishment as Jiang Shaotian brought down the mid-stage foundation establishment brute with a single strike. Jiang Shaotian reveled in their astonishment. Previously, he had fought against golden core and nascent soul cultivators, and his spear technique had felt lacking. Now, against a mere foundation establishment novice, victory was effortlessly within reach. Still not leaving? With your level, do you dare aspire to join the Yunlan sect? What a delusion! Jiang Shaotian mocked the bearded man, who, upon hearing this, seethed with rage, veins bulging. Yet, knowing his life was in Jiang Shaotian's hands, he could only huff in anger as he departed. Thank you for the spear. Jiang Shaotian tossed the long weapon back to a slender young woman among the crowd. Your firearm is incredibly swift and powerful. Would you be willing to teach me? The young girl, enamored, gazed at Jiang Shaotian as she accepted the long gun he returned. I have not mastered the art of marksmanship, and thus cannot instruct you. I am grateful for your kindness in lending me the weapon, and I hope to repay you in the future. Farewell. Jiang Shaotian politely declined her request, not uttering a falsehood. He truly had no training in firearms, as the system had bestowed him with the skills directly. Was there any need for study? Upon hearing his words, the girl felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet, she did not press him further, instead watching his departing figure, a flicker of doubt igniting within her. How could a marksman of such caliber possibly be a talentless waste without spiritual roots? Surely there had been a mistake. Young friend, please wait. The elder Gu Yunji, regaining his composure, hastily called out to Jiang Shaotian. What guidance do you offer, Elder Gu? Jiang Shaotian halted, turning to face the elder with a puzzled expression. Your marksmanship is truly exceptional. I have seldom encountered a young individual who has refined the shattering star technique to such a level. You are indeed a rarity. I intend to make an exception and invite you to join the Yunlan sect. How do you feel about this? Disciple Jiang Shaotian pays respects to Elder Gu. Momentarily taken aback, Jiang Shaotian quickly bowed, astounded by this unexpected turn of events. Not only would he safeguard the meager contents of his backpack, but he would also receive a substantial reward for completing a task, truly a fortuitous windfall. Witnessing Jiang Shaotian's exceptional admission into the Yunlan sect, the other rejected cultivators were instantly stirred. Why is he granted such an exception? We protest. Indeed, I too wish to be admitted into the Yunlan sect. So do I. The crowd clamored, outraged that an inexperienced youth, lacking spiritual roots, was granted entry. Although the lad possessed some ability, rules were rules, and they were unwilling to accept this outcome. Everyone, please quiet down and allow me to speak, Elder Gu Yunji interjected. Our Yunlan sect's herb garden is in need of a diligent disciple to tend to the weeding. I find Jiang Shaotian quite strong, which is why I made an exception in admitting him. Should any of you wish to join the Yunlan sect to manage the herb garden, I would be more than happy to accommodate. Elder Gu's words swiftly silenced the crowd. Chapter 28. Another rogue task? Manage the herb garden of the Yunlan sect? Only someone with a few screws loose would agree to that. In essence, they required a skilled laborer. And who among the talented and capable would willingly toil in the herb garden? Jiang Shaotian, lacking spiritual roots yet possessing some strength, was the most suitable choice, as the role also entailed guarding against thieves and beasts. Jiang Shaotian, however, was unperturbed. All he needed was to enter the Yunlan sect and complete his task, for his abilities did not rely on the teachings of any sect. Since no one was keen to join Jiang Shaotian in tending to the herb garden, they resumed testing for spiritual roots. After an hour, the disciple recruitment ceremony of the Yunlan sect concluded successfully, with Elder Gu Yunji leading the newly accepted disciples toward the mountain gate. Upon crossing a magnificent and imposing archway, Jiang Shaotian was greeted by a plaza imbued with ethereal energy and shrouded in celestial mist. This was the outer gate square of the Yunlan sect, where disciples of the outer gate typically gathered to vie for rankings. The Yunlan sect was not bound by many mundane regulations. All that was required of the disciples was to diligently cultivate and complete their tasks in hopes of ascending to the inner gate at the earliest opportunity. Elder Gu Yunji imparted this information to the newly admitted disciples with a nonchalant demeanor, for he had little to elaborate upon. Given that the outer gate disciples were nurtured under a free-range strategy. Elder Gu, what do you mean by rankings and tasks? One of the disciples inquired, perplexed. The rankings refer to the assessment of one's points. The top 3 disciples in the outer gate's point standings will be promoted to the inner gate the following month. Points are earned by completing the various tasks issued by the sect, which can be found posted on the task board. Elder Gu's explanation caused Jiang Shaotian to raise an eyebrow. Was this not akin to a dog-eat-dog system? It seemed the sect treated the outer gate disciples as mere beasts of burden, tasked with earning cultivation resources for the inner gate disciples or elders. Jiang Shaotian couldn't help but reflect on the inevitability of capitalist principles even in the realm of cultivation. Nevertheless, he was indifferent to such matters. His primary motive for joining the Yunlan sect was merely to fulfill tasks. Whether he acted as a beast of burden or not was of little concern to him. Tending to the medicinal garden while idling away suited him just fine. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of entering the Yunlan sect. System rewards have been deposited into your backpack. Please check. Jiang Shaotian glanced at the flowing cloud sword and a sword technique book within his backpack, smiling with satisfaction. The rewards were commendable, sufficient for him to traverse the realm below the golden elixir stage with ease. Before long, Jiang Shaotian was led to an expansive medicinal field. You shall water the spiritual herbs daily with the spring water from that well at dawn. If any weeds sprout, pull them out. In your leisure time, familiarize yourself with the medicinal herbs. Should any sect disciples arrive with orders to collect herbs, you are to provide them. You may manage your time freely otherwise. And the sect will grant a certain amount of spiritual stones and cultivation resources as monthly rewards. Work diligently. Elder Gu handed Jiang Shaotian a small booklet, encouraging him earnestly. Understood, Elder. Jiang Shaotian replied as he accepted the booklet, taking a fleeting glance at it. Initially expecting something valuable, he realized it was merely an encyclopedia of spiritual herbs. He had never been fond of studying during his school days, and now, having embarked on the path of cultivation, he was expected to learn such trivialities. Once Elder Gu departed, Jiang Shaotian nonchalantly discarded the booklet aside. Whoever wished to peruse it could do so, as he was far too lethargic to engage. Ding. New system task triggered. Task name, shameless flirtation. Task content, flirt with Yun Weiss Wang. Task rewards, 5,000 system points, 1 random arrival card, 1 marrow cleansing pill. Task duration, 7 days. Failure or refusal will result in the host having a leg broken. Do you accept this task? Just as Jiang Shaotian settled down, he was elated to hear of a new task, but his expression soured upon hearing the latter part. Dog system, you would have me, a gentleman of integrity, engage in flirtation and then threaten to break my leg? Is there even a possibility of refusal? Ding. Task accepted successfully. The host is encouraged. The voice of the mischievous Xiao Zhou darkened Jiang Shaotian's expression, leaving him exasperated with the absurdity of this system. Why couldn't it provide an invincible and impressive set of skills? Who is Yun Weiss Wang? Male or female? Frustrated, Jiang Shaotian opened the soul-severing blade from his backpack, and in an instant, a complete set of sword techniques appeared in his mind. One sword severing the soul. This technique could kill invisibly. If one were to imbue soul energy into the blade's tip, the physical body would remain unharmed, yet the soul would be utterly annihilated. What an exceptional sword technique! Jiang Shaotian had to admit that this skill was indeed formidable, likely enabling him to leap 2 major realms in combat. How terrifying. Just as Jiang Shaotian was absorbed in the soul-severing blade, a crisp voice called out from outside the herbal garden. Is anyone there? Startled, Jiang Shaotian turned to see a slender woman at the door. Wasn't she the one who had borrowed his firearm earlier? What brings you here? He asked as he approached her. You, aren't you that? The slender woman appeared visibly surprised upon seeing Jiang Shaotian. Indeed, I am Jiang Shaotian. And you? My name is Zhou Linger. I didn't expect you to start managing the herbal garden so soon. May I come to you for guidance on firearm techniques in the future? Zhou Linger looked at him with her large, expressive eyes, still pondering over his marksmanship. Well, I'm not quite sure how to teach you. Are you here to collect herbs? Jiang Shaotian quickly changed the subject, as all his martial skills were already at maximum level. He had no idea how to instruct her. Oh, right. Senior Brotherly got injured while on a mission and sent me to collect some blood-nourishing grass and solidifying soul flowers. Here is the herb collection token. Jiang Shaotian briefly glanced at the token in Zhou Linger's hand and turned to gather the herbs for her. Halfway there, he suddenly froze. He didn't recognize the blood-nourishing grass and solidifying soul flowers. Do you know those two herbs? He asked, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. I do know them. Zhou Linger was taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's question. What cultivator wouldn't be familiar with such basic spiritual herbs? Since you know them, feel free to pick them yourself. I'm a bit inconvenient right now, Jiang Shaotian said, hastily making his escape. He couldn't let the girl discover his embarrassment. Zhou Linger watched Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure, feeling somewhat puzzled. Shaking her head, she proceeded to the herb field to gather the plants. A quarter of an hour later, with the necessary herbs in hand, Zhou Linger made her way out of the garden. Big brother Jiang, I'm done collecting the herbs, and will be heading back now, she called out, only to accidentally collide with an approaching young man. Oh, my apologies. Zhou Linger quickly apologized to the young man in front of her. Wow, when did such a lovely girl arrive at the outer sect? The young man gazed at Zhou Linger's charming visage, nearly drooling. I am Lu Xiaohui, a disciple under the second elder of the inner sect. Might I have the honor of getting to know you, junior sister? Lu Xiaohui extended his hand to obstruct Zhou Linger's path, a maneuver he had executed on numerous occasions before. Relying on the naivety of the newly initiated junior sister who dared not escalate matters. Chapter 29. Allow me to adjust your attitude. Zhou Linger cast an impatient glance at Lu Xiaohui, well aware that this inner sect senior was clearly attempting to provoke her. Given Lu Xiaohui's status, the recently inducted Zhou Linger felt a twinge of hesitance to confront him directly, thus opting for a more diplomatic approach. It is Senior Brother Lu, she said, attempting to maintain decorum. I am in a hurry to deliver medicine to Senior Brotherly, so I kindly request that you allow me to pass. Do not be so hasty, my dear junior sister. I too am injured, Lu Xiaohui remarked, seizing Zhou Linger's delicate hand and guiding it towards his chest. Zhou Linger was momentarily stunned by Lu Xiaohui's unwelcome advance. She had never encountered such brazen behavior before, and it felt no different than that of a rogue. Upon regaining her composure, she pushed Lu Xiaohui away with a forceful palm. As he staggered back, the expression in his eyes grew increasingly menacing. Junior sister, do you dare lay hands upon your senior brother? You possess quite the audacity. Lu Xiaohui feigned anger, attempting to intimidate Zhou Linger so he could continue his advances unimpeded. Yet, Zhou Linger was no mere damsel. Beneath her seemingly delicate exterior lay a spirited heart, and she returned his gaze coolly. Senior brother Lu, do refrain from such antics. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave. With that, she attempted to walk away, but Lu Xiaohui was unwilling to let her go. He swiftly blocked her path again, his voice laced with fury. Junior sister, you seem to have lost your sense of respect. Do you truly believe I am as pliable as clay? Upon uttering these words, he unleashed a formidable aura that forced Zhou Linger back several paces. She regarded him with a grave expression, acutely aware that he had already attained the Golden Core realm and that any confrontation would be futile. However, it was not in her nature to submit passively to harassment. In an instant, a long spear appeared in her grasp. Junior sister, what audacity you possess to challenge your senior brother, Lu Xiaohui exclaimed, his eyes glinting with a mix of desire and mischief as he regarded Zhou Linger, who resembled an icy beauty. He yearned to draw her into his embrace, dismissing her resistance. He thought to himself that the medicinal garden was situated at the periphery of the sect, seldom frequented by others. Furthermore, the elders of the sect were perpetually occupied with myriad affairs, leaving little time to concern themselves with trivial matters. Even if they became aware, they would likely only issue a mild reprimand, as she was merely a disciple from the outer sect. Let me gauge my junior sister's capabilities, Lu Xiaohui said with a lascivious grin as he approached Zhou Ling. She bit her lip and swung her spear toward him. Lu Xiaohui merely raised his hand and effortlessly seized her spear, the disparity in their strengths rendering her movements slow in his perception. My dear junior sister, it seems your spear lacks the efficacy of mine. Zhou Linger struggled twice, but failed to free herself from Lu Xiaohui's grasp. She shouted loudly, Senior brother, if you continue like this, I will call for help. Call for help. Come on. Lu Xiaohui pulled hard on the gun's barrel, causing Zhou Linger to scream as she flew into his embrace. What a splendid demonstration. Jiang Shaotian clapped his hands and stepped out from the herb garden. Feeling at a loss about how to tease others, only to be unexpectedly presented with a live illustration. Startled by the sudden commotion, Lu Xiaowei turned to face Jiang Xiaotian. His curiosity piqued. "Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business," he threatened, fully aware that within the sect, everyone understood who not to provoke. And this young man before him was clearly not on that list. Feeling a warm surge of gratitude as she saw Jiang Xiaotian come to her aid, Zhou Linger was reminded that most individuals in the cultivation world were selfish, with acts of bravery being rare. After all, confrontations typically ended in a fight to the death. "Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is that you release that girl." Jiang Xiaotian struck a pose he deemed cool, though to Lu Xiaowei, he appeared rather foolish. Another clueless imbecile. Lu Xiaowei, growing impatient, released Zhou Linger's long gun and kicked toward Jiang Xiaotian. "Be careful," Zhou Linger called out urgently, not wanting to see Jiang Xiaotian harmed on her account. Whoosh! A glimmer of sword light sliced through the air. Lu Xiaowei, still airborne, felt a sudden chill below. He looked down to find his belt had mysteriously snapped. His trousers, like a kite severed from its string, were whisked away by the wind. "Oh no!" Zhou Linger quickly covered her eyes, utterly unprepared for Lu Xiaowei's shamelessness, as he nonchalantly lost his trousers. Having kicked out, Lu Xiaowei found himself unable to halt his momentum, and he could only allow his dignity to sway in the air as he kicked toward Jiang Xiaotian. Naturally, Jiang Xiaotian showed no mercy. He furrowed his brow at Lu Xiaowei and swung his flowing cloud sword with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. Before Lu Xiaowei's kick could land, he had already lost a significant amount of pride. Shocked by the sudden chill below, he felt an ominous premonition that the youth before him was rather formidable. Covering his crucial area after missing his kick, Lu Xiaowei felt as though he had consumed a great misfortune. "You just wait." Lu Xiaowei, not foolish, recognized that the young guardian of the herb garden was not to be trifled with. He resolved to investigate further to avoid stepping on a landmine. Thus, clutching his dignity in one hand, Lu Xiaowei hurriedly retrieved his pants from the ground and scurried back toward the inner gate. Jiang Xiaotian sheathed his flowing cloud sword, nodding in satisfaction. He was quite pleased with both this sword and the soul-severing blade, feeling an exhilarating sense of overwhelming dominance. "Are you all right?" Zhou Linger, having witnessed Lu Xiaohui's hasty retreat through her fingers, hurried to Jiang Xiaotian's side, her concern palpable. "What could possibly be wrong with me? Go about your business. There's no need to thank me. The entrance to the medicinal garden is my domain, and it is my duty to lend assistance," Jiang Xiaotian replied, turning to stride into the garden, leaving Zhou Linger gazing dreamily at his departing figure. "I initially thought you were a marksman, yet your mastery of the sword is even more profound. Are you truly without spiritual roots?" Zhou Linger was filled with curiosity about Jiang Xiaotian, unable to comprehend how someone so young could cultivate such formidable prowess. As Jiang Xiaotian entered the medicinal garden, he heard the familiar chime of his system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden task Sparrow Hairdresser. You have been awarded an upgrade voucher, now placed in your inventory. Please check it. Huh? Who would have thought that grooming a bird would yield rewards? This absurd system truly rewards the more outrageous tasks. Jiang Xiaotian beamed at the upgrade voucher in his inventory, which had a mere 3-day validity, feeling elated as nothing could surpass this delight. In the following days, Jiang Xiaotian busied himself with the flora, finding his days rather leisurely. He had inquired about Yun Weishuang and learned that she was a senior sister in the inner sect, which overwhelmed him. Did this mean he needed to enter the inner sect to complete this task? Gaining entry required fulfilling missions for the sect to earn points, essentially becoming a laborer for the sect. The thought left Jiang Xiaotian feeling a pang of frustration. This absurd system's tasks were already exasperating enough, and now another sect mission was thrust upon him. Meanwhile, at the cold pool of the Tianshuang Temple, Shun Qinxue gradually opened her eyes. A powerful chill surged throughout Mount Wangyue, and, astonishingly, heavy snowflakes began to fall in the midst of early summer. What has happened to me? Where am I? Shun Qinxue vaguely recalled bathing at home when an unexpected intruder suddenly appeared in her tub, after which her memories faded. Disciple, you have finally awakened. Situ Shuang exclaimed, seeing Shun Qinxue covered in frost, her smile barely contained. The purity of her Xianhan physique was somewhat beyond her expectations. Disciple? Who are you? Do I know you? Shun Qinxue regarded Situ Shuang with confusion, puzzled by the unexpected presence. With patience, Situ Shuang recounted the events leading up to Shun Qianque's unconsciousness, emphasizing Jiang Xiaoyan's nefarious intentions during her vulnerable state. As Shun Qianque listened, her fists clenched audibly, an overwhelming chill freezing the surrounding plants. This lecherous scoundrel. I shall kill him. The thought of Jiang Xiaotian having manipulated her while she was exposed filled her with rage. She resolved that he must be punished. If not with death, then at the very least, he must be castrated. Master, may I pay my respects? After donning her attire, Shun Qianque solemnly knelt before Situ Shuang. She understood well that this was her opportunity. Not everyone could enter such a grand sect. My dear disciple, please rise. Situ Shuang was exceedingly pleased with her closed-door disciple, believing that the Hall of Heavenly Frost might flourish under her guidance. Rest assured, my master, my parents are unharmed. You need only focus on your cultivation. Only when you grow strong will those around you thrive. From this day forth, you shall be the holy maiden of the Hall of Heavenly Frost, and I shall impart my knowledge to you. I hope you will not betray my sincere heart. Situ Shuang's words filled Shun Qianque with both astonishment and joy. She could hardly believe that a person as ordinary as herself would receive such treatment. It felt like a dream. At this moment, Shun Qianque was still unaware that she had already attained the late stage of Golden Core. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaotian, observing the task board in the outer sect square, sneezed several times in quick succession, causing his fellow disciples to back away in alarm, fearing he might be unwell. Who is thinking of me? Jiang Xiaotian rubbed his nose and continued to scrutinize the task board. He calculated that completing 10 ordinary tasks was necessary to rank in the top 3. However, special tasks offered significantly more points, requiring only 3 to secure a top position. By chance, he spotted a special task in a corner of the board, to slay the iron-eating beast and obtain its core. This task appeared unremarkable, yet the points it offered were exceedingly generous. Completing it alone could ensure his place at the top. Brother Chun, is the iron-eating beast a type of monster? Jiang Xiaotian gently tugged at the sleeve of his senior brother, inquiring softly. You don't know about the iron-eating beast? It is a 5th-tier demon beast, tough-skinned and meaty. Generally, cultivators below the Golden Core stage cannot withstand even 2 slaps from it. Junior brother, you wouldn't be considering that task, would you? Brother Chen looked at Jiang Xiaotian, still in the Qi refinement stage, with disbelief. To him, this task was beyond the capability of any outer sect disciple. Who would remain in the outer sect with such strength? Oh, I was just curious. No wonder the points are so high. Jiang Xiaotian naturally did not disclose his intention to hunt the iron-eating beast, knowing no one would believe him. He planned to silently accumulate points and then enter the inner sect. That is good to hear. Otherwise, considering your current realm, it might be a one-way trip. Take my advice, junior brother. Tackle tasks within your capabilities. This is also a trial for our sect to assess our strengths. Aiming too high is unwise. Brother Chun earnestly cautioned Jiang Xiaotian, genuinely concerned that he might recklessly walk into danger. Thank you for your guidance, brother. I will remember your words. Jiang Xiaotian performed a respectful bow to Brother Chen and set off towards the sect's exit, determined to seek the iron-eating beast before nightfall. Upon leaving the sect, he boarded a spirit boat and flew towards the deep mountains and dense forests where demon beasts were known to roam. On the ethereal vessel, Jiang Xiaotian meticulously inspected his backpack, discovering a solitary cleansing elixir, a random martial skill experience card, a random summoning card, an upgrade voucher, and a flowing cloud sword. These items seemed ample for confronting a mere 5th-tier demon beast. Following his previous encounter with the Sword Immortal, Jiang Xiaotian harbored considerable expectations for the summoning card, viewing it almost as a trump card, albeit uncertain whether it could indeed summon a true deity. As the spiritual vessel soared deeper into the dense forest, he discerned an immediate and profound silence enveloping the surroundings. Even the usual chirping of birds had inexplicably ceased. Selecting a relatively flat area, he landed the vessel and stowed it away, casting a wary glance around, feeling a twinge of unease. The thick fog that shrouded the ancient woods imparted a distinctly eerie atmosphere, prompting him to instinctively grip the flowing cloud sword tightly. Logically, this dense forest should be teeming with wildlife. The unnatural stillness was alarming. The only plausible explanation was that a formidable demon beast lurked nearby, instilling fear in all other creatures. Could it be an iron-eating beast? Jiang Xiaotian mused, considering that high-tier demon beasts were often volatile and possessed a strong territorial instinct. Thus, he unfastened his belt and began to relieve himself against a tree. As he whistled and eased himself, a shadow suddenly darted behind him, sending a chill down his spine. Still pretending? Here you are? He shouted into the air, fully aware that the true entity had arrived. How dare you, a mere chi refinement cultivator, be so audacious in my domain? A sultry voice echoed from behind him, causing him to tense up. Turning around, Jiang Shaotian was taken aback by the sight of an extraordinarily slender humanoid demon beast, which appeared androgynous. What manner of creature was this? It certainly did not resemble an iron-eating beast. Are you an iron-eating beast? Ah, little brother, are you in search of that foolish creature? Unfortunately, I was in a foul mood a few days ago and just devoured it. Jiang Shaotian was taken aback. This implication suggested that it was a being beyond the fifth-tier demon beast. Observing the seemingly harmless yet alluring creature before him, he felt a sense of trepidation. Then what are you? I am merely slightly more formidable than an iron-eating beast. Normally, I would have no interest in low-tier cultivators like you. But since you dare to run rampant in my territory and even relieve yourself here, I simply cannot let you go. The demon beast spoke with an innocuous expression while uttering chilling words. As soon as the statement left its lips, a lengthy tail shot forth, wrapping around Jiang Shaotian. Goodness, it's a python demon. Jiang Shaotian realized the nature of the beast before him and hastily summoned his spiritual energy, wielding the flowing cloud sword in a decisive strike aimed at the serpent's tail. Clang, clang, clang. The sword clashed against the tail, resonating with the sound of metal meeting metal. The serpent demon, stung by Jiang Shaotian's strike, swiftly recoiled its tail, exclaiming, "You, in the chi refinement stage, are quite audacious. You've caused me some discomfort." The serpent demon, retracting its tail, began to flaunt itself provocatively, leaving Jiang Shaotian shuddering in revulsion. My word, you are quite the seductress. Had I not discerned your true nature as a serpent demon, I might have mistaken you for a vixen. Jiang Shaotian retorted with a mocking tone. You are finished. The serpent demon, regaining its true form, lunged towards Jiang Shaotian, coiling around him with alarming speed. Should it ensnare him, he would likely find himself in a perilous predicament. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaotian drew his sword and swung at the approaching serpent. However, against a demon at the pinnacle of the Golden Course stage, his chi refinement abilities appeared rather inadequate. Despite the exceptional quality of his soul-severing blade and flowing cloud sword, the vast chasm in their cultivation levels rendered them ineffective. Moreover, the serpent's scales were impenetrably tough, rendering any offensive futile. Clang, bang. The flowing cloud sword met the serpent's body, producing a shower of sparks. With a powerful lash of its tail, the serpent struck Jiang Shaotian squarely in the chest, sending him crashing into a tree branch. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Cough. Your hide is impressively resilient. It would make splendid armor for me, he said, steadying himself on the branch. Wiping the blood from his lips, his eyes betraying no fear. You are rather peculiar. Which esteemed sect do you belong to? The serpent demon, now in human form, cautiously inquired, wary of provoking someone who might retaliate, for Jiang Shaotian was evidently not an ordinary chi refinement practitioner. The sword he wielded alone suggested he was far from a typical cultivator, especially at this stage. What? Are you frightened? Not only do I intend to relieve myself here, but I also plan to defecate on your head. What can you possibly do about it? Jiang Shaotian had come solely to obtain the demon's core to complete his task, and had no time for idle chatter with the serpent. Since you seek your demise, do not blame me for being merciless. Incensed by Jiang Shaotian's humiliation, the serpent demon cast aside her reservations. With a flick of her tongue, an invisible force enveloped Jiang Shaotian, ensnaring him within a transparent prison. He felt his body gradually becoming restrained, his limbs growing unresponsive. This, he surmised, was the legendary domain of the nascent soul stage. Though the serpent had not yet stepped into that realm, she had grasped a fragment of its power. Allow me to perform a little trick. Keep your eyes wide open. As his words fell, Jiang Shaotian's cultivation level surged from late chi refinement to early foundation establishment. With no discernible fluctuation in spiritual energy, as effortless as taking a sip of water. What kind of sorcery is this? The serpent demon was taken aback, witnessing Jiang Shaotian's breakthrough with such ease, though she regarded both chi refinement and foundation establishment as trivial. She had never encountered anyone capable of advancing through the ranks so effortlessly. Foundational techniques are not to be underestimated. Jiang Shaotian felt an unprecedented surge of spiritual power coursing through him, far more intense than before, causing the flowing cloud sword in his hand to tremble slightly. Come, receive another strike from me. Having successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage, Jiang Shaotian felt invincible as he raised his sword, delivering a vertical slash towards the serpent demon. The demon's domain, still in its infancy, was instantly shattered by Jiang Shaotian's strike, sending a crescent-shaped sword aura slicing rapidly towards the demon's face. Bang! The serpent demon was astonishingly forced back several steps, her expression one of disbelief as she exclaimed, How? How did you achieve this? Is there truly a cultivator in this world so extraordinary? Jiang Shaotian's display utterly overturned the serpent demon's understanding of cultivation, leaving her in a state of incredulity that a cultivator could break through so effortlessly. The ease with which he had accomplished such a feat was astounding. To further push back someone at the pinnacle of the golden core stage with mere foundation establishment strength, was that even reasonable? You must have forged a false core. Come, receive another strike from me. Jiang Shaotian, gathering all his strength, swung his sword once more at the serpent demon, this time infusing it with soul power. Although his spiritual strength was not yet formidable, it was better than nothing. The serpent demon, witnessing the faintly purple glowing sword aura approaching her, felt a surge of dread. Is this truly a technique a foundation establishment cultivator can wield? This cannot be real. With no time to think further, the serpent demon coiled her body, intending to endure Jiang Shaotian's strike with her incredibly sturdy scales, confident in their resilience, believing even a nascent soul cultivator would struggle to breach them. Clang, clang, clang. Another flash of fire erupted as Jiang Shaotian's strike shattered her scales. Simultaneously, she felt a tearing sensation from her soul. Fortunately, her spiritual strength held firm, preventing any substantial harm. Is this a soul technique? Ah, my scales. The serpent demon stared in shock at her now uneven scales, realizing that this cultivator had indeed damaged them. Your hide is remarkably tough. I am curious how many more strikes you can withstand. Jiang Shaotian was somewhat surprised that he could not cleave the serpent demon in two with a single blow. Logically, his strike should have possessed nearly nascent soul strength. Yet it failed to breach her defenses. The serpent demon was now thoroughly intimidated. This was no ordinary cultivator. This was a true anomaly. Seeing the serpent demon rendered speechless, Jiang Shaotian pressed on. Do not even think about fleeing. I possess numerous magical artifacts that could swiftly end your life. Oh no, your snake life. If you doubt me, feel free to test it. Fearing that the serpent demon might escape, he hastily attempted to bluff. If she truly decided to flee, he would be powerless to pursue her, especially on her own territory. If she managed to escape, all his efforts would be in vain. Upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's words, the serpent demon found herself uncertain. If it were any other foundation establishment cultivator, she would dismiss them without a second thought. Yet, this peculiar individual compelled her to reconsider. The sword in his hand was enough to convince her that he likely possessed many more hidden treasures. As Jiang Shaotian observed the python demon in a state of indecision, a cleansing pill suddenly materialized in the palm of his hand. The python demon's eyes nearly fell from their sockets at the sight of the cleansing pill. Was this truly a 6th grade elixir? In Chapter 32, Drawing a Grand Vision, Jiang Shaotian feigned profundity, nodding slightly as he remarked, I see you possess some discernment. I did not come here with the sole intent to kill. If you are willing to relinquish the demon core, I may spare your life. What? Surrender the demon core? If I were to part with it, my strength would diminish significantly. Refusal could lead to your demise, yet acquiescence might forge a benevolent bond. Consider your options wisely. I am merely indulging you in this discourse out of respect for the principle of mercy. Jiang Shaotian continued to persuade the python demon, for if he were certain of his ability to slay it, he would not engage in such lengthy discourse. My lord, please allow me to bow before you. The python demon knelt at Jiang Shaotian's feet with an extraordinary resolve. Jiang Shaotian was taken aback and looked down at the python demon, who exhibited such flexibility and submission. Gazing at the profound cleft adorning the python demon's chest, Jiang Shaotian nearly bled from his nose, realizing he had previously overlooked such a magnificent feature. Ahem, rise. I am not one who revels in bloodshed. If you cooperate sincerely, I shall uphold my promise. Although Jiang Shaotian could have seized the opportunity to strike the python demon while it was kneeling, he refrained, contemplating the cultivation of his own influence. While he had an advantage that rendered him largely independent of external support, nurturing a loyal faction would undoubtedly alleviate future complications. The Python Demon's adaptability made it an excellent candidate, especially given its stunning physique. I shall heed your commands. The Python Demon recognized that this young man was no ordinary practitioner. She understood that cultivation required fortuitous encounters, and perhaps this was the opportunity she had longed for. With your assurance, I am at ease. I keep my word. I will take the demon core and spare your life. Your future, however, rests upon your own fate. Should I encounter you again, and you still draw breath, I shall honor my promise to transform you from a python into a dragon. Jiang Shaotian painted a grand vision for the Python Demon, primarily because he had no tangible offerings to present at that moment. Transform into a dragon. The Python Demon was momentarily stunned by Jiang Shaotian's enticing proposition, for it represented the ultimate aspiration of all Python demons. In that instant, the Python Demon began to envision a future of soaring through the skies. Undoubtedly, Jiang Shaotian's words struck a chord deep within her heart. After a moment of contemplation, she gritted her teeth and ultimately expelled her inner core. Though she harbored doubts about Jiang Shaotian's grand vision, she dared not gamble, fearing that he truly possessed extraordinary treasures. Should that be the case, her demise would be inevitable. For the Python Demon, this was a gamble of monumental proportions, wagering a century of cultivation and her future destiny. Jiang Shaotian cradled the inner elixir in his hand, its chilling touch unmistakably signifying its extraordinary nature. Very well, you shall henceforth be known as Shaoqing. The trials ahead will determine your fate. Should you survive to meet me again, it will signify your fortune. If not, then it is simply your destiny. Jiang Shaotian gently patted Shaoqing's head before he extracted a spiritual vessel from his backpack and leaped aboard, soaring towards the Yunlan sect without a backward glance, even absconding with a scale from a serpent demon as he departed. As Shaoqing observed Jiang Shaotian's receding figure, the initial confusion in her eyes gradually transformed into resolve. Young master, we shall meet again. Having lost her inner elixir, Shaoqing staggered back towards the cave, her complexion pale. Her strength had diminished significantly, now reduced to the level of a mere third-tier beast. Contentedly, Jiang Shaotian admired the pale blue orb of the demon elixir he had acquired, pondering the unfortunate fate of such a treasure within the sect. Alas, to fulfill the demands of this insipid system, one must part with what is cherished. With a sigh, he leapt from the spiritual vessel, stowing it away as he approached the outer gate of the Yunlan sect. Upon reaching the outer gate plaza, a throng of fellow disciples regarded him with astonishment. What are you all staring at? Do I have flowers on my face? Whether or not you have flowers is uncertain, but you will surely face them shortly. A familiar voice resounded behind him, and turning to see the source, he found it to be Lu Xiaowei, the one he had previously humiliated. Ah, if it isn't the vulture. What brings you here? Has your plumage grown back so swiftly? How dare you? Lu Xiaowei, incensed by Jiang Shaotian's taunt, stomped his foot, invoking the name of his esteemed senior brother, Shimin. Following Lu Xiaowei's gaze, Jiang Shaotian noticed a 30-something inner disciple with a sharp gaze, coldly observing him. What is your name, esteemed brother? Jiang Shaotian inquired with a smile directed at the man. I am Shimin, the foremost disciple under the second elder. Shimin replied with an impassive demeanor. To him, it was a flagrant act of rebellion for an outer disciple to confront an inner disciple. Upon hearing the name, Jiang Shaotian nearly burst into laughter, pondering the absurdity of such names as Lu Xiaowei and Shimin. Ah, so you are brother Shimin. My apologies for the oversight. May I ask what brings you to the outer gate today? Jiang Shaotian, is it? You, a mere novice, have the audacity to lay your hands upon an inner disciple. Are you not aware of the sect's regulations that prohibit outer disciples from offending inner disciples? Shimin spoke with an air of condescension, looking down upon Jiang Shaotian. I did not offend the inner disciple at all. It was he who made the first move. Who could have known he was so fragile? In a moment of carelessness, I cleanly shaved off his feathers. As soon as Jiang Shaotian uttered these words, a profound silence enveloped the outer sect, and the expressions of the outer disciples became frozen in astonishment. Zhou Linger, who had just arrived upon hearing the news, found herself blushing intensely at this utterance, momentarily left in a state of shock. At that moment, Lu Xiaowei felt as though his mind had been bombarded, the shock echoing within him. He could hardly believe that Jiang Shaotian dared to utter such crude remarks in front of the senior brother. Xi Minqin was equally taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's words. Lu Xiaohui had merely complained about encountering an outer disciple who, emboldened by his considerable strength, looked down upon the inner sect disciples. He had thought Lu Xiaohui had only suffered a minor setback, but to think that he had been utterly humiliated, stripped of his dignity, this was indeed a great disgrace. Is this true? Junior brother, have you truly lost your feathers? Xi Minqin hesitated to voice his thoughts to Lu Xiaohui. At that moment, Lu Xiaohui wished to find a crack in the ground to hide himself. This was utterly embarrassing. Now the entire sect was aware of his plight. Chapter 33. If you don't like it, let us fight. How could Lu Xiaohui possibly admit in front of so many that he had become a vulture? He quickly retorted, Senior brother, do not listen to this brat-ass nonsense. He is clearly trying to insult us. Xi Minqin found Lu Xiaohui's argument reasonable. How could a mere disciple in the qi refining stage possibly have the audacity to shave the feathers of someone already in the golden core stage? Wait, that is not right. Wasn't he said to be in the qi refining stage? How did he suddenly reach the foundation establishment stage? Xi Minqin looked at Jiang Shaotian, who was evidently in the foundation establishment stage, and curiously inquired of Lu Xiaohui, didn't you say he was only in the qi refining stage? He has clearly established his foundation. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaohui scrutinized Jiang Shaotian closely, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and looked again, astonished. What is happening? Just a couple of days ago, he was clearly in the qi refining stage. How did he reach foundation establishment so suddenly? His aura is so stable. He doesn't seem like someone who just broke through. Lu Xiaohui was equally perplexed, uncertain of how Jiang Shaotian had made such a sudden advancement. How did you establish your foundation? Just a sneeze, and I broke through. It's no big deal, Jiang Shaotian replied nonchalantly. A sneeze can lead to a breakthrough? If you are that capable, why not just sneeze your way to transcending tribulations? Lu Xiaohui was incredulous, though he himself was unsure of the circumstances. Zhou Linger, who had seen Jiang Shaotian in the qi refining stage that morning, was equally astonished to find him suddenly at foundation establishment upon her return. Regardless of whether you have established your foundation or not, as an outer disciple, to engage in a fight with an inner sect senior brother is a violation of sect rules. According to regulations, you should be imprisoned at the Cliff of Reflection for 7 days. Will you go voluntarily, or shall I escort you? Xi Minqin coldly addressed Jiang Shaotian. Having little interest in how Jiang Shaotian achieved his breakthrough, he was merely intent on restoring honor to the sect. Oh, how imposing you are, Sir Xi Min. One might think you are the lord of the Yunlan sect. Jiang Shaotian was utterly unfazed. He had merely come to Yunlan's sect to complete a task, and had no need to heed the opinions of these individuals. How audacious! How dare you, a rebellious wretch, enter Yunlan's sect? Xi Minqin, witnessing Jiang Shaotian openly challenge his authority, felt a surge of indignation. How I entered Yunlan's sect is none of your concern. Who do you think you are? Jiang Shaotian's words left the assembled outer disciples pale with shock. Zhou Linger gazed at him in disbelief, unable to fathom that he would so brazenly disregard the dignity of the inner sect's senior brother. Jiang Shaotian had incurred animosity from the inner sect because of her. If he were to be severely injured by the senior brother, she would feel a pang of guilt. Very well, a most reckless Jiang Shaotian, Xi Minqin declared, striking at Jiang Shaotian's dantian with a fierce blow, clearly intending to cripple him. Be careful, Zhou Linger anxiously called out to the unmoving Jiang Shaotian. She felt powerless to intervene against the senior brother, who had already attained the nascent soul stage. Just as everyone anticipated Jiang Shaotian would collapse in agony, a stunning turn of events unfolded. With a resounding thud, dust erupted around them. Jiang Shaotian stood firm, unfazed, while Xi Minqin's expression was one of utter astonishment. What on earth is so impenetrable? Xi Minqin's palm struck the serpent scale armor on Jiang Shaotian's chest, as if he had hit a steel plate, sending a jolt through his hand. Although he had not exerted his full strength, that strike alone should have been sufficient to incapacitate a cultivator at the initial stage of Golden Core. What? Did you skip your meals? You fight like a woman. Jiang Shaotian was in no mood to show leniency to someone who relied solely on their status to bully others. Xi Minqin, enraged by the insult, drew a high-grade spiritual sword and pointed it menacingly at Jiang Shaotian. Do not think your turtle shell makes you formidable. Today, I shall see whether my sword is sharper or your shell is sturdier. The outer disciples, witnessing Xi Minqin's intent to engage seriously, broke into a cold sweat. The disparity in strength was too great to leave any room for doubt regarding the outcome. However, Zhang Xiaotian was not one to back down. His aura of sword intent surged around him, ready to unsheath his sword at a moment's notice. What is everyone doing gathered here? A thunderous voice echoed from above the outer plaza, belonging to Elder Gu Yunji. Disciples pay their respects to Elder Gu. The outer disciples bowed in unison. What is the matter? Elder Gu Yunji descended between Zhang Xiaotian and Shiminqin, questioning the two. Perplexed by the connection between a mere guardian of the medicinal garden and the senior disciple of the second elder. According to Elder Gu, this Zhang Xiaotian has unjustly attacked my junior brother. By sect rules, he must be punished by facing the wall at the reflection cliff for 7 days. I implore you, Elder Gu, to handle this impartially, Shiminqin boldly reported. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Yunji felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Shiminqin's implication was that Zhang Xiaotian had assaulted Lu Xiaohui and was now standing here unscathed? Was this reasonable? Are you suggesting that my outer sect disciple has bullied your inner sect junior? Gu Yunji had never heard of such an absurdity. It is already quite remarkable that this newcomer, tasked with guarding the medicinal garden, could survive under the formidable presence of Lu Xiaohui, who has already attained the golden core stage. The notion of him bullying Lu Xiaohui is utterly preposterous. Perhaps he employed some underhanded tactics. Shiminqin cast an awkward glance at Lu Xiaohui, unable to comprehend how his junior could possibly be bested by someone still in the foundation establishment stage. Although the young man before them possessed some peculiar traits, it hardly seemed plausible that he could dominate Lu Xiaohui. Lu Xiaohui, feeling the weight of Shiminqin's gaze, lowered his head in shame, perplexed as to how he had suddenly lost his composure. Zhang Xiaotian's swordsmanship was indeed exceedingly strange. It would suffice to graciously acknowledge one's inferiority without resorting to accusations of dubious methods. If he is unconvinced, let him step forth and face me in a duel. Zhang Xiaotian seized the opportunity to hurl scornful remarks, leaving Gu Yunji visibly astonished. How audacious for an outer sect disciple to challenge an inner sect member so openly. Such a thing had never occurred during his tenure as an elder of the outer sect. In the past, which outer sect disciple had not shown utmost respect to their inner sect seniors, fearful of incurring their displeasure. Zhang Xiaotian truly was a unique oddity. His words ignited a fervor among the outer sect disciples present. They had long endured the incessant bullying by those of the inner sect, feeling powerless to voice their grievances. Yet now, this mere foundation establishment disciple had the audacity to publicly confront an inner sect member, instilling a newfound sense of courage within them. However, they also felt a pang of anxiety for Zhang Xiaotian, recognizing the vast disparity in strength that rendered his chances of victory virtually non-existent. As all eyes focused on Lu Xiaohui, he feigned ignorance, pretending not to have heard Zhang Xiaotian's proclamation. This reaction prompted a collective question among the onlookers. Had he conceded? Chapter 34. Just Desert's Shiminqin, observing Lu Xiaohui's apparent cowardice, felt an overwhelming desire to strike him with a palm, utterly embarrassed at such a display. Regardless of the circumstances, Zhang Xiaotian, as an outer sect disciple, should be penalized for unprovoked aggression against an inner sect member. Surely Elder Gu would not show favoritism towards his disciple, would he? At this moment, Shiminqin was no longer preoccupied with whether Zhang Xiaotian could indeed defeat Lu Xiaohui. He was solely focused on persuading Elder Gu to send Zhang Xiaotian to the Cliff of Reflection without further delay. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu found himself in a quandary. Hadn't he, the outer sect, finally produced a disciple with grit? Should he truly adhere to sect regulations? If Zhang Xiaotian were to be punished, what would the other outer sect disciples think? Would the outer sect forever remain subjugated by the inner sect? Such a fate would render his position as an elder of the outer sect utterly untenable. Who claimed he had acted without provocation? It was clear that Lu Xiaohui had attempted to impose himself upon me outside the medicinal garden, and Zhang Xiaotian had merely intervened to assist. At this moment, Zhou Ling'er could no longer contain herself and spoke up in defense of Zhang Xiaotian. Her words sent shockwaves through the crowd, leaving even Shiminqin, who had sought to defend Lu Xiaohui, momentarily speechless. You must be joking. How could I possibly be frivolous towards you? I do not even know you. Lu Xiaohui, with his face flushed, argued loudly. If this matter were to be substantiated, how could he possibly continue to exist within the Yunlan sect? But is there any evidence? Shiminqin, somewhat incredulous, sought confirmation. At the entrance of the medicinal garden, there were only the three of us. No one else was present, Zhou Ling'er recalled. affirming the situation. Since there is no evidence based solely on your word, how could we ascertain what transpired? Elder Gu directly interrupted Xi Minqin, retrieving a mirror from his ring. Indeed, it was the celestial observation mirror, an item Jiang Xiaotian had previously encountered at the Li family in Yufeng City. Upon seeing the celestial observation mirror in Elder Gu's hand, Lu Xiaohui felt as if his world was collapsing, akin to a vulture that had been startled. While bullying the outer disciples might be trivial, exposing such behavior before an elder was an entirely different matter. It would surely turn him into a sacrificial lamb. Eldest brother, perhaps we should let this go. Escalating matters would not reflect well on us. After all, we are all from the same sect. Lu Xiaohui quickly urged Xi Minqin beside him, no longer wishing to escalate the situation, but instead longing to return home to his mother. Xi Minqin was no fool. Upon hearing Lu Xiaohui's words, he understood the gravity of the situation and shot Lu Xiaohui an angry glare, preparing to withdraw. However, Elder Gu did not grant Xi Minqin the opportunity to speak. He directly tossed the celestial observation mirror to Zhou Linger, instructing, "This mirror can only reproduce the scene for those involved in the causality. You merely need to focus and infuse it with spiritual energy." Zhou Linger took the mirror and, following Elder Gu's instructions, infused it with her spiritual energy. Instantly, the scene outside the medicinal garden materialized within the celestial observation mirror. With a wave of his right hand, Elder Gu projected the image into the air. The onlookers held their breath, intently observing the scene within the mirror. When they saw Lu Xiaohui about to embrace Zhou Ling, the outer disciples' hands clenched tightly, producing audible cracks. Shameless, despicable, lewd, filthy. Many female disciples could not restrain themselves from voicing their disdain at the sight. For those who would take advantage of their power in such a manner were the most contemptible. Elder Gu regarded Lu Xiaohui with a look of utter revulsion. Yet he hesitated to act against him, for he was, after all, a disciple of the second elder in the inner sect. When Jiang Xiaotian stepped forward at a crucial moment, the crowd instinctively erupted in applause. Jiang Xiaotian, basking in their admiration, felt an unparalleled sense of pride. Nothing was more gratifying than successfully asserting one's superiority. Suddenly, the image in the air flashed with sword light, and then, to the horror of the audience, Lu Xiaohui's trousers fell. As if that were not enough, the tiny sparrow was exposed to everyone's gaze. The female disciples gasped and quickly turned their heads away, while Zhou Linger had already anticipated this and turned her head aside in advance. The image flashed again, and the little sparrow became bare. At that moment, Lu Xiaohui stood frozen, his emotions beyond description, rendered utterly speechless. Today, Xi Minqin found himself in an unexpectedly awkward predicament. As if a small blade had cut through his pride, he could hardly fathom the turn of events, which left him feeling humiliated to the core. "How dare you approach me, an elder of the outer sect, to cause trouble for Jiang Xiaotian?" Elder Gu, upon discovering the truth, was infuriated and scolded Xi Minqin and Lu Xiaohui, questioning how such shameless disciples could emerge from the teachings of the second elder. Xi Minqin, head bowed, wished he could vanish into thin air, lamenting that while he feared not his opponents, it was his own teammates who caused him distress. Lu Xiaohui's spirit was extinguished. Under the scrutinizing gazes of those around him, he yearned to escape this place of turmoil. What a disgrace this has brought upon me. Just as the atmosphere grew exceedingly uncomfortable, a voice of authority and ire resonated from above. "Salute to the second elder." The assembly collectively raised their heads and bowed to the hovering figure of Elder Yu Chongshan. Jiang Xiaotian, a disciple of the master, found himself at a loss for words. "How shameful! You dare to drag your senior brother into this disgrace." Elder Yu Chongshan exclaimed, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Lu Xiaohui's face. The force sent Lu Xiaohui flying, leaving half his face swollen like a pig's head. "Master, please quell your anger. I recognize my mistake." Lu Xiaohui pleaded while scrambling to his feet, bowing repeatedly in supplication. "Go to the wall of reflection for self-contemplation. You shall not emerge for 3 years." With that, Elder Yu Chongshan struck Lu Xiaohui once more, sending him towards the wall of reflection. Witnessing his master's fury, Xi Minqin could only stand silently aside, watching the scene unfold. Lu Xiaohui's punishment delighted the outer sect disciples present, affirming that clear distinctions between reward and punishment are the hallmark of a grand sect. Jiang Xiaotian couldn't help but admire the so-called second elder, recognizing that a sect that does not blindly protect its own still possesses some semblance of grandeur. Our Yunlan sect has always upheld a clear system of rewards and punishments. Those who err shall be penalized, while those who excel shall be rewarded. All disciples must remember to abide by the sect's regulations. I shall heed the second elder's teachings. Jiang Shaotian, is it? It is time we discuss your offense against an inner sect disciple. Although circumstances may have warranted your actions, you have nonetheless violated the sect's rules and must face consequences. Do you have any objections? The subsequent words from the second elder left everyone astonished. Was this permissible? Brother Yu, Jiang Shaotian's actions were justified. Lu Xiaohui interjected. Go. Do not forget the teachings of the sect master. Without rules, there can be no order. Elder Yu Chongshan interrupted Elder Gu's defense, resolutely stating that Jiang Shaotian's public humiliation of his disciple was an affront to him, one he would not easily overlook. Elder Gu was left speechless, unable to counter the invocation of the sect master. Jiang Shaotian, upon hearing this, could not help but smirk inwardly. He boldly addressed Elder Yu Chongshan, asserting, I saved my fellow disciple from humiliation. This aligns with the will of heaven and resonates with the hearts of the people. What sin have I committed? As soon as Jiang Shaotian spoke, the eyes of Zhou Linger behind him sparkled with starlight, and her gaze towards him gradually became more intense. What maiden is devoid of youthful infatuation? Encountering the ostentatious Jiang Shaotian at such an impressionable age left her heart in disarray. The other outer disciples, upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's righteous words, yearned to applaud in approval, yet they refrained, constrained by the authority of the second elder. Violating sect rules is indeed a transgression. As disciples of the Yunlan sect, they must adhere to these regulations without exception. Yu Zhongshan appeared resolute in his intent to punish Jiang Shaotian. Those who dwell in high positions are most fearful of losing face, and Jiang Shaotian had caused a significant embarrassment to the Duanyue peak. Failing to penalize him would surely disturb his peace of mind. What of the inner disciples? Are they truly remarkable? By what right do they look down upon outer disciples? Jiang Shaotian stood tall, questioning Yu Zhongshan, fully aware that in any era, people are stratified into ranks, yet he refused to accept this. Is their mere strength sufficient for admission into the inner sect? Is this not a simple truth that even an elder should not need to teach? Yu Zhongshan appeared amused by Jiang Shaotian's defiance. In his eyes, it was inconsequential, mere chatter from a foundational stage novice. Is entering the inner sect truly so arduous? It is but a trivial task. What is so significant about it? Jiang Shaotian dismissed the notion, his words striking the gathered crowd with astonishment. Junior Brother Gu, this new disciple of yours is indeed remarkable. Even the act of relieving oneself seems sufficient for entering the inner sect. Yu Zhongshan turned to mock Gu Yunji, as such brazen claims had not graced his ears for years. The new disciple merely lacks understanding of the rules. Do not stoop to his level, senior brother. Gu Yunji replied, forced to smile, equally bewildered by Jiang Shaotian's bravado. Among the many outer disciples, only 3 could ascend to the inner sect each month. Although it was not an insurmountable challenge, it was hardly trivial. It seemed the second elder deemed him unworthy of entering the inner sect. Unfazed by Yu Zhongshan's derision, Jiang Shaotian secretly chuckled at the thought of the python demon's core nestled within his system's inventory. Is this something I need to articulate? Is there anyone present with a foundational stage lower than yours? If you can enter the inner sect, I must be overthinking things. Yu Zhongshan believed that Jiang Shaotian's aspirations for the inner sect were utterly implausible, akin to the sun rising from the west. Oh, is that so? Then what of the present moment? As he spoke, a pale blue orb materialized in his palm, surrounded by gentle waves of spiritual energy. This is the python core? Gu Yunji gazed in astonishment at the orb in Jiang Shaotian's hand. While a 6th-tier beast's core was not an extraordinary treasure, its appearance in the hands of a foundational stage novice was indeed remarkable. Yu Zhongshan's brows furrowed as he regarded the orb. The python core had surpassed his expectations significantly. During the midday hour, I took a leisurely stroll, yet I could not locate the iron-eating beast on the taskbar. Instead, I found a sizable loach. Uncertain as to whether this creature surpassed the inner core of the iron-eating beast in merit. Observing the astonished expressions of Yu Chongshan and Gu Yunji, Jiang Shaotian felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Having an external advantage certainly had its perks, allowing him to flaunt with ease. This serpent core was undoubtedly incomparable to that of the iron-eating beast. Once Gu Yunji regained his composure, he swiftly approached Jiang Shaotian and took the serpent core from his hands for a meticulous inspection. The quality of this core was exceptional. It seemed that this serpent demon had likely reached the threshold of the Yuanying stage. Gu Yunji marveled at the core in his possession, prompting gasps of astonishment from those present. A half-step into Yuanying? Has Jiang Shaotian truly slain a serpent demon at that level? How preposterous! With such prowess, he remains in the outer sect? Are we jesting? How did you acquire this core? The sect's mission clearly states that inner cores are obtained by slaying demon beasts. If this core was merely a stroke of luck, it cannot be exchanged for points. Do not tell me you personally killed the serpent demon. Do you take me for a child of 3? Even Yu Chongshan would not believe that Jiang Shaotian possessed the strength to kill the serpent demon. After all, even he would not be confident in subduing such a creature, as beasts of that caliber can easily flee, especially the incredibly agile serpent demon. Jiang Shaotian merely smiled in response, remaining silent as he produced a piece of serpent demon scale from his pocket. Is that the scale of a serpent demon? Gu Yunji recognized the item in Jiang Shaotian's hand at once. Shi Minqin, who had remained silent, suddenly felt a tingling in his hands. It turned out he had just struck this very object, hence its formidable hardness. One inner core alone would not suffice. What if I added this? Jiang Shaotian gazed intently at Yu Chongshan, eager to see what further excuses the old man could muster. Having stripped the scale from the demon, he believed this was irrefutable evidence of his kill. Even the observation mirror would be unnecessary. Before such undeniable proof, all excuses would appear feeble. Yu Chongshan, upon seeing the serpent scale, found himself at a loss for words. To continue would only reveal pettiness and a desire to create difficulties. Since I am now qualified for the inner sect, the regulations prohibiting clashes with inner sect disciples no longer bind me. Jiang Shaotian, observing Yu Chongshan's silence, spoke up. Just as Yu Chongshan seemed poised to challenge him once more, an ancient and authoritative voice echoed from above. Chongshan, return. And you come here. As the words fell, Jiang Shaotian felt the surrounding space warp, transporting him into a resplendent palace. Where am I? Jiang Shaotian was taken aback upon seeing an elderly man with white hair standing before him, exuding an aura of wisdom and strength. No spiritual root. Early-stage foundation establishment. Slaying a serpent demon? Come, enlighten me on how you accomplished this. The old man circled Jiang Shaotian, occasionally reaching out to touch him, utterly perplexed by how this young man had achieved such feats. Who are you? Jiang Shaotian gazed at the exuberant elder before him, feeling a sense of discomfort. This was undeniably a bit presumptuous. I am Dantai Yuan, the elder declared, not particularly remarkable, merely a sect leader in my old age. Sect leader? Jiang Shaotian felt utterly bewildered. He had merely been posturing as an outer disciple. How could the sect leader come to join the fray? Would he still be able to enjoy his playful antics? You are the leader of Yunlan's sect? Jiang Shaotian stammered, seeking confirmation from Dantai Yuan. Your eyes reveal astonishment, but not fear. It seems you truly did slay that serpent demon. I shall not inquire further, merely ask. Would you like to become my disciple? Dantai Yuan deliberately prolonged his statement, prompting Jiang Shaotian to lean in with eager anticipation for the latter part. Chapter 36. The Sect Leader's Disciple. As Dantai Yuan slowly articulated a phrase that left Jiang Shaotian utterly aghast, he inquired, Are you willing to accept me as your master? What? Become your disciple? Sect Leader. Are you certain you are not jesting? Jiang Shaotian was utterly flabbergasted by Dantai Yuan's audacity. How could he, having offended the inner sect elders, still be favored by the sect leader? Was this old man harboring some peculiar interest? Contemplating this, Jiang Shaotian's gaze towards Dantai Yuan grew wary, and he discreetly positioned his hands behind him to shield his vulnerable areas. Impertinent fool, what are you thinking? Dantai Yuan discerned the implications of Jiang Shaotian's expression and actions. Having lived for centuries and seen all manner of folly, Jiang Shaotian, awkwardly smiling at the fuming Dantai Yuan, could not entirely fault him. The notion that a sect leader would wish to take on as a disciple someone at the mere foundational stage was absurd. Who would believe such a tale? Do not dally. I have decided to take you as my disciple. Will you accept or not? Dantai Yuan urged. For a disciple of such humble cultivation to capture the attention of the sect leader was a stroke of fortune, a rare opportunity indeed. Naturally, Jiang Shaotian had little to say in opposition. Thus, he declared, I refuse. Jiang Shaotian mused on the fact that he already possessed a system. Why would he need a master? What mentor could possibly compare to a system that functioned like a cheat? Initially, Dantai Yuan pleased by Jiang Xiaoyan's flattering words, stroked his beard, confident of success in his endeavor to take on a disciple. However, when Jiang Xiaoyan abruptly declared his refusal, the elder nearly yanked out his own beard in disbelief. What? What did you say? Dantai Yuan, unwilling to believe that Jiang Xiaoyan would dare to refuse him, considered the possibility that age had dulled his hearing. I appreciate your kindness, esteemed leader. I merely wish to enter the inner sect for training. The matter of apprenticeship can be overlooked. Jiang Xiaoyan genuinely thought about entering the inner sect to tease someone or complete a task, and then depart. Dantai Yuan's expression shifted from shock to amusement upon hearing Jiang Xiaoyan's words. You wish to enter the inner sect? Then why do you not promptly kneel and pledge yourself as my disciple? Dantai Yuan pondered whether this young man had lost his wits, wanting to enter the inner sect while simultaneously refusing to become a disciple. What was he playing at? Why is it necessary to take on a master? Jiang Xiaoyan simply could not comprehend why the sect leader insisted on accepting him as a disciple. Without taking on a master, how does one gain entry to the inner sanctum? The prerequisite for entering the inner door is to be recognized and accepted as a disciple by an elder of the sect. Otherwise, who would guide your cultivation? A remark from Dantai Yuan enlightened Jiang Xiaoyan. Otherwise, he would have naively believed that entering the inner door was merely a matter of stepping through a threshold. Noticing Jiang Xiaoyan's silence, Dantai Yuan feigned anger and continued, since you wish to enter the inner door, you must certainly take an elder of the sect as your master. What? Do you think I lack the stature of those old geezers? Disciple Jiang Xiaoyan pays respects to master. Originally indifferent, Jiang Xiaoyan suddenly knelt before Dantai Yuan, exclaiming loudly. His expression of fervent devotion left Dantai Yuan momentarily astounded. After a brief pause, a smile gradually appeared on Dantai Yuan's face as he stepped forward to help Jiang Xiaoyan to his feet, saying, "Ah, a teachable child. I am quite pleased with your audacious character. Very well, you shall henceforth be my closed-door disciple. May I timidly inquire, Master, what is your current level of strength?" Dantai Yuan, feigning modesty, stroked his beard and replied, "I have barely broken through to the transformation stage." "Oh, merely the transformation stage?" Jiang Xiaoyan exclaimed, "Fool. Can't you distinguish between breaking through to the transformation stage and merely being at that level?" Dantai Yuan found himself both amused and exasperated by this foolish disciple. "Oh wow, that's incredible. Above the transformation stage? What realm is that?" Jiang Xiaoyan finally grasped that Dantai Yuan was referring to having surpassed the pinnacle of the transformation stage. Just the refining ruins, Dantai Yuan thought to himself, feeling secretly pleased at Jiang Xiaoyan's astonished expression. "Master is impressive. May I now stroll through the inner door?" Jiang Xiaoyan was not particularly interested in Dantai Yuan's realm. His curiosity leaned more towards that Yin Wei Suang. Dantai Yuan, somewhat speechless, reflected that if it were any other disciple he had accepted, they would be overjoyed. Yet this brat seemed unfazed as if nothing significant had occurred. "Go, but remember not to cause trouble. Otherwise, I shall not clean up after you." After saying this, Dantai Yuan handed Jiang Xiaoyan a token symbolizing his status as the sect leader's direct disciple. Jiang Xiaoyan took the token, securing it at his waist, and scampered towards the exit, eager to find that Shimin Qin and compare their statuses. Once Jiang Xiaoyan departed, a figure suddenly appeared beside Dantai Yuan. It was Han Mengshan, the grand elder of the Yunlan sect. He respectfully bowed to Dantai Yuan and inquired, "Sect leader, do you truly wish to accept him as a disciple? Have you not reconsidered? Can you defeat the Python demon at the Foundation Establishment realm? I have verified that the Python elixir was indeed acquired by that boy." Dantai Yuan's words left Han Mengshan momentarily speechless. To pit someone at the Foundation Establishment realm against a Python demon was akin to suggesting a more direct approach with a noose. I also had Brother Meng from the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion calculate, and he said that boys' karmic ties are rootless. Dantai Yuan's statement detonated in Han Mengshan's mind like a thunderous bomb. What? Rootless karma? How could that be possible? Is this not beyond the celestial laws? Unfathomable and incalculable? For a millennium, Han Mengshan has never heard of anyone who could escape the dominion of the heavenly order. Even those formidable beings who transcend through tribulations are bound by the celestial regulations of their ascension. What right does this mere foundation cultivator, Jiang Xiaoyan, have to be exempt from such constraints? This matter must not be divulged. Meng's sect treasure nearly met its demise because of it. That young man can no longer be judged by ordinary standards. Today, I have taken him as my disciple. The future of Yunlan's sect now rests in the hands of fate. Dantai Yuan let out a soft sigh before vanishing, leaving Han Mengshan alone in the Great Hall, enveloped in confusion. Upon exiting the hall, Jiang Shaotian was oblivious to the gravity of the situation. His mind was occupied solely with two thoughts. One was to flaunt his prowess, and the other was to flirt with the ladies. Along the way, inner disciples cast puzzled glances at Jiang Shaotian, unable to comprehend how a foundation cultivator had entered their midst. "Hey, how did you get in here?" A disciple with a long, shoehorn-like face and a pronounced jaw blocked Jiang Shaotian's path. "Do you know where Yun Weiswang is?" Jiang Shaotian disregarded the disciple's inquiry and posed a question that left him bewildered. What did you say? Are you inquiring about Senior Sister Yin? Am I hearing you correctly?" The disciple's incredulity was palpable, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary revelation. "What's wrong? Is it forbidden to inquire about Yin Weiswang? Is she that remarkable?" Jiang Shaotian mused, considering that perhaps no disciple within Yunlan's sect held a status more illustrious than his own at this moment. Chapter 37. Foundation Establishment versus Nascent Soul. The disciple's irritation flared upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's words. He would not allow anyone to offend Senior Sister Yun, especially not this insignificant foundation cultivator. "Scram back to where you came from. This is the inner sect, and you have no right to act unruly. Senior Sister Yun is not someone of your ilk who can inquire about. Leave now, or I swear I will make you regret it." Jiang Shaotian seethed at the disciple's outrageous arrogance and intended to draw the token bestowed by the sect master to teach this insolent fellow a lesson when suddenly, the voice of Shimin Qin interrupted. "Feng Shidi, what is all this ruckus about?" "Greetings, Senior Brother Shimin." The shoehorn-faced disciple immediately adopted a respectful demeanor upon seeing the approaching Shimin Qin. "Senior Brother Shimin, this brat approached me and inquired about Senior Sister Yun's whereabouts. I suspect his intentions are dubious." Shimin Qin scrutinized Jiang Shaotian, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. Weren't you taken away by the sect master? How did you end up here?" Just back from the outer sect, Shimin Qin was already in a foul mood, and encountering Jiang Shaotian only exacerbated his irritation. This young man was as unpleasant as a stone in a latrine, both foul and unyielding. "Senior Shimin, have you missed me during our brief separation?" Jiang Shaotian teased. Standing tall and confident, Shimin Qin, well acquainted with Jiang Shaotian's temperament, chose to ignore him, but the shoehorn-faced disciple was left utterly astounded. How could this young man dare to speak to Senior Brother Shimin in such a manner? "Are you not afraid of being struck into the ground?" "Senior Shimin, do you know this fellow?" The shoehorn-faced fellow almost got led astray by Jiang Shaotian. "I can't say I know him well. We merely have some past grievances." Shimin Qin replied candidly, harboring a strong desire to eliminate Jiang Shaotian. He relished the sight of Jiang's disdainful demeanor, which seemed to mock him. Jiang Shaotian, feeling triumphant, made a face at Shimin Qin, causing both Shimin and the shoehorn-faced man's expressions to darken. "Impudence! To dare offend Senior Shimin, even if he shows you mercy, I shall not let you off," the shoehorn-faced man declared, launching a punch towards Jiang Shaotian's chest. "Junior brother, do not." Shimin Qin interjected hastily, aware of the shoehorn-faced man's impulsiveness, but the latter mistook Shimin's words for mere bluster and continued with his clenched fist. With a resounding crash, the shoehorn-faced man's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. "Go ahead and scream. I assure you, I won't mock you." "How's that? Is it hard enough for you?" Jiang Shaotian taunted, lightly patting his chest. "Junior brother Feng, you are too rash. That fellow possesses the scales of a sixth-tier demon beast, which are quite formidable." Shimin Qin's warning left the shoehorn-faced man longing to return home to his mother. Who could have anticipated that a mere foundation establishment stage cultivator would carry such powerful armor? "You, Jiang Shaotian, this time there shall be no Elder Guo to rescue you." Shimin Qin could no longer tolerate Jiang Shaotian's provocations, which had become too frequent to bear. "If you dislike me so, why not simply draw your sword and strike? Why all this needless chatter?" Jiang Shaotian thought it an opportune moment to test the depth of this so-called senior disciple of the second elder. Seeking death, Shimin Qin could no longer restrain himself and swung his sword towards Jiang Shaotian's Baihui point. Seeing this, Jiang Shaotian stepped back slightly, his flowing cloud sword humming into existence. "Soul Sever Slay?" Jiang Shaotian swung his sword to meet Shimin Qin's strike, and in an instant, the plaza was engulfed in a tempest of sword energy. With a thunderous clash, the two sword energies collided, unleashing a violent surge of spiritual power that sent the shoehorn-faced man flying due to the proximity of the shockwave. As the commotion unfolded, a throng of onlookers quickly gathered in the inner sect plaza. Who dares to fight here? I don't know. From the figure, it appears to be Senior Shimin from the Broken Moon Peak, but the other person is unfamiliar. What? Engaging in combat with Senior Shimin? Who possesses such audacity? The gathered inner sect disciples chattered animatedly. Although the sect did not prohibit sparring among inner disciples, few dared to challenge a senior brother. Jiang Xiaotian did not employ soul power in this strike, realizing that his current cultivation level was insufficient to make effective use of it. It seemed that this encounter had resulted in a stalemate. The onlookers scrutinized Jiang Xiaotian, as they had never seen his face before and were eager to learn which elder he belonged to. At this moment, Shimin Qin was rendered speechless, astonished by the fact that he had barely reached the threshold of the nascent soul stage, yet found himself evenly matched with a foundation establishment practitioner. Could it be that I have forged a false nascent soul? He cast a glance at his Dantian, preferring to suspect a flaw in his cultivation rather than believe that Jiang Xiaotian possessed strength comparable to his own. Indeed, it was impressive that Shimin, a high-ranking official, could even contend with someone of foundation establishment. His prowess was commendable. Jiang Xiaotian seized the opportunity to taunt, aware that he currently lacked the means to truly challenge Shimin Qin, but relishing the verbal sparring nonetheless. The gathered inner sect disciples nearly fell over in disbelief at such audacious remarks. This defiance of reason was utterly astonishing. What sort of swordplay is this? Shimin Qin finally regained his wits, struggling to accept the reality of being on equal footing with a mere foundation establishment disciple. Would you like to learn? I can teach you. Jiang Xiaotian's arrogant demeanor only served to infuriate Shimin Qin further, who suddenly recalled that Jiang Xiaotian was merely an outer sect disciple. Very well. You, an outer sect disciple, dare to invade the inner sect and challenge me? Do you think the sect rules are mere decorations? Shimin Qin's words shocked the inner sect disciples. What? Did Shimin say that kid is from the outer sect? They exchanged incredulous glances, trying to comprehend the implications. An outer sect disciple with such strength? Had he lost his senses? This was utterly preposterous. The crowd buzzed with disbelief, having never witnessed such a scandalous revelation. Unhappy? Go ahead and bite me. Jiang Xiaotian defiantly raised his middle finger at Shimin Qin. The latter nearly choked on his fury. Being humiliated in front of so many was intolerable. Yet he found himself powerless against Jiang Xiaotian, a sensation akin to a swarm of ants crawling under his skin. Elder Yu Zhongshan, summoned back to the inner sect by the sect leader, wore a grim expression, unable to fathom why the normally indifferent leader had taken an interest today. As he brooded, he caught wind of the commotion in the inner sect square. Upon realizing that the one sparring with his disciple was Jiang Xiaotian, he nearly exploded with rage. How could this pest be so tenacious, clinging on like a stubborn adhesive? Worse still, his disciple had failed to subdue him, leaving Elder Yu utterly humiliated. Chapter 38. Depth? Length? With a darkened expression, Yu Zhongshan materialized directly before Shimin Qin. Disciple greeting Elder. The surrounding disciples fell silent and bowed upon seeing Yu Zhongshan. You again. Do you truly believe I dare not deal with you? Ignoring the crowd, he directed a furious glare at Jiang Xiaotian. Come on, hit me. Jiang Xiaotian, stretching his neck and lightly patting his face, provoked a storm of astonishment among the inner sect disciples. Who was this audacious individual? Such bravery was unprecedented. Regardless of his background, it seems today he shall be unable to escape the consequences of his actions. I swear, I have never encountered someone so pretentiously arrogant in my entire life. This fellow is doomed. As Yu Zhongshan listened to the discussions of the disciples around him, he could no longer contain himself. He raised his hand and struck down toward Jiang Xiaotian's forehead. A palm strike from the pinnacle of the transformation stage is no trivial matter. If Jiang Xiaotian were to be struck, he might well require a shovel to collect his remains. Just when everyone anticipated that Jiang Xiaotian would be reduced to dust, Yu Zhongshan's hand suddenly halted above his head. How could this token be possible? It turned out that Jiang Xiaotian had placed the token from his waist atop his head, which left Yu Zhongshan utterly astounded. What is impossible? If you doubt it, feel free to inquire directly. Do you still wish to deal with me? Do you want a key? How many would you like? Jiang Xiaotian's brazen expression infuriated Yu Zhongshan to the point where he wished to disregard everything and crush him. Yet the disciple's token of the sect leader compelled him to tread carefully. For this token not only signified that Jiang Shaotian was the sect leader's disciple, but also that he was the holy son of Yunlan's sect, the future leader. Yu Zhongshan retracted his hand, huffed coldly, and turned away, vanishing from sight. He needed to confront the sect leader for a thorough discussion. Has the sect leader truly lost his senses? Why bestow such a token upon Jiang Shaotian? Yu Zhongshan's sudden departure left everyone present in a state of bewilderment, including Shimin Qin, who was equally perplexed. Wasn't his master supposed to be teaching Jiang Shaotian a lesson? How could he leave in the midst of it? Jiang Shaotian, observing the shocked expressions of the inner disciples around him, smugly scratched his nose with his thumb. He approached the flustered disciple, who had been sent sprawling by the sword energy, and inquired, "Can you now tell me where Yun Weishuang is? I would be quite displeased if my mission is delayed." The disciple, in a state of utter confusion, thought to himself, this battle of foundation establishment against nascent soul was already absurd. How could even an elder at the late stage of transformation depart in such a manner? Who are you? The disciple gazed at Jiang Shaotian's seemingly harmless face, feeling a surge of trepidation. Who exactly was this individual? What does it matter who I am? Answer my question. Or do you wish for me to thrust my sword into your posterior? Do you believe I would not? As Jiang Shaotian spoke, he waved the Lu Yun sword in front of the disciple. What do you want from me? Just as the disciple felt a tightening in his chest, a voice, cold and ethereal, reached Jiang Shaotian's ears. Upon hearing it, he swiftly turned around, only to see a woman clad in a simple dress, adorned with a jade pendant, gracefully descending from the heavens. With an exquisite complexion and delicate features, Jiang Shaotian was immediately captivated by her beauty. "Are you Sister Yun Weishuang?" he asked softly, sheathing the Lu Yun sword. "Since you do not know me, what brings you here? Why trouble junior brother Feng?" Yun Weishuang replied icily. Her curiosity piqued regarding the intentions of the individual before her. "Oh, so you are Sister Yun, my apologies," Jiang Shaotian remarked with a smile. Then, his eyes darted around as he pondered how to flirt in order to complete that troublesome task. Having never flirted with a woman before, Jiang Shaotian was utterly clueless, and his awkward demeanor left the onlookers baffled. After much hesitation, he finally resolved to emulate Lu Xiaohui's approach. "Oh, Sister Yun, you are truly exquisite," Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, nearly causing everyone to choke in disbelief. What kind of performance was this? Shimin Qin glared at Jiang Shaotian, astonished that this lad dared to be so audacious towards a goddess whom even he would not easily offend. Yun Weishuang furrowed her brows. She found Jiang Shaotian's antics perplexing. Was he inquiring about her whereabouts merely to flatter her beauty? "What are you trying to convey? If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave," she said, preparing to depart. Seeing this, Jiang Shaotian hurriedly stepped in her way. "Sister Yun, please don't rush away. Would it not be lovely to spend a little time with your junior? As we are newly acquainted, I am unaware of your depth, and you, of my stature. Shall we have a heart-to-heart?" As he spoke, he vainly adjusted a few stray hairs at his temple. Upon hearing this, everyone present wore expressions of utter shock, while Shimin Qin stood there, mouth agape, frozen in disbelief. Initially, Yun Weishuang did not comprehend Jiang Shaotian's words, but upon observing the crowd's reactions and contemplating them, her anger swiftly rose. "You scoundrel, are you seeking death? Oh, has the beautiful Yun become angry? Would it calm you if your junior offered a comforting touch?" Jiang Shaotian, noticing the absence of a system notification, recklessly raised his hand toward Yun Weishuang's chest. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed across the inner gate square, and Jiang Shaotian's figure shot away like an arrow. Bang! Once again, he found himself crashing into a wall. Uffed! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task shameless and indecent. The reward has been placed in your backpack. Please check. Curse the system. You've deceived me. Jiang Shaotian had not anticipated that Yun Weishuang would be so formidable. He thought she was akin to Shimin Qin, but the difference was staggering. Even his serpent scales failed to protect his core. Whoosh! A flash of sword light hurtled towards Jiang Shaotian. It was Yun Weishuang, who, seeing her palm fail to send him to the afterlife, followed up with a sword strike. "Sister Yun, it's a misunderstanding," Jiang Shaotian hastily pleaded. "Save your words for the next life." Yun Weishuang had no intention of hearing Jiang Shaotian's excuses. His public flirtation alone warranted his demise, and even an elder could not save him now. The sword halted mere inches from Jiang Shaotian's chest. The scene evoked a sense of déjà vu among the onlookers. Moments ago, the second elder had also abruptly halted. What could possibly be the reason? Yun Weiswang gazed in astonishment at the token upon Jiang Xiaoyin's chest. She was well aware of its significance, having never encountered it before, and was taken aback to find it on the person of such a scoundrel today. Chapter 39. The provocation of the Hehuan sect. After a brief moment of daze, Yun Weiswang redirected her longsword, jabbing Jiang Xiaotian with the hilt. Ouch! Be gentle, Sister Yun. My fragile body cannot withstand such treatment. Jiang Xiaoyan's comical distress only aggravated Yun Weishuang's irritation, her teeth grinding in vexation. Yet, the weight of his identity as a holy son restrained her from delivering a true punishment. Frustrated, she stamped her foot in place, cracking several tiles beneath her. Humph. I shall seek an audience with the sect master to clarify this matter. Before departing, she cast a murderous glare at Jiang Xiaotian. Shi Minqin had anticipated that Yun Weiswang would swiftly eliminate Jiang Xiaotian, and he was prepared to applaud her decisiveness. However, her sudden halt left him feeling exasperated. I had already disrobed, only to be treated to this. Shi Minqin lamented inwardly. Both his master and the reputedly cold and unfeeling Yun Weiswang seemed to be ensnared by this Jiang Xiaoyan's inexplicable fortune. The other inner disciples watched in bewilderment. Yet none dared to approach Jiang Xiaotian to inquire about the unfolding events. After all, he was far too intimidating for any of them. Within the grand hall of the sect, the second elder, Yu Chongshan, was furrowing his brow, inquiring of Dantai Yuan about the rationale behind recent decisions. Sectmaster, should this choice not have been discussed with the elders? Discuss what? Do you think I need to consult a bunch of old fogies before taking on disciples? Dantai Yuan's commanding presence left Yu Chongshan without the courage to meet his gaze. This concerns the future of our sect. It cannot be treated so lightly. Did senior brother Han not voice any objections? Yu Chongshan pressed, invoking the name of the Grand Elder, convinced that Han Mengshan would oppose such a bizarre course of action, one that could jeopardize the sect's future. What opinion could he possibly have? My mind is made up on this matter. There is no need for further discussion. However, I must report to the sect master that Yun Weiswang, the eldest disciple of the Broken Cloud Peak, has engaged in a skirmish with one called Jiang Xiaotian. An inner disciple rushed into the hall, breathless from haste. Upon hearing this, Yu Chongshan's spirits lifted. His disciple could not best Jiang Xiaotian. But Han Mengshan's disciple might prove different. This time, Jiang Xiaotian was in for a reckoning. Oh, they have clashed? Very well. It is only natural for the youth to spar, Dantai Yuan responded, surprisingly unfazed. Having investigated Jiang Xiaotian, he was well aware of the lad's audacious disposition. Provoking Yun Weiswang was hardly unexpected. What was the cause of their conflict? It appears Jiang Xiaotian publicly teased Sister Yun and even attempted to touch her. The disciple struggled to articulate the details, casting a furtive glance at his own chest for emphasis. At this moment, Dan Taiyuan nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Was this little genius, Jiang, really acting so brazenly on his first day in the inner sect? How impatient could one be? He might as well hold back for a couple of days and put on a facade. Yu Zhongshan chuckled with glee, well aware of Yun Weishuang's temperament. That lad was in for a rough time. Master, disciple Yun Weishuang requests an audience. Came the cool voice from outside the great hall. Dan Taiyuan immediately felt a headache coming on. In a flash, he vanished from his spot. Among the 36 stratagems, fleeing was the best option. On the other hand, Jiang Xiaotian had just managed to extricate himself from the wall, feeling as though his entire body was about to fall apart. Yun Weishuang's strike was indeed formidable. Limping, Jiang Xiaotian made his way toward the back mountain, contemplating whether to redeem some items from the shop or upgrade vouchers to enhance his cultivation with his 8,200 points. After careful consideration, Jiang Xiaotian decided to save his points for now. After all, the rewards from current tasks were sufficient for him, and it was wise to keep points for emergencies. Who would recklessly spend gold coins in a novice village? Accumulating wealth to purchase quality items was the way to go. Finding a secluded corner on the back mountain, Jiang Xiaotian took out the marrow-cleansing pill awarded by the system. He thought, since Shun Qianxue had upgraded her physique after consuming it, he should be able to as well. Without hesitation, he swallowed the pill, sitting upright, eagerly awaiting the extraordinary phenomena he imagined would accompany his physique's enhancement. An hour passed, and his legs had gone numb. Yet there was no sign of the celestial marvel he had anticipated. What was going on? Damn system, did you give me a fake pill? All he observed was his skin oozing dark mud, transforming him entirely into a figure of ebony. Host, please do not slander this system. There are no fakes here. The reason for this outcome lies solely with your lack of talent. The marrow-cleansing pill indeed enhances one's physique, but only on the foundation of an existing constitution. Alas, with your, deficient physique, there was nothing to enhance. Merely the impurities within you were cleared. Curse it. Why didn't you say so sooner? Had I known, I would have given this pill to the python demon instead. Jiang Shaotian, bemudded and covered in muck, hurriedly rose and made his way to the riverbank. Damn system. How can I change my constitution? He was unwilling to accept the reality that he had no spiritual roots and no physique. He believed there must be something within the system that could alter his constitution. Constitution is predetermined, immutable by human hands. However, this system does possess a unique constitution transformation card, available for a mere 10,000 points. 10,000 points? That's exorbitant. Why don't you just rob a bank? Jiang Shaotian felt deflated upon hearing the price. How could he possibly redeem it at this moment? Well, there are alternatives. If the host kisses Yun Weiswang, this system will reward you with a card. How does that sound? Jiang Shaotian was utterly bewildered. What kind of absurd system was this? Who designed this system? They surely needed to be brought to account. All right, fine. If that's how you want to play it, I accept this task. Go for it, host. The task deadline is 3 days. Should the task fail, the host shall face eternal impotence. The prompt from Little Zhou startled Jiang Shaotian, causing him to tense up. Is failing the task merely a deduction of points? Why does it threaten his very essence? What? Did you say something, dog system? Are you poisoned? Have you caught a virus? Jiang Shaotian doubted his hearing, yet after calling out for a while, the system remained unresponsive. With no other choice, he plunged into the river. After cleansing himself, Jiang Shaotian hurriedly made his way to the inner gate. For the sake of his lower body's happiness, he must secure Yun Weiswang, even if it meant enduring a severe beating. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Shaotian eagerly inquired about Yun Weiswang's whereabouts. This time, he easily learned of her location. She had gone to confront some disciples of the Hahuan sect who were bullying a disciple of the Yunlan sect. After ascertaining the direction, Jiang Shaotian wasted no time, pulling out his spirit boat and flying towards the location of Yun Weiswang. He needed to stay close to her, otherwise, how could he hope to share in her beauty? Chapter 40. An unexpected allure after flying for a while. Jiang Shaotian finally spotted Yun Weiswang confronting several individuals not far ahead. Oh, brother, she is even more stunning. The disciples of the Hahuan sect were almost drooling at the sight of Yun Weiswang, who had come to demand justice. Such a wild mare, how I adore her. Wei Huan, the primary disciple of the Hahuan sect, was equally captivated by the cold aura emanating from Yun Weiswang. Since your Hahuan sect desires to forfeit its dignity, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a swift motion, Yun Weiswang unleashed a wave of sword energy towards Wei Huan. Bang! With a resounding clash, Wei Huan effortlessly parried Yun Weiswang's casual strike. This woman is impressive. If only we could cultivate together, perhaps I could break through to the late Yuanying stage. She is truly exceptional. Wei Huan's gaze was filled with greed and desire as he looked at Yun Weiswang. Upon hearing this, Yun Weishuang's fury ignited. She held the Hahuan sect in disdain for leveraging women to elevate their cultivation. Yet, here they were, bullying her today. Let us see if you possess the capability. Yun Weiswang was now genuinely serious. Her sword drew a luminous arc in the air, transforming into myriad forms. As the sword light rained down upon the disciples of the Hahuan sect, Jiang Shaotian, who was secretly observing the battle, nearly gasped in astonishment. The return of 10,000 swords to the sect was simply magnificent. Seeing Yun Weiswang's earnest intent, Wei Huan immediately drew a long whip glimmering with cold light, swiftly wielding it to fend off the oncoming sword light. After a cacophony of clashing sounds, Wei Huan managed to deflect all of Yun Weiswang's sword energy. Panting as he said, "You and I are both at the mid-Yuanying stage of cultivation. Do you think you alone can defeat us? Such delusions. To deal with you insignificant scum, I alone am more than sufficient." After declaring this, Yun Weiswang positioned her sword before her, its blade shimmering with golden light. Suddenly, her aura surged, and a potent sword intent pierced the air like a chilling gale. How could you possibly have mastered the 7th form of the Heartless Sword? Are you not afraid of the backlash? Wei Huan exclaimed, alarmed by Yun Weishuang's reckless attempt to elevate her realm in order to wield the formidable technique. To slay you insignificant pests, enduring a bit of backlash is a trivial matter. Upon finishing her words, a radiant glow enveloped the long sword at her chest, and a sword shadow soared into the heavens. A colossal sword, forged from spiritual energy and shimmering with golden light, descended upon Wei Huan and the others. Jiang Shaotian, witnessing the immense sword in the sky, could hardly contain his astonishment. It was breathtakingly magnificent. Was this the legendary sword that could split the heavens? Goodness, is this woman truly willing to go to such lengths? Wei Huan, taken aback by the sight of the giant sword, hastily produced his life-saving artifact, the mountain and river cauldron, to shield himself and his companions. In that case, you shall not escape unscathed either, he declared, scattering a pouch of powder onto the cauldron above his head. Boom! The golden giant sword struck the mountain and river cauldron overhead, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual force that uprooted the surrounding flora. Bang! With another resounding crash, the cauldron was shattered by the golden sword. This strike possessed the might of a divine transformation, and in that instant, Wei Huan and his companions were rendered unconscious by the sword's fierce aura. After executing the strike, Yun Weishuang's complexion drained of color, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining her pristine garments. Struggling against her debilitating condition, she approached the fallen Wei Huan, determined to eliminate the threat before succumbing to her weakness. Just as she raised her sword against him, an unsettling sensation quickened her heartbeat. Is this the He-Harmony powder? A wave of alarm washed over her. She had heard whispers of this secretive concoction of the He-Harmony sect, though she had once been unafraid. Her current frailty left her defenseless against its effects. Before she could strike Wei Huan, the toxic gas overwhelmed her, causing her to collapse. Jiang Shaotian, who had just returned after being thrown back by the shockwave, rushed over upon seeing Yun Weishuang on the ground. Sister Yun, are you all right? Sister Yun. He shook her gently but received no response. Without hesitation, he hoisted her onto his back, determined to return to the sect for medical attention. As he prepared to leave, his eyes fell upon the unconscious Wei Huan and his cohorts, and a deep contempt for such despicable sects, which thrived on underhanded practices, surged within him. He picked up Yun Weishuang's fallen sword and, with a swift motion, unleashed a flurry of strikes against Wei Huan and his companions. Consider this the end of your misdeeds. Should you dare to cross paths with us again, I shall show no mercy. With that, he shouldered the sword and hurried towards the Yunlan sect, carrying Yun Weishuang with him. After Jiang Shaotian's departure, members of the Hahuan sect quickly found their way here. Upon witnessing Wei Huan and the others in a vulnerable state, they were startled, instinctively tightening their legs. As Jiang Shaotian carried Yun Weishuang halfway, he suddenly remembered that he possessed a spiritual vessel capable of flight, rendering walking unnecessary. After gently placing Yun Weishuang down, he intended to retrieve the vessel when she let out a soft whimper, startling him considerably. Hey, Sister Yun, wake up. You need to give me. Yun Weishuang's face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of a ripe fruit, as the poison coursed through her veins, clouding her reason. Oh, Sister Yun, please don't do this. I'll take you back to the sect for treatment immediately. Jiang Shaotian recognized the unusual state of Yun Weishuang, but was not one to take advantage of her vulnerability. He merely contemplated stealing a fleeting kiss to fulfill his task. As these thoughts crossed his mind, he leaned closer to her cheek. Unexpectedly, she turned her head. Oh, Sister Yun, please don't. An hour later, Jiang Shaotian, observing Yun Weishuang lost in slumber, trembled as he stood up, clutching a stick he had found as a makeshift cane. His legs felt weak. Sister Yun, you cannot blame me. I am also a victim. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exceeding the task requirements. The system rewards you with a random physique transformation card and an additional upgrade voucher. The rewards have been placed in your backpack. Please check. Hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Shaotian felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. This situation could only be described with one word: exhilarating. After adjusting Yun Weishuang's attire, he took out his spiritual vessel, placed her inside, and headed straight back to the Yunlan sect. Upon his return, Jiang Shaotian carried Yun Weishuang in a princess hold through the inner gate, attracting the attention of numerous senior brothers and sisters. They speculated about what had transpired, considering that someone capable of inflicting such harm on Sister Yun must be formidable. Naturally, they dismissed the idea of an ancient monster being involved, as it was an unwritten rule among major sects to avoid bullying the weak unless the latter insisted on confronting the former. Chapter 41. An extraordinary physique, Jiang Shaotian was uncertain to whom he should entrust Yun Weishuang, so he carried her into the grand hall. Dan Taiyuan had already been informed of Jiang Shaotian's entrance and had dispatched disciples from the medicine peak to fetch healing herbs. You truly have audacity, daring to harm your sister. Aren't you afraid I might strike you down? Dan Taiyuan feigned anger, glaring at Jiang Shaotian with wide eyes. By heaven's grace, I too am a victim. I have safeguarded my virtue for so many years, and now I face such misfortune. To save someone, I must forsake my integrity. And yet I am treated as a scoundrel. I cannot endure this. Jiang Shaotian began to plead in a petulant manner, refusing to accept the label of opportunist. Regardless of your intentions, the outcome is that you have gained immensely. Do you expect to deny this? If so, I shall cleanse the sect today. Do you dare to challenge me? Dan Taiyuan continued to feign a furious demeanor, threatening Jiang Shaotian. He even exerted a hint of the pressure from the refining ruins, causing Jiang Shaotian to sweat profusely. The disciple did not deny responsibility. After all, Yun Shiji had yet to awaken. Jiang Shaotian felt a deep sense of frustration. It was one thing to be so brazenly mounted, but to be inexplicably coerced into taking responsibility was beyond absurd. If he acknowledged it, then so be it. You better not wait for her to wake. Otherwise, don't blame me for not intervening if you end up in dire straits. As soon as Dan Taiyuan finished speaking, two disciples from the medicine peak entered and carried Yun Weishuang away. Remember the disgraceful act you committed against Weishuang today. If she encounters any trouble in the future and you dare to stand idly by, I will be the first to purge the matter. Do you understand? Now, you may leave. With that, Dan Taiyuan slapped Jiang Shaotian out of the great hall, sending him sprawling. Jiang Shaotian, feeling utterly bewildered, stumbled to his feet, dusted off his clothes, and made his way towards the exit. After Jiang Shaotian departed, the figure of the elder Han Mengshan suddenly appeared beside Dan Taiyuan. His eyes filled with concern. I wonder if I am making the right decision regarding my disciple. Han Mengshan's expression was laden with guilt. Since we have already resolved to place Yun Lan upon his shoulders, adding another, Weishuang, is not entirely unwelcome. Alas, this is a last resort. Her fate is a burden we cannot share, and we must rely on that young man now. Dan Taiyuan patted Han Mengshan on the shoulder before vanishing into the depths of the great hall. As Jiang Shaotian made his way towards the exit, he felt a tumultuous surge of energy within him, his spiritual power continually escalating. What on earth is happening? Am I on the verge of a breakthrough? Jiang Shaotian was astonished by the unusual sensations coursing through him. Was he truly about to advance his cultivation? This seemed utterly improbable. Could it be due to Shijian? The only possibility Jiang Shaotian could fathom was that her unique constitution had influenced him, albeit his own constitution was rather feeble, limiting any enhancement. Reflecting on this, Jiang Shaotian hastily rummaged through his system backpack, and his expression gradually froze upon discovering a card labeled Random Constitution Transformation. What the hell? Another random one. How much does this dog system relish randomness? Why not just rename itself the Random System? Hey, host, that's none of your concern. Will you use it? If not, this system will reclaim it. Yes, I shall use it. Jiang Shaotian refused to believe his luck was so abysmal that every random draw yielded nothing but trash. Ding. Congratulations, host, on successfully using the Random Constitution Transformation card. Your constitution has ascended to the innate Calamity Sacred Body. A friendly reminder, this card has a cooldown period of 1 year. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Jiang Shaotian stood in stunned silence. Innate Calamity Sacred Body? What on earth is that? To put it simply, it is a constitution cursed by the heavens due to a lifetime of heinous deeds in a past life, ensuring that one is born under a celestial curse in this life. This constitution is extraordinarily rare. Congratulations, host. You've stumbled upon a treasure. Xiao Zhou's sarcastic remarks chilled Jiang Shaotian to the core. This constitution was clearly a -1. Cursed system. I'm done playing. Is there any way to withdraw? I'd even accept surrendering half my losses. At this moment, Jiang Shaotian resembled a defeated gambler, desperately wishing to reclaim his feeble physique. Are you daydreaming? After mocking Jiang Shaotian, Xiao Zhou fell into silence. Jiang Shaotian assessed his physical condition, discovering that aside from the need to break through, everything else seemed normal, which relieved him somewhat. He was uncertain about this so-called calamity physique. It sounded rather ominous. But never mind that. The breakthrough was paramount. Jiang Shaotian seated himself on the ground, directing the surging energy and spiritual power within him, and soon entered a meditative state. As his realm gradually approached the mid-foundation establishment stage, a dark cloud began to coalesce above his head. Dantai Yuan, who had been leisurely fishing, seemed to sense something amiss. He dropped his fishing rod and instantaneously appeared beside Jiang Shaotian. What on earth is this kid doing? Upon witnessing the phenomenon caused by Jiang Shaotian, Dantai Yuan's expression turned grave. It appeared as if thunderous punishment was imminent. He waved his hand, conjuring a barrier to envelop Jiang Shaotian. However, this barrier merely shielded his aura and could not ward off the impending thunder. With the breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage, Jiang Shaotian exhaled a breath of stagnant air, stretching lazily as he opened his eyes. Oh, Master Dantai, you're here too. I just broke through. How about that? Not bad, right? Quick, praise me. Jiang Shaotian, upon seeing Dantai Yuan, immediately began to boast. Yet, he soon sensed something was amiss upon noticing Dantai Yuan's solemn expression. Raising his gaze, he was taken aback to find a dark, purplish cloud hovering ominously above him, crackling with lightning. Master, what is happening? I was about to ask you the same. What on earth did you do to provoke the thunder? Dantai Yuan was exasperated. He had never drawn lightning, even after cultivating to the refining realm, yet this kid was about to be struck by thunder simply for breaking through to mid-foundation establishment? I really don't know. I just sat down to break through. Surely that wouldn't summon a thunderstorm? Jiang Shaotian felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed at the flickering thundercloud. It seemed that the legendary lightning strike would indeed befall him today. Cursed system, come forth. What is going on? The calamity physique is intolerable by the heavens. Not only can one be struck by lightning during a breakthrough, but any misfortune may also occur. Just swearing an oath could lead to being struck. Hearing this, Jiang Shaotian felt as though the sky was collapsing. What a bizarre physique is this? As the saying goes, how can a child cry every day, or a gambler lose perpetually? Why does he always encounter such unpredictable absurdities? This system must be infected with a virus. At this moment, Jiang Shaotian truly wished to install a powerful antivirus software to cleanse this cursed system. Chapter 42. The calamitous waters diverted east. At this moment, the elders of the Yunlan sect had all arrived. Although this tribulation cloud was not particularly severe, the heavenly thunder was no trifling matter. One misstep could reduce the Yunlan sect to ruins. When Han Mengshan rushed over and caught sight of Jiang Shaotian, his expression froze instantly. He was pinning his hopes on this lad for the fate of his precious disciple. The second elder, Yu Chongshan, was both astonished and elated. Astonished at how Jiang Shaotian had managed to attract the lightning, yet elated at the thought that this fellow was on the brink of being struck down. Alas, at this juncture, activating the sect's protective array was the only option. After all, he was my disciple. I cannot stand idly by. With a righteous demeanor, Dantai Yuan addressed the gathered elders. Jiang Shaotian was so moved, he nearly fell to his knees, calling out to his master. Master, no. If the protective array is damaged, our Yunlan sect will be left vulnerable. Yu Chongshan was the first to voice his opposition, utterly taken aback that the sect leader would activate the protective array for a mere foundation establishment disciple. I have spoken. I cannot remain a bystander. My mind is made up. No further discussion is necessary, Dantai Yuan declared, swiftly forming intricate hand seals. Instantly, a golden array pattern illuminated beneath Jiang Shaotian's feet. Yu Chongshan intended to continue his protest, but upon seeing the array pattern beneath Jiang Shaotian, he was momentarily struck dumb. Jiang Shaotian felt a surge of warmth as he looked down at the array, thinking that his seemingly unassuming master was indeed quite formidable in critical moments. As the golden light of the array swelled, Jiang Shaotian's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. I have said it, this is not merely standing by. And does this not resolve the issue? Dantai Yuan remarked with a sly smile before he too disappeared, and the ominous tribulation clouds that loomed over the Yunlan sect dissipated. This is a teleportation array. Yu Chongshan was left bewildered by Dantai Yuan's actions. What else could he say? Han Mengshan was equally bemused, though a flicker of unease stirred within him. While Dantai Yuan held faith that Jiang Shaotian would safely navigate the lightning trial, Han Mengshan harbored doubts. For this was the very thunder that struck fear into the hearts of even seasoned cultivators. Just as Jiang Shaotian believed he could rest easy, he found himself abruptly transported to a desolate mountain wilderness. Where am I? Master? Who am I? Where am I? Hello? Is anyone there? Jiang Shaoyan's mind nearly short-circuited from the bewilderment. Boom. Hearing the resounding thunder overhead, he had already mentally prepared for where he might end up. Dog system, help me. A designated teleportation talisman costs 1,000 points. The voice of the system chimed in his ear. What? A teleportation talisman for 1,000 points? Wasn't it 500 before? This is highway robbery. Wait, teleportation talisman? What use is that? Jiang Shaotian, frantic as an ant on a hot pan, gazed at the gathering thunder overhead, which was nearing completion. This teleportation talisman can ignore all restrictions. It is not comparable to an ordinary teleportation talisman. This system refuses to converse with fools. If you cannot think of a solution, then prepare to meet your demise. Change. Give me a change. Although Jiang Shaotian was unaware of the purpose of the teleportation talisman, he believed that the system's insistence on its exchange must have a rationale behind it. If only he had known, he would never have entered Yunyun Waisuang. Not only had he offended the Hawan sect, but he had also acquired a cursed physique. Truly a stroke of misfortune. Hawan sect? As Jiang Shaotian murmured to himself, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and his expression brightened as he promptly declared, activate the teleportation talisman, destination, the main hall of the Hawan sect. As soon as Jiang Shaotian's words fell, his figure vanished from the spot, with the ominous storm clouds above him following suit. Inside the Hawan sect, chaos reigned due to Wei Huan and others. And when a dark thundercloud appeared above the main hall, the disciples were left agape in astonishment. What is happening? Where did this divine retribution come from? The sect leader, Sima Xiao, exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he gazed at the ominous clouds above. I have no idea. The sect's grand elder, Ouyang Diyun, was equally bewildered, sensing that the lightning was about to strike. This is bad. Quick, defend against the lightning. Sima Xiao, realizing the imminent danger, frantically produced his treasured Earth-grade artifact, the Shanhai Compass, and hurled it towards the heavens. Simultaneously, the protective array of the Hahuan sect activated, and the elders hastily cast their cherished treasures into the air. Boom! A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, coalesced and descended with ferocity, directly striking Sima Xiao's Shanhai Compass. The compass erupted in a dazzling golden light before shattering into 3 fragments, causing Sima Xiao's heart to ache with despair. Bang! The power of the lightning, having been mitigated by the Shanhai Compass, diminished considerably before striking the various artifacts of the elders, igniting a flurry of golden sparks in the air above the hall. Ultimately, the weakened lightning collided with the protective array of the Hahuan sect and vanished without a trace. The sect members collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that it was merely an ordinary lightning strike. Otherwise, the Hahuan sect would have faced utter devastation. In the hall, Jiang Shaotian, who had been on edge, let out a long sigh of relief as the storm clouds dissipated. That was terrifying. Thank goodness the Hahuan sect is formidable, otherwise, I would have met my end. At that moment, he felt a surge of appreciation for his sudden inspiration, deeming it a clever strategy that served dual purposes. Who is inside? Sima Xiao, regaining his senses, suddenly realized there was someone present in the hall. The sect's disciples were typically forbidden from entering this sacred space. With a flash, Sima Xiao appeared before Jiang Shaotian, his heart racing in alarm as he scrutinized the unfamiliar face before him. The hall was fortified with his own barriers. And how had this mid-foundation establishment youth managed to enter unnoticed? Hello, nice to meet you, Jiang Shaotian, having revealed his presence, mustered the courage to greet Sima Xiao. Who are you? How did you get in here? Sima Xiao demanded, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze on Jiang Shaotian. The question posed is quite astute. I am a disciple of the Yunlan sect, though the manner of my arrival here eludes my understanding. I simply awoke in this place after a slumber. Jiang Shaotian pondered how his master had deceived him, and he resolved to create some mischief for the Yunlan sect as a form of retribution against Dantai Yuan. Do you take me for a fool? I shall grant you one more opportunity. Should you fail to confess the truth, I will ensure your utter destruction. Sima Xiao sensed an ominous connection between the celestial thunder and the young man before him, yet the latter's foundational cultivation left him perplexed. What? Utter destruction? I am the closed-door disciple of Dantai Yuan, the sect master of Yunlan. Do you dare challenge me? With his mind set on causing trouble for Dantai Yuan, Jiang Shaotian naturally entered a state of arrogance. What? You are the closed-door disciple of that old fool? Do you wish to hear the absurdity of your claims? Though the Yunlan sect has seen better days, that old man has not fallen so low as to accept the foundational waste as his disciple. Sima Xiu found Jiang Shaoyan's assertion laughable. He could scarcely believe it. Chapter 43. The Fury of Yun Weishuang. Without further ado, Jiang Shaotian produced the token bestowed upon him by Dantai Yuan and directed it at Sima Xiu. You recognize this, do you not? My master personally entrusted it to me. It is beyond question. If you dare to lay a hand on me, my master shall not let this matter rest. Jiang Shaotian's incessant reference to his master only served to irritate Sima Xiu, who felt as though he were being set up for ridicule. The elders present observed the exchange, pondering whether allowing Jiang Shaotian to leave would imply that Sima Xiu feared Dantai Yuan. Jiang Shaotian had indeed intended to provide his master with some adversaries to alleviate his boredom, lest Dantai Yuan spend his days scheming against him. Humph. Whether that old fool can still bite into flesh is questionable. Do you truly believe I would fear him? If you fail to clarify your presence here today, not even that old man could rescue you. Sima Xiu remained steadfast, unaffected by the earlier thunderbolt that had cost him dearly, for he held no fear of Dantai Yuan, who had not taken action in a century. Humph, old Bai Dang, I advise you not to cling to your pride and suffer for it. Otherwise, my master could drown you with a mere spit. He has stated that he could annihilate sects like yours with a flick of his hand. Jiang Shaotian, arms crossed and legs shaking, adopted an air of haughty defiance that nearly ignited Sima Xiu's fury. Such nonsense. Did that old man truly say such things? Is there even a shred of truth to it? I advise you to release me promptly, otherwise, in no time, my master shall descend upon your pitiful sect to retrieve me. Sima Xiu, infuriated beyond measure, could no longer contain his rage and struck out at Jiang Shaotian with a powerful palm. Bang! Jiang Shaotian, unable to withstand the might of Sima Xiu, was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the pillars of the grand hall. With a painful grimace, Jiang Shaotian winced. Fortunately, Samaxi had not struck with full force, and given that he had consumed a cleansing pill to enhance his physical strength, he would otherwise have been unable to rise. Pray tell, how did you gain entry? And was that previous thunder related to you? Samaxiu's treasured compass had been destroyed by the heavenly lightning, and his fury overshadowed any concern for Jiang Shaotian's identity as a disciple. Damn it, you old wretch, dare to strike? You cur, I shall remember this slap, and one day, I will topple your wretched sect. After cursing, Jiang Shaotian rose and hurled a large clump of brown substance towards Samaxiu. With a casual wave of his hand, Samaxiu caused the clump to explode, coating the hall's architecture and furniture in an indescribable substance. An acrid stench suddenly permeated the hall. You wretched thing, you seek death, Samaxiu bellowed, but then froze in astonishment, for Jiang Shaotian had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Samaxiu questioned, doubting his own vision. How could a living being simply disappear? Moreover, he felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy or the presence of any formations. Master, Wei Huan and the others have awakened. They claim it was the people from the Yunlan sect. A figure rushed in from outside the hall to report. But as soon as he spoke, he felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. Master, this seems to be pig dung, remarked the second elder, Li Qinghe, as he dabbed a finger in the filth on a pillar and sniffed it. Ugh, you insolent brat. So, the Yunlan sect truly thinks I am made of clay? Samaxiu quickly turned to leave the hall, with the other elders hastily following suit to escape the foul atmosphere. At that moment, Jiang Shaotian had returned to the grand hall of the Yunlan sect. With no other options, he spent 1,000 points to exchange for a teleportation talisman. Additionally, he spent 200 points to acquire an explosive talisman and a lump of pig dung. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden mission wall of excrement. You have received a random talisman gift box as a reward, now placed in your inventory. Please check. Oh, there's a reward for explosive dung? Quite delightful. By the way, you infernal system, why is there pig dung in your shop? Who would use such a thing for cultivation? Ignorant host, pig dung can be utilized for alchemy. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Shaotian was left speechless. Could such a thing truly be used for alchemy? Were the resultant pills meant to nourish dung beetles? My dear disciple, you've returned so swiftly. Sensing Jiang Shaotian's presence, Dantai Yuan immediately manifested in the hall. Jiang Shaotian shot him an annoyed glance and pouted, indignantly saying, Master, is this how you treat your obedient disciple? What if I had truly been struck down by lightning? You possess quite a few secrets, and I naturally trust you. Dantai Yuan replied, his confidence in Jiang Shaotian's safety further solidified reinforcing his determination to place his faith in him. I cannot believe you, you old scoundrel. Jiang Shaotian inwardly cursed, then smiled cheerfully at Dan Taiyuan and said, It's all right. Master S arrangements surely have their reasons. However, it seems I have accidentally blown up the main hall of the Hawan sect. What? What did you say? Dan Taiyuan could hardly believe his ears. You blew up the main hall of the Hawan sect? Oh, and you did it in the name of your master? What did you say to the sect leader? What did I say? Hurry up and tell me. Dan Taiyuan urged as he noticed Jiang Shaotian dragging his words. I told the sect leader that your cultivation is unparalleled in the world, and destroying the Hawan sect is but a mere flick of your hand. Upon finishing his sentence, Dan Taiyuan's right eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Was he not inviting enmity upon himself? Bang! Get out of here! Dan Taiyuan kicked Jiang Shaotian out of the hall. Jiang Shaotian rolled several times outside before getting up, covered in dust, and muttered, This old man gets angry too easily. Can't he take a joke? Humph. Jiang Shaotian, come here. Just as Jiang Shaotian stood up, he felt a chill creep down his back, the overwhelming aura of killing intent enveloping him like a frigid cave. Without a moment to spare, he turned, drew his sword, and executed a swift, fluid motion. Two beams of sword light intertwined, producing a series of explosive sounds that instantly attracted a crowd of onlookers. As the sword light descended, Jiang Shaotian finally discerned the identity of the newcomer. His face, initially filled with anger from the ambush, turned pale in an instant. Yun, Sister Yun, what are you doing? Jiang Shaotian feigned ignorance. Yun Weishuang, her face flushed with anger, pulled out a mirror of observation from her bosom and shouted at Jiang Shaotian, You beast! I shall enact justice today. It turned out that after waking, Yun Weishuang sensed something amiss with her body and vaguely recalled being drugged with Hahuan powder before losing consciousness. Thus, she secretly used the mirror of observation to investigate. After all, Jiang Shaotian's cultivation was too low to shield against its scrutiny, and she witnessed an illicit scene in the mirror. Hey, Sister Yun, by all accounts, I am also a victim here. You were the one who pushed me down. As soon as Jiang Shaotian uttered these words, the atmosphere became eerily silent. The surrounding disciples frozen in shock, as if struck by divine lightning, even forgetting to blink. Chapter 44. Is someone here to disrupt? Jiang Shaotian's public revelation of this embarrassing matter left Yun Weishuang momentarily dumbfounded. She never anticipated that this fellow could be so shameless. Die. Regaining her senses, Yun Weishuang swung her sword at Jiang Shaotian. Fortunately, having absorbed Yun Weishuang's Yin essence, he had advanced to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Although he was still no match for her, he was not as thoroughly overpowered as before. Bang, bang, bang. Once again, shadows of swords flickered in the grand hall. Dan Taiyuan merely shook his head and sighed, refraining from intervening. He understood that Yun Weishuang needed to vent her frustrations at this moment. After all, this incident had caught her off guard, and it was only natural for her to struggle to accept it. Sister Yun, please allow me to explain. I did not intend for this to happen. Jiang Shaotian, confronted relentlessly by Yun Weishuang, felt as though he were a mute suffering in silence, unable to articulate his distress. I do not seek your explanations. I demand your life. Yun Weishuang had lost all rationality, consumed by the realization that the virtue she had cherished for so many years lay in ruins before this opportunistic scoundrel. Sister Yun, if you continue like this, I shall not hold back. Jiang Shaotian, feeling increasingly exhausted from being relentlessly pressured, found that Yun Weishuang paid him no heed as she thrust her sword at him again and again. Humph, such disobedience deserves a spanking. With that declaration, Jiang Shaotian swiftly utilized the upgrade voucher from the rewards in his backpack. What followed was a scene that left everyone astounded. They witnessed Jiang Shaotian, who had seemed cornered, suddenly radiate an overwhelming aura. Is he on the verge of a breakthrough? Last they saw him, he was merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and now, just a few days later, he was poised to advance to the latter stage? How had he managed to withstand so many of Sister Yun's strikes with his foundation establishment cultivation? It was perplexing, for there was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. The crowd was enveloped in astonishment at Jiang Shaotian's sudden breakthrough, and even more bewildering was how he, with his modest foundation establishment, could engage in such an extended exchange with Yun Weishuang. Dan Taiyuan, too, widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to discern how Jiang Shaotian had achieved this feat. To break through while remaining stationary, without the aid of elixirs, artifacts, or spiritual power, was simply unprecedented. Believing he would now dominate Yun Weishuang, who was at the mid-stage of nascent soul, Jiang Shaotian soon realized that the battle remained fiercely contested. System, what is happening? Wasn't it said that the soul-severing strike combined with the flowing cloud sword could transcend 2 realms? Why does it feel challenging to contend with Sister Yin, who is merely at the mid-stage of nascent soul? Does the host truly think that merely possessing profound martial skills renders one invincible? There are limits, you know. Fool. After a moment of disdainful silence from the little system, Jiang Shaotian was left with a grim expression. He understood now that the soul-severing strike could only contend with practitioners of the mid-nascent soul stage, and any higher would require more advanced martial techniques. Why can't I just receive an ultimate and invincible martial skill in one go? Jiang Shaotian complained to the little system, lamenting that without overwhelming strength, how could he enjoy the thrill of flaunting his prowess? Stop dreaming. Complete this system's test tasks obediently, or this system will render you incapable of lifting a finger. Do you believe that? The little system's threat sent a chill down Jiang Shaotian's spine. This system was utterly outrageous. Meanwhile, Yun Weishuang had grown weary from her relentless attacks. Breathing heavily, she glared furiously at Jiang Shaotian, struggling to comprehend how this individual could so effortlessly achieve a breakthrough when she had nearly driven him to the brink. It was utterly confounding. Sister Yun, you must be weary. Why not take a moment to rest? After all, we are fellow disciples, and there is no need for us to be at odds with one another. Jiang Shaotian, observing Yun Weishuang's pause, promptly initiated a conversation. Humph. You had better keep one eye open while you sleep tonight, or I shall surely pierce you with my sword. Deep within, Yun Weishuang understood that this peculiar individual before her was beyond her reach. She could not fathom how Jiang Shaotian, with merely a foundation-building realm, could match her prowess. If a foundation-building cultivator possessed such strength, what then could be said of the nascent soul she had painstakingly formed through countless trials and tribulations? Sister Yun, after all, the junior brother is simply eager to save lives. Please, temper your anger. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to inform me. I would traverse mountains and seas of fire for you. Yun Weishuang, taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's fervent declaration, suddenly recalled the weight of her own burdens. Reflecting on the silence of her master and the sect leader, she sensed that there might be more to this situation than met the eye. In the grand hall, the esteemed Dantai Yuan, upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's assurance, nodded in satisfaction, stroking his beard with a pleased smile. Although my aptitude for cultivation may be lacking, my fortune in the ways of the Tao has always been favorable. It seems this time shall be no exception. With a sense of pride, Dantai Yuan grasped his fishing rod and vanished from the grand hall. At that moment, a resounding roar echoed from outside the sect, a noise so profound that it could be heard by all upon the mountain. Swish, swish, swish. The elders and their most trusted disciples, alerted by the commotion, hastily made their way to the martial arts arena. Sister Yin, what is this? It is not uncommon for various sects to engage in contests of skill, serving both to exchange insights on cultivation and to gauge one another's strength. Today, I shall let you off the hook, but do not let me catch an opportunity. Otherwise, I shall surely deal with you. With that, Yun Weishuang took flight toward the martial arts arena, for as the senior sister, it was her duty to maintain order in the face of challengers. A throng of onlookers among the disciples hastily joined her, for to miss out on the spectacle would be a grave folly indeed. Jiang Shaotian, too, was eager to seize this opportunity to witness the true nature of the holy son of the Hahuan sect. In no time, the martial arts arena was a sea of people, with disciples from both the inner and outer sects of Yunlan gathering in droves. After all, the challengers had come to provoke them, and how could the disciples of Yunlan tolerate such affront? Qin Jiutian, originally in seclusion striving for transformation, found himself perplexed when the sect leader abruptly summoned him to confront the Yunlan sect. Moreover, Sima Xiu had specifically instructed him to severely incapacitate the holy son of Yunlan. Unbeknownst to him, the existence of a holy son within Yunlan was a revelation, and he had no inkling of the purported holy son's capabilities. I am Qin Jiutian, holy son of the Hahuan sect. Due to encountering a bottleneck in my cultivation, I have come today to seek guidance from the esteemed disciples of your sect. I humbly request your teachings. As Qin Jiutian observed that most of the members from the Yunlan sect had gathered, he spoke loudly. Although his words were courteous, the haughty expression on his face clearly conveyed his disdain for those present. Qin Zhoutian, being at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, was indeed a prominent figure among the various sections. In contrast, Yun Weishuang, who had tirelessly cultivated from a young age, was merely at the mid-stage of the nascent soul realm, making Qin Zhoutian's extraordinary talent for cultivation all the more terrifying. Chapter 45, The Striptease? The disciples of the Yunlan sect exchanged glances, none daring to ascend the stage to challenge him. After all, he was the holy son of the Hahuan sect, and his formidable strength was evident. How could these ordinary disciples possibly contend with him? What was the Hahuan sect's intention? Previously, only ordinary disciples had come. Why was the holy son here this time? This shameless individual was clearly there to flaunt his superiority. Alas, we have no holy son. It seems we can only rely on Sister Yun now. The expressions of the Yunlan disciples were grim, as they felt they were being trampled upon. Yu Chongshan glared at Qin Zhoutian on the stage, fury etched on his face. The Hahuan sect was not here for a friendly exchange. They were clearly seeking trouble. The holy son of the Hahuan sect, was it? Let me see just how formidable you truly are. The crowd followed the direction of the voice and noticed Shimin striding confidently toward the arena. Go for it, senior brother. Show him what you've got. The crowd cheered for Shimin as he ascended the stage. Filled with enthusiasm from the encouragement of his junior disciples, Shimin felt a surge of exhilaration, akin to that of a savior. Yu Chongshan glanced at his disciple and sighed softly, fully aware that Shimin was not a match for Qin Zhoutian. Is the holy son of the Hahuan sect? Come at me. Shimin began, but before he could finish, he suddenly felt a wave of heat enveloping him. A lewd impulse overtaking his mind, causing his hands to move uncontrollably. Thus, before even engaging in combat, Shimin found himself swaying and gyrating on the stage. Feeling unsatisfied after a few movements, he began to strip while dancing. Am I beautiful? Huh, I want. As Shimin twisted and removed his garments. The disciples below were left in shock, their jaws dropping at this unexpected display. The female disciples turned away, embarrassed. Even Yun Weishuang averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight. The great Inyang Hahuan technique? I didn't expect you to master such a technique at such a young age. Indeed, you are extraordinarily gifted, Yu Chongshan remarked, astonished, before delivering a swift slap that sent Shimin flying off the stage, unconscious against the wall. My inept disciple is no match for you. Yu Chongshan declared Shimin defeat on his behalf, bringing the encounter to an abrupt end. Thank you, Elder Yu, for your graciousness. After bowing respectfully to the heavy mountains, Qin Zhoutian turned his head to gaze at the crowd below, his eyes seemingly uttering 3 words. Who else? The disciples who met his gaze quickly lowered their heads, afraid to make eye contact. Even the early-stage Yuanying disciple, Shimin inexplicably began to undress the moment he stepped onto the stage. Who would dare to compete now? Yun Weishuang was equally astonished. She had heard whispers of the Harmony sect's grand Inyang harmony technique, which was essentially a formidable illusion art. To her surprise, Qin Zhoutian had already grasped the fundamentals of this technique. She was still recovering from the backlash of forcibly using the 7th form of the Wuxin sword and realized that facing Qin Zhoutian would leave her with little chance of victory. Anxiety surged within Yun Weishuang. She did not wish for the Yunlan sect to be disgraced today, especially not at the hands of the despicable Harmony sect. Was there truly no one willing to step forward? Wasn't there someone from the Yunlan sect named Yun Weishuang? It was said that her strength was unfathomable. Even her junior brother Wei Huan had fallen victim to her prowess. Would she not come forth to fight for the honor of the Yunlan sect today? Yun Weiyang was momentarily taken aback by the implication that Wei Huan and others had been castrated. After a brief pause, Yun Weishuang glanced at Jiang Xiaotian, who was watching the spectacle from a corner. Upon feeling her gaze, he raised his head and grinned lewdly at her. Yun Weishuang shot him a disdainful look, her eyes seemingly conveying, "You better watch out, I'll get you for this." Turning back, Yun Weishuang swiftly ascended the stage with the 7-star steps. Her cold gaze fixed upon Qin Zhoutian, her heart steeled for a fight to the bitter end. Ah, as expected, a true beauty. No wonder my junior brother fell for you. With that waist of yours, he was destined to be undone. Qin Zhoutian hurled vulgarities at Yun Weishuang, causing her grip on her long sword to tremble with rage. Bah, the Harmony sect is indeed nothing but a bunch of lowlifes. Yun Weishuang retorted without reservation. Yes, lowlifes. Crude and unrefined. Shameless and despicable. The disciples below chimed in, voicing their contempt for a sect that practiced their craft upon women's bodies. Haha. Only by trying will you know what lowly truly means. Qin Jiutian remained unfazed by Yun Weishuang's words. In his view, strength spoke louder than character. What is righteous? What is evil? Ultimately, it is the victor who decides. Try it if you dare. Yun Weishuang, uncharacteristically, let out a curse. After venting her frustration, she lunged at Qin Jiutian with her sword. Unperturbed, Qin Jiutian's eyes flashed with a violet light. And suddenly Yun Weishuang felt as if the world was spinning around her. In a moment of urgency, she bit her tongue to maintain her focus and summoned all her spiritual energy, preparing to unleash her most powerful strike. She understood the gap between herself and Qin Jiutian. If she hesitated and wasted energy before executing her secret technique, it would undoubtedly diminish its power. It was better to unleash her ultimate move right from the start. The fate of those who are slain brings joy to all, while those who survive must resign themselves to destiny. Yun Weishuang's long sword hovered before her as she swiftly formed seals with her hands, once again igniting her vital essence to forcefully employ the seventh style of the Heartless Sword. Weishuang, no? Yu Zhongshan hurriedly interjected, attempting to dissuade her. Losing face in battle would be one thing, but burning her essence would only lead to severe injury and regression in cultivation, rendering any victory a hollow triumph. Yet, Yun Weishuang remained undeterred by Yu Zhongshan's pleas. In her heart, all malevolent forces deserved to be vanquished, and even in the face of defeat, she would never kneel. Goodness, is this foolish woman willing to risk her life? Jiang Shaotian, who had initially intended to observe the unfolding drama, felt a surge of anxiety. After all, he shared a bond of marriage with her, and how could he stand idly by while his beloved was being wronged? High in the heavens, a massive sword radiating golden light descended upon Qin Jiutian with unwavering intent. What a sword capable of shattering the 9 heavens! Qin Jiutian murmured in admiration as he beheld the rapidly approaching blade. One could not deny the elegance of a sword cultivator. He retrieved a palm-sized golden seal from his bosom, casting it above his head. In an instant, a golden luminescence enveloped him. The state seal. That old fellow entrusted you with this. Yu Zhongshan's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at the golden seal hovering above Qin Jiutian. This artifact contained the very fortune of a dynasty, impervious within its radiant glow. Even cultivators of the refinement ruins realm might struggle to shatter it. Chapter 46. Returning their own methods against them. Yu Zhongshan had not anticipated that Sima Xiu would bestow such a treasure upon Qin Jiutian. It seemed that the Hahuan sect was determined to secure victory this time. With a resounding crash, the descending giant sword struck the state seal, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that knocked many onlookers to the ground. Those with lower cultivation levels were even sent flying, spewing blood as they fell in agony. Yun Weishuang, too, suffered a backlash, blood spurting from her mouth as she half knelt upon the arena, rendered unable to continue the fight. Impressive, impressive. That strike surely possessed the might of divine transformation, she thought, her heart sinking upon witnessing Qin Jiutian remain unscathed beneath the state seal. How could she contend against someone with such an extraordinary protective artifact? Indeed, the Hahuan sect is truly despicable. Yun Weishuang weakly hurled insults at Qin Jiutian, recognizing his reliance on the artifact to bully others. Beside her, Yu Zhongshan wore a grim expression, equally taken aback by the Hahuan sect's shamelessness. What kind of sparring among juniors involved the use of sect treasures? Had he known, he would have requested the sect leader to provide the Qi Shao sword for Yun Weishuang to cleave that seal and make Sima Xiu feel the sting of loss. Haha, artifacts are merely another form of strength. What else there to discuss? Qin Jiutian boldly asserted, preparing to employ the great Yingyang Hahuan technique upon Yun Weishuang. He was curious to see what this aloof goddess would look like in a moment of passion. Not good. Upon witnessing the lewd glimmer in Qin Jiutian's eyes, Jiang Shaotian instantly discerned his nefarious intentions. In the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Yun Weishuang, swiftly cradling her and whisking her off the arena. Rogue, what are you doing? Do you intend to take advantage of my plight? Yun Weishuang exclaimed. Her cheeks flushed with both embarrassment and anger as she pounded her fists against Jiang Shaotian's chest. Focus on your recovery. Leave the rest to me. I shall avenge you, Jiang Shaotian declared, gently placing her on the ground before pivoting back to leap onto the stage. The astonishment in Yun Weishuang's eyes was palpable as she beheld Jiang Shaotian's ascent. Was he truly vowing to avenge her? She questioned her own hearing. After all, she was no match for Qin Jiutian, let alone a novice like Jiang Xiaotian, who had only just begun to establish his foundation. Yet, despite her astonishment, a flicker of gratitude stirred within her. The audacity of Jiang Xiaotian to risk everything for her, even if it felt like an ant shaking a tree, ignited an unexpected warmth in her heart. Who are you? What business is this of yours? Qin Jiutian sneered, a flash of anger crossing his visage at the audacity of this young man who dared to disrupt his plans. How could a mere foundation-level cultivator presume to challenge him? I am Jiang Xiaotian, the holy son of the Yunlan sect. Although Yu Zhongshan held little affection for Jiang Xiaotian, he recognized the gravity of the moment. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It had been a century since the Yunlan sect had last seen a holy son, and now he had appeared so suddenly? Especially among the outer disciples, who had witnessed Jiang Xiaotian's entrance into the sect. How could he have risen to such prominence in so short a time? In the throng, Zhou Linger gazed at Jiang Xiaotian with stars in her eyes. She had sensed his uniqueness from the outset, but this revelation surpassed her wildest expectations. Shimin Qin, having just regained consciousness, fainted once more upon hearing his master declare Jiang Xiaotian as the Holy Son. You are the Holy Son? Qin Jiutian stared at Jiang Xiaotian in disbelief, unable to fathom how a mere foundation-level youth could bear such a title. What? Does my status as Holy Son require your validation? Who do you think you are? He retorted. Very well, if you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Qin Jiutian suddenly recalled his master's directive to severely cripple the Holy Son of the Yunlan sect. Ding. System task triggered. Task name, The Undergarments Revenge. Task content, remove Qin Jiutian's undergarments and hang them on the signboard of the Hahuan sect. Task reward, 5,000 system points and 1 random martial arts card. Failure to accept the task or failure to complete it will result in a deduction of 5,000 points from the host. Do you accept this task? Accept. Jiang Xiaotian responded without hesitation. He was quite fond of this task, and its arrival was perfectly timed. A sly grin crept onto Qin Jiutian's face as he observed Jiang Xiaotian, a nagging thought surfacing. Did this fellow harbor some peculiar penchant for the absurd? Little Zhou, utilize the random martial arts experience card from my inventory. Ding. Congratulations, host. The random martial arts experience card has been successfully used, granting you the skill, Great Yin-Yang Harmony Technique. Upon hearing the name of this martial art, Jiang Xiaotian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered it before. Harmony. Wasn't this the technique that Qin Jiutian had just employed? Suddenly recalling this, a smile of mischief spread across Jiang Xiaotian's face as he turned to Qin Jiutian and mockingly threatened, I offer you a chance. Kneel down, beg for mercy, and apologize to Sister Yun. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unkind. Jiang Xiaotian's audacious words left Qin Jiutian utterly flabbergasted, while the surrounding disciples stood frozen in silence. As if under a spell, Yun Weiswang furrowed her brow slightly. After all, Jiang Xiaotian was stepping onto the stage on her behalf. Such brazen remarks could lead to dire consequences, and she certainly did not wish to witness Jiang Xiaotian being crushed by Qin Jiutian on the arena. Ha! Do you all hear this? Is this the level of arrogance among the Foundation establishment disciples of Yunlan sect? Qin Jiutian laughed heartily, as if he had heard the greatest joke. He dismissed Jiang Xiaotian's words entirely. The disciples of Yunlan sect felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them, recognizing that Jiang Xiaotian was indeed speaking recklessly. Even their eldest senior sister was no match for Qin Jiutian, so how could a newcomer like Jiang Xiaotian stand a chance? Although Jiang Xiaotian was now the holy son of Yunlan sect, his cultivation level was simply too low for anyone to take him seriously. 3. Jiang Xiaotian held up 3 fingers. What? Qin Jiutian was momentarily at a loss, bewildered by Jiang Xiaotian's actions. 2. Jiang Xiaotian lowered 1 finger. 1. As the words left his lips, Qin Jiutian suddenly felt a dizzying sensation wash over him, followed by an overwhelming heat enveloping his body. What on earth is happening? It had always been Qin Jiutian who used the Great Yin-Yang Harmony technique on others. He had never experienced its effects himself. Now, for the first time, Qin Jiutian found himself ensnared by the charms of this technique, his complexion flushing as if he were immersed in an endless realm of tenderness. Oh, it's so hot. I want. In a flash, Jiang Xiaotian leaped down from the arena, fearing that Qin Jiutian might go berserk and threaten his well-being. Yun Weiswang gazed at the stage, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld Qin Jiutian tearing at his own garments. Chapter 47. A fatal blow. Qin Jiutian violently ripped apart his clothing, his expression one of intoxication and lewdness, sending chills down the spines of all present. Yu Zhongshan watched in bewilderment as Qin Jiutian posed provocatively on the stage, his face betraying an unusual flush. He could not comprehend what had come over Qin Jiutian. Wow, this is absolutely explosive. What is happening? Has he gone mad? Someone remarked. I told you, the techniques of the Harmony sect are subpar. Look at what they reduced him to. This holy son of the Harmony sect is utterly shameless. The female disciples could hardly bear to look at Qin Jiutian, while the male disciples critiqued his every move as he swayed and flaunted himself. Is this your doing? Yun Weiswang gazed at Jiang Shaotian, who wore an air of nonchalance, and inquired with skepticism, what does this have to do with me? I do not practice that sinister technique. Perhaps he merely overexerted himself during training. Jiang Shaotian, however, would never confess to having employed the great yin-yang harmony technique on Qin Jiutian, as such an explanation was utterly untenable. Still eyeing him with suspicion, Yun Weiswang felt an unshakable conviction that Jiang Shaotian spoke not a word of truth. Here, take this, it will heal your wounds, Jiang Shaotian said, extending a small yellow pill the size of a soybean towards her. I have injured my very essence. Ordinary elixirs will not suffice. You should keep it for yourself, Yin Weiswang replied. Fully aware of her physical condition, her injuries were beyond the remedy of even the most revered practitioners, requiring at least a fifth-order source protection pill for true recovery. Although this pill was of modest grade, its demand far surpassed its availability, leaving many sects without even a single stock. Just take it. Stop being so fussy, Jiang Shaotian insisted, forcefully prying open Yun Weishuang's mouth to place the pill inside, unwilling to waste the 2,000 points he had spent to acquire it. Cough, you lecher. Do you wish to perish? Yun Weishuang exclaimed, glaring at him in indignation as the pill caught in her throat. Behave and recuperate. I shall avenge you, Jiang Shaotian declared, then, with a powerful push of his legs, leaped back onto the arena. As Yun Weishuang watched Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure, her heart was a tumult of emotions, conflicted with both resentment and gratitude. At that moment, Qin Jiutian was utterly exhausted, his garments in tatters from his exertions. Jiang Shaotian had initially intended to strike Qin Jiutian with a sword, but the latter had overexerted himself to the point of unconsciousness. Indeed, the great yin-yang harmony technique is a skill for wooing, Jiang Shaotian mused quietly to himself. Approaching the motionless Qin Jiutian, Jiang Shaotian crouched beside him, prompting bewilderment among the onlookers. Just as they were trying to fathom his intentions, he unexpectedly reached to remove Qin Jiutian's undergarments. What? Our saint hails from Tiandu City? I never imagined he possessed such a peculiar inclination. The audience was astounded by Jiang Shaotian's audacity, astonished that he would dare act so brazenly in broad daylight. Swiftly, Jiang Shaotian yanked down Qin Jiutian's undergarments, exposing him to the gaze of all present. Ah, scoundrel! Pervert! A chorus of shocked cries erupted from the female disciples, while Yun Weiswang stood in stunned silence, hastily shielding her eyes with her hands, mentally cursing Jiang Shaotian's lineage. What madness is this? Yu Zhongshan could no longer remain seated, fearing that if he did not intervene, the arena would soon devolve into a farcical spectacle. Elder Yu, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives, merely an interest in the utility of this fellow's undergarments, Jiang Shaotian hastily clarified, noticing the peculiar gazes directed at him. However, his explanation only prompted a wave of murmurs from the audience. Collecting men's undergarments? Surely, this individual must have some serious issues. Some spectators were already inclined to retrieve their hanging laundry, lest they become targets of Jiang Shaotian's peculiar interest. Observing that his attempts to clarify only deepened the misunderstanding, Jiang Shaotian chose to remain silent, for he could hardly elucidate a task so bizarre assigned by the system. After stripping Qin Jiutian of his trousers, Jiang Shaotian rose and inadvertently stepped on a golden needle mushroom. Snap! The sharp sound was accompanied by Qin Jiutian's piercing wail, causing a chill to run down the spines of the onlookers, who instinctively clamped their legs together. Who could withstand such a devastating blow? Elder Yu Zhongshan had not anticipated that Jiang Shaotian would act so ruthlessly. Without this vital aspect, how could a disciple of the Hahuan sect continue their cultivation? Qin Jiutian, being the holy son of the Hahuan sect, would surely incite a conflict between the two sects. Jiang Shaotian, you? You have landed yourself in grave trouble. Elder Yu Zhongshan stammered, pointing at Jiang Shaotian, his words tumbling out in confusion, for the situation had exceeded his expectations. It is merely the downfall of a despicable holy son, a trivial matter. I shall personally address the Hahuan sect later. Jiang Shaotian declared before leaping off the stage and striding toward Yun Weiswang. Seeing him approach, Yun Weiswang recoiled in fright, not due to Jiang Shaotian's intimidating presence, but because of the rather unsettling object he held. Jiang Shaotian promptly concealed the undergarment and softly assured her, I have avenged your grievances. Focus on your recovery. And should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. Elder Yu Zhongshan initially intended to detain Jiang Shaotian to prevent his escape, but a subtle communication from Dantai Yuan dissuaded him from that course of action. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jiang Shaotian produced a spiritual vessel and unceremoniously tossed the barely conscious Qin Jutian aboard before leaping in himself. Is it merely the Hahuan sect? I shall ensure they behave. Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as the vessel sped toward the Hahuan sect, leaving the onlookers in a surreal state of disbelief. The newly initiated Jiang Shaotian becoming their holy son was already astonishing enough. Now he was daring to confront the Hahuan sect single-handedly? This was sheer absurdity, a farce of the highest order. Meanwhile, Yun Weiswang, feeling the effects of the medicinal elixir coursing through her, flushed with color as she sensed her own vitality returning. She was utterly astonished. From where had Jiang Shaotian procured such a precious pill? How could he so freely bestow it? As she gazed in the direction of Jiang Shaotian's departure, her heart fluttered inexplicably. Dantai Yuan, witnessing Jiang Shaotian's audacity in venturing alone to the Hahuan sect, smiled with satisfaction, believing his gamble had paid off. The enigmatic Jiang Shaotian has transcended the bounds of conventional understanding. After all, who can deduce the actions of one whose very essence seems governed by randomness? Master, shall I accompany you on this venture? The esteemed elder Han Mengshan harbors a certain fondness for Jiang Shaotian, not for any trivial reason, but due to his generous act of providing healing elixirs to his cherished disciple. While he remains oblivious to the origins of Jiang Shaotian's potions, he refrains from inquiring further, fully aware that the secrets surrounding Jiang Shaotian are beyond his grasp. No need, let us merely observe. The one destined by fate is not someone that the likes of Sima can contend with. Dantai Yuan has firmly concluded that Jiang Shaotian embodies the fabled figure of destiny. Thus he feels entirely at ease regarding him. Chapter 48. The Advent of the Sage. Half an hour later, the silhouette of Jiang Shaotian materialized before the gates of the Hahuan sect. Who goes there? The disciple on guard duty, upon spotting Jiang Shaotian, immediately advanced to intercept him, calling out sternly. Jiang Shaotian paid no heed to their words. Instead, he unceremoniously tossed Qin Jutian onto the ground. What? Is this Brother Qin? The gatekeeper, seeing the disheveled and bloodied form of Qin Jutian, stood in stunned silence. Quick, go report to the sect master. One of the gatekeepers scrambled inside, fearing for the safety of their revered saint. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaotian busied himself by retrieving Qin Jutian's undergarments and, with a leap, affixed the pink garment upon the sect's plaque. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the system task. The reward has been placed in your inventory. Please check it. Jiang Shaotian smiled upon discovering a random martial arts card in his bag. At last, it was not merely an experience card. He wondered what remarkable martial skill it might unveil, anticipation bubbling within him. The actions of Jiang Shaotian left another gatekeeper in utter disbelief. What the? You, a mere foundation establishment brat, are seeking your demise. The disciple shouted, launching a fist towards Jiang Shaotian. Whoosh! A flash of sword light coursed through the air, leaving the gatekeeper frozen in place. His garments inexplicably vanished. Impudence! Sima Xiao, alerted by the commotion, rushed over and, upon arrival, his gaze fell upon the pink undergarment hanging from the plaque, inciting a fury that nearly twisted his features. Ah, Lao Deng, what a coincidence! How have your past few days been? Observing Jiang Shaotian's irreverent demeanor, Sima Xiao wasted no time and struck out with his palm. Bang! Sima Xiao's blow was thwarted by a shimmering barrier. What? The state seal. Sima Xiao's eyes widened in horror as he recognized the state seal hovering above Jiang Shaotian's head. It was the very protective artifact he had bestowed upon his cherished disciple. It then dawned on him that a naked man lay sprawled on the ground. This is Tian. What in the world happened? Sima Xiu's rage surged as he beheld his beloved disciple's exposed state, prompting him to hastily produce a healing elixir and place it into Qin Jutian's mouth. There is no need to inquire further. It is undoubtedly me, for daring to wreak havoc within my Yunlan sect necessitates readiness for severe consequences. Jiang Shaotian, with an air of nonchalance, addressed Sima Xiu with his nostrils flaring. At this moment, Sima Xiu could no longer contain himself. This mere foundational ant not only dared to defile his grand hall, but also insulted the Hehuan sect and incapacitated his disciple. To brazenly provoke him like this was an affront that could only be avenged through exquisite torment. You insolent wretch, prepare to meet your demise. Sima Xiu exclaimed as he brandished the soul-biting whip with all his might, unleashing it towards Jiang Shaotian. The whip's tip tore through the fabric of space, creating a violent disturbance. With a thunderous crash, the state seal atop Jiang Shaotian's head was sent flying by Sima Xiu's attack. Although the seal was sturdy, Jiang Shaotian's low cultivation level rendered him incapable of maintaining control in the face of Sima Xiu's formidable power. However, upon seeing the state seal struck away, Jiang Shaotian remained unperturbed. His intention had merely been to annoy Sima Xiu with it. Xiaozhou, activate the random arrival card. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaotian invoked the card. Holding high hopes after his previous experience with the Sword Immortal's descent, now relying on this item to obliterate the Hehuan sect. Ding. Congratulations, host. The random arrival card has been successfully utilized, summoning the Confucian Sage for a duration of 1T. The system's notification rang in Jiang Shaotian's ears, and he paused momentarily upon realizing it was the Confucian Sage. What was this? Was the Confucian Sage formidable? The Confucian Sage possessed a unique power of holy words, capable of manifesting the law with mere utterance. How could one not regard that as impressive? However, the power was exceedingly perilous, as the heavenly Tao would impose a backlash on those who wielded it. Given the host's low cultivation level, a double backlash was anticipated. Caution was advised. Xiaozhou's warning sent a chill through Jiang Shaotian. A double backlash? This was more outrageous than the 7 injuries fist. How was one to navigate such a predicament? Humph. Let us see whether you possess any protective treasures now, Sima Xiu declared, lashing out with his whip once more. Jiang Shaotian, interrupted in his contemplation, instinctively retorted, "Old fool. Do not disturb me. Let me think clearly before you act." Such a seemingly trivial utterance rendered Sima Xiu completely immobilized mid-air, incapable of even moving his eyes. Jiang Shaotian was taken aback, astonished at the sheer power of the holy words. What would happen if he were to proclaim invincibility? Refrain from harboring such thoughts. The power of holy words is bound by the heavenly Tao. Thus, the practitioner must harness its laws to achieve such utterances. Should the claims be too extravagant, the heavenly Tao will not only refuse to lend aid, but will instead retaliate exponentially against the practitioner. If the host is unafraid of death, one could dare to test it. As Jiang Shaotian indulged in lofty fantasies, Xiaozhou doused him with a cold reality check. What use was this power of holy words? Constrained by so many limitations and fraught with potential backlash, striking an enemy would also incur self-harm. How could one ever hope to annihilate the Hehuan sect with such a cumbersome burden? Jiang Shaotian gazed at Sima Xiu, suspended in midair, feeling utterly overwhelmed. He would have preferred the arrival of a celestial swordsman instead. The Confucian sage appeared impressively formidable, yet for someone of his relatively low cultivation level, it was of no consequence. The sage's elevated mastery allowed him to withstand backlash, but how could Jiang Shaotian, a mere foundation establishment practitioner, endure such a force? As the time for the summoning dwindled, anxiety swept over him, leaving him drenched in sweat. He was unwilling to simply depart, and even less inclined to perish alongside the Harmony sect. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. If he could not claim their lives, he would take great pleasure in tormenting them instead. Resolute in his decision, Jiang Shaotian cleared his throat and proclaimed with clarity, "All members of the Harmony sect are to gather at the sect's plaza and remain motionless." Upon utterance of his command, an invisible force of law emanated from his lips and soared into the sky. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. Every cultivator within the Harmony sect was inexplicably transported to the plaza simultaneously. Some were asleep, others engrossed in secluded meditation, while many were engaged in intimate activities, and a few were even in the midst of rather unsightly situations. In summary, The variety of bizarre postures was truly astounding, and they were all rendered immobile in the plaza, including even the sect's reclusive elder. The extraordinary spectacle of odd positions before him opened Jiang Shaoyan's eyes, and he began to grasp the true power of this sacred command. Indeed, the Confucian sage was remarkable. Merely gathering people in such a manner was beyond the capabilities of other cultivators. The power of sacred command transformed the impossible into the possible. No wonder the heavenly Tao imposed numerous restrictions upon it. If unleashed, who could possibly rival it? Jiang Shaotian approached Sima Xiu, gently patted his face, and whispered conspiratorially in his ear, "Old man, prepare for a thrilling experience. Enjoy it to the fullest." With that, he swiftly returned to the entrance of the Harmony sect. Chapter 49, The Excrement Immortal. Jiang Shaotian glanced at the Harmony sect's plaque, still adorned with pink undergarments, a smirk crossing his lips as he contemplated the impending chaos. Clearing his throat, he slowly opened his mouth and directed his gaze skyward, exclaiming, "At this moment, the Harmony sect plaza shall receive a heavenly, auspicious sign. The grand hall shall be inundated with excrement, and the members of the Harmony sect shall be drenched in filth." As soon as his words echoed, an invisible force of the heavenly Tao abruptly coalesced above the Harmony sect. Then, an unprecedented spectacle unfolded before Jiang Shaoyan's eyes. Mysterious heaps of indescribable substance descended from the heavens, crashing onto the plaza with a cacophony of splattering sounds. In an instant, the grand hall of the Harmony sect was filled to the brim with filth, the doors bursting open as a torrent of yellow liquid surged forth. The members immobilized in the plaza found themselves utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of their predicament. They had witnessed countless overwhelming scenes, yet they had never encountered such a spectacular spectacle of the cycle of life and death since birth. With a series of precise strikes, the members of the Hahuan sect found themselves in an utterly humiliating predicament. Those disciples, gazing skyward with mouths agape, were indeed fortunate, ample supply for their needs. The Hahuan sect was enveloped in an atmosphere of filth, unbearable to behold, with excrement plastered across walls, floors, and even their very mouths. The immobilized individuals were left with nothing but terror and despair in their eyes. The sudden deluge left them utterly unprepared, particularly the venerable ancestor of the Hahuan sect. Sitting within the mountains, utterly aggrieved by the feces raining down from above, who could he possibly confide in? Jiang Shaotian, witnessing the Hahuan sect's impending inundation, could barely contain his amusement. Such a scene could only be orchestrated by the power of divine words. Indeed, it was a remarkable phenomenon. As he stepped forward into the flowing river, he bent down to retrieve the fallen state seal, seizing the opportunity as the arrival time drew to a close. With a single step, he found himself amidst the river's embrace. As the arrival time concluded, the members of the Hahuan sect regained their freedom. In an instant, the sounds of retching filled the air, occasionally interrupted by the sound of belching. "Jiang Shaotian, I shall ensure your utter destruction." Sima Xiu swiftly leapt into the river, seeking to cleanse himself. The other disciples of the Hahuan sect, disregarding all else, followed suit into the waters, eager to wash away the filth. Jiang Shaotian, too, awaited the backlash of the heavenly laws, prepared for whatever might ensue, knowing that any additional filth would merely flow downstream. As a large mass descended from the heavens, Jiang Shaotian held his breath and submerged himself. The surface of the river erupted in yellow waves, a spectacle beyond the limits of description. What had once been a crystal-clear river had instantaneously transformed into a cesspool, the volume of excrement causing the water level to rise significantly. A young girl, washing clothes by the riverbank, gazed in shock at the river she frequented, questioning her own senses. After a quarter of an hour, the cacophony of chaos finally subsided, and Jiang Shaotian emerged from the water. "It reeks terribly. I wonder where the heavenly laws procured such an abundance of filth," he remarked, turning to lock eyes with the young girl on the shore. "Uncle, could you please stop? I'm frightened." She mistakenly believed that Jiang Shaotian was the source of the river's foulness, too scared to even look him in the eye. Jiang Shaotian, bewildered, furrowed his brow. What on earth is this? Who possesses the capability to produce such an immense quantity? Meanwhile, Sima Xiu continued washing himself, his expression dark with confusion, unable to comprehend the bizarre turn of events. In an inexplicable turn of events, he found himself immobilized and drenched in excrement, a scene that transcended his understanding. Even his venerable ancestor was not spared, which seemed utterly preposterous. Sima Xiao, do you not intend to provide me with a reasonable explanation? The ancestor of the Hahuan sect, now overwhelmed with frustration, contemplated delivering a fatal blow to all present. He had intended to enhance his lifespan through a breakthrough in cultivation, but now, being forcibly interrupted during seclusion and inexplicably covered in filth was too much to bear. This ancestor is utterly baffled. Even my disciples are at a loss. It must be the work of that Jiang Shaotian. Naturally, Sima Xiao shifted the blame entirely onto Jiang Shaotian. He could not shoulder this burden alone. Just as the ancestor was about to voice further complaints, a chorus of bewildered comments arose from the disciples. Does it feel like we are getting dirtier the more we wash? You feel it too? I thought it was just my imagination. It seems to be getting smellier. Upon hearing this, Sima Xiao glanced at the river beneath him, which had transformed from crystal clear to a foul, murky stream. They had unwittingly positioned themselves downstream from Jiang Shaotian, and the backlash of celestial laws had caused the foul detritus to flow into their vicinity. Ugh, is that excrement? A shout broke the air, prompting everyone to rush toward the shore in a frenzy. The absurdity of the descending calamity was compounded by the realization that the upstream waters were tainted as well. Absurd. This is utterly ridiculous. Where did all this filth come from? Sima Xiao, his head spinning with rage, could hardly comprehend such ludicrous events, in this life, and even in past lives. He had never encountered anything so outrageous. No one is permitted to speak of today's events. Otherwise, do not blame me for turning hostile. He warned his fellow disciples of the Hahuan sect, aware that if word got out about a dignified master of the refinement ruins being sullied in such a manner, he would become the subject of mockery. Disciples obey. The members of the Hahuan sect hastily departed from this foul-smelling quagmire, knowing full well that a mountain of filth awaited them back at their sect, which filled them with despair. After their departure, 2 dung beetle demons followed the scent to its source. Upon discovering a river overflowing with excrement, their eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, so much food. Now our kin will not suffer from hunger. Most cultivators, upon reaching a certain level, could abstain from eating and excreting, leading to a scarcity of sustenance for the dung beetles. This windfall was a timely relief for their pressing needs. Surely, the dung immortal has manifested. Quickly, let us kneel and give thanks. Thank you, dung immortal, for the bounty. After bowing in reverence to the river of filth, the 2 dung beetle demons promptly produced storage artifacts to collect the excrement. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaotian, aboard his spiritual vessel en route to the Yunlan sect, could hardly fathom that his outrageous actions today would inadvertently save an entire race from famine. Indeed, this world knows no bounds of absurdity. There is only an escalation of the ludicrous. Chapter 50. The shyness of Yun Weiswang upon returning to the Yunlan sect. Jiang Shaotian found himself encircled by a throng of disciples, each clamoring with a barrage of questions. Junior brother Jiang, what transpired with the Hahuan sect? Did they trouble you? Indeed. You incapacitated their sacred son, and their sect leader simply let you go? Junior brother, did you even visit the Hahuan sect? Faced with such inquiries, Jiang Shaotian was at a loss for words. He decided to weave through the crowd and hasten towards the main hall. From a distance, Yun Weiswang watched Jiang Shaotian stealthily. Upon seeing him return unscathed, the anxiety that had gripped her heart began to dissipate. She pondered to herself, why do I care about his well-being? After all, he did save me. It is only natural to show concern. Old man, I have returned. Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as he burst into the hall. What's with the fuss? You've returned, so stop your rambling. The Hahuan sect has barred its gates and activated their mountain protection array. Are you the one behind this mischief? Dan Taiyuan was not surprised by Jiang Shaotian's safe return, yet he found the Hahuan sect's reaction somewhat perplexing. Oh, that old fool Sima Xiao has surely been too busy to bother with me. A heap of troubles will keep him preoccupied for some time. Dan Taiyuan's face betrayed a rare expression of astonishment as he questioned, what did you say? A heap of troubles? Yes, indeed, a heap of troubles. I buried their sect in it, Jiang Shaotian said, scratching his head with a hint of pride. Although he recognized the dubious nature of his methods, the outcome was undeniably gratifying. You did splendidly. A flicker of excitement crossed Dan Taiyuan's typically stoic visage. He had long harbored disdain for the Hahuan sect, but his disciples lacked the talent to compete with their unorthodox practices. Now, with Jiang Shaotian, this peculiar prodigy, the pent-up frustration of a lifetime had finally found an outlet. What a delightful turn of events. Dan Taiyuan chose not to probe further. Aware that Jiang Shaotian concealed secrets of monumental proportions, he would not be astonished by whatever unprecedented feats Jiang Shaotian might undertake. Bygone grievances are best left unspoken. I actually aspire to be a good person. Jiang Shaotian's words elicited an eye roll from Dan Taiyuan. This lad had barely arrived and already wreaked havoc upon the Grand Elder's cherished disciple, and yet he dared to profess a desire to be virtuous? Enough, enough. Go to the treasure hall and select a martial technique and weapon of your liking, lest others accuse me of being miserly towards my disciples. Though Dan Taiyuan understood that Jiang Shaotian likely did not require such gifts, he could not afford to appear stingy towards the sacred son of his sect. All right then. Thank you, Elder, Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, scampering towards the hall's exit. As he stepped outside, he spotted Yun Weiswang standing alone. Sister Yun, you're here too. Perfect timing. Let us stroll together through the treasure hall. Yun Weiswang initially intended to express her gratitude to Jiang Shaotian. Fully aware of the value of the elixir he had provided her, which could be exchanged for a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Although she harbored lingering resentment towards Jiang Shaotian for his previous indiscretions, she recognized that he was not to blame. It was the shamelessness of the people from the Hahuan sect that was truly at fault. The restoration of her original essence signified that she could continue her cultivation, and with it, the possibility of achieving her burdensome aspirations. This was of paramount importance to her, which is why she resolved to thank Jiang Shaotian. However, upon her arrival, Jiang Shaotian immediately suggested taking her to the treasure tower, a place that was typically off-limits to disciples of the sect under penalty of expulsion. Am I really allowed to go? Yun Weiswang asked, astonished. What do you mean allowed? I'm taking you there. If anything happens, I'll handle it. Let us go, Jiang Shaotian declared, taking her delicate hand and leading her toward the treasure tower. Yun Weiswang was taken aback by his sudden action and instinctively attempted to withdraw her hand. Unfortunately, Jiang Shaotian's grip was firm, and she could not free herself. Surely, it must be his tight grip that prevented her escape, that rascal. In her heart, Yun Weiswang sought excuses for her blushing face, though she was aware that her feelings towards Jiang Shaotian were not filled with hatred. Rather, curiosity was beginning to blossom. Jiang Shaotian, at the foundational stage, not only managed to hold his ground against her, but also returned safely from the Hahuan sect. Such an anomaly was unprecedented. Yun Weiswang was perplexed. No matter how exceptional one's talent, it typically only allowed one to confront foes of a single tier above. Yet Jiang Shaotian was able to face 2 tiers without faltering. How is this possible? Why, you weren't injured at the Hahuan sect, were you? Yun Weiswang quietly inquired from behind him, her voice barely above a whisper. What? What did you say, Sister Yin? And nothing. Could you please loosen your grip? There are so many eyes on us. She felt the weight of the onlookers' ambiguous gazes, wishing to disappear into the ground. Oh, my apologies, I didn't notice. It's just that your hand is so soft. Hee. Jiang Shaotian chuckled, gently releasing her hand, observing the blush on her face. He couldn't help but reminisce about that day. As they walked, Jiang Shaotian began to stoop slightly, his gait becoming somewhat awkward. Jiang Shidi, are you injured? Yun Weiswang approached him with concern. And no, I'm fine. I'll be all right in a moment. You go on ahead. I'll catch up soon. Jiang Shaotian dared not reveal the truth. If Yun Weiswang were to learn of the reality, she would undoubtedly pursue him with a sword for several blocks. Soon enough, they arrived at a 9-story tower, which emanated an air of solemnity and a hint of antiquity. Sister, let us go inside, Jiang Shaotian said, leading the way into the treasure tower, eager to compare this so-called treasure tower with the system's marketplace. With a creak, the door of the treasure pavilion was gently pushed open by Jiang Shaotian, revealing an array of exquisite magical artifacts and books, albeit of a rather rudimentary nature. Only the Holy Sun may enter the pavilion, others are forbidden. Just as Yun Weiswang intended to step inside, a stern voice echoed through the air. I apologize, esteemed elder of the pavilion. I have been presumptuous. Yun Weiswang quickly withdrew her foot, knowing that trespassing into the treasure pavilion could lead to severe punishment, one that even her master might not be able to protect her from. Jiang Shaotian, upon hearing this, was immediately displeased. What was so remarkable about this heap of junk? Did they intend to cherish these trinkets? Hey, elder, I have no intention of keeping these worthless items for myself. I merely wish to take one for my senior sister. Why are you preventing her entry? Hearing this, Yun Weiswang gasped in shock, staring at Jiang Shaotian's back. Every disciple within the sect yearned to enter the treasure pavilion in search of fortuitous opportunities, yet here was Jiang Shaotian, willing to relinquish such an opportunity to her. Should one commend his kindness or deem him foolish? Chapter 51. A look of bewilderment. The elder in charge of guarding the treasure pavilion was taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's audacity in addressing him so. While he was indeed the Holy Son, such arrogance was unbecoming. Rules are rules. The sect leader instructed me to allow the Holy Son entry, but he did not permit the Holy Son to bring others along. The elder responded, visibly displeased. Jiang Shaotian, indifferent to his grievances, seized Yun Weishuang's hand and strode inside, casually stating, "It's merely a matter of bringing someone along. I'll inform that old man later. You carry on with your duties." The elder, watching Jiang Shaotian treat the sect as his own home, nearly choked on his indignation. He threatened, "Do not think I am afraid to confront the Holy Son. I have guarded this pavilion for over a century, and no one has ever dared to defy the rules under my watch. Well, now you have witnessed it. Consider it a rare sight for you, elder." Jiang Shaotian seemed intent on provoking him further. Yun Weishuang, taken aback, dared not utter a word. In her time with the sect, she had never seen anyone challenge the elder, aside from the sect leader. Even the inner sect elders would hesitate to offend such a formidable guardian of the sect's legacy. What audacity did Jiang Shaotian possess? Very well. Truly, the youth are formidable. The sect leader has indeed taken on a remarkable disciple. As the elder's words faded, an elderly man, his face lined with the marks of time, suddenly appeared before Jiang Shaotian and Yun Weishuang. He raised his hand and, without hesitation, struck out towards Jiang Shaotian. With a clang of steel, Jiang Shaotian parried the elder's strike with a sword, exclaiming, "Impressive. Your swordsmanship is quite formidable for the foundation establishment stage. No wonder the sect leader chose you as a disciple. Now, receive my strike." Before Jiang Shaotian could respond, the elder launched another attack aimed directly at his face. "Little Zhou, employ the random martial arts card." Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring the Earth-tier low-grade martial art, the Burial Sky Fist. Boom. A resounding crash reverberated, causing the treasure pavilion to tremble twice, startling all disciples and elders within the sect, who dared to act so boldly within the treasure pavilion. TSK. This commotion might very well lead to the old master turning it into wonton skins. Oblivious to the situation, Yu Chongshan hurried towards the treasure pavilion, while Han Mengshan and Dan Tai Yuan remained leisurely fishing. Cough. You practice both sword and martial arts? The old master was pushed back half a step by Jiang Shaotian's punch, staring in astonishment at the young saint before him, who was merely at the foundation establishment stage. This utterly overturned his understanding of cultivation. It was just a casual punch, nothing to be concerned about. Jiang Shaotian, with his numb right hand hidden behind his back, spoke nonchalantly. Yun Weishuang gazed at Jiang Shaotian as if he were a monster. She had never realized he possessed such physical prowess. To be able to push back an elder at the mid-core formation stage with a single punch, was this truly the strength expected of someone at the foundation establishment stage? Was this reasonable? Jiang Shaotian felt quite satisfied with his newly acquired martial technique. He had been troubled by the lack of a means to confront formidable foes at the core formation stage, but this seemingly light punch proved to possess such tremendous power. Now, he felt he could stride confidently within the sect, ready to pound anyone he found displeasing into the ground. "Good lad, take her up. I shall not hinder you any longer," the old master declared before vanishing from Jiang Shaotian's sight. It was not due to his inability to contend with Jiang Shaotian, but rather a recognition that there was no longer any need for obstruction. A prodigious saint like him could be considered the future hope of the Yunlan sect. The old master was not foolish enough to engage in a futile struggle against such an exceptional talent. Hearing this, Jiang Shaotian smugly clapped his hands and turned to the still-dazed Yun Weishuang, saying, "All set. Let us go, Sister Yun." Oh, okay." Yun Weishuang clearly had not yet recovered from her shock. The impact of Jiang Shaotian's punch had been so profound it eclipsed even the surprise of losing her heart to him. "How did you manage that?" She finally could not hold back her curiosity, her mind brimming with questions about this mysterious junior disciple who had only recently joined. "I'm not quite sure myself. I just woke up one day and knew it," Jiang Shaotian replied, unable to explain, and instead resorted to a light-hearted jest. Yun Weishuang's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy at his words. How could she possibly believe such nonsense? However, she had no intention of pressing further. well aware that everyone harbors secrets, and if someone is unwilling to share, no amount of inquiry would yield results. The group of disciples gathered outside the treasure pavilion, anticipating the unfolding spectacle, were left in astonishment as they witnessed Jiang Shaotian leading Yun Weishuang upstairs. Did even the old master concede? Surely, I did not misinterpret that. Was that earlier commotion a confrontation between junior brother Jiang and the old master? This is simply too incredible. Evidently, everyone was astounded and perplexed by the fact that Jiang Shaotian not only managed to remain unscathed under the supervision of the elder Lu, but also ascended the building alongside Yun Weishuang. Jiang Shaotian, grasping Yun Weishuang's hand, made his way directly to the rooftop. Logically, one would assume that treasures are invariably concealed on the highest floor, and he was undoubtedly aiming for the finest offerings. The dazzling array of magical artifacts and diverse martial techniques nearly overwhelmed Jiang Shaotian. However, he was not swayed by the seemingly formidable artifacts before him, for he harbored a singular objective, the top floor. Junior brother Jiang, do you truly intend to relinquish this opportunity to select a magical artifact to me? Yun Weishuang inquired, astonished. Indeed, I have no interest in these trinkets. Jiang Shaotian replied nonchalantly, as he had already resigned himself to fate. His unhesitating response stirred a sense of gratitude in Yun Weishuang. The burdens of karma she bore had instilled in her a lifelong demeanor of aloofness toward strangers. In this world, aside from her master Han Mengshan and the sect leader, no one had ever genuinely treated her with kindness. She had only encountered a host of hypocritical lechers. Let us go. Why are you dawdling? Are you mesmerized by my charm? Bah, shameless. After casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Shaotian, Yun Weishuang continued her ascent to the final floor. Jiang Shaotian, following closely behind her, found his thoughts wandering, as Yun Weishuang's alluring figure was hard to ignore. His daydreaming was abruptly interrupted by her exclamation of awe. He looked up to see a long sword, radiating a luminous white light, hovering in midair. Each floor of the treasure tower was adorned with an array of magical artifacts. Yet on the final floor, only this solitary sword remained suspended. The sword's blade bore faint engravings of heroic figures, exuding an aura that suggested a forbidding presence. This sword appears to be exceptionally powerful. Yun Weishuang gazed at it with a look of longing. As a sword cultivator, the sight of such an extraordinary sword before her stirred emotions within her that surpassed even the thrill of entering a bridal chamber. Young man, that sword possesses a spirit. It is beyond your control. I advise you to descend without delay. Elder Lu's voice echoed in Jiang Shaotian's ears. Had it been anyone else, they might have heeded the warning. However, for the fiercely independent Jiang Shaotian, it was an entirely different matter. Chapter 52, Sword of Tao. Exterminate the evil. Jiang Shaotian's rebellious spirit meant that if someone told him that excrement was unpalatable, he would personally dig a spoonful to taste its saltiness before forming an opinion. Thus, he paid no heed to Elder Lu's caution, boldly reaching out toward the sword. As soon as Jiang Shaotian extended his hand, the sword began to tremble violently. Oh, do you wish to acknowledge a master? Should I offer a drop of blood or something? Jiang Shaotian mused, recalling how such scenes unfolded on television, where the protagonist, gifted beyond measure, would bond with a divine artifact through blood. The moment he uttered those words, the sword unleashed a powerful surge of spiritual energy, sending both Yun Weishuang and Jiang Shaotian hurtling backward. With a thud and a crash, they landed heavily on the ground, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events. Yun Weishuang inadvertently landed squarely on Jiang Shaotian's face, leaving him utterly stunned. Hey, senior sister, you're crushing me, he exclaimed, as Yun Weishuang felt an unusual sensation. Her face flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to hastily rise to her feet. Suddenly, the sword, seemingly enraged, swung towards Jiang Shaotian. What the hell? Not only does it refuse to recognize its master, but now it seeks to strike me? Jiang Shaotian quickly drew his flowing cloud sword to counter the attack. Clang! A shower of sparks erupted as his sword was effortlessly severed in two, as if it were mere tofu. Damn it! My sword! After dispatching Jiang's blade, the sword lunged directly at him. Just in the nick of time, old Lu appeared, standing protectively in front of Jiang Shaotian, creating a barrier mere inches before him to thwart the sword's assault. What have you done to provoke this sword? I told you not to meddle with it. And now I have to clean up your mess, old Lu scolded, glancing back at Jiang Shaotian, who was utterly bewildered by the unfolding situation. What on earth is wrong with this cursed sword? Jiang Shaotian inquired. The sword's spirit has sensed an aura of malevolence, came the reply. Malevolence? Are you implying that I am malevolent? Jiang Shaotian was taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. Do not forget, you bear the cursed physique. Those with such a constitution have invariably committed heinous acts in their past lives, invoking the ire of both gods and men. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the sword to perceive you as a threat, the voice explained, leaving Jiang Shaotian feeling indignant. Is this not an unwarranted calamity? Very well. If that is how it shall be, then I shall take control, Jiang Shaotian declared, grasping the hilt of the sword and depositing it into his system backpack, causing the sword to vanish in an instant, leaving Old Lu in a state of shock. Where did the sword go? Old Lu questioned, his face a canvas of confusion. Yes, where has it run off to? Yun Weiswang asked, still reeling from the unexpected events. This sword has recognized me as its master. So there is no need for alarm, Jiang Shaotian calmly asserted, brushing off the dust from his attire. Old Lu narrowed his eyes, his expression one of disbelief. Senior Sister Yun, let us depart, Jiang Shaotian urged, taking Yun Weiswang by the hand as they made their way downstairs, eager to address the sword's unruly behavior. Old Lu observed Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure in silence, employing his divine sense to scan Jiang multiple times, yet he failed to detect any trace of the sword. This bizarre occurrence left him oscillating between shock, bewilderment, and a hint of relief. Junior brother Jiang, what is the meaning of this? Shoo, let me deal with this troublesome sword first, Jiang Shaotian replied, rummaging through his system backpack, where the sword was currently wreaking havoc within its confines. Under normal circumstances, storage artifacts are not built to withstand such tumult, unless they are of a significantly higher grade than the treasures being stored. Otherwise, it is quite easy for the artifacts containing spiritual beings to be damaged. However, the spirit of the exorcising sword did not anticipate the existence of such a peculiar system backpack, one that, devoid of any grade, remains indestructible, rendering escape utterly impossible. Little Zhou showcased the fine swords available in the shop to prevent it from becoming overly arrogant. It turns out Jiang Shaotian intended to utilize the swords from the system's shop to teach the exorcising sword a lesson. 1,000 system points, or else no discussion. What? This requires points? Are you robbing me amidst the chaos? Jiang Shaotian was truly exasperated with this unreliable system. If it doesn't grant me access, I'll let this sword loose to cleave you in two. Fine, fine. I'm truly vexed. Jiang Shaotian gazed mournfully at the 9,000 points he had painstakingly accumulated, now reduced to 8,000 in the blink of an eye. This is somewhat acceptable. After deducting the points, Little Zhou opened the section for celestial swords in the system's shop to the exorcising sword. Upon seeing swords that were not inferior to itself, the exorcising sword began to feel a sense of discontent. Without a second thought, it charged at the celestial swords in the shop. Clang, clang, clang. A flurry of sparks erupted, and the exorcising sword instantly lost its previous arrogance, trembling like a frightened pup. Did you see that? I have an abundance of fine swords here. You're insignificant. So, are you considering joining me? If I'm in a good mood, I might upgrade you one day. Jiang Shaotian initiated his persuasion mode towards the exorcising sword. The swords in the shop were merely for him to admire. He could not afford them. Had the exorcising sword not foolishly provoked those blades, Jiang Shaotian would have been utterly helpless, forced to keep it confined within the backpack. The spirit of the exorcising sword, after listening to Jiang Shaotian's persuasion, began to waver. It had witnessed those unparalleled swords firsthand, each of a much higher grade than itself. Had those celestial swords not been sealed, its earlier provocation would have resulted in an unfortunate dismemberment. To possess such an array of extraordinary swords must indicate that the wielder is not an ordinary individual. Following him might allow it to fulfill its ambitions and cleanse the impurities of the world. After contemplating for a moment, the sword's spirit lightly tapped Jiang Shaotian 3 times with its hilt. Is this your consent? Very well. From this day forth, you shall accompany me on my adventures, and when the opportunity arises, I shall bestow upon you a great fortune. Jiang Shaotian, feigning profundity, addressed the exorcising sword. After all, this was 1,000 points he had spent to persuade it, and he could not let it slip away. Upon hearing this, the exorcising sword began to sway up and down again, horizontally positioning its hilt to indicate that Jiang Shaotian should drop a drop of blood to acknowledge its master. Jiang Shaotian allowed a drop of blood to fall upon the hilt, and the sword emitted a red glow. Following this, a voice as clear as a child's rang in his ears. Master, Master. Oh, you can speak? From now on, shall I call you Little Evil? Yes, Master. The exorcising sword spirit expressed no objections to this title. Jiang Shaotian retrieved the exorcising sword from his backpack, while Yun Weiswang gazed in disbelief, her eyes wide with astonishment. Is it true that this sword recognizes you as its master? She inquired incredulously. Could it be false when my senior sister witnesses it firsthand? Jiang Shaotian had initially intended to seek an opportunity for his senior sister, but to his surprise, the sword acknowledged only him, a burdensome yet flattering dilemma. His sudden boastfulness left Yun Weiswang rolling her eyes in exasperation. This opportunity is indeed yours, junior brother. There is little more to say. Fate has decreed it. As she spoke, Yun Weiswang glanced up at the azure sky, a hint of melancholy clouding her gaze as if recalling something. Chapter 53. I object to this marriage. Observing the sorrow in Yun Weishuang's eyes, Jiang Shaotian remembered the words of his master, realizing that the troubles surrounding her were far from trivial. Do not worry, senior sister. Should anything arise, feel free to seek me out. I would brave fire and water for you. Upon hearing this, Yun Weiswang turned her head to cast a brief glance at Jiang Shaotian before she made her way toward the broken cloud peak, leaving him standing in confusion. As he held the exorcising sword, Jiang Shaotian suddenly contemplated a potential loophole in the system. Little Zhou, can you indeed store anything in this backpack? Theoretically, yes. However, in practice, any item not belonging to this system incurs a service fee of 3,000 points, and items cannot be stored from a distance. Only those in contact with the host may be stored, came the reply. Seriously? Even for storing an item, there's a fee? Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, exasperated. This ridiculous system must have been designed by some delusional capitalist. He had thought he had discovered a new frontier and intended to exploit the storage function of the system's backpack. An invisible storage space that goes unnoticed is undoubtedly an essential asset for home, travel, and even illicit activities. This rule was temporarily established by the system. Feel free to contest it if you dare. Damn it! Jiang Shaotian had come to understand the meaning of shamelessness, realizing that this flawed system might be more rebellious than he himself. He muttered curses as he made his way to the inner hall, where he found Dantai Yuan waiting for him. You've taken the exorcising sword? Dantai Yuan inquired as soon as Jiang Shaotian entered, recognizing its significance as a treasure of the treasure tower. Jiang Shaotian waved the exorcising sword in his hand and continued, this sword is rather average. I'll make do with it for a while. Dantai Yuan's face twitched at Jiang Shaotian's dismissive assessment of the sword. Do not play coy with me. This is a top-tier Dao sword, capable of ascending to the level of an immortal sword given the right opportunity. It has been ages since an immortal sword has emerged. You dare call it average? Dantai Yuan's irritation grew as he observed Jiang Shaotian's arrogance, feeling the urge to slap him for relief. The exorcising sword in Jiang Shaotian's hand trembled in protest, unwilling to accept such treatment. Jiang Shaotian longed to showcase the immortal sword from the shop to broaden Dantai Yuan's horizons, but alas, he could not do so at the moment. Indeed, master. As long as you are pleased, I shall take my leave to frolic outside if there is nothing further. Dantai Yuan was utterly speechless at Jiang Shaotian's brazen demeanor. After all, he was the esteemed leader of a sect, yet this impudent boy exhibited neither respect for elders nor reverence for teachers. Reporting to the sect master, the Wanxiang sect has sent an invitation. Just as Dantai Yuan contemplated reprimanding Jiang Shaotian, he was interrupted by the voice of a disciple from outside. Subsequently, with a flick of his right hand, a gilded invitation materialized in his palm. Oh, in 3 days, the holy son of the Wanxiang sect is to wed? And the holy maiden of the Tianshuang palace, no less? Dantai Yuan furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, for this news boded ill for his Yunlan sect. Upon hearing the name Tianshuang palace, Jiang Shaotian was suddenly reminded of a past grudge yet to be avenged. He thought to himself that he must seek an opportunity to settle the score. Ding. New system task triggered. Task name, Master of Breakups. Task content, disrupt the wedding feast of the Wanxiang sect's holy son. Task reward, 5,000 system points, 1 random transformation card for the Dantian, and 1 self-selected arrival card. This task cannot be declined. Failure will result in the host being struck by 5 thunderbolts. Best of luck. Jiang Shaotian was nearly dumbfounded upon hearing this task. Has this insufferable system grown so audacious? Is it no longer even pretending? Master, it seems your expression suggests disapproval of the alliance between the Wanxiang sect and Tianshuang Palace? Jiang Shaotian asked with a grin, noticing Dan Taiyuan's troubled countenance. Humph, do you think this is a favorable development? Furthermore, when did Tianshuang Palace come to possess a holy maiden? I have received no such news. Who is this Shinxianxue? Dan Taiyuan's gaze was filled with confusion as he scrutinized the invitation. Who? Shinxianxue. What? Do you know the holy maiden of Tianshuang Palace? Dan Taiyuan was taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's reaction. How dare you encroach upon my territory? Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, rushing out of the hall. He needed to investigate the matter at Tianshuang Palace. In a flash, a spirit boat sped out of the gates of Yunlan's sect, hurtling towards Tianshuang Palace. Soon, Jiang Shaotian's figure appeared before the gates of Tianshuang Palace. Who dares intrude upon Tianshuang Palace? A female disciple barred his path. Do you not recognize me? Jiang Shaotian pointed at himself, addressing the gatekeeper. You? No, I do not recognize you. If you fail to identify yourself, do not blame us for being impolite. The two gatekeepers unsheathed their swords, pointing them at Jiang Shaotian's chest. Not recognizing me is for the best, Jiang Shaotian retorted, raising his hand to unleash a devastating punch. Bang! Bang! One punch for each of the gatekeepers. Jiang Shaotian still bore a grudge over that woman's earlier strike, and these two punches served as a form of interest. Bring your holy maiden out to see me, or I shall dismantle your wretched sect. Do you believe me? Who is this audacious brat? Such grandiosity. Elder Sun Miao of the Heavenly Frost Temple hurried over upon hearing the commotion, and was immediately met with the audacious words of Jiang Shaotian. I demand to see Shinxianxue, or I will not hesitate to end your life, old fool. Jiang Shaotian harbored no affection for the Heavenly Frost Temple, which behaved like a band of robbers, seizing and assaulting without remorse. He felt no obligation to show respect to these old-timers. What an insolent brat. If you seek to court death, I shall not hold back, Elder Sun Miao declared. And with that, he struck down towards Jiang Shaotian's crown with a powerful palm. Jiang Shaotian countered by raising his fist in defiance. With a resounding crash, both men staggered back 3 steps. As Elder Sun Miao regained his footing, disbelief washed over him. He had just fought to a standstill against a mere Foundation establishment cultivator? This astonishing scene left his mind buzzing. Who are you affiliated with? How can your martial prowess be so formidable? Sun Miao gazed at Jiang Shaotian with a mix of wariness and intrigue, suspecting that this unassuming youth might belong to some hidden sect. After all, how could one at the Foundation establishment level contend equally with a cultivator in the transformation realm? I will reiterate, summon Shinxianxue to meet me, Jiang Shaotian insisted. The Saintess is currently occupied with preparations for her wedding in 3 days. What do you intend by seeking her now? Sun Miao felt overwhelmed, wondering how an unexpected anomaly had emerged just as the myriad sects were poised to celebrate their union. I do not consent. The weight of Jiang Shaotian's proclamation startled Sun Miao, and after a moment's pause, his gaze toward Jiang Shaotian softened significantly. Chapter 54, Preparing to Seize the Bride. No sooner had Jiang Shaotian finished speaking than a figure suddenly appeared before him. Is it you who speak such nonsense at my sect's gates? Greetings, Hall Master. Both Sun Miao and the injured gatekeeper disciple bowed in deference to the newcomer. Upon seeing Situ Shuang, Jiang Shaotian nearly lost his composure and struck out. After all, this was the woman who had once struck him into the wall, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Where is Shinxianxue? Jiang Shaotian inquired, suppressing the urge to act violently. Humph, you lecherous scoundrel. Do you presume to meet her? She has no desire to see you, so be gone. Situ Shuang regarded Jiang Shaotian with disdain, convinced that he was merely a lecherous opportunist. Whether she wishes to see me is not for you to decide. Why on earth is she marrying? Will you not provide me with an explanation? Jiang Shaotian pressed Situ Shuang, sensing that something was amiss. How could it be that Shinxianxue was to wed so soon? The original owner of this body had pursued her for years without success. He found it hard to believe that the so-called saint son of the myriad phenomena sect could win her heart in such a fleeting time. Who do you think you are? I owe you no explanation. Situ Shuang nearly choked with laughter. How could this individual, with no connection to Shinxianxue, dare to utter such words? Was it merely because her life was saved by me? Jiang Shaotian had expended numerous system points to rescue Shinxianxue. He would not be content to let the holy son of the myriad phenomena sect benefit from his efforts without recompense. I have only witnessed you being frivolous with her. I have not seen you save her. It was I who utilized rare materials and the cold pool to nurture her back to health. Situ Shuang had no intention of believing Jiang Xiaotian's one-sided account, especially since Shun Qinshua's condition was far beyond the capabilities of a mere novice like him. Goodness, don't you think I would check the sky observation mirror to verify your claims? Jiang Xiaotian suddenly recalled that the mirror possessed the ability to reveal past events. You have no causal connection with me. It cannot be viewed. Situ Shuang's nonchalant remark sent Jiang Xiaotian into a fit of rage. This woman was utterly unyielding. Humph. Have you forgotten the spiritual sword inscribed on the plaque of the Tianshuang Hall? Upon hearing this, both Situ Shuang and Sun Miao were taken aback. This matter was known only to a select few within the Tianshuang Hall. How do you know of this? Situ Shuang asked in astonishment, for the sword remained embedded in the plaque. It was not that she did not wish to remove it, but the sword's intent was far too formidable for anyone to dare touch it. Humph, my master is a sword immortal. Consider the last incident a warning. Are you certain you wish to obstruct my meeting with Shen Qianxue? Jiang Xiaotian's bold declaration startled both Situ Shuang and Sun Miao. Who would dare provoke a disciple of a sword immortal? It had been a century since a sword immortal graced this continent. The last had long ascended. Now that a sword immortal had returned, surely his disciple could command respect. After a moment of shock, Situ Shuang's expression softened considerably. She realized that if she did not comply, another sword might just find its way to her forehead. Shun Qianxue is currently in the midst of a breakthrough, making it inconvenient for her to see you. In 3 days, you may visit the Myriad Phenomena sect for a drink. As for whether she marries, that depends on your capabilities. Upon concluding her words, Situ Shuang produced an invitation and tossed it to Jiang Xiaotian before vanishing with Sun Miao and the 2 injured disciples. Jiang Xiaotian stared blankly at the invitation in his hand. He had come seeking an explanation from Shun Qianxue, not to request a celebratory drink. Hall Master, do you intend for that lad to confront the Myriad Phenomena sect? Upon returning to the Tianshuang Hall, Sun Miao quietly inquired of Situ Shuang. What other choice do we have? Would you like to challenge the Myriad Phenomena sect instead? Humph, after all my efforts to cultivate a disciple, the Myriad Phenomena sect wishes to pluck the fruit. This will be quite the spectacle. I wonder if they are enough for the sword immortal to deal with. Situ Shuang spoke with a sly grin, revealing her ambivalence towards the marriage proposal. Hall Master, do you truly believe that lad's master is a sword immortal? How could that be possible? Sun Miao naturally held doubts about Jiang Xiaotian's claims, primarily because the realm of sword immortals felt impossibly distant to them, a realm they scarcely dared to contemplate. This matter is of little importance. What truly matters is that the young man has chosen to stir up trouble. To think he could hold his own against you at the foundational realm. Would you truly believe there are no secrets involved? It appears that Situ Shuang had already devised a plan since Jiang Xiaotian's arrival. The Lord of the Hall speaks with reason. Let us observe just how much chaos that young man can create. If he is indeed a troublemaker, then what does that make us? Upon hearing Sun Miao's words, the smile on Situ Shuang's face gradually stiffened. With a thunderous crash, a hunched figure burst through the roof of the great hall, soaring into the sky. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaotian tucked away the invitation and boarded the spirit vessel, heading towards Yunlan's sect. Given his current strength, attempting to disrupt the Wanxiang sect would be akin to a grasshopper trying to halt a chariot. He needed to devise a means of enhancement. After contemplating, he focused his attention on the system marketplace, where he had 8,000 system points at his disposal. After browsing for quite some time, Jiang Xiaotian realized that such a modest sum could scarcely procure anything of significance, limited to low-level talismans and elixirs. To withstand the likes of the refining ruins or even more formidable ancient beings, such points were woefully insufficient. After much deliberation, his gaze settled on an orange talisman. Upon reviewing its description, he glanced at the price and was taken aback. 5,000 points? The sight of that price nearly made his heart bleed. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately resolved to purchase the talisman. With only 3,000 points remaining and an empty inventory, anxiety began to creep in. The paltry rewards from the system tasks left little room for him to revel in showing off and striking back at others. Upon returning to the sect, Jiang Xiaotian sought out Dantai Yuan, hoping to see if he could squeeze some advantage from his miserly master. Master, since you are opposed to the alliance between the Tianshuang Hall and the Wanxiang sect, how about I take it upon myself to thwart this affair? Jiang Xiaotian inquired tentatively. What nonsense are you concocting? Do you truly believe you can derail this marriage? If I lack the confidence, What makes you think you can succeed? Dantai Yuan replied with feigned disdain, already planning to let this peculiar disciple create some disruption at the Wanxiang sect. This lad had single-handedly caused the Hahuan sect to remain shut tight to this day. His ability to stir the pot was unrivaled. Whether I can do so depends on whether you can provide me with some protective items, Zhang Xiaotian boldly requested from Dantai Yuan. Is it not enough that you have taken the exorcising evil sword? What more do you want? Dantai Yuan immediately understood that this unreliable disciple was attempting to extort him. Master, please consider it. After all, I am doing this on behalf of the sect. Are you not obliged to show some goodwill? Zhang Xiaotian said, extending his hands towards Dantai Yuan, resembling a beggar on the street. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Dantai Yuan's eyes as he looked at Zhang Xiaotian and replied with a smile, since you intend to seize a bride, it is only fitting that this master provides you with some assistance. Dantai Yuan, after speaking, suddenly produced a small blue vial from his hand. He handed the vial to Zhang Xiaotian, saying, "This is a token of my regard. Cherish it well." Zhang Xiaotian, filled with excitement, accepted the vial, believing it contained a miraculous elixir. "Master, what is this?" he inquired. "It is a potion that will grant you immense power. Remember to use it at a critical moment, for its effects are fleeting. Once it wears off, you will find yourself in a weakened state." Dantai Yuan admonished Zhang Xiaotian with a serious expression, stirring a sense of curiosity within him. He surmised it must be a temporary enhancement potion, typically accompanied by significant side effects, yet undeniably capable of making a decisive impact in dire moments. "Thank you, Master. Rest assured, I will not fail my mission. I will do everything in my power to thwart this marriage," Zhang Xiaotian declared, thumping his chest in assurance. He believed this potion would be extraordinary, possibly even saving him from using the recently exchanged orange talisman. With this thought, a smile crept onto his lips. Dantai Yuan, observing Zhang Xiaotian's foolish demeanor, smiled mysteriously before turning to leave the grand hall. 3 days later, Zhang Xiaotian appeared punctually at the entrance of the Wanxiang sect. Invitation. A disciple responsible for welcoming guests extended a hand toward Zhang Xiaotian. Complying, he obediently retrieved his invitation and handed it over, intending to enjoy the spectacle quietly. "Is that you?" Just as the disciple was about to allow Zhang Xiaotian entry, a voice, somewhat familiar, rang out. Zhang Xiaotian turned to see none other than Qin Jiutian, the saint son of the Hahuan sect. Upon arriving at the Wanxiang sect, Qin Jiutian immediately recognized the back of the figure he detested. "Oh, isn't this the one who performed the striptease? What brings you to Wanxiang sect today? Planning to showcase your talents for the crowd?" Zhang Xiaotian mocked Qin Jiutian, who immediately bristled in response. "You lucky dog. Last time was merely chance. Otherwise, I would have crushed you, a mere foundational ant, long ago. You dared to take advantage of my misfortune and sever my roots. Today, I shall settle both old and new scores." Qin Jiutian believed that the incident in the arena was merely a mishap in his training that led to the hallucination. No one could have anticipated that it was Zhang Xiaotian's doing, considering the great Yinyang Hahuan technique was a unique skill of the Hahuan sect, reserved for the sect master and the saint's son alone. When Zhang Xiaotian caused chaos in the Hahuan sect, Qin Jiutian remained oblivious, having been unconscious, and upon awakening, only felt a lingering bitterness in his mouth. He assumed it was a side effect of his training gone awry. However, when he later learned that Zhang Xiaotian had shattered his crucial essence, he nearly choked in disbelief. Faced with the peculiar gazes of his fellow disciples and master, he silently vowed to flay Zhang Xiaotian alive, reducing him to mere fragments. "With a single step, I can tread upon you once more. Oh, but wait. There shall be no second chance." Zhang Xiaotian's words pierced like daggers, inciting a furious tremor within Qin Jiutian, who, had the circumstances permitted, would have swiftly dealt with Zhang Xiaotian. "Humph, do not revel in your triumph, for once the wedding banquet concludes, I shall settle this score with you. My master is already seeking elixirs on my behalf. Such a small measure can indeed be restored, so do not celebrate prematurely." Were it not for Sima Xiu's assurance that there were remedies available, Qin Jiutian would have stormed the Yunlan sect to confront Zhang Xiaotian with lethal intent. After all, life held little meaning if one were to languish in defeat. "Very well, let your golden mushrooms grow at their leisure. I shall indulge in the banquet and have no time for you." Zhang Xiaotian, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, strode into the Wanxiang sect. Although the disciple tasked with verifying invitations did not recognize Zhang Xiaotian, he was well aware of the saint's son of the Hahuan sect. This foundation establishment lad dared to address the saint's son in such a manner? Was this not akin to a mouse teasing a cat, seeking needless provocation? As he watched Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure, Qin Zhoutian's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He vowed to flay Jiang Shaotian alive today. Upon entering the Wanxiang sect, Jiang Shaotian made his way to the banquet hall, indulging in a lavish feast, utterly disregarding the disdainful glances of the other guests. Whose lackey is this? Coming here to mooch and feast? Scoffed a man, fanning himself, who fancied himself a dashing gentleman. Who let the wind in your trousers? As he devoured his meal, Jiang Shaotian retorted, who cares if the wind blows? I fear neither heaven nor earth. Presently, he was capable of holding his own against those in mid-transformation. And with the mysterious elixirs bestowed by his master, even the likes of the refining ruins would not daunt him. Moreover, those of the refining ruins rarely deigned to engage with juniors. It was simply undignified. Besides, who among us lacks a few elder practitioners from the refining ruins? The man with the folding fan took a moment to comprehend Jiang Shaotian's taunt, and upon witnessing the other guests stifling their laughter, his ire ignited. Damn it! Which sect do you belong to? Do you know who I am? I care not who you are. I am not your father, Jiang Shaotian replied, shoving a roasted chicken leg into his mouth. Damn you! Hey, Huangfu, do not stoop to the level of this rustic. He is merely an ignorant insect. The man with the folding fan, eager to retort, was interrupted by the arrival of Qin Zhoutian, who quickly intervened. Brother Qin, do you know this brat? The fan-bearing man feigned a polite smile upon recognizing Qin Zhoutian. I do not know him, but I intend to claim this brat's wretched life, Brother Huangfu. Do not contend with me. Qin Zhoutian's declaration caused a ripple of unease among the crowd, including the man with the folding fan, who had not anticipated that this foundation establishment insect had stirred such trouble. Since this brat has crossed paths with Brother Qin, I shall leave his fate to your discretion. With that, the fan-bearing man raised his teacup and sipped, as though nothing had transpired. The auspicious hour has arrived. It is time for the bride and groom to enter. Amidst the cheers and applause of the gathered guests, Shun Qianxue and Zhou Lei, the holy son of the Wanxiang sect, gracefully made their way in. Beneath her phoenix crown and flowing attire, Shun Qianxue undoubtedly became the focal point of everyone's attention. Though partially veiled, her frosty demeanor left no doubt of her extraordinary beauty, rivaling that of celestial beings. Jiang Shaotian, rarely diverting his gaze from the feast before him, lifted his head to glance at Shun Qianxue. Oh, how her aura has transformed since her visit to the Tianshuang Hall. Splendid indeed, Jiang Shaotian mused, recalling the enchanting scene from the bath. Truly, white is pure, and black is profound. Chapter 56. The truth revealed as the crowd cheered. Shun Qianxue was pulled along like a marionette, preparing to pay homage. First, they bowed to heaven and earth. Second, they bowed to their parents. Lastly, the couple bowed to each other. However, the Wanxiang sect's cuisine leaves much to be desired. This abrupt exclamation shattered the joyous atmosphere, causing all to turn in unison toward Jiang Shaotian. Which disciple of a sect dares to be so disrespectful? Indeed, this is utterly outrageous. How did this foundation-building brat manage to infiltrate our gathering? The guests directed their ire at Jiang Shaotian, as they were unaware of his true identity. A few murmurs were all they dared, fearing repercussions from an unexpected source. I must apologize to this young friend for any rudeness. Please be understanding, urged Lin Xianxiang, the sect master of the Wanxiang sect, suppressing his anger with a forced smile. He was baffled by the boy's sudden appearance, unfamiliar to him. Situ Shuang cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Shaotian, aware that her precious disciple's fate hinged upon his actions. You say I should be understanding? Then let the bride share a few drinks with me, and we shall call it even. Jiang Shaotian's words sent shockwaves through the assembly, akin to searching for filth in a latrine. Shun Qianxue trembled at the sound of his voice, tearing away her veil to fix her gaze upon him. It's you? How brazen of you to come here seeking death. You should leave at once. Shun Qianxue's expression turned anxious. She had not anticipated encountering Jiang Shaotian in such a setting. Though she resented him for his infidelity while she was unconscious, he had nonetheless saved her life. And she did not wish for him to perish here. Hey, Qianxue, such words wound my heart. I am a man of integrity. Why call me a scoundrel? Why? Pray tell, are you preparing to marry? Jiang Shaotian was perplexed by Shun Qianxue's contradictory reaction. After having rescued her multiple times, he had expected some words of gratitude. Yet, upon their reunion, She greeted him with hostility. It was enough to warrant a reprimand. You lecherous scoundrel. Do you wish to die here? Shen Qianxue, exasperated by Jiang Shaotian's nonchalance, stamped her foot in frustration. Does this fool not recognize the gravity of the occasion? Is the Wanxiang sect as easy to deal with as the previously family? The holy son of the Wanxiang sect, Zhou Lei, was somewhat displeased upon witnessing Shen Qianxue's anxious demeanor, despite his unwavering obedience and kind words towards her during this period. He had yet to receive a single word of concern from her. How could this inconspicuous brat provoke such a reaction from her? Was he to endure this? Zhou Lei could not refrain from inquiring with Jiang Shaotian about the relationship between this fellow and his fiancée. What do you mean by your fiancée? Where do you think Shen Qianxue was when I was soaking in the bath with her? Jiang Shaotian boldly threw out a sensational revelation, leaving the guests utterly astounded. They began to sample the fruits laid out on the table, bewildered by the turn of events. Lin Qianxiang, the sect master of Wanxiang, darkened visibly at the remark. This was not mere disruption. It was akin to a grave insult directed at him. Young man, heed my warning. Trouble arises from one's tongue. I advise you to be mindful of your words. Lin Qianxiang struggled to restrain his murderous impulses. Sect Master Lin, since there are questions, why not seek the truth? After all, this unclear marriage is rather troubling. Situ Shuang seized the moment to stoke the flames, knowing that the more chaos Jiang Shaotian caused with the Wanxiang sect, the greater the chance her beloved disciple would escape its clutches. Before Lin Qianxiang could respond, Situ Shuang promptly handed the observation mirror to Shen Qianxue, saying, Qianxue, this is your karma. Let everyone see what truly transpired. Shen Qianxue's hands trembled as she held the mirror, reluctant to reveal what had occurred earlier, for it would undoubtedly seal Jiang Shaotian's fate. Oh dear, it's just a replay. No big deal, Jiang Shaotian said, stepping forward to snatch the observation mirror from her and infuse it with his spiritual consciousness. Instantly, their figures appeared within the mirror. With a wave of her hand, Situ Shuang projected the image into the air for all to behold. The guests held their breath, watching Jiang Shaotian rummaging through drawers like a mischievous monkey. It was the scene of him searching for Shen Qianxue's undergarments to fulfill a system task. As the image displayed him wearing one of her garments atop his head, the guests erupted in laughter, spitting out their tea in disbelief. What peculiar tastes! Such lewd behavior is utterly unheard of. The audience was thoroughly entertained by this spectacle, feeling their outing was well worth it. Qin Jiutian and the man with the folding fan were left dumbfounded. Even Qin Jiutian, who spent his days in the company of women, found such perversion shocking. Pervert! Scoundrel! Shen Qianxue exclaimed, her face flushed with rage. Although her father had mentioned this incident, witnessing it firsthand filled her with a mix of shame and anger. Then came the moment when Jiang Shaotian fed Shen Qianxue a heartguard pill. The intimate scene drew collective gasps from the crowd, while Zhou Lei's fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. So he was the one who saved me. Shen Qianxue finally understood that the inexplicable healing of her injuries that day was due to Jiang Shaotian administering the heartguard pill to her. A rare treasure that could not be found even in the entirety of Yufeng City. How could he so selflessly offer it to save her? Watching Jiang Shaotian, despite being gravely injured by Shen Wanshan, continue to fight for her sake stirred a profound ache in her heart. The scene then shifted to Jiang Shaotian feeding Shen Qianxue the cleansing essence pill, the intimate details of the bath being deliberately omitted by him. For such moments were not meant for all eyes to behold. Was this, indeed, the cleansing essence pill? It seemed so. No wonder the holy maiden of the Frost Temple awakened her mysterious cold physique. It was all thanks to this pill. Situ Shuang was equally astonished, having initially thought Jiang Shaotian was engaging in improper behavior. As Shen Qianxue witnessed Jiang Shaotian once more being hurled against the wall in his relentless efforts to save her, tears cascaded down her cheeks like a broken dam. He was doing all this for my sake. Shen Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for having misjudged Jiang Shaotian. Not only had he saved her with a rare elixir, but he had also borne severe injuries in silence. She had erroneously harbored resentment towards him all this time, and the tide of guilt surged within her, causing her tears to fall like raindrops. Jiang Shaotian, why didn't you clarify everything for me? With tear-filled eyes, Shen Qianxue gazed at Jiang Shaotian, lamenting that had she known the truth, she would have chosen to remain by his side, even if it meant leading an insignificant life. There was no opportunity to express this now. What mattered was that he was safe. The last time, when she wished to avoid marriage. He had stepped in to protect her, and it seemed he would do the same again. As long as she did not wish to marry, no one could force her. Jiang Xiaotian's words left Lin Qianxiang utterly unsettled. This fellow not only sought to undermine him, but also aimed to elope with the bride, a situation beyond belief. How could one allow such insolence to persist? Chapter 57. A disturbance at the wedding feast. No wonder it is said that women who have never experienced love are easily deceived. With just a few words, Jiang Xiaotian had moved Shen Qianxue to tears. At this moment, she found herself at a loss. Her initial intention to compromise now rendered impossible. Shen Qianxue glanced up at Situ Shuang, seeking her master's stance, for this affair entailed the involvement of both the Frost Temple and the Wanqing sect. A misstep could lead to irreparable consequences. Situ Shuang, witnessing the tear-streaked face of her precious disciple, felt an immense ache in her heart, realizing that Jiang Xiaotian had indeed ensnared Shen Qianxue. Considering the influential figures behind Jiang Xiaotian, she hesitated but ultimately nodded towards Shen Qianxue. The day of the Wanqing sect's holy son's wedding had been disrupted by an obscure foundation-level youth. If this news spread, how could the Wanqing sect still claim to be a grand sect with dignity? The thought brought her a sense of delight. The enmity between the Wanqing sect and Jiang Xiaotian was now firmly established, ensuring that regardless of the outcome, it would be beneficial for the Frost Temple. In that moment, Lin Qianxiang was beyond caring for appearances or the affiliations of Jiang Xiaotian. The insignificant ant is of no consequence even if it is extinguished. He cast a glance at the guards at the entrance. Subsequently, the disciples of the Wanqiang sect strode in with an imposing demeanor, intending to forcibly remove Jiang Xiaotian for clandestine handling. Xiaoxia, someone seeks to undermine me. What do you think? Jiang Xiaotian remarked as he drew the exorcising evil sword from his backpack, a formidable aura radiating outward, cleansing all impurities. A resonant sword chant echoed across the heavens, and the pressure emanating from it rendered the disciples hesitant to approach Jiang Xiaotian any further. A top-tier Dao sword? Lin Qianxiang and the guests present were taken aback, their pupils constricting in shock upon witnessing the exorcising evil sword. Isn't this the sword that the former leader of the Yunlan sect retrieved from the demon-slaying battlefield? The Grand Elder of Wanqiang sect, Gao Chenghai, recognized the sword's origin. What a cunning old man, Dantai Yuan. My Wanqiang sect has no grievances with the Yunlan sect. Why send disciples to create chaos? Lin Qianxiang's face flushed with anger, incensed by the inexplicable actions of the Yunlan sect. I am Jiang Xiaotian, the holy son of Yunlan. Qianxue does not wish to marry that so-called Lei, and thus I intend to take her away from this place. I have spoken. Who is in favor? Who is against? Jiang Xiaotian casually waved the exorcising evil sword, his meaning unmistakable. Those who obstruct him shall be cut down. The guests, upon hearing this, nonchalantly reached for slices of melon from the table, indifferent to whether Shen Qianxue would marry Zhou Lei. Moreover, no sect would desire to witness an alliance between the Wanqiang sect and the Tianshuang Palace. Do not presume that you can wreak havoc in my Wanqiang sect just because of a broken sword, Lin Qianxiang declared, and immediately, Grand Elder Gao Chenghai lunged at Jiang Xiaotian's neck. Whoosh! At that same instant, the exorcising evil sword flew from Jiang Xiaotian's grasp, aiming for Gao Chenghai. Humph! A mere sword spirit dares to be audacious. Gao Chenghai stepped forward, unleashing a tremendous wave of spiritual energy that nearly sent the guests flying. Be bound. An invisible barrier of spiritual energy materialized before Gao Chenghai, halting the exorcising evil sword mid-flight. Realizing it could not advance any further, the sword's spirit erupted with even greater spiritual power, its blade emanating a faint blue glow. The strength of the sword's spirit astonished Gao Chenghai. Ordinarily, a top-tier Dao sword spirit should possess the strength of an early-stage transformation god, yet this one seemed to rival his mid-stage transformation god prowess. Recognizing the challenge posed by the sword spirit, Gao Chenghai promptly produced a Dao-tier spear to strike at the exorcising evil sword. Clang! Clang! The man and spear clashed with the sword in the courtyard, providing a visual feast for the onlookers, who relished the spectacle along with their refreshments. As the disciples of Wanqiang sect saw the exorcising evil sword out of Jiang Xiaotian's hands, they rushed forward, intent on delivering swift justice. Observing this, Shen Qianxue immediately shed her scarlet cloak and leapt in front of Jiang Xiaotian to shield him. A chilling force of frost spread towards the disciples of the Wanqiang sect. swiftly encasing their lower bodies in ice sculptures. Qianxue, you, the holy son of the Wanxiang sect, Zhou Lei, was seething with rage as he witnessed his bride rushing to protect a wild lad. The sight in the Tianjing mirror had already filled him with a sense of betrayal. And though he suppressed his fury for the greater good, the situation had escalated. Now, his bride was shielding her lover and opposing him directly. If he could endure this, what sort of man would he be? He might as well embrace the role of the Green Giant. Young Master Zhou, we have never shared any feelings. You know well how this marriage came to be. Enough with the nonsense. I, Jiang Shaotian, shall be protected today, even if it means death together. Shun Qianxue's resolute words ignited Lin Qianxiang's fury, prompting him to strike at her without hesitation. At the peak of the nascent soul stage, Shun Qianxue was no match for Lin Qianxiang. Even the pressure from his palm sent shivers down her spine. Yet, aware of her disadvantage, she refused to retreat. Previously, Jiang Shaotian had shielded her. Now, she would defend him, even if it meant sacrificing herself. Foolish girl, I am not yet at the mercy of a woman as protection. Old man, prepare to face my fist. Jiang Shaotian gently pushed Shun Qianxue aside and retaliated with a punch against Lin Qianxiang's strike. Boom. The entire banquet hall trembled violently, and onlookers gasped as Jiang Shaotian's figure vanished from sight. You lecher! Shun Qianxue dashed to the corner, having witnessed Jiang Shaotian being flung into the wall once more. Coughing up blood, Jiang Shaotian realized that the old man from the refining ruins was not an opponent he could contend with yet. Humph, a mere insect attempting to shake a tree. The fact that you survived my strike only proves you are a rather sizable ant. Lin Qianxiang scoffed, viewing Jiang Shaotian as insignificant. His restraint stemmed from a fear of the old man, Dantai Yuan. He suspected this was a ploy by the Yunlan sect. After all, allowing a fledgling at the Foundation establishment stage to stir trouble seemed too calculated to be mere coincidence. Lin Qianxiang understood that the major sects did not wish for an alliance between the Wanxiang sect and the Tianshuang Hall. His widespread invitations aimed to observe which sects could not contain themselves. However, he had not anticipated that a mere Foundation establishment lad could steal away the bride. There had been no signs of Shun Qianxue's closeness to any man. You rogue, are you all right? Shun Qianxue hurriedly pried Jiang Shaotian from the wall, her heart aching at the sight of his bloodied form. I'm fine, I won't die. Jiang Shaotian reassured her. I'm sorry for causing you harm again. Shun Qianxue felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, knowing Jiang Shaotian had come to this perilous place for her sake. Chapter 58, Heavenly Symbol. Subduing demons with 5 thunderbolts with great difficulty, Jiang Shaotian raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears from the corner of Shun Qianxue's eye, saying, It's all right, as long as you pledge yourself to me. All right. Jiang Shaotian had anticipated that upon hearing these words, Shun Qianxue would react with fury, perhaps even strike him. To his astonishment, she uttered a word instead. You make me appear quite lewd. Jiang Shaotian could scarcely believe his ears. Shun Qianxue, considering that if today were to proceed without mishap, she would inevitably favor Zhou Lei, found her resentment towards Jiang Shaotian dissipating upon discovering the truth. It would be better to grant this young man a benefit after all. How dare you flirt in front of me? Do you take me for a fool? Zhou Lei exploded with rage, lunging at Jiang Shaotian with a fierce strike. Seeing this, Shun Qianxue quickly set aside Jiang Shaotian and engaged Zhou Lei in combat, a chilling aura radiating outward. The scene elicited delight from the onlookers, who found great amusement in the spectacle, enjoying a refreshing respite on a sweltering day. Meanwhile, Qin Zhutian, having observed the unfolding drama, felt a surge of eagerness as he noticed Jiang Shaotian lying there, barely clinging to life. This fellow had not only offended the Hahuan sect, but had also deeply antagonized the Wanxiang sect, leaving him with little hope for survival. Even the presence of the Yunlan sect's leader would not save him now. Qin Zhutian contemplated that should he eliminate Jiang Shaotian, perhaps the Wanxiang sect would owe him a favor. While they had the power to extinguish Jiang Shaotian at any moment, they would naturally prefer to avoid offending the Yunlan sect. However, Qin Zhutian's situation was different, since the Hahuan sect had already severed ties with the Yunlan sect. He felt no qualms about taking another life, especially as he sought vengeance. With this thought in mind, Qin Zhutian clenched his fists and advanced toward Jiang Shaotian, while Lin Qianxiang and Situ Shuang observed the scene impassively. For Lin Qianxiang, someone taking action against Jiang Shaotian was a welcome development, and he saw no reason to intervene. Situ Shuang, on the other hand, intended to watch the situation unfold, Her lack of interference with Shun Qianxue and Zhou Lei suggested her desire for the marriage to collapse entirely, while her inaction toward Qin Zhoutian indicated her curiosity about Jiang Shaotian's true capabilities, hoping to determine whether the legendary sword immortal truly existed. Boy, dying by my hand would be your honor, Qin Zhoutian proclaimed, exuding confidence as he approached the nearly lifeless Jiang Shaotian, viewing him as a mere plaything at this point. Just you? Jiang Shaotian sneered dismissively at Qin Zhoutian. He retrieved a mysterious pill given to him by Dantai Yuan and consumed it. Fearing the effects might be insufficient, he deliberately ingested 2 more. After taking the pills, he carelessly discarded the blue vial onto the ground. Don't you think it's a bit late to be taking healing pills? Qin Zhoutian scoffed, considering Jiang Shaotian's actions a desperate attempt, completely dismissing the significance of the medicine. After all, even the finest healing elixirs require time to take effect. Do you not realize your words are excessive? Villains often meet their demise through excessive dialogue. Are you unaware? Jiang Shaotian retorted as he slowly rose to his feet. He felt an invigorating surge of energy coursing through him, as if he possessed boundless strength. Seeing Jiang Shaotian stand, his complexion flushed and seemingly unfazed, Qin Zhoutian was taken aback. The efficacy of the pill was astonishingly rapid. Jiang Shaotian had no time to engage in idle chatter with Qin Zhoutian. He raised his fist and struck directly at Qin Zhoutian's face. Observing this, Qin Zhoutian immediately unleashed the great yin-yang harmony technique. Bang! Jiang Shaotian, undeterred by Qin Zhoutian's illusion, landed a punch squarely on his chest. Qin Zhoutian's chest caved in as he was sent flying backward, crashing violently against the wall. How is this possible? How could you have evaded the illusion? Qin Zhoutian gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he gazed incredulously at the crimson-eyed Jiang Shaotian. Little did Qin Zhoutian know that Jiang Shaotian was consumed by an insatiable desire. His arousal-inducing illusion had little effect on him, akin to a mere tickle. With your meager skills, you dare to flaunt them before me? Utterly laughable. Jiang Shaotian emphasized the word laughable, casting a disdainful glance at Qin Zhoutian's empty pants. You are finished. Qin Zhoutian, resembling a cornered beast, unleashed a flurry of attacks upon Jiang Shaotian. However, bereft of the great yin-yang harmony technique, his combat prowess plummeted, and all his assaults were effortlessly repelled by Jiang Shaotian. As his mind grew increasingly muddled, Jiang Shaotian realized that the elixir provided by Dantai Yuan was problematic. Upon glancing down at his pronounced arousal, it dawned on him what had occurred. Damn, that old fool Dantai Yuan has set me up. Jiang Shaotian cursed internally, bewildered that at such a critical moment, he would be given such a potion. As the effects intensified, he understood that time was of the essence. He swiftly retrieved the orange talisman from his backpack. Is that the orange celestial talisman? The disciples of the divine talisman sect, who had been spectating, widened their eyes in astonishment upon seeing the talisman in Jiang Shaotian's hand. This was second only to the 7-colored divine talismans. Even the divine talisman sect possessed very few of these. From where had Jiang Shaotian procured such a treasure? This was the demon-subduing 5 thunder talisman, which he had exchanged for 5,000 points, capable of summoning heavenly thunder to subdue demons with its pure and potent energy. Old man, allow me to show you something remarkable. Qianxue, come here. Upon hearing this, Shun Qianxue promptly returned to Jiang Shaotian's side. Stand behind me and stay safe. For those who wish to avoid disaster, you still have a chance to leave. If you become collateral damage, do not blame me for not warning you. Jiang Shaotian called out to the onlookers, and the disciples of the divine talisman sect hastily rose to flee toward the gates of the Wanxiang sect. He was well aware of the talisman's formidable power. Staying here would be tantamount to courting death. The crowd found it peculiar that the disciples of the divine talisman sect were fleeing at the mere words of this foundation establishment youth. Seeing this, Situ Shuang immediately stood and approached Shun Qianxue, stating, "Disciple, let us step outside for a moment. It appears that this place is rather unsafe." Situ Shuang understood that the object in Jiang Shaotian's possession was his trump card, and it would be wise to maintain a safe distance until its power was fully understood. No, I shall remain with this scoundrel. At this moment, Shun Qianxue was utterly unwilling to part from Jiang Shaotian, fearing that turning away would mean a lifetime of separation. Rest assured, sect leader Situ, Qianxue will be safe, Jiang Shaotian assured Situ Shuang. Very well, I hope you are not deceiving me, or prepare to meet your demise. Situ Shuang declared before soaring towards the entrance of the Wanshang sect, intending to enjoy the fruits of her labor from a safe distance. Lin Xinxiang, observing Jiang Shaoyan's enigmatic demeanor, scoffed and contemplated delivering a lethal strike to this mere foundation-building insect. At this moment, Jiang Shaoyan struggled to contain the potency of the elixir coursing through him and promptly tossed the talisman into the air, declaring, "Activate. Let the tides of fate be turned." Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully utilizing the 5 Thunder Talisman. Please retreat to a safe area promptly, as if I needed your reminder. Quickly provide me with a random teleportation talisman. I can barely contain myself. Jiang Shaoyan exclaimed anxiously to the system. Suddenly, dark storm clouds began to gather in the sky, with arcs of lightning flashing incessantly within. What is happening? Lin Xinxiang gasped, utterly astonished by the celestial phenomenon, feeling an uncanny sense of impending doom. That is the 5 Thunder Talisman from the Divine Talisman sect. Elder Gao Qinghai, who had witnessed many wonders in his time, immediately recognized the talisman Jiang Shaotian had cast into the air. Chapter 59. Passion across races. Hearing this, the crowd was struck with terror, and the onlookers hastily fled. Some losing their shoes, others their trousers, as the scene spiraled into chaos. The power of the orange talisman was indisputable, for it was a treasured artifact of the Divine Talisman sect, though it remained a mystery how Jiang Shaotian had come into possession of it. Upon realizing the nature of the talisman, Lin Xinxiang's expression morphed into one of disbelief. Is that a talisman? What could the Divine Talisman sect possibly mean by this? With no time to inquire further about the Divine Talisman sect, he immediately cast the token from his waist into the air, enveloping the Wanshang sect in a protective array. Boom! Thunder struck with a ferocity that left no room for respite as bolts rained down upon the Wanshang sect, one after another, denying Lin Xinxiang any chance to recover. Boom! When the 4th bolt descended, the protective array of the Wanshang sect could no longer withstand the overwhelming force and crumbled to dust beneath the lightning. The 5th bolt followed closely, sending a jolt of terror through Lin Xinxiang and the gathered elders and disciples, who knew that a direct hit would mean instant incineration. As the disciples of the Wanshang sect had placed their hopes in the protective array, they scattered in a panic when it shattered, fleeing in a desperate attempt to avoid being struck down. Boom! The final bolt struck directly upon the main hall of the Wanshang sect, obliterating several fleeing disciples in an instant. It must be said, the disciples of the Wanshang sect displayed remarkable resilience, struck by such a formidable bolt of lightning. Not a sound escaped from their lips. Lin Xinxiang and the other esteemed elders, including Gao Qinghai, swiftly produced their most treasured artifacts to withstand the final strike of celestial thunder. While they themselves emerged largely unscathed, their cherished relics bore significant damage, leaving their hearts feeling as though they had been sliced open, bleeding profusely. This wretched child. Lin Qianhuan, observing the ravaged grand hall, felt his beard bristle with fury as he searched desperately for the whereabouts of Jiang Shaotian and Shen Qianxue. Where are they? Where are that young lad and Qianxue? Lin Xinxiang could only wish to strike Jiang Shaotian down in a single blow. He had never before suffered such a tremendous loss, especially at the hands of a mere foundation establishment ant. He could not swallow this humiliation. Master, it seems, they have vanished. Gao Qinghai reported after searching with his divine sense, failing to detect any trace of Jiang Shaotian and Shen Qianxue. Vanished? What does that mean? How could a mere foundation establishment insect slip away right beneath our noses? It seems he must have employed some sort of teleportation artifact. That boy is indeed quite enigmatic. Gao Qinghai was reluctant to accept the reality of Jiang Shaoyan's escape, yet the absence was undeniable, and disbelief was futile. The onlookers outside the Wanshang sect, witnessing the cataclysmic scene, were left shaken, grateful that they had departed in time, for otherwise, their spectatorship might have turned into a dire banquet. Upon witnessing this scene, Situ Shuang became increasingly convinced that Jiang Shaotian was backed by an extraordinary figure. The mere presence of that heavenly talisman was beyond what the Yunlan sect could offer. And now it appeared in Jiang Shaotian's possession, wielded with such casual ease, a testament to the formidable strength of his supporter, undoubtedly a sword immortal. As the guests, finding no further entertainment, began to take their leave from Lin Xinxiang, it was clear that there was no reason to linger in a hall now reduced to ruins. Master Situ, where is your disciple Shen Qianxue? Lin Xinxiang sensed something peculiar in Situ Shuang's demeanor. although he understood she did not genuinely wish to marry her apprentice into the Wanxiang sect. Master Lin, you inquire before I even have the chance to ask you. I entrusted my precious disciple to your Wanxiang sect, and now she has disappeared from your midst. How dare you question me about her whereabouts? I wish to know where she has gone. Situ Shuang, having become assured of Jiang Xiaoyan's formidable backing, was prepared to sever ties with the Wanxiang sect. 10 Lin Qianhuans would not suffice against a single strike from a sword immortal. Humph! Where was your intervention when that insolent boy caused chaos? Lin Xinxiang was taken aback by Situ Shuang's sudden assertiveness, a stark contrast to her usual politeness. Humph! You know full well how my disciple has come to this point. This is your Wanxiang sect's affair, and it is not my place to intervene in matters that do not concern me. Situ Shuang's expression was one of defiance, igniting Lin Xinxiang's ire. Confounded by the abrupt shift in her demeanor, he could only suppress his anger and instruct his disciples and elders to seek out Shun Qianxue's whereabouts. Zhou Lei, the holy son of the Wanxiang sect, lay before the ruins of the Grand Hall, his body charred and blackened, a clear indication that he had been struck by heavenly lightning while attempting to evade it. Beside him lay a small blue vial. With a painful groan, Zhou Lei lamented the day that was supposed to be filled with joy as he prepared to wed. He had even envisioned the poses for their wedding night. Now, not only had his bride vanished, but he had also sustained grave injuries from the lightning strike. Jiang Xiaotian, I will not let this go unpunished, he declared, pounding the ground with his clenched fist, which cracked audibly. On the day of his wedding, to have his bride abducted was far more intolerable than being cuckolded. As Zhou Lei vented his frustration, his gaze fell upon the blue vial once more. Isn't this the healing elixir that Jiang Xiaotian consumed? He recalled how Jiang Xiaotian had transformed into a vigorous state after taking this medicine, leading him to believe it must be a miraculous healing remedy. Ignoring the excruciating pain that coursed through him, Zhou Lei hastily picked up the vial, and, upon shaking it and discovering it still contained pills, his spirits lifted. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the contents of the vial entirely. Immediately after ingesting the pills, Zhou Lei felt a surge of energy within him. Indeed, it was a wondrous healing elixir. The effects were almost instantaneous. He thought to himself that once he regained his strength, he would seek vengeance against Jiang Xiaotian. However, he soon realized an unusual heat enveloping him. His eyes reddened visibly, a clear sign that something was amiss. Brother Zhou, are you all right? Qin Jiutian, noticing Zhou Lei's abnormal demeanor, rushed over with concern. Oh brother, you smell so good, Zhou Lei exclaimed, placing his hand on Qin Jiutian's chest and squeezing with fervor. Good heavens! Brother Zhou, please maintain your composure. Qin Jiutian was taken aback by this unexpected and inappropriate advance. Although he had lost his manhood, it did not imply he was now a woman. Cast aside by Qin Jiutian, Zhou Lei had completely lost his sanity, consumed by a singular desire to find any available opportunity for intimacy. Soon enough, he found himself reaching for Lin Xinxiang, who was already in a foul mood. Impudent! Lin Xinxiang kicked Zhou Lei away with force. Oh, it's so hot. I need. Zhou Lei scrambled to approach Lin Xinxiang again. Lin Xinxiang, already irate, darkened his expression upon witnessing Zhou Lei's lascivious demeanor and actions. You scoundrel! What a disgrace! Realizing the unusual state Zhou Lei was in, Lin Xinxiang could not publicly declare that he had consumed an aphrodisiac. Enraged, he sent Zhou Lei flying with a swift kick, hoping that out of sight would bring him peace of mind. Before long, the sounds of wild boars echoed from the back mountain of the Wanxiang sect. Chapter 60. A river of spring water flows east. Meanwhile, in the midst of the chaos at the Wanxiang sect, Shun Qianxue was by the river, drawing water for Jiang Xiaotian to drink. You rascal, why are you so flushed and hot? Here, drink some water. Jiang Xiaotian frantically tore at his own garments, his cultivation still too feeble to expel the medicinal influence through spiritual energy. Ah, you let go of me. Shun Qianxue winced as his grip bit into her wrist. Qianxue, you smell divine. Jiang Xiaotian's eyes burned crimson, his mind drowning in primal hunger. Ah, stop, where are you touching? Shun Qianxue was utterly bewildered. Though he had always carried a roguish air, never had she seen him so consumed by base instinct. Rip! Without a word, he shredded fabric with single-minded fervor. Don't do this. Cease at once. Shun Qianxue had never faced such a scene. She had imagined it reserved for their wedding chamber tonight. Not here, under broad daylight by the riverbank. Ah, his relentless assault finally conquered Twin Peaks. The tidal surge of foreign sensation wrung a whimper from her lips, a sound like a nightingale-esque cry that only stoked Jiang Xiaotian's drug-fueled frenzy. "You scoundrel, not here." Melted by his ardor, her last shred of reason warned that the riverside risked exposing them to prying eyes. Jiang Xiaotian paused, then swept her into a bridal carry. She expected him to seek seclusion, yet in one bound, he plunged them both into the river. Beneath the water's surface, a fierce struggle unfolded. A wisp of crimson, nearly imperceptible, drifted eastward with the current. An hour later, Jiang Xiaotian emerged onto the bank, cradling an exhausted, slumbering Shun Qianxue. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for surpassing the system's task. Additional reward. A creation pill has been deposited in your inventory. Kindly acknowledge receipt fresh from his role as groom." Jiang Xiaotian grinned at the notification, a double windfall indeed. "System, what's this creation pill nonsense?" He eyed the randomly awarded Dantian Reformation card and designated summoning card with a leer. As the name implies, its effects hinge on the user's fortune. It may bring epiphany, or nothing at all. Given your calamity constitution, it's likely useless. Damn it, why give me trash? His triumph was swiftly doused. "Nyahaha, because I felt like it." "Bite me," Jiang Xiaotian exhaled in exasperation. Other systems propelled their hosts to glory. This wretched one schemed only to torment him. Absolute madness. Just as his mood soured, Shun Qianxue stirred in his arms with a soft murmur. As Shun Qianxue slowly opened her eyes and beheld Jiang Xiaotian before her, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, extending to the nape of her neck. "You, hurry and put on your clothes," Shun Qianxue exclaimed, hastily turning her head away, unable to bear the sight of Jiang Xiaotian in his complete nudity. "No rush. Let me help you get dressed first," Jiang Xiaotian replied with a mischievous grin, assisting Shun Qianxue with her garments, though some were torn and barely managed to conceal her modesty. In that moment, Shun Qianxue felt a tumult of shyness and conflict. She had never imagined that her day would culminate in such intimacy with Jiang Xiaotian, let alone in the water. The rapidity of these events left her feeling as if she were in a dream. "You stop looking. If you keep staring, I'll gouge out your eyes." Shun Qianxue shivered under the intensity of Jiang Xiaotian's unabashed gaze, sensing the chilling aura emanating from the beauty in his arms. Jiang Xiaotian quickly shifted his focus and asked with a smile, "Would you like to return to Yunlan sect with me?" Shun Qianxue shot him a disdainful glance. As the saintess of the Tianshuang Hall, what significance did accompanying him to Yunlan sect hold? "You can go back on your own. I must return to Tianshuang Hall," she declared, breaking free from his embrace. The sudden movement caused a sharp pain to shoot through her lower body, prompting her to furrow her brow. Perverse rogue. After casting a disapproving look at Jiang Xiaotian, she soared toward Tianshuang Hall, her heart a chaotic whirlwind, uncertain of how to face him again, thus opting for retreat as her best strategy. Jiang Xiaotian sighed as he watched Shun Qianxue's departing figure. He understood that Yunlan sect was not suited for her, so he refrained from detaining her further. "That old scoundrel, Dantai Yuan, truly has no decency, giving me such a potion at a critical moment," Jiang Xiaotian muttered under his breath, yet internally, he was elated, having fulfilled a long-held wish of the original owner of this body, a fitting reward for borrowing his vessel. "Xiaozhou, activate the random transformation card for the Dantian. I refuse to believe that every outcome is the worst possible. If I get another bizarre effect, I'm done with this." Jiang Xiaotian was determined to challenge the odds, convinced that if the result was again subpar, he would have every reason to suspect that this faulty system had rigged a penguin-like randomness against him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully using the random Dantian transformation card. The host's Dantian has successfully broken through the third-tier shackles. What does that mean? Jiang Xiaotian found himself puzzled by the system's explanation. In essence, it indicated that the host's Dantian would no longer be constrained by the limitations of the early, middle, and late stages, allowing progression up to the 900 tier. Xiaozhou rephrased it in simpler terms for Jiang Xiaotian, and clarity dawned upon him. 999 tiers? Isn't that apocalyptic? Jiang Xiaotian couldn't help but smile broadly. At last, he could sing the praises of his newfound freedom. Do not revel in your triumph just yet, for the transformation of your Dantian signifies that you shall never transcend the foundation-building stage to attain the golden core or beyond. At that moment, Xiaozhou poured a bucket of cold water on Jiang Xiaotian's elation, indicating that not being able to break through the foundation stage would mean he could never form a golden core, nor a primordial infant. and thus be unable to harness the domain of the divine transformation stage. Hearing this, Jiang Shaoyan's smile instantly froze. Did this imply that he would be forever confined to the foundation stage? Damn, now I understand. This wretched system must have been crafted by Penguin Company. Am I being treated like a fool? Jiang Shaotian howled at the heavens, spewing a torrent of profanities, akin to a melodious telegraph, ringing ceaselessly. Chapter 61. One word. Fight him. After enduring Jiang Shaotian's scathing tirade, the system finally spoke up. Do not be anxious, host. This system expresses its regret and concern regarding your misfortune, hence the upgrade vouchers in this system's shop will be fixed at 5,000 points each. Additionally, as compensation, you will receive a direct access voucher for the 10th level of foundation building. Exhausted from his outburst, Jiang Shaotian raised an eyebrow upon hearing the system's notification, realizing that this inept system only responds to being berated. Without hesitation, Jiang Shaotian immediately utilized the 10th level foundation building direct access voucher. Instantly, his internal spiritual energy surged exponentially, and the color of his dantian shifted from a milky white to a pale blue. A refreshing sensation enveloped him, which was a marked improvement. He was curious about his newfound combat capabilities. Satisfied with the surge of spiritual energy, he stood up, adjusted his tattered clothing, and summoned his spiritual vessel, soaring towards the Yunlan sect. As he rode the spiritual vessel, whistling a carefree tune, Jiang Shaotian observed from a distance that the entrance to the Yunlan sect was obstructed by a throng of people. Dantai, old man, if you do not surrender, Jiang Shaotian, do not blame us for being impolite. Lin Xinxiang, accompanied by a multitude of elders from the Wuxiang sect, clamored at the entrance of the Yunlan sect, alongside Sima Xiao, the leader of the Hehuan sect, and his own group of elders. It seemed that Lin Xinxiang, unable to swallow his pride, had allied with the Hehuan sect to intimidate the Yunlan sect with sheer numbers. Junior brother Jiang is not within the sect. We do not know where he has gone. Please leave. Yin Weishuang interjected eagerly before Dantai Yuan could speak. Upon learning that the Hehuan sect and Wuxiang sect had come to confront Jiang Shaotian, she felt a pang of anxiety, though she could not quite fathom why. If you Yunlan sect do not hand over that rascal Jiang Shaotian today, do not blame me for dismantling your sect. Lin Xinxiang was unconvinced that Jiang Shaotian was not within the Yunlan sect. Yes, tear down your wretched gate. Sima Xiao, harboring long-standing animosity towards the Yunlan sect, seized the opportunity to vent his frustrations. Dantai Yuan merely chuckled lightly upon hearing this. He glanced at Yin Weishuang, who was nervously fidgeting with her clothing, and nodded in reassurance, saying, "At your age, do you not tire of all this fighting and killing? Do you dare to confront me, Yin Lan, without reflecting on your own worth?" As soon as Dan Taiyuan uttered these words, the entire assembly was taken aback, including the elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect. Yun Weishuang gazed wide-eyed at her sect leader, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. The usually affable and conciliatory Dan Taiyuan had transformed into someone so resolute today. Could it be that he had overindulged in Hehuan-san? Dan Tai, you speak with such audacity. Do not presume that we are powerless against you. Sima Xiao and Lin Xinxiang erupted in fury, pointing accusatorily at Dan Taiyuan, while the elders behind them wore grim expressions, ready for conflict. Just as the atmosphere grew tense and charged, Jiang Shaotian landed his spiritual vessel right in their midst. Ah, what a lively gathering. A tea party, perhaps? Jiang Shaotian leaped down from the vessel, adopting the demeanor of a curious onlooker. Well, I finally caught you. And today I shall see where you attempt to flee. Sima Xiao declared, reaching out to grasp Jiang Shaotian's chest. At that moment, Dan Taiyuan intervened, swiftly positioning himself in front of Jiang Shaotian to block the attack. He turned to Jiang Shaotian and inquired, "Are you afraid?" Jiang Shaotian surveyed the menacing figures of Sima Xiao and the others before responding, terrified indeed. "Master, you must not disregard your disciple-'s fate. Rest assured, junior brother Jiang, our esteemed leader will protect every disciple of Yunlan." Yun Weishuang consoled, aware that no one could remain calm in such a tense situation. The disciples within and outside the Yunlan sect were now fully prepared for a fierce confrontation. Though they were unaware of the reasons behind the aggression from Hehuan sect and Wanxiang sect, they understood one thing. When faced with oppression, the only response was to fight back. You, young man, possess quite the audacity to return. Since you have entered my fold, I, as your master, have no reason to abandon you. Today, the Yunlan sect shall fight to the last man to ensure that you are not bullied. Dan Taiyuan proclaimed with righteous fervor, his gaze towards Sima Xiu and the others filled with icy determination. Fight! 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 The disciples of Yunlan echoed in unison, their collective spirit unwavering. The sword in Yun Weishuang's hand hummed ominously, as if poised to pierce the enemy's heart at any moment. Jiang Shaotian felt a swell of emotion. His time in the Yunlan sect had been brief, largely spent on the wrong side of various conflicts. He had not anticipated such unity and support from his senior brothers and sisters today. Sima Xiu and Lin Xinxiang, witnessing the formidable resolve of the Yunlan sect, felt a twinge of trepidation. They had initially intended to leverage the situation for a mere explanation and to regain some dignity. But they now faced the prospect of an all-out battle. Both sects were ancient and venerable. Should a true conflict arise, it would undoubtedly lead to mutual devastation. For a moment, Sima Xiu found himself in a predicament, caught between a rock and a hard place. He turned to Lin Xinxiang, whose expression mirrored his own frustration, and remarked, Dan Taiyuan has always been as stubborn as an old mule. Why would he suddenly become so resolute over a mere foundation-building disciple? How could I possibly comprehend what that old fool has ingested? What are we to do now? Just as Sima Xiu and Lin Xinxiang hesitated, contemplating retreat, the leader of the Frost Hall, Situ Shuang, the head of the Lingmiao sect, Huang Futian, and the master of the Divine Symbol sect, Yi Wuxing, appeared as if summoned by fate. Lin's sect master, Situ Shuang began, her voice cutting through the tension. That Jiang Shaotian has wreaked havoc at the wedding banquet, disrupting the affairs of the Wanxiang sect and the Frost Hall. This matter necessitates a clear explanation from the Yunlan sect. She spoke quickly, fearing Lin Xinxiang might falter, thus igniting the flames of conflict. Yi Wuxing, having learned of Jiang Shaotian's possession of the heavenly symbol, rushed over to discern the truth. As for Huang Futian of the Lingmiao sect, he merely sought to enjoy the spectacle, perhaps hoping to glean some advantage from the ensuing strife. Lin Xinxiang felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, akin to consuming a bitter pill. With these seasoned onlookers present, should he waver? How could he ever hold his head high again? Yet, engaging the Yunlan sect in a life-or-death struggle would only provide an opportunity for others to benefit from their clash. Caught in this dilemma, Lin Xinxiang's anxiety began to mount. Meanwhile, Sima Xiu, resolute in his decision, reached into his robe and withdrew a token, shattering it decisively. He intended to summon the disciples of the Hehuan sect. There was no other choice. After all, Jiang Shaotian had previously sullied the Hehuan sect's name, and this enmity could not be left unaddressed. Today, with the Wanxiang sect joining forces, Sima Xiu resolved not to allow Lin Xinxiang to slip away. With the Hehuan sect's stance made clear, if Lin Xinxiang were to hesitate now, he would be left with no face to show the world. Chapter 62. Bring it on. Let us battle. Upon witnessing this, Lin Xinxiang realized he had been maneuvered into a corner. It was evident they intended to use him as a pawn. The cunning of these old-timers was beyond measure. Recalling the chaos of Jiang Shaotian's disruption at the wedding, Lin Xinxiang gritted his teeth and produced a token of his own, shattering it to summon reinforcements. He reasoned that with the two sects joining forces against one, the battle would hardly be arduous, though there might be losses. They would not be catastrophic. Once the Yunlan sect was breached, they could easily plunder treasures without significant loss. As for Yi Wuxing and the others, they were astute. Once the Yunlan sect began to falter, they would undoubtedly become the final straw that broke the camel's back. In no time, disciples from both the Hehuan sect and the Wanxiang sect had surrounded the Yunlan sect, leaving them no avenue for escape. The Hehuan sect's disciples, upon spotting Jiang Shaotian, were filled with barely concealed murderous intent. They had witnessed the humiliation inflicted upon them, powerless to intervene. As the instigator, Jiang Shaotian was the object of their deepest loathing, and they longed to exact their vengeance upon him. Old man Dantai, I shall reiterate my final demand. Surrender that brat, and we will withdraw immediately. Otherwise, your entire sect shall accompany him to the grave. Sima Xiu directed his ultimatum at Dantai Yuan, perplexed by the elder's unwavering attachment to a mere foundation establishment disciple. For a major sect, such a lowly ranked disciple held no value. There was no need to treat him like a precious treasure. Master, Jiang Shaotian has caused countless troubles. Why protect him so fervently? Elder Yu Chongshan was baffled by the sect leader's unwavering support for Jiang Shaotian. He had already harbored discontent when Jiang Shaotian was chosen as the Holy Son, and now it seemed the sect was prepared to back him unconditionally, leading you to question the leader's sanity. Dantai Yuan merely glanced at Yu Chongshan without offering any explanation. He then addressed Lin Qianxiang and the others, saying, "Since Jiang Shaotian has joined Yunlan, he is now one of us, family. I will not stand idly by while he is bullied. Enough talk. Feel free to bring it on." With that, Dantai Yuan activated the protective array of Yunlan's sect, leaving no room for negotiation. The consumption of resources for such a defensive formation was substantial, signifying a commitment to a decisive confrontation. At that moment, Jiang Shaotian felt deeply moved. His esteemed master was willing to stake the entire Yunlan sect for his sake, which touched him greatly. "Master, allow me to handle these old geezers. Perhaps we have not yet reached this critical juncture." Jiang Shaotian finally spoke, eager to test his current strength. "Are you certain?" "They are seasoned veterans who have reached the refinement ruins realm." Dantai Yuan was somewhat taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's boldness, unsure where he found the courage to confront Lin Qianxiang and his peers, as the disparity in realms was not trivial. "A few old geezers, hardly insurmountable," Jiang Shaotian remarked disdainfully, gazing at Lin Qianxiang and the others. "You truly possess an audacious tongue. Are you not afraid that the wind might twist it?" Lin Qianxiang retorted, nearly laughing in anger. A mere foundation establishment ant dared to look down upon a powerful refinement ruins expert, a mockery of the highest order. "Isn't it merely that you've lived a bit longer and practiced for a few more years?" "It's hardly impressive," Jiang Shaotian continued, his scornful demeanor inciting Lin Qianxiang's fury. "You insolent brat, do you dare to receive my palm?" Lin Qianxiang shouted, pointing furiously at Jiang Shaotian. Despite his rage, he still held some reservations. Otherwise, he would have already commanded an attack against Yunlan's sect. "Ah, a master of the refinement ruins realm boldly claims he will crush me, a mere foundation establishment disciple. How shameless of you. Do you not feel any remorse?" "Oh, I forgot. You likely have none," Jiang Shaotian shot back, raising his middle finger at Lin Qianxiang, believing that this universally recognized gesture would also apply here. As expected, Lin Qianxiang trembled with rage upon witnessing Jiang Shaotian's middle finger, his tightly clenched fists cracking ominously. As the master of a sect, he had always enjoyed a life of privilege. When had he ever endured such indignity? "Dantai, are you truly determined to protect this brat?" Lin Qianxiang glared at Dantai Yuan, seeking confirmation once more. "I am resolutely committed to safeguarding this young man today," Dantai Yuan replied emphatically, while the elder Han Mengshan beside him cast a meaningful glance at Jiang Shaotian, remaining silent. "Very well, brother Sima. Let us settle this swiftly," Lin Qianxiang instructed Sima Xiao, before promptly commanding the disciples of the Wanxiang sect to launch their attack. Naturally, Sima Xiao would not lag behind. He immediately gave the order to advance. In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of battle as hundreds of disciples from the Wanxiang and Haohuan sects charged towards the protective formation of the Yunlan sect. The cacophony of explosions was relentless, while the disciples of the Yunlan sect stood ready with their weapons, aware that the protective formation could only deplete the enemy's spiritual energy for a while and could not withstand the assault for long. Elder Yu Chongshan quietly moved a few steps back with his disciple Shimin Qing, as he was not yet prepared to risk his life for Jiang Shaotian. Refraining from adding to the chaos was already a gesture of consideration for the greater good. Bang! The protective formation of the Yunlan sect ultimately splintered under the relentless onslaught of attacks. Yun Weiswang quickly took her sword and stood beside Jiang Shaotian, admonishing him. "You truly have a talent for attracting trouble. It seems today will not end well. You must ensure your own safety. If anything were to happen to me, remember that you owe me a favor to be repaid in the future." Jiang Shaotian felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. It sounded eerily like a farewell. "Sister Yun, you will be fine." He could not allow this once celestial goddess, who had once looked down upon him, to come to harm. "Let us hope so," Yun Weiswang replied before charging towards the disciples of the Haohuan sect, still haunted by the memory of their treachery against her. Today, she was determined to exact her vengeance. Jiang Shaotian followed closely behind, throwing punches left and right. After exchanging glances, Lin Qianxiang and Sima Xiao simultaneously launched their assault on Dantai Yuan. Capturing the leader first was paramount. If they could swiftly subdue Dantai Yuan, the Yunlan sect would inevitably fall like a grasshopper in autumn. Chaos erupted outside the Yunlan sect, transforming into a tumultuous clash of disciples against disciples, elders against elders, and sect leaders against sect leaders. However, with the Wanxiang and Hahuan sects boasting greater numbers. The elders and disciples of the Yunlan sect found themselves largely outmatched, facing one adversary against two. The situation was exceedingly dire. After sending several Hahuan sect disciples flying, Jiang Shaotian rushed over to Elder Han Mengshan. Elder Han, I'll hold off these two old geezers. You deal with the lesser foes. Han Mengshan, grappling with the formidable opponents. Elder Gao Chenghai of the Wanxiang sect and Elder Ouyang Diyun of the Hahuan sect momentarily found himself at a loss. 1 against 2? Was this young man aiming for the heavens? Chapter 63. I, the young master, can take on 2. Han Mengshan initially thought he had misheard. He hurriedly retreated to Jiang Shaotian's side, incredulously asking, "What did you just say? You intend to fight them? Have you not yet awakened from your slumber?" "Indeed, I shall contend with these two old fossils. You go deal with the lesser minions. Do not linger here idly," Jiang Shaotian replied, contemplating that his fists were suited for one-on-one encounters, and in a brawl, he would be at a disadvantage. It would be far more prudent for him to draw the attention of the two elders, allowing Han Mengshan to unleash his wide-ranging martial techniques to trample the opposing disciples, thus conserving spiritual energy, akin to a tactical maneuver of racing horses against one another. How laughable. Is there truly no one left in your Yunlan sect? You send a mere foundational ant to stall us? If you can hold us, then do so. Ouyang Dian seemed to find the situation utterly amusing, realizing that the Yunlan sect had descended to the point of dispatching disciples to confront elders. It appeared that the annihilation of their sect was now within easy reach. Ouyang, do not underestimate him. This lad possesses peculiarities. It would be wise to exercise caution, Gao Chenghai warned, having previously exchanged blows with Jiang Shaotian. He was profoundly impressed by the young man's prowess, concluding that his strength could no longer be assessed merely by his realm. A foundational ant. How formidable could it truly be? Could he possibly engage in combat across 3 major realms? Such a notion was utterly absurd. Clearly, Ouyang Diyun was deceived by Jiang Shaotian's foundational status and dismissed Gao Chenghai's counsel. Han Mengshan cast a penetrating glance at Jiang Shaotian before stepping forward to confront the lower-ranked disciples of the opposing side. He was aware that Jiang Shaotian possessed hidden strengths, so he did not harbor excessive concern for his safety. Moreover, the number of adversaries put considerable pressure on the Yunlan disciples. Han Mengshan's involvement would significantly alter the tide of battle. Is this old fool truly so shameless as to bully the weak? Ouyang Diyun, witnessing Han Mengshan's decisive departure to prey upon the lower-ranked disciples, felt his ire rise, having never before encountered such unbridled audacity. "Hey, old man, where are you looking? Your opponent is me. Are you truly afraid of the young master?" Jiang Shaotian taunted, noticing Ouyang Diyun's intention to intercept Han Mengshan. Enraged by the remark, Ouyang Diyun disregarded Han Mengshan, raising his hand to strike a palm towards Jiang Shaotian. "Come at me, then. Taste my fist," Jiang Shaotian countered, launching a punch to meet Ouyang Diyun's descending palm. With a resounding crash, both men staggered back 2 paces. Ouyang Diyun, regaining his footing, was left dumbfounded. He had expected his palm to send Jiang Shaotian straight into the ground, yet he found himself pushed back instead. Jiang Shaotian was equally surprised. He had anticipated that his recent breakthrough to the 10th tier of foundational cultivation would have considerably enhanced his combat strength, only to find himself barely able to contend with someone in the mid-stage of the transformation realm. If that were the case, would he need to elevate his combat prowess by 10 tiers to ascend to a higher level? This merely contrasts with the realm of transformation. Should one compare it to even higher realms, it would likely require 2 or 3 dozen levels to ascend a single rank. No wonder there are 999 tiers. It appears each advancement yields such minimal enhancement in combat prowess. Cursed system, you are truly infuriating. How long must I cultivate to reach the 1000th tier? 100,000 years in foundation establishment? Jiang Shaotian extended his hand and raised a middle finger towards the system. What a wretched contraption. Keep it up, host. I too am eager to witness the might of a fully cultivated foundation. Jiang Shaotian continued his tirade against the system, while Ouyang Diyun trembled with fury upon noticing Jiang Shaotian's insolent gesture. "You disrespectful brat, do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to disdain others." Ouyang Diyun scolded as he drew a resounding golden-hilted blade. "You are the first to compel me to unleash the 9 hells cloud-cleaving slash. Remember not to be so arrogant in your next life." With the blade raised high above his head, a tempest brewed, stirring the winds into a chaotic frenzy. The howling winds roared like malevolent spirits clawing up from the abyss, as the spiritual energy within a 10-mile radius surged towards the blade's edge. Flash! As Ouyang Dian brought the blade down, the dense clouds above parted to reveal a gaping rift. This is bad. That kid is doomed. In the crowd, Han Mengshan, having just felled a group of disciples with a single sword strike, felt a jolt of alarm as he realized Ouyang Dian was serious. He could not reach Jiang Shaotian in time to block the impending strike. Jiang Shaotian, overwhelmed by emotion, mused on how others' martial arts seemed so extravagant, while he was left with nothing but his unremarkable fists. Boom! As the blade descended, dust and debris erupted beneath Jiang Shaotian's feet, creating deep craters in the ground. Jiang Shaotian. Yun Weiswang cried out in desperation as her companion was engulfed by the rising cloud of dust. Humph! Daring to divide your attention while facing us. You seek your own demise. Zhou Lei, the holy son of the Wanxiang sect, seized the moment as Yun Weiswang was distracted and delivered a kick to her ribcage. Thud! Yun Weiswang cried out in pain, crashing heavily to the ground. Facing two opponents was already a daunting challenge, and this blow rendered her nearly defenseless. Well struck, Brother Zhou. This last possesses charm rivaling that of Shen Qianxua. It seems you shall have to play the groom for a while longer tonight. Qin Jiutian, the holy son of the Hahuan sect, congratulated Zhou Lei, expressing a desire to partake in the beauty that was Yun Weiswang. Had he not been hindered by his own circumstances. Brother Qin, you jest. If you are interested in her, I can certainly relinquish her, Zhou Lei replied, though his gaze had already wandered back and forth over Yun Weiswang several times. Too kind, Brother Zhou. I find myself otherwise occupied these days. Enjoy yourself. Qin Jiutian felt exasperated, for being in the presence of such alluring beauty, yet feeling impotent was akin to a eunuch wandering through a brothel. Yun Weiswang, overhearing the lewd banter between Zhou Lei and Qin Jiutian, felt her face freeze like ice. She yearned to drive her sword through the hearts of these two scoundrels. At this moment, her primary concern was the safety of Jiang Shaotian. Had she been in Ouyang Dian's position, the outcome would have been equally fatal. How dare a mere insect act so brazenly before me? Truly, it is a foolhardy endeavor. Ouyang Dian sheathed his great blade and, in his moment of triumph, was preparing to summon Gao Chenghai to confront Han Mengshan when a sudden cough sent a chill down his spine. Cough, cough, the dust here is quite thick. Do you not care for the environment? You old fool, is there no sense of public virtue left in you? Jiang Shaotian's voice emerged through the swirling dust, and the once arrogant Ouyang Dian instantly performed a dramatic transformation akin to a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's voice, Yun Weishuang's anxiety dissipated. She turned her icy gaze towards Qin Jiutian and Zhou Lei, her hands swiftly forming seals, indicating her intent to once again unleash the sword upon the heavens. How? How are you still alive? This is impossible. Ouyang Dian stared incredulously at the spot where Jiang Shaotian stood. Chapter 64. An invitation for the ancestor to take action. As the dust settled, Jiang Shaotian's figure gradually came into view within Ouyang Dian's gaze, causing his pupils to constrict in shock. The state seal? Upon recognizing the object atop Jiang Shaotian's head, Ouyang Dian's expression soured as if he had ingested a foul concoction. It turned out that Jiang Shaotian had retrieved the state seal previously obtained from Qin Jiutian. Despite having sustained a crack from Sima Xiu, the leader of the Hahuan sect, it was still sufficient to fend off Ouyang Dian's assault. Surprised, are you? I certainly was. I didn't expect this thing to be so sturdy. Why don't you try another strike and see if you can shatter it? Jiang Shaotian taunted Ouyang Dian with a mischievous grin, relishing the irony of wielding a treasure of the Hahuan sect against its own members, who were utterly powerless to counter him. Ouyang brother, is that not your sect's treasured artifact, the state seal? How could it be in his possession? Gao Chenghai, upon seeing the state seal atop Jiang Shaotian's head, was rendered speechless. This was utterly absurd. Ouyang Dian's countenance darkened ominously. He felt too humiliated to admit that Jiang Shaotian had snatched the state seal from him. This matter is complicated. Brother Gao, let us first join forces to break this state seal, Ouyang Dian said, his teeth gritted in frustration as he glared at Jiang Shaotian, who was concealed beneath the state seal like a turtle retreating into its shell. Gao Chenghai nodded and drew his spear, joining Ouyang Dian in their assault on the barrier of the state seal. Meanwhile, Han Mengshan, upon confirming Jiang Shaoyan's safety, focused his attention on the disciples of the Hahuan sect, wielding his sword to bring chaos and despair wherever he went. Dantai, is it truly worth all this trouble over a foundation-building disciple? Sima Xiao queried Dantai Yuan, perplexed by the old man's stubbornness. Whether it is worth it? I know in my heart. Are you not yet prepared to summon the old fellows from your rear mountain? Dantai Yuan held the crimson sword, Qi Xiao, and spoke with a calm demeanor, aware that the Hahuan sect and the Wanxiang sect had yet to reveal their trump cards, which alleviated his urgency. Humph, do you think two of us are not enough to deal with you? Such bravado, do you not fear the consequences of your words? After Sima Xiao finished speaking, he immediately lashed his whip towards Dantai Yuan, followed closely by Lin Xinxiang with his spear, offering no respite. Dantai Yuan squinted and threw the Qi Xiao sword skyward, then vanished from his original spot. A bird's cry echoed across the peaks of Yunlan's sect, as a crimson phoenix soared into the heavens. A splendid long rainbow, falling sparrow. Let me demonstrate my Wanxiang Guoxiu. Lin Xinxiang's spear ignited with a blaze as he charged towards the descending phoenix. In midair, two crimson afterimages crossed paths. The Qi Xiao sword and Lin Xinxiang's spear clashed, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that sent hundreds of disciples flying, causing them to spit blood. Sima Xiao was not idle either. He swiftly swung his whip towards Dantai Yuan's back. Master, be careful. Han Mengshan, witnessing the imminent danger, rushed to shield Dantai Yuan with his sword. Bang! Han Mengshan was sent flying by the force of the whip. Dantai Yuan's grip on the Qi Xiao sword trembled slightly, while Lin Xinxiang's hand shook even more violently, clearly having suffered from the previous encounter. Cough, old Dantai, today shall undoubtedly spell the doom of your Yunlan sect. To risk your entire sect for a mere foundation establishment brat, have you truly become senile in your old age? Lin Xinxiang glared at Dantai Yuan with fury. If it were not for this obstinate old man refusing to surrender Jiang Shaotian, the situation would not have escalated to such dire straits. There was no turning back now. One of them must perish. Humph, extinguishing my Yunlan sect is not something you can achieve merely with words. Dantai Yuan, resolute, would not retreat. It was a fight to the death. Victory was the only path forward. Very well. Do you wish to witness the might of my Hahuan sect's ancestor? I shall oblige. As Sima Xiao spoke, he produced a token, summoning reinforcements, knowing that neither he nor Lin Xinxiang could subdue Dantai Yuan in a short time. Every passing moment diminished their chances of victory, so he intended to call upon the ancestor for a swift resolution. Dantai Yuan's expression turned grave as he regarded the token in Sima Xiao's hand, aware that a perilous battle loomed ahead. As Sima Xiao shattered the token, a powerful pressure enveloped the skies above Yunlan's sect, a peak realm of Liantian. Watching from the sidelines, Situ Shuang and Huang Futian immediately retreated, not wishing to be caught in the crossfire. Sima Xiao, what do you seek from me? The ancestor of the Hahuan sect held a grudge against Sima Xiao, still incensed over the previous incident where he was inexplicably humiliated. Not only had Sima Xiao failed to bring the instigator before him, but he now had the audacity to seek his assistance. I beseech the ancestor to aid us in annihilating the Yunlan sect today. Sima Xiao respectfully bowed to the ancestor above the clouds and spoke. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect furrowed his brow upon hearing Sima Xiao's words. Why would one desire the destruction of the Yunlan sect? Although the Yunlan sect has experienced some decline over the past century, it boasts a profound heritage spanning a millennium, and it cannot be so easily extinguished. Sima Xiao, have you lost your senses? If you find yourself with nothing to do, perhaps you should engage in more menial tasks. I have no time to indulge your foolishness. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect scolded Sima Xiao vehemently. After all, he had painstakingly reached the pinnacle of the refining ruins. And with just a bit more fortune, he could break through the shackles and touch the legendary threshold of unity. How could he be summoned to fight? Especially a pointless battle? If it were a trivial skirmish, it might be bearable, but to engage in a life-and-death struggle against a millennium-old sect is a different matter entirely. Who knows what hidden trump cards the Yunlan sect might possess? One misstep could lead to injury, and that would render his breakthrough to the unified realm a distant dream. It simply does not add up. Ancestor, you must lend us your strength. Sima Xiao, feeling frustrated by the ancestor's reluctance, declared, if you don't wish to fight, let those who desire to do so engage with that scoundrel who has besmirched you. He pointed at Jiang Shaotian, who was huddled beneath the state seal. Fight! We shall indeed obliterate the Yunlan sect today, the ancestor of the Hahuan sect proclaimed, and with that, he unleashed a descending palm strike upon the state seal atop Jiang Shaoyan's head. The already cracked state seal could no longer withstand the blow and shattered with a resounding explosion. Gao Qinghai and Ouyang Diyun were both taken aback upon witnessing this. The state seal, which they had struggled to damage without success, was obliterated by this seemingly effortless strike. The power of the peak refining ruins was indeed terrifying. With the protection of the state seal gone, Gao Qinghai and Ouyang Diyun exchanged a glance before simultaneously charging at Jiang Shaotian. If they could not take him down individually, surely they could together. Come on, let us get to work. Jiang Shaotian hastily summoned the Zhuxia sword, for he had no confidence in his ability to withstand this 2-on-1 encounter. As soon as the Zhuxia sword appeared, it shot toward Ouyang Diyun at an incredible speed. Ouyang Diyun, left with no choice, found himself entangled in a clash with the sword. Gao Qinghai, witnessing this, mentally cursed in frustration. They had agreed to fight together. Yet Ouyang Diyun was now preoccupied with the sword, leaving him at a loss. Chapter 65. Summon the Ancestors. Summon the Ancestors. Bang. Clearly, Gao Qinghai alone was no match for Jiang Shaotian, who unleashed his full strength in a decisive punch to Gao Qinghai's chest. Gao Qinghai was sent soaring through the air, tracing a perfect parabolic arc, and he conveniently expelled a liter of blood. What a bunch of useless fools. They can't even handle a mere foundation-building insect. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect was utterly speechless at the incompetence of these dimwits. He then directed another palm strike toward Jiang Shaotian. The enmity for this insult must be avenged today. This scoundrel must be sent to the afterlife. No, he must be obliterated entirely. Upon witnessing the situation, Dantai Yuan immediately materialized before Jiang Shaotian. He let a drop of his essence blood fall upon the Qishao sword, which instantly radiated a brilliant crimson light. A vermilion bird soared forth from the sword, hurtling towards the patriarch of the Hahuan sect. Simultaneously, the Qishao sword trembled violently, unleashing waves of golden sword energy that followed the bird in pursuit of the Hahuan sect's elder. With a resounding clap, the Hahuan sect's patriarch struck the bird upon its head, causing the onslaught of sword energy to crash against his palm. Allow me to demonstrate the true meaning of power. He sneered, amplifying his grip, and the sword energy shattered as if colliding with an impenetrable fortress. The vermilion bird was sent crashing into the ground, leaving only its claws visible above the surface. Alas, the bloodline proved to be impure. Dantai Yuan gazed at the buried vermilion bird, a silent sigh escaping his lips, fully aware that he was no match for the ancient creature of the Hahuan sect. Should the battle persist, the foundation of the Yunlan sect would be obliterated, rendering any victory meaningless. Resolving himself, Dantai Yuan resolutely retrieved a jade talisman from his robe. Han Mengshan and the other elders widened their eyes in astonishment upon seeing the talisman in Dantai Yuan's hand. Sectmaster, have you truly made such a grave decision? Han Mengshan exclaimed, taken aback by the severity of the situation, realizing that their trump card had been revealed. If they were to gamble, they must not hesitate to wager their resources. Otherwise, the impassioned words spoken earlier would be in vain. Han Mengshan rolled his eyes at this. Bemused by the sect master's reckless disposition, akin to that of a mischievous old child, hastily staking everything on a novice disciple. Throughout millennia, no leader of any sect had dared to act as Dantai Yuan had. Han Mengshan found himself torn between admiration for his audacity and frustration at his apparent folly. Very well, whatever the sect master deems fit shall be accepted, he conceded, resigned to follow Dantai Yuan into the fray. In his heart, he prepared for the worst, aware that after this day, the Yunlan sect would face one of two fates, ascendance or demise. With a determined bite of his teeth, Dantai Yuan crushed the jade talisman, unleashing a surge of pure spiritual energy that soared skyward. I, Dantai Yuan, the 23rd sect master of the Yunlan sect, humbly welcome the arrival of our ancestor. Hail to the ancestor! Han Mengshan and Yu Chongshan promptly bowed in reverence towards the ethereal essence that materialized. The Hahuan sect's patriarch, once filled with mockery, now bore an expression of gravity, aware that despite being the living elder of the Hahuan sect, he was still several centuries junior to the ancestor of the Yunlan sect, thus at a comparative disadvantage. The ancestral spirit of the Yunlan sect gradually manifested in the air, exuding an unnerving pressure that compelled all present to cease their hostilities. Jiang Shaotian, moved to the core, felt a swell of emotion, realizing that his esteemed master was invoking their ancestor on his behalf. Is our Yunlan sect facing annihilation? The ancestral spirit inquired of Dantai Yuan. Reporting to the ancestor, the Wanxiang sect and the Hahuan sect have gone too far. In their desire to harm our saint son of Yunlan, they have initiated a sect war. The ancestor of Yunlan's sect furrowed his brow deeply as he gazed at Jiang Shaotian, who was pointed out by Dantai Yuan. He realized, to his astonishment, that he could not see through Jiang Shaotian. The young man's realm appeared peculiar, yet he could not discern what exactly was amiss. And he could not perceive Jiang Shaotian's causal threads. With no time for further contemplation, the ancestor of Yunlan's sect unleashed a tremendous pressure without uttering a word. All those present, save for the disciples of Yunlan's sect, fell to one knee with a resounding thud, their faces contorted in expressions of agony. At that moment, the ancestor of Hahuan's sect was drenched in sweat, having not anticipated that Dantai Yuan would call upon the ancestor so boldly. Once this trump card was played, it would be gone. Call upon the ancestor? I can do that too. Lin Xinxiang bared his teeth and retrieved a jade talisman from his bosom, shattering it in an instant. A chilling wave of pressure emanated from the heavens once more. Observing from a distance, Situ Shuangya, Wuxing, and Huang Futian hastily retreated another 10 miles. As the ancestors prepared to clash, it would be wise to distance themselves lest they be crushed by a single blow. Rin. It has been a long time. Upon the arrival of the ancestor of Wanxiang sect, he immediately spotted the ancestor of Yunlan's sect across from him. Chu Tianqing, your Wanxiang sect has allied with the Hahuan sect to transgress against my Yunlan sect. What say you to this? The ancestor of Yunlan's sect inquired leisurely, eager to discern Chu Tianqing's stance. Chu Tianqing cast a puzzled glance at Lin Xinxiang, who was half kneeling on the ground. Lin Xinxiang raised his head and called out to his ancestor, Ancestor, this is a grudge that cannot be shared. No need for further words. Let us strike. Lin Xinxiang had no time to expound on matters. The priority was to fight first. Hearing this, Chu Tianqing refrained from asking further questions. After all, Lin Xinxiang was his own junior. Regardless of right or wrong, he must lend his support. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of his existence as a fragment of himself? Ren, the question of right or wrong has become irrelevant. Let us venture forth and engage in a spar. It has been centuries since we last fought, and my hands are somewhat itchy. Chu Tianqing declared, rubbing his fists in anticipation toward the ancestor of Yunlan's sect. I had that very intention. Allow me to see if you, old fellow, have made any progress. With that, the ancestor of Yunlan's sect vanished into the air, and Chu Tianqing immediately followed suit, the skies above erupting with a cacophony of thunderous clashes. In the absence of the ancestor of Yunlan's sect's oppressive presence, the disciples of Wanxiang sect and Hahuan sect rose to their feet and launched an assault against the disciples of Yunlan's sect. Dantai Yuan observed this scene with an impassive expression. He had cast his bait and placed his bets, and now all that remained was to await fate's decree. Dantai, is there still an ancestor to call upon? If not, then receive my spear. Without hesitation, Lin Xinxiang brandished the Wanxiang spear and charged toward Dantai Yuan, followed closely by Sima Xiu, wielding a large broadsword. Dantai Yuan, with a piercing gaze, gripped the Qishao sword and met the two head-on. Meanwhile, the ancestor of Hahuan's sect looked on with a cold smile, addressing Jiang Shaotian. You insolent brat, let us see who can save you now. Jiang Shaotian silently scoffed, pondering who would ultimately save whom. With the cards of the Hahuan sect and the Wanxiang sect laid bare, he could now ensnare them all. Old man, considering the arduous journey you've undertaken to reach this point, should you kneel and kowtow a few times to me, I might just spare your wretched life, he declared imperiously, hands on his hips, addressing the elder of the Hahuan sect. Chapter 66. The sword light that pierced the heavens. Jiang Shaotian's words halted the fierce battle among the disciples, all eyes turning to him. The elder of the Hahuan sect was momentarily taken aback, his mind nearly short-circuited by Jiang Shaotian's audacity. How could one face imminent death with such brazen bravado? Who did this mere foundational cultivator think he was to speak so boldly? Is it Liang Jingru who has emboldened you? Do you have a problem with that? Jiang Shaotian retorted disdainfully. What nonsense. Do you think I was raised on dung? I shall send you to the cycle of reincarnation. The elder raised his hand, aiming a powerful strike at Jiang Shaotian's forehead, the surrounding spiritual energy trembling under the pressure. Yun Weiswang, already weakened from her previous confrontation, had heavily injured Qin Jiutian and Zhou Lei with the seventh style of the Wuxing sword. Upon sensing Jiang Xiaoyan's peril, she disregarded her own injuries and propelled herself toward him, attempting to shield him from the fatal blow. With a thunderous crash and a cloud of dust, the ground where Jiang Xiaotian had stood was transformed into a deep pit, and his presence had vanished without a trace. Jiang Xiaotian, Yun Weiswang, battered and breathless, called out his name desperately from the edge of the pit. He was the one whom the sect leader had privately indicated could help her seek vengeance. She would rather perish than see him come to harm. Despite her shattered ribs and damaged essence, the thought of Jiang Xiaoyan's misfortune brought tears streaming down her beautiful face. An ant attempting to shake a tree, a foolish creature, was swiftly crushed by my hand, the elder of the Hahuan sect thought, finally feeling a sense of satisfaction from avenging his grievances. Both Dantai Yuan and Han Mengshan felt a heavy weight in their hearts, struggling to accept that Jiang Xiaotian could so easily be dispatched. Far off, Situ Shuang's expression darkened as she pondered why no one from Jiang Xiaoyan's side had yet revealed themselves. Huang Futian watched the unfolding drama with keen interest, contemplating the potential benefits he might reap from the ensuing chaos. Otherwise, this journey would be in vain. That bastard is finally dead. Zhou Lei, leaning on Qin Jiutian, limped to Yun Weishuang's side, laughing raucously while casting a lecherous gaze upon her. Brother Zhou, this young lady is gravely injured. Do be gentle when you handle her. Qin Jiutian, elated by Jiang Xiaoyan's demise, felt his long-standing grudge finally avenged. Brother Qin, you are overthinking. I have always been one to cherish the delicate. Had it not been for your recent inconveniences, I would not have minded sharing this moment with you. Zhou Lei spoke lewdly to Qin Jiutian, his vulgar words inciting a burning hatred in Yun Weiswang, who wished nothing more than to rend the two beasts asunder. Bah! I would rather die than let you succeed. Clenching her sword tightly, Yun Weiswang prepared herself for a desperate confrontation with Zhou Lei and Qin Jiutian. Leave this girl to you two. I shall deal with Dantai Yuan now, declared the ancestor of the Hahuan sect, raising his hand to strike Dantai Yuan's back. Sect leader, be careful. Han Mengshan immediately summoned his most treasured artifact to shield Dantai Yuan, who was currently preoccupied with fending off the assaults of Sima Xiu and Lin Xianxiang, leaving him unable to defend against the Hahuan sect's ancestor. Boom! The tremendous force sent Han Mengshan, Dantai Yuan, and the nearby combatants crashing to the ground. Coughing. Both Han Mengshan and Dantai Yuan tasted blood at the corners of their mouths. The disparity in their realms was too vast, not easily bridged by mere martial skills or treasures. A group of obstinate old fools, willing to sacrifice a millennium of legacy for a mere foundational ant. Today, I shall utterly annihilate the Yunlan sect. The Hahuan sect's ancestor, sensing victory, could not help but feel a surge of pride. Grateful that the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect was restraining the Yunlan sect's trump card. Otherwise, he would have had no escape. Seeing that the outcome had been determined, everyone gradually ceased their fighting, and the disciples of the Yunlan sect surrounded Dantai Yuan. Coughing, Dantai Yuan quietly inquired of his disciples, uncertain if there remained any hope. If Jiang Xiaotian truly perished, the Yunlan sect would meet its end along with him. What wrong has the sect leader done in protecting his disciples? How could we surrender when the Yunlan sect is under siege? Yes, we vow to protect Yunlan to our last breath. The disciples of the Yunlan sect shouted in unison, declaring their unwavering loyalty. Shi Minqin and Lu Xiaowei quietly contemplated their escape plan. Well said, my Yunlan disciples. Today, we vow to stand or fall together with Yunlan. Dantai Yuan resolved to abandon his frivolous demeanor. This time, he must act with seriousness, for he feared it might be his last opportunity. Come with me, my dear, Zhou Lei said as he hoisted the weakened Yun Weiswang onto his shoulder, eager to return and fulfill his role as the groom. Yun Weiswang remained silent, prepared to self-destruct her Dantian in a bid to take Zhou Lei with her. Little did Zhou Lei anticipate her fierce resolve. In his eyes, the bond between man and woman was perfectly natural, so why resort to self-destruction? One must understand that reaching the transformation realm as a cultivator is no trivial feat. Generally, one would not self-destruct their Dantian unless faced with utter despair. What a splendid vow to share in the fate of the Yunlan sect. Today, I shall grant you this wish. The venerable ancestor of the Hahuan sect swiftly formed intricate seals with both hands, summoning a colossal hand from the heavens that bore down upon the Yunlan sect. An overwhelming aura of terror enveloped the mountaintop of Yunlan sect in an instant. causing the disciples of both the Wanxiang sect and Hehuan sect to hastily retreat behind their respective leaders to avoid collateral damage. At this moment, Situ Shuang was also filled with anxiety. She was certainly reluctant to witness the joint annihilation of the Yunlan sect by the Wanxiang and Hehuan sects. Yet intervening would come at a steep price, leaving her in a quandary. As the colossal hand descended, every member of the Yunlan sect exerted every ounce of strength to withstand the impending blow. It is the first time I am employing the great Prajna palm since its completion. If you perish beneath this strike, consider it a blessing. Yet you foolishly hope to resist. The Hehuan sect's ancestor taunted arrogantly, while Sima Xiu and Lin Xinxiang looked on with smug satisfaction at the impending doom of Yunlan sect. The members of Yunlan sect, resigned to their fate, displayed no fear on their faces, save for the elusive Shimenqin and Lu Xiaohui. The rest bore a steadfast resolve, prepared to embrace death. Just as the enormous hand was about to descend, a beam of sword light streaked across the sky, slicing through the air. With a thunderous crash, a spiritual sword, radiating brilliant golden light, pierced through the impending great Prajna palm and lodged itself firmly into the ground. The resonant hum of the sword echoed incessantly. Chapter 67. Dare you harm one of my own? All present were taken aback by the sudden appearance of the sword. Sima Xiu gaped, nearly dislocating his jaw in shock. The sword arrived before its wielder, effortlessly shattering the Hehuan sect ancestors' great Prajna palm from miles away. What extraordinary power was this? Situ Shuang, still contemplating whether to intervene, suddenly recognized the sword. It was the very one embedded in the plaque of her Tianshuang Hall. This young man is indeed a sword immortal, she lamented, realizing her earlier hesitation had caused her to miss a monumental opportunity, one that had also eluded the entire Tianshuang Hall. Regretful thoughts consumed Situ Shuang, her thigh nearly bruised from her relentless slapping and frustration. As the crowd stood in astonishment, a masked figure approached, gliding swiftly upon the currents of sword energy, causing all birds to retreat in fear. The Hehuan sect ancestor, upon witnessing the sword embedded in the ground, felt a chill of dread crawl over him, his right eyelid twitching uncontrollably. This presence I have never encountered such formidable sword intent. The Hehuan sect ancestor, struggling to suppress his rising anxiety, felt the urge to flee take hold of him. Without a word, he leapt into the air, intending to escape in the opposite direction. However, before he could ascend, several streams of sword energy converged, forming a cage of blades that ensnared him mid-flight. Attempt to flee? Did you seek my permission? A raspy voice echoed from afar, clear to all present, though softly spoken. Upon witnessing this, the expression of Dan Tiyuan brightened with joy, for he recognized that he had triumphed in his wager. Indeed, Jiang Shaotian was no ordinary fellow. What transpired? Who approaches? Sima Xiu gazed in disbelief as his ancestor hung helplessly in midair. Could it be that there were formidable experts within the Yunlan sect of whom he was unaware? Swish, swish, swish. Once again, a flurry of sword qi surged forth. Zhou Lei, bearing Yun Weishuang, and his companion Qin Zhutian were instantly pierced through the chest by the onslaught. Both men stared in horror at the gaping holes the size of bowls in their chests. How could this be possible? They had no inkling of what had transpired, and in an instant, they met their demise. As Zhou Lei fell lifeless to the ground, Yun Weishuang followed suit. However, a blade of sword qi cradled her, preventing her beautiful visage from meeting the cold floor. Sima Xiu, Lin Xinxiang, and a host of elders stood frozen in place, their eyes reflecting nothing but astonishment and dread. How brazen to lay hands upon one of noble lineage. Jiang Shaotian descended gracefully, hands clasped behind his back, obscured by a veil, landing before Sima Xiu and the others. He appeared as a figure of ethereal grace, adorned with an unusual tuft of goat-like whiskers. Esteemed senior, this is a misunderstanding, a grave misunderstanding. I beseech you to show mercy. The elder of the Hehuan sect trembled as he pleaded, wishing only to return home to his mother. The mere flick of Jiang Shaotian's sword qi had extinguished any thoughts of resistance. Such power was truly transcendent. Junior from the Tianshuang Hall, Situ Shuang, pays respects to the esteemed senior. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, Situ Shuang swiftly moved to Jiang Shaotian's side, intending to ingratiate herself. However, the masked Jiang Shaotian merely cast a fleeting glance at her before an overwhelming aura of sword intent erupted from him. Situ Shuang was caught unawares and was hurled back several dozen feet, landing with a spurt of blood. Jiang Shaotian was fully aware of her intentions. He had little to say, for she owed him nothing. Whether she chose to assist him was her prerogative. This strike was merely a means of settling the score for her previous assault that had sent him crashing into a wall. The mask facilitated a covert act of revenge. And afterward, she would dare not provoke him. Truly a twofold advantage. Situ Shuang scrambled to her feet and quickly retreated. Such powerful figures were notoriously capricious, and inciting their ire could lead to catastrophic consequences. With a swift motion, Jiang Shaotian dealt a resounding slap to the face of the Hahuan sect elder. In 100,000 years, no one has dared utter the word misunderstanding in my presence. What are you, but a mere nothing? With an indignant huff, he unleashed another slap. For this old wretch had nearly turned him into a pulp, squandering the 500 points he had expended for a random teleportation talisman. The elder of the Hahuan sect, struck into submission, was left speechless. Upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's claim of 100,000 years, he nearly lost control of his faculties. Was this not an ancient being? How had he not yet ascended? As Sima Xiaolin and his disciples trembled uncontrollably at the words uttered, the sweltering heat of the day felt akin to an icy abyss. Senior, we were unaware that the Yunlan sect was under your protection. I implore you to spare our lives. At that moment, Sima Xiaolin completely shed the pride befitting a sect leader, resembling a stray dog begging for mercy. Did you ever consider the consequences of bullying Jiang Shaotian? Relying on your numbers and the years of your cultivation? Jiang Shaotian's words left Sima Xiaolin and his companions utterly astounded, realizing that this senior was not merely supporting the Yunlan sect, but rather standing behind Jiang Shaotian. If only we had known of such a formidable backing, we would never have dared to infringe upon the Yunlan sect. The expressions on Sima Xiaolin and Lin Qianxiang's faces mirrored that of a sycophant, their thoughts filled with exclamations of disbelief towards Jiang Shaotian. Senior, is Jiang Shaotian? Yun Weiswang, with her delicate countenance adorned with tears, timidly inquired. Oh, this young lady seems quite concerned for him. What is your relation to him? Jiang Shaotian decided to tease the frost-like beauty, Yun Weiswang. Aye. Her cheeks flushed crimson, struggling to articulate her feelings, as she herself was uncertain of her connection to Jiang Shaotian. All she knew was that if he were to perish, her heart would be engulfed in profound sorrow. Noticing her hesitance, Jiang Shaotian chose not to tease her further. Time was of the essence, and delays could lead to dire consequences. With a flick of his hand, he unleashed a blade of sword energy toward Yun Weiswang, which did not pierce her body but instead entered her biwei acupoint to mend her injuries. That lad will be fine. Should you ever require his assistance in the future, do not hesitate to seek him out, Jiang Shaotian stated, gesturing as the spiritual sword he had planted in the ground soared skyward with a whoosh. Meanwhile, the ancestor of the Wanxiang sect, Chu Tianxing, who was embroiled in a fierce confrontation with the elder of the Yunlan sect, was caught off guard as his residual soul was obliterated by the unexpected sword strike. The elder of the Yunlan sect, startled by the sudden turn of events, found himself bewildered as he witnessed his opponent being reduced to ashes. After a moment of shock, he swiftly returned to the Yunlan sect, eager to discover the identity of the one capable of wielding such a breathtaking sword. Chapter 68, Trouble Approaches. Upon landing, the elder of the Yunlan sect was nearly petrified at the sight of Jiang Shaotian, standing with an air of nonchalance, his face obscured. Is it truly possible that sword immortals exist in this world? Junior Rin Xiaoyao has encountered a sword immortal. The elder of the Yunlan sect performed a respectful bow, acknowledging Jiang Shaotian. What? A sword immortal? The elder of the Hahuan sect was once again taken aback, realizing that he had encountered a being thought to exist only in legends. What was worse, he had offended this individual as junior. This was far more difficult to accept than the last time he had tasted defeat. As Dan Taiyuan was meditating and recuperating, he suddenly opened his eyes, astonished by the unexpected arrival of a sword immortal, a phenomenon he could scarcely fathom. If not for the sword energy binding Sima Xiao and Lin Qianxiang, they would have long since collapsed to the ground, for incurring the wrath of a sword immortal was akin to inviting calamity upon oneself. Without further ado, I shall deal with these insolent fools and take my leave. You may step aside, declared Jiang Shaotian with an air of bravado. If arrogance were an art, this fellow was surely destined for ascension. Rin Xiaoyao led Dan Taiyuan and the silent disciples to the side, aware that with a sword immortal present, their involvement was superfluous. You, the first in 10 millennia to dare offend me, Must have consumed too much excrement to have lost your senses. Jiang Shaotian scorned the ancestor of the Huan sect. His words coarse yet striking. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Who could have imagined that a venerable sword immortal, with his ethereal demeanor and wispy beard, would utter such vulgarities? The contrast was indeed jarring. The ancestor of the Huan sect dared not utter a single word. He was acutely aware that any attempt to speak would result in his head bidding farewell to his body. Observing the elders bowing their heads in silence, Jiang Shaotian felt a twinge of boredom. How could he delight in his display of bravado if they were so timid? Having toiled for so long, you must be famished. Allow me to extend a gesture of hospitality on behalf of my inept disciple, Jiang Shaotian. With that, an unparalleled sword intent surged forth from Jiang Shaotian, reverberating for miles, causing the beasts to scatter in fear. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed, "Excrement, come forth." As his words echoed, cow dung and pig manure within a 10-mile radius were irresistibly drawn toward him, as if magnetized. The dung beetle spirit, savoring its lunch, watched in horror as its meal was whisked away. "Heavens! The immortal is snatching our food," it cried, lamenting its fate of scavenging such refuse while being robbed by a celestial being. The ancestor of the Huan sect felt an overwhelming sense of dread, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably at the sight of the approaching masses of filth. Regret washed over him. Had he known, he would never have ventured into this murky situation. "I shall be the host, and there shall be plenty for all," Jiang Shaotian proclaimed, and with a sweep of his hand, the mouths of the ancestor of the Huan sect, Sima Xiu, and Lin Qinxiang dropped open in astonishment. Realizing that he could no longer conceal his intentions, Sima Xiu promptly shattered his jade tablet. In truth, the Huan sect harbors a little-known elder, long believed to have perished, yet in reality, he has ascended. For millennia, he has remained silent, fading from the public eye. This is the greatest secret of the Huan sect. Suddenly, a black vortex materialized in the sky, emanating an overwhelming aura. "What summons me?" A voice, resonant with authority and age, emerged from the vortex. "Elder, save me." Sima Xiu shouted with all his might toward the vortex. Jiang Shaotian watched this spectacle with keen interest, surprised to discover that the Huan sect possessed such a hidden card, an opportunity to eradicate the root of the issue. "Sword immortal, how is it that you are not constrained by the laws of heaven?" A voice of astonishment echoed once more from within the vortex. "Typically, this lower realm is incapable of bearing the pressure of a sword immortal, and thus, upon reaching a certain level of strength, one must ascend to a higher plane. The existence of a sword immortal in such a lowly realm is exceedingly unreasonable. How could the laws of heaven allow such a defiance to persist?" Hence, the individual on the other side of the vortex was utterly astonished. "Do I need to explain myself to you? I am here to obliterate your Huan sect. Do you have any objections?" Jiang Shaotian declared with unabashed bravado. "Humph, a dignified sword immortal quibbling with a junior. Do you fear being ridiculed?" The individual on the other end of the vortex, recognizing his inability to confront the sword immortal due to the constraints of heavenly law, resorted to mere verbal sparring. After all, he could not possibly prevent a sword immortal from across such vast plains. Should they meet face to face, he might have had a chance to negotiate. "Enough with your superfluous words." Jiang Shaotian, aware that time was of the essence, unsheathed his sword and cleaved toward the vortex. Boom. The vortex cracked instantly upon being struck, revealing several fissures. "Very well, I shall remember you. Let us see what unfolds." With that, the vortex shattered completely, vanishing into nothingness. Sima Xiu was left aghast, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that this final trump card would fail to deter the sword immortal, sealing their fate. Is there anyone else wishing to protest? If not, prepare to taste the salt of despair, Jiang Shaotian proclaimed, gesturing theatrically. The onlookers were seized by dread, some even feeling nauseated. One may be slain, but not humiliated. Sima Xiu's words were cut short, as Jiang Shaotian forcibly thrust him into the fray. Simultaneously, Lin Qianxiang and the elder of the Huan sect were also caught in the turmoil, the sounds of distress echoing throughout the scene. The disciples of Yunlan's sect, unable to bear the grotesque display any longer, erupted in vomit. The sight was utterly revolting. The elder of the Huan sect, having fasted for a century, found himself unexpectedly overwhelmed on this day. "Hick, senior, spare me. I realize my errors. I beg for mercy." The elder pleaded between bouts of distress, his stomach unaccustomed to food after a century, struggling to endure the ordeal. Jiang Shaotian, noticing the situation had reached its limit, decided to halt, for even he found the scene repulsive. I can offer you a chance at survival, but it comes with conditions. Should you refuse, I shall send you directly into the cycle of reincarnation. I agree. As long as the esteemed sword immortal grants me my life, I shall consent to anything. The ancestral figure of the Harmony sect was already in a state of despair. He could only comply with any demand. Very well, in that case, I may spare your life. After speaking, Jiang Shaotian unleashed a sword aura, piercing through the chests of Lin Qianxiang and Sima Xiu, creating a gaping wound. Sima Xiu and Lin Qianxiang stared wide-eyed at their hollow chests, utterly astonished that Jiang Shaotian could kill without so much as a word of warning. Moments later, both fell lifeless to the ground. Chapter 69. Slaughtering chickens. The elders and disciples behind Sima Xiu watched in horror as their leader was instantly slain, instinctively retreating a few steps. Some, paralyzed by fear, trembled and began sketching maps in the dirt, overwhelmed by terror. The ancestor of the Harmony sect, gazing at Sima Xiu's lifeless body, felt his hair stand on end. This sword immortal truly was one who killed without hesitation. Please, spare my life. Whatever you wish me to do, I shall comply. The ancestor of the Harmony sect hastily implored Jiang Shaotian, even suppressing a belch. Had he not been bound and unable to move, he would have already prostrated himself in fervent supplication. In the face of death, dignity held no value. If you are willing to serve the Yunlan sect, I may spare you. Jiang Shaotian glanced at Dantai Yuan, speaking calmly. He had exhausted all his trump cards and needed to recover one. I am willing. I shall agree to anything. The ancestor of the Harmony sect nodded fervently, as eager for survival as a child seeking refuge. To live was paramount, even if it meant becoming a beast of burden. Good, since you are so agreeable, I shall let you go. As Jiang Shaotian spoke, he raised his hand, sending another wave of sword aura towards the ancestor, embedding a sword-shaped mark within his consciousness. I have inscribed a mark upon your soul. Should you harbor any treachery in the future, my disciple Jiang Shaotian shall detonate this mark, obliterating your very essence. The ancestor of the Harmony sect's face turned ashen. Did this not mean that his life was now at the mercy of that insufferable brat? You seem displeased. Should I send you to meet your end right now? Jiang Shaotian threatened, shaking the spiritual sword in his hand. The ancestor, terrified, hurriedly exclaimed, I am willing. I shall agree to anything. He forced a smile more grotesque than tears, regretting deeply that he had not remained hidden in the mountains. Now, he found himself ensnared by that detestable youth, having consumed a feast of humiliation while his very life hung in the balance. Very well. You have spoken your willingness of your own accord. This is not my coercion. I am quite reasonable. Jiang Shaotian's words sent a chill through the assembly. Who would wield a sword to reason with others? Ah, indeed. Yes, yes. The patriarch of the Hahuan sect wiped the residue from the corner of his mouth and nodded in response. What could he possibly say when confronted by a sword master brandishing his weapon? Very well. From this moment forth, your name shall be Huan Huan. Irrespective of any previous titles you held, your sole duty is to remain at Yunlan's sect, guarding it vigilantly. Should any misfortune befall Yunlan's sect, your life will no longer be of consequence. Dantai Yuan and the patriarch of Yunlan sect immediately grasped Jiang Shaotian's intent. Initially puzzled as to why they hadn't simply eliminated this old wretch, they now understood it was a strategy to preserve a trump card for Yunlan's sect. Dantai Yuan and Han Mengshan promptly rose to offer their respects to Jiang Shaotian in gratitude. Yes, I understand, esteemed senior. The Hahuan sect patriarch's complexion shifted between crimson and pallid. At this moment, he had no authority to refuse. He had anticipated breakthroughs and new opportunities. Yet what awaited him was the prospect of an endless servitude. As the time of descent approached, Jiang Shaotian swiftly grasped his spiritual sword and unleashed a formidable wave of sword energy upon the members of Hahuan's sect. Swish, swish, swish. A single strike stains 3,000 hips. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries as the disciples and elders of Hahuan's sect writhed on the ground, clutching their injuries and lamenting vocally. No good can come from deceitful paths. Today, I shall confiscate your instruments of mischief to prevent further harm to innocent maidens. With another strike, he severed the left arms of the disciples and elders of the Wanxiang sect, provoking another cacophony of excruciating wails. You should be grateful that I am not bloodthirsty and that no disciples of Yunlan have fallen today. I shall sever an arm as a form of punishment. Should you err again, I will annihilate your sect." Upon concluding his declaration, Jiang Shaotian raised his hand and forcefully hurled his spiritual sword. A silver beam of light instantly cleaved through the heavens, and a resonant sword chant echoed across the entire Xianling continent. Countless sects and wandering cultivators watched in terror at this radiant sword light, their minds converging on a singular thought. Such a formidable sword cultivator still exists in this realm? Truly, there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. How terrifying. Jiang Shaotian's act was merely to bolster the standing of Yunlan's sect. This display would ensure no foolhardy souls dared to disrupt its peace again. In gratitude for Dantai Yuan's heartfelt sincerity, Jiang Shaotian felt compelled to reciprocate. It was simply his nature. When others extended kindness, he would respond with generosity. The spiritual sword soared from the clouds, piercing into the cosmic void. And with a swift motion, it embedded itself into a plaque inscribed with the characters Yushu Palace. Who dares to offend Yushu Palace? In an instant, several elderly figures materialized beneath the plaque. A sword master? When have we offended a sword cultivator? One elder exclaimed, cursing loudly as he gazed at the embedded sword, evidently not lacking in strength himself. However, despite his incessant chattering and cursing, no one responded to him. Jiang Shaotian, wielding his spiritual sword, was so engrossed in his own endeavors that he failed to realize there were indeed others present in the heavens above, which led to quite an awkward situation. As the time for descent was drawing to a close, Jiang Shaotian hastily took to the skies, riding the sword energy. "Senior sword immortal, what wonders lie beyond the clouds?" The elder of Yunlan's sect hastily inquired as Jiang Shaotian prepared to depart. "The mountains are mountains, the seas are seas, and you are you," Jiang Shaotian replied, oblivious to the true nature of the world beyond. He uttered some vague and enigmatic phrases to conclude the conversation. The elder of Yunlan's sect was momentarily taken aback. Having devoted his life to cultivation, he had never even touched the legendary threshold. Jiang Shaotian's words sparked a profound realization within him. It dawned on him that he had been too rigid in his perceptions. After all, even the world beyond was merely a realm of mountains and seas, veiled in clouds. With a look of enlightenment, the elder's form gradually transformed into specks of starlight, scattering with the wind. "Farewell, esteemed elder." Dantai Yuan led the disciples of Yunlan's sect in a respectful send-off. After all, he was but a remnant of the sect's protective spirit, and with his mission fulfilled, he would naturally fade into the cosmos. At that moment, Jiang Shaotian swiftly approached the summit of Yunlan's sect on his spiritual vessel. "Oh, what a lively scene. Why is everyone rolling about on the ground?" Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as he leaped down from his vessel, teasing the disciples of Hehuan's sect and Wanxiang sect who were sprawled on the ground. Jiang Shaotian, Yun Weiswang, having been rejuvenated by the sword energy, not only healed from her injuries, but also seemed to have advanced in her swordsmanship. Upon seeing Jiang Shaotian unharmed, she immediately dashed toward him. Bang! Jiang Shaotian had braced himself for a warm embrace, only to be met with a solid kick from her. Sent flying several feet, he staggered to his feet, dusting off his clothes with a grimace. "Junior Sister Yun, is it customary to strike first upon meeting? It's you scoundrel, who vanished earlier. Where were you?" Yun Weiswang questioned furiously, her anger stemming from the tears she had shed in worry over him. I was just rescued by my master, and only just woke up to rush back," Jiang Shaotian replied with an innocent expression, which only further infuriated Yun Weiswang, who had been so concerned for his safety, only to find out he had been napping in some corner. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden system task Sparrow Harvester. A mysterious gift pack has been awarded and placed in your inventory. Please check. The voice of the system, Little Zhou, suddenly rang in Jiang Shaotian's ears. He had not anticipated a reward and felt an unexpected thrill of joy. Unable to contain his excitement, he began to chant aloud, "Harvesting chickens, harvesting chickens, harvesting chickens." Chapter 70. Since there are no birds, let us rename it to Little Peng. Dantai Yuan approached Jiang Shaotian with a smile, knowing that after today, the future of Yunlan's sect would be boundless. He had won his gamble, and all the melodramatic acts he had played out were not in vain. "Are you unscathed? Why is there no mention of a sword immortal's master?" Jiang Shaotian gazed at the beaming and somewhat mischievous Dantai Yuan. A feeling of being schemed against crept upon him, as if this seemingly benevolent master had already anticipated everything. Hee, it's just that my esteemed master forbade me from speaking. Jiang Shaotian scratched his head and replied, for he had no sword immortal master to speak of. If this secret were to leak, it would spell disaster for him. That group of disciples from the Hahuan sect, once wronged, could drown him with a mere spit each. Huan, come here, let me have a look at you. Jiang Shaotian beckoned to the ancestor of the Hahuan sect. At that moment, the ancestor was furiously clearing his throat, feeling unclean. Reluctantly, upon hearing Jiang Shaotian's summons, he wiped his mouth and approached. You little rascal, you truly are the epitome of grace and charm. The ancestor of the Hahuan sect, under the pressure of Jiang Shaotian's formidable presence, had no choice but to change his tune. That's more like it. Remember to guard the door well in the future, otherwise. Jiang Shaotian warned, casting a knowing glance at the ancestor. Certainly. The ancestor could only nod and bow, as his life was firmly in Jiang Shaotian's hands, leaving him no choice but to acquiesce. Witnessing a soon-to-evolve powerful figure bowing and scraping before a foundation establishment young man was a sight that left onlookers in disbelief. Hey, old man, if you wish to survive, immediately change the name of your sect. Jiang Shaotian pointed at the quaking Grand Elder Ouyang Diyun of the Hahuan sect. Change the name? Ouyang Diyun questioned, bewildered, unable to comprehend why he should alter the name of the sect. Yes, from this day forth, there shall be no more Hahuan sect. It will henceforth be known as the Little Friends sect. Should you disagree, I shall send you to meet your sect leader. Jiang Shaotian declared, shrugging at the crowd of Hahuan sect's eunuch disciples. Little Friends? What does that even mean? Ouyang Diyun was utterly confused by the name. It matters not what it means, it is decided. Leave behind your storage ring, and you may take these useless disciples and depart. Jiang Shaotian waved his hand grandly. Ouyang Diyun, prioritizing his escape over semantic concerns, hastily discarded his storage ring and limped away with a few personal disciples, while the others would find their own way back to the sect. Once Ouyang Diyun had left, it was the turn of the Grand Elder of the Wanxiang sect, Gao Qinghai, to tremble in fear. He had no idea how Jiang Shaotian would treat the disciples of his sect. What do you want? He stammered. We have already suffered a loss. In the future, we shall certainly follow Yunlan's sect's lead and dare not act recklessly again. Gao Qinghai quaked as he spoke, the fate of the Hahuan sect looming ominously in his mind. He feared that Jiang Shaotian might subject the Wanxiang disciples to a similar fate, which would be far worse than death. Look at you, trembling in fear. Don't worry, I have no interest in your mere 3 inches, Jiang Shaotian remarked, extending his palm towards Gao Qinghai, evidently indicating that the Wanxiang sect would have to part with some wealth to ensure their survival. Gao Qinghai, possessing a rather open mindset, understood that as a prisoner, he held no bargaining power. Thus, he willingly cast his storage ring to Jiang Shaotian. Simultaneously, the disciples of the Wanxiang sect flung their own storage rings away. Very well, you may leave. Should you dare to offend Yunlan again, I shall bury you all beneath the earth as fertilizer. Upon hearing these words, the Wanxiang sect members felt as if they had received a pardon, hastily retrieving their severed limbs and making their way back to their sect, eager to return and tend to their wounds. With the sword immortal backing Yunlan's sect, they had no time to waste. It is said that Zhao Zilong is filled with courage, even if they were as brave as him. They would not dare to provoke Yunlan's sect again. Initially, Jiang Shaotian had intended to annihilate both the Hahuan and Wanxiang sects entirely. However, upon reflecting on Yunlan's sect's scarcity of cultivation resources, he altered his plan and spared their lives. This way, Yunlan's sect could continuously draw upon their resources, and the others would not dare to refuse. With the sustenance provided by 2 sects, the disciples of Yunlan's sect would naturally cultivate at an accelerated pace, which proved to be a far more advantageous strategy than their annihilation. This exemplified a sustainable development strategy. At Jiang Shaotian's behest, the disciples of Yunlan's sect received the storage rings thrown by the Wanxiang sect disciples with joyful smiles. Whosoever laid claim to these items would possess them, and whether the rings contained valuable treasures would depend solely on their luck. Thank you, Holy Sun. The Holy Sun is magnificent. The Holy Sun is imposing. Holy Sun, I wish to bear your offspring. The assembly of senior brothers and sisters expressed their gratitude towards Jiang Shaotian, fully aware that without him, Yunlan's sect would have faced a perilous fate today. Anyone who dared to question Jiang Shaotian's identity as the Holy Sun would find themselves opposed by all. Jiang Shaotian tossed Ouyang Diyun's storage ring to Yun Weiswang, deeming the trinkets within beneath his notice. Humph, at least you possess a semblance of conscience. Yun Weiswang pouted, mumbling a retort at Jiang Shaotian as she accepted the storage ring. Congratulations to Sect Master Dantai for acquiring such a remarkable disciple. We are truly envious. Sidu Shuang, Huang Futian, and Yi Wuxing approached Dantai Yuan to lavish him with compliments, well aware that from this day forth, the previously inconspicuous Yunlan sect would ascend to the pinnacle among all sections. Sect Master Situ, Sect Master Yi, and Sect Master Huangfu, you are too kind. Please, come into the sect for a cup of tea. Dantai Yuan, brimming with pride, relished the attention from those who had previously disregarded him. No, I have other matters to attend to. I shall take my leave first. Huang Futian, realizing he could gain nothing further, decided it prudent to depart, needing to urgently instruct his sect's disciples to avoid provoking Yunlan's sect. Well, young lad, you have not deceived me after all. Do come visit the Tianshuang Hall sometime. Do not keep Xiaoxua waiting too long, Sidu Shuang remarked, patting Jiang Shaotian's shoulder. She had previously missed the opportunity to have Jiang Shaotian owe her a favor, but thankfully, she still had the card of Shun Qianxue to play. Otherwise, she would have suffered a great loss. Before Jiang Shaotian could respond, Yun Weishuang's piercing gaze, as if it could devour him whole, locked onto him. You insolent brat, who is Xiaoxua? Yun Weishuang, gritting her teeth, confronted Jiang Shaotian, questioning how this scoundrel had managed to charm a maiden from the Heavenly Frost Palace in such a fleeting moment. Ah, Jiang Shaotian thought, this is disastrous. The situation is escalating. After a knowing smile, Situ Shuang took her leave, intending to caution her disciples against provoking the peculiar Jiang Shaotian. Bang! Exasperated by Jiang Shaotian's stammering, Yun Weishuang kicked him in the rear before storming back to her sect. Jiang Shaoyu, I have heard that you once possessed a heavenly talisman. Is this true? Yi Wuxing seized the opportunity to approach the grimacing Jiang Shaotian, indifferent to the sword immortal's status, for it was the heavenly talisman that truly piqued his interest. Ever since the inexplicable demise of the previous sect leader of the Divine Talisman sect, no one had been able to draw heavenly talismans, let alone the legendary Divine Talismans. It's just a heavenly talisman, nothing extraordinary. I could conjure Divine Talismans too. They're hardly rare, Jiang Shaotian replied, rubbing his behind as he limped toward the Yunlan sect, leaving Yi Wuxing bewildered in his wake. Divine Talismans? Did I hear that correctly? As he watched Jiang Shaotian's retreating figure, waves of tumult surged within Yi Wuxing, for this was a matter of the future of the Divine Talisman sect. After a prolonged silence, he resolved to cast aside his pride. As long as he could uncover the secrets of the heavenly talisman, he was willing to risk anything. However, the immediate priority was to return and warn his disciples not to provoke Jiang Shaotian, lest his chance at the heavenly talisman slip away. Meanwhile, as the Yunlan sect busied itself with damage control, within a palace inscribed with the emblem of the Pathguarding Alliance, a middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes from meditation. Another aura of a sword immortal. Where on earth did this sword immortal come from? Who among the foolish dared to disregard the laws of the heavenly Tao? Summon someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. The man's expression was one of barely contained fury. He had turned a blind eye to the last aura of a sword immortal he sensed. But to discover another audacious enough to appear in this lowly plane was utterly intolerable. As loyal adherents of the heavenly Tao, they would not allow anyone to oppose it without facing consequences. Chapter 71. Yet another bizarre task. Upon returning to the Yunlan sect, Jiang Shaotian eagerly opened the reward package from the system, resulting in the addition of 3 sword energies to his inventory. System, what is this? Congratulations, host. You have obtained 3 sword saint energies. These energies possess formidable power, surpassing that of a sword immortal. They can be used for self-defense or to eliminate foes. As Jiang Shaotian gazed at the 3 sword energies in his bag, a grin crept across his face. Did this not equate to having 3 additional lives? Who would dare provoke him in the mystical spirit continent now? Haha, at last, I have unlocked something truly useful. System, you have finally done something commendable. Jiang Shaotian is currently brimming with pride, as the status of Yunlan sect has soared to unprecedented heights. As the Holy Sun, he feels invincible among his peers, practically striding through life with ease. However, the system cautions him not to become overly complacent, for he has yet to achieve true supremacy. and even the mightiest will face formidable foes from above. What do you mean by that? Jiang Shaotian retorts, taken aback. You expect me, a bearer of such misfortune, to remain passive? How absurd. Prepare yourself for impending troubles. The system, seeking to motivate him, issues a friendly reminder, urging him to strive for greatness. Am I not even entitled to rest? Jiang Shaotian exclaims in frustration. Must I toil relentlessly to reach the pinnacle? Isn't it enjoyable to live a carefree life in this tranquil corner? This insufferable system is always complicating matters. The system, indifferent to the prospect of Jiang Shaotian meeting a grim fate, laments the loss of beautiful maidens he might have encountered. All right. I shall diligently cultivate. Jiang Shaotian responds, incredulous that he must labor like a beast in this fantastical realm, where spiritual energy can sustain him without the need for food. Truly a nuclear-powered donkey. Do not forget, you are a bearer of misfortune, the system reminds him. Your rare constitution repels the essence of heaven and earth. Mere effort will not suffice for your cultivation. This statement ignites Jiang Shaotian's ire. What did you just say? You mean I cannot cultivate spiritual energy on my own? The system confirms that he may only advance through rare resources or by purchasing upgrade vouchers from the marketplace, lamenting that his meager 7,000 points are hardly sufficient. Jiang Shaotian feels utterly dejected, akin to a wilted eggplant. Do not despair, the system reassures him. Your dantian has been modified, allowing you to absorb the spiritual essence of various rare materials for your own use. This revelation brightens Jiang Shaotian's countenance, realizing that his dantian possesses a remarkable ability. Can it absorb anything? He inquires, only to be informed that it can only draw from high-level artifacts and elixirs. Although disappointed, he finds solace in the fact that as a foundational cultivator, he need only gather ample spiritual energy to elevate his realm. Unlike the more advanced stages that require profound mental fortitude or the trials of tribulation. Dear system, my backpack is utterly barren. Do you not feel a pang of conscience? Please provide more tasks and rewards. After the system's reminders, Jiang Shaotian senses a looming threat, prompting him to urgently request new tasks, feeling utterly insecure without a safety net. Since you have sincerely requested tasks, I shall show you a modicum of mercy this time. New task, forbidden love. Task details, engage in intimate relations with a non-human entity. Task rewards, 5,000 system points, 10 upgrade vouchers, 1 random martial arts card, and a piece of 9 heavens mysterious iron. This task cannot be declined, and the deadline is 7 days. Should you fail, all previous rewards will be rescinded. Good luck, host. Clang. The teacup in Jiang Shaotian's hand fell to the floor, as he suspected his ears were deceiving him. What did you say? What does it mean to engage with a non-human entity? Do you take me for a fool who jumps at any opportunity? This is an affront to my dignity. I refuse. Jiang Shaotian's toes awkwardly dug into the ground, as he felt utterly horrified by such a grotesque task. Isn't this the task you requested, dear host? Look at you, getting flustered. Whether you participate or not is not your decision. Do your best, little darling. A torrent of frustration surged within Jiang Shaotian as he contemplated the generous rewards. Yet the task's nature was exceedingly distasteful. At that moment, a tremendous noise echoed from a distance, followed by a tremor that shook the ground. What the hell? Is there an earthquake? Does this fantastical realm have tectonic plates? Hastily, Jiang Shaotian covered his head and rushed towards the door, just as Dantai Yuan appeared before him. You little rascal, it seems that the Wanyao Mountain has revealed a hidden paradise. Go see if there are any opportunities awaiting you. And don't forget to bring Huan along. Having him protect you will ensure your safety on the way. Dantai Yuan said with a gentle smile. Opportunities? What a splendid notion. I shall summon that old coot to Wanyao Mountain immediately. Jiang Shaotian recalled the system's prompt about seizing opportunities to elevate his cultivation level. It was as if he had been dozing off only to find a pillow delivered to him. Watching Jiang Shaotian's hurried departure, Dantai Yuan sighed softly. Master, are we truly allowing this reckless lad to venture into such a perilous place? Han Mengshan suddenly appeared beside Dantai Yuan, inquiring. An extraordinary phenomenon. The earth quakes and mountains tremble. Such an opportunity may be beyond our reach, but perhaps this lad has a chance. At the very least, he has the sword immortal backing him, ensuring his life is not in peril. Whether he seizes the opportunity is up to him. Notify everyone. From this day forth, disciples are forbidden from approaching Wanyao Mountain, and those who do will be expelled from the sect. Dantai Yuan commanded before turning to leave. Han Mengshan understood that the hidden paradise's commotion was fraught with danger, far beyond what ordinary disciples of Yunlan's sect could handle. Naturally, the commotion from Wanyao Mountain did not escape the attention of powerful figures from various sects, who dispatched elders and disciples to explore the mountain for opportunities. However, both the Hehuan sect and the Wanxiang sect were preoccupied with their own affairs, too busy to concern themselves with any opportunities. At this moment, Jiang Shaoyan's mind was solely focused on the prospect of opportunity, a blatant chance for advancement. That damned cursed body had rendered him rather passive. Had he known, he would not have used that random physique card in the first place. Under the clandestine protection of the esteemed ancestor of the Hehuan sect, Jiang Shaotian soared swiftly towards Wanyao Mountain aboard his spiritual vessel. Along the way, he encountered numerous cultivators also making their way to Wanyao Mountain. Yet none bore the familiar visages of disciples from the Xiaoping sect or the Wanxiang sect. Upon arriving at the foot of Wanyao Mountain, Jiang Shaotian spotted two recognizable figures and approached them with a teasing tone. "Ah, is that not the illustrious Shimin and the steadfast Lu Gongzi? Is it you? What brings you here?" Shimin Qin and Lu Xiaowei were taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and ire at the sight of the familiar figure that provoked their disdain. Having been expelled from their sect by Yu Chongshan for their earlier escapade, they had now sought refuge within the Ziwei Palace. "Where one can go, so can I," Jiang Shaotian mused, plotting how to ensnare these two naive youths. "How dare you call me a rogue?" Lu Xiaowei blurted out, his temper flaring at Jiang Shaotian's insinuation. "Whoever responds is the rogue. Is that a challenge? Care to fight?" Jiang Shaotian retorted, flashing a rude gesture towards Lu Xiaowei. "Enough, junior brother. We are here to seek opportunities, not to brawl. Let us proceed," Shimin Qin interjected, pulling the furious Lu Xiaowei deeper into Wanyao Mountain. Well aware that Jiang Shaotian was not to be trifled with, although he was unaware of how the Yunlan sect had turned their fortunes around, he sensed that this peculiar youth played a significant role, prompting him to avoid provoking Jiang Shaotian. Once I acquire the fortuitous treasures of the cave, I shall return and shatter your arrogance," Lu Xiaowei called back defiantly, as if his pride hinged on uttering a threat. Unfazed, Jiang Shaotian sauntered leisurely behind them, whistling nonchalantly as they ventured into the depths of Wanyao Mountain. "Release me. What are you planning? Let me go? Ah, this little sprite possesses quite an impressive spirit. Ha. I shall take her back to my master for a drink." As he reached the halfway point of the mountain, Jiang Shaotian noticed a throng of cultivators gathered ahead, their attention seemingly fixed on something. With a curious mind, he stealthily approached, eager to discover what spectacle awaited in this desolate wilderness. "Brother Chen, I spotted her first. Do not contest with me. There are countless other treasures within the mountain," one man argued, gripping a woman's hand tightly. "I have a particular fondness for this little sprite. Brotherly, why not part with her? I assure you, I will provide ample recompense," replied another, adorned with the character for medicine embroidered on his chest, addressing the man marked with the words immeasurable. Jiang Shaotian's anticipation waned upon closer inspection, revealing the scene to be a mere act of debauchery, where a ruffian was forcefully seizing a woman, his hopes for something extraordinary dashed. "Your reasoning is flawed, Brother Chen. This sprite has lost her demon core and is of little value now. It would be better for me to take her back to my master for a drink," the man with the character for medicine asserted to his companion. It appears that the disciples of the Medicine Pavilion and the Wuliang sect were the first to arrive upon hearing the commotion, just in time to witness a python demon stripped of its demon core. Had this serpent been in its prime, they would have thought twice before approaching. It was a formidable sixth-tier beast that rivaled the peak of the golden core stage, its scales impervious even to those in the early stages of the nascent soul. Now, deprived of its core, the once mighty python resembled a toothless tiger, easily subdued by the cultivators present. As the python demon noticed an increasing number of cultivators converging towards it, despair washed over its heart. After evading various powerful demons for so long, it never anticipated falling prey to these lower-tier cultivators. Jiang Shaotian shook his head, deciding to leave and continue his search for the entrance to the cave's blessed land. However, after casting a glance at the python demon, a sense of familiarity tugged at his memory, as though he had encountered it before. After pondering for a while, he finally recalled that this was the very python demon from which he had previously extracted the inner core. He had even drawn a large cake for it. Little did he expect their paths would cross again. "I have taken a liking to this python demon. You may all depart," Jiang Shaoyan's voice resonated through the crowd. Chen Shi of the Wuliang sect and Li Mao of the Medicine Pavilion simultaneously furrowed their brows upon hearing his proclamation. Who possessed such audacity? Li Mao directed his gaze towards Jiang Shaotian, joined by the onlookers, for such a commanding tone was not one to be uttered lightly. When they turned to see that the speaker was merely a fledgling at the foundation establishment stage, a collective look of bewilderment crossed their faces. When did those at the foundation establishment dare to be so brazen? Each present was at least at the golden core stage. How could this young cultivator presume to speak so boldly? Questions swirled in their minds, and due to the absence of disciples from the Hahuan sect and the Wanxiang sect, none recognized Jiang Shaotian as the scion of the Yunlan sect. Was that you who spoke, brat? Who left your pants untied, revealing such insolence? Li Mao sneered, inciting a wave of laughter from the crowd. Only the python demon regarded Jiang Shaotian with shock and joy, calling out, "Young master, save me." What was happening? The python demon referred to this foundation establishment youth as young master? The crowd was utterly confounded, wondering what this meant. It seems your pants are securely fastened. Yet your mouth reeks of foulness. You should air it out more often. Jiang Shaotian retorted without hesitation, relishing in the verbal sparring. In his earlier days, he had thrived in the arena of words on forums, basking in the glory of debate. Another round of laughter erupted at Jiang Shaotian's words, contrasting sharply with Li Mao's increasingly colorful expression. What did you just say? Have the audacity to repeat that? Li Mao demanded, his anger palpable. I said your mouth is as foul as the contents of your trousers. Jiang Shaotian shot back, undeterred. Jiang Shaotian, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, strode directly to Li Mao and Chen Shi, forcefully disengaging their grip on the serpent demon. The serpent demon, having been liberated, swiftly sought refuge behind Jiang Shaotian, now entirely reliant on him. How many years has it been since I encountered such an oblivious wretch? Brother Chen, allow me to deal with this scoundrel first before we converse further, Li Mao declared, launching a kick towards Jiang Shaotian. Convinced that this foundation establishment youth could easily be dispatched with a mere flick of his foot. Yet, Jiang Shaotian stood resolutely, even taking a moment to pick his nose. Bang! Li Mao's foot collided with an ethereal barrier, causing his expression to contort in agony. He cried, clutching his foot in pain. Just as Jiang Shaotian flicked his pinky, sending an unmentionable item hurtling into the open mouth of the wailing Li Mao. The gathered crowd collectively recoiled in disgust. How revolting. However, amidst their revulsion, they were equally astonished. They had not witnessed Jiang Shaotian make a move, so how had Li Mao sustained his injury? Chen Shi from the Wuliang sect, unable to contain himself, raised his hand and aimed a palm strike at Jiang Shaotian from afar. He could not fathom that his golden core late-stage prowess would be unable to subdue a mere foundation establishment novice. Chapter 73. Please call me senior. Bang! Chen Shi's palm struck what felt like an impenetrable barrier of black iron, sending a jolt through his body that left his scalp tingling. Is this a spirit-gathering shield? Chen Shi's face was a canvas of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Such a technique could only be wielded by those at the refinement realm. Yet here stood a foundation establishment youth with a protective spirit shield? This was utterly unfathomable. What? A spirit-gathering shield? How can this be? Li Mao, disregarding the excruciating pain in his foot, stepped forward to scrutinize Jiang Shaotian closely. The onlookers gasped in unison. Their sect's senior brother barely reached the late stage of the nascent soul, and yet this young man was at the refinement realm? This was simply beyond comprehension. The serpent demon behind Jiang Shaotian gazed at him with eyes filled with admiration. What extraordinary talent must he possess to have attained the refinement realm at such a tender age? There surely was no one else like him in the entire Xianling continent. Jiang Shaotian reveled in the astonished and adoring glances directed at him, feeling a swell of pride. His display of prowess was most satisfying. Indeed, having a bodyguard discreetly watching over him was a sagacious decision. I have remained hidden for many years. Yet I never anticipated that today's youth would be so lacking in discernment. It seems you are weary of life, Jiang Shaotian proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back. Assuming an air of superiority, the crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of the veracity of his claims. They had clearly witnessed only a foundation establishment level. Yet the spirit-gathering shield was a tangible reality before them. Could it be that this youthful figure was merely a fade for some ancient being's twisted amusement? As the crowd contemplated, Their legs began to tremble uncontrollably. The formidable beings of the refinement abyss realm were not to be trifled with. They could extinguish lives with but a flick of a finger. This junior disciple of the Tianmiao sect has encountered a senior. Suddenly, one individual in the onlooking throng bowed to Jiang Xiaotian. With a leader emerged, others followed suit, bowing in respect. They preferred to believe in the possibility of his power rather than dismiss it. Should he truly be a great figure, offending him would be akin to courting death. At this moment, Chen Shi and Li Mao began to panic. Had they truly stumbled upon an iron wall? Are you really a powerful being of the refinement abyss realm? Chen Shi asked, his heart still reluctant to accept the truth. Jiang Xiaotian merely smiled in silence. He retrieved the exorcising evil sword from his bag, and an overwhelming aura of sword intent surged forth, cleansing the surroundings of malevolent energies. This sword is extraordinary. Although the onlookers could not discern its grade, they sensed it was far from an ordinary weapon, even superior to the one wielded by their sect leader. No one dared to question Jiang Xiaotian's prowess any longer. How could one in possession of such a divine instrument possibly be at the foundation establishment stage? Please forgive me. Senior, the junior did not know of your esteemed presence and has inadvertently offended you. I beseech you to spare my life. Li Mao hastily knelt before Jiang Xiaotian, fearing that offending such a powerful figure would lead to his obliteration. Even if he survived, his sect would surely strip him of his skin upon learning of it. Chen Shi, witnessing this, quickly followed suit, kowtowing fervently to Jiang Xiaotian. He had heard tales of such great figures who could extinguish lives without a second thought and annihilate entire families at whim. Jiang Xiaotian reveled in the success of his pretense, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. He addressed the two kneeling before him. I am not unreasonable. You are innocent in your ignorance. Today, like you, I have come in search of an opportunity. Would you be willing to scout a path for me? The crowd paused momentarily. Then in unison, they nodded earnestly. We are willing to serve the senior. The prospect of accompanying a powerful being from the refinement abyss realm was a rare boon, though they understood that such a figure might monopolize the best opportunities. At the very least, they could benefit from the scraps. In contrast, pursuing their endeavors alone could result in losing everything, even their lives. Chen Shi and Li Mao expressed their profound gratitude, overwhelmed by emotion. They had braced themselves for the worst. Yet the great figure was willing to forgive past offenses and explore opportunities together. It was akin to a windfall from the heavens. The python demon behind Jiang Xiaotian cautiously observed the young man before her, having been convinced by his words that he indeed was a hidden master. Let us proceed. It is fortunate you encountered me today, or else you might have been used as a brew, Jiang Xiaotian remarked, taking the python demon's hand and leading her up the mountain. The sudden gesture caused her face to flush with embarrassment. Thank you, young master, for your timely rescue. The python demon blushed and muttered a remark, becoming somewhat cautious, for the powerful beings were notoriously capricious. One misstep in speech could lead to dire consequences. Oh, by the way, what is your name? Jiang Xiaotian suddenly recalled that he had yet to learn the name of this python demon. I am called Qingli. The python demon replied meekly. Indeed, a splendid name. Henceforth, I shall call you Qinger. What do you think? Jiang Xiaotian's words brought a gleam of joy to Qingli's heart. Did this not imply that this formidable figure intended to keep her by his side? Finally, she could put an end to her days of hiding. Ever since Jiang Xiaotian had taken her inner core, her cultivation had plummeted, leading her former enemies to seek revenge, forcing her into a life of evasion. However, she had not anticipated that the sudden upheaval at Wanyao Mountain would attract numerous cultivators, leaving her with no avenue for escape and resulting in her capture. Young master, call me as you wish. Qingli suddenly recalled a previous encounter where she had teased Jiang Xiaotian, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Observing her reaction, Jiang Xiaotian couldn't help but think to himself that this seemed like a rather opportune moment, reminiscent of a task issued by the canine system. Perhaps embracing the role of Su Xian was not entirely unacceptable. With this thought, Jiang Xiaotian hesitantly inquired, Qing, does your transformation from python to human alter your physical form in any way? Not at all. Our demon race, nurtured by the essence of heaven and earth into human form, is fundamentally the same as humans. The only difference lies in our lineage. Though Qingli was uncertain why Jiang Xiaotian posed such a question, she answered earnestly. Upon hearing her response, a rather complex expression gradually emerged on Jiang Xiaotian's face, one that increasingly resembled that of a pervert. The others present felt a chill run down their spines at his expression, their skin crawling in discomfort. Who would have thought that the formidable master of the refining ruins would have such tastes? What woman could he not have at his beck and call? Not to mention beautiful maidens. Even the sect's holy maidens were mere trifles to him, and if he were so inclined, he could easily take down even their masters. Why, then, would he set his sights on a mere python? As they regarded Jiang Shaotian, a peculiar look emerged in their eyes, filled with a sense of indescribable astonishment. This master truly knew how to entertain himself. Chapter 74. The Secret Realm. Noticing the expressions of those around him, Jiang Shaotian realized that his musings had been overheard, prompting him to adopt a serious demeanor as he exclaimed, "What are you all staring at? Hurry and lead the way." At his command, the group hastily moved ahead to guide him, eager to avoid any repercussions. Half an hour later, they led Jiang Shaotian to a rift in space, where a rich aura of spiritual energy seeped forth from the fissure. "Senior, this must be the entrance to the fabled paradise," Chen Shichao respectfully inquired of Jiang Shaotian, who was now brimming with anticipation to delve into this crevice in search of fortune. After all, those who are slow to seize such opportunities are doomed to be left in the dust. Before Jiang Shaotian could respond, a sardonic voice echoed from behind him. "Ah, what a narrow path for rivals. You think you can lay claim to such boundless fortune? Truly, a toad aspires to eat swan meat." Jiang Shaotian turned to see it was the still featherless Lu Xiaohui. At this moment, Lu was flanked by Shimin and a throng of disciples from the Ziwei Palace, the leader of whom appeared to possess considerable stature. "Which mutt is barking?" Jiang Shaotian retorted with a dismissive smirk. "You are the mutt, you old hound. With my master, Lu Wuji, present today, you would do well to keep your tail tucked to avoid a beating." Lu Xiaohui, emboldened by the backing of the late-stage transformation cultivator Lu Wuji, spoke with audacity. "What insolence! How dare you address a senior in such a manner?" Li Mao interjected, seizing the opportunity to curry favor, as he would not let such a chance slip by. "Senior? Which senior? Where did you crawl out from?" Lu Xiaohui, noticing someone standing up for Jiang Shaotian, immediately pointed and cursed at Li Mao. "I am your father." Li Mao, a late-stage golden core cultivator, could not tolerate the humiliation from Lu Xiaohui, a mid-stage golden core, and without hesitation, kicked Lu Xiaohui. Bang! Li Mao was sent sprawling to the ground at Jiang Shaotian's feet. It turned out that Shimin had intervened to block the blow. The others present, momentarily stunned, quickly turned their aggression towards Shimin. They knew they had to show some strength lest Jiang Shaotian hold it against them. Shimin, taken aback, had not anticipated that Jiang Shaotian would gather such a motley crew so swiftly. "Master, assist me." Shimin, unable to withstand the onslaught of so many cultivators, hastily appealed to Lu Wuji. Naturally, Lu Wuji would not stand idly by while his disciple was being besieged. He unleashed his late-stage transformation pressure and struck out with a three-part transformation palm towards the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The assailants were sent flying. The might of the late-stage transformation cultivator was indeed extraordinary. The residual force of this palm surged towards Jiang Shaotian, only to be thwarted by the spiritual energy shield secretly conjured by Huan. Your foundational cultivation is rather peculiar." Lu Wuji had assumed that everyone would be sent flying by his strike, only to find that the one with the lowest realm remained unscathed. "How bothersome," Jiang Shaotian remarked, raising his hand in a dismissive gesture, and with a resounding slap, struck Lu Wuji across the face. Lu Wuji was momentarily stunned. He had just been slapped. How could this be? How could a foundational cultivator disregard his domain? Lu Wuji was left utterly speechless by the slap, as it completely overturned his understanding of cultivation. Jiang Shaotian silently praised Huan in his heart. Their collaboration was indeed seamless. Shimin, Lu Xiaohui, and the disciples of the Ziwei Palace were all dumbfounded. How could the second elder be struck by a mere foundation establishment stage youth? This was more unbelievable than witnessing a mouse catch a cat. "Senior, how formidable! Teach that scoundrel a lesson," Chen Shi exclaimed as he rose, emboldened. To offend a major figure from the refining ruins and receive just a slap was a tremendous act of mercy. "Senior, how formidable!" The fallen disciples scrambled to their feet, lavishing praise upon Jiang Shaotian. His strength was undeniable, and with such a powerful ally, their chances of seizing opportunities surged dramatically. Jiang Shaotian strode forward to Lu Xiaohui, who was now trembling uncontrollably. He understood well that he could not defeat Jiang Shaotian. Yet he was astonished to find that his newly found backing was equally powerless against him. Had this young man somehow gained extraordinary powers? The sheer level of his combat ability was astonishing. Shimin-Chin and Lu Wuji remained in a daze, unable to comprehend that someone at the Foundation establishment stage could possess such prowess. With a swift motion, Jiang Shaotian began to slap Lu Xiaohui's face repeatedly, leaving Shimin-Chin too frightened to even utter a sound. I was mistaken. I won't dare again. Lu Xiaohui, witnessing Lu Wuji's cowardice, immediately begged for mercy, losing 2 teeth in the process. If there essay next time, I'll ensure you're completely stripped of your pride. Jiang Shaotian clapped his hands and turned towards the spatial rift. Lu Xiaohui was merely a dog who relied on the might of others. A little lesson in humility was sufficient. Whether he lived or died was of little consequence. If all these characters were eliminated, how could he continue to enjoy his role of pretentious superiority? Thus, Jiang Shaotian took Qingli's hand and leaped into the rift before the watchful eyes of the crowd, followed closely by Chen Shi, Li Mao, and the others. As he entered, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he soon found himself standing on a patch of grass, with Qingli mysteriously absent. What is going on? Jiang Shaotian called out loudly, but no response came. Damn system, what is happening? The host has entered a small world created by another. The owner has imposed restrictions, causing each individual to be randomly teleported to different locations. The system's explanation enlightened Jiang Shaotian. So that was the case. But what was the purpose of such a separation? Wait, does this mean my bodyguard is gone? How can I quietly maintain my FAAD now? Suddenly realizing the precariousness of his situation, Jiang Shaotian felt a surge of anxiety. After calling out several times without success, he confirmed that he had lost contact with Huan, which further irked him. What a dreadful place this was. With no other choice, Jiang Shaotian resolved to explore a random direction. In the realm of the canine system, is there a treasure-seeking artifact available in the marketplace? After rummaging for a considerable time with no success, Jiang Shaotian pondered the possibility of discovering a shortcut. Indeed, there is, my friend. However, you cannot afford it. Better stick to your slow and steady exploration. The system's mocking remarks rendered Jiang Shaotian's face nearly green with frustration. Was this dog system aligned with Neza? Such defiance. In utter despondency, Jiang Shaotian resigned himself to follow the river upstream. It seems there is someone in the river. At last, he spotted a living soul. But wait, why is this person unclothed? Jiang Shaotian quietly murmured to himself as he stealthily approached. Chapter 75, A Daring Thought. Creeping behind a tree by the riverbank, Jiang Shaotian observed a figure with long hair, facing away from him, bathing in the water. Given that only the shoulders were visible, and considering that long hair was common among both genders in this place, he concluded that this audacious individual bathing in broad daylight must undoubtedly be a man. Excuse me, sir, are you familiar with this area? Jiang Shaotian emerged from behind the tree and inquired of the figure in the river. The person suddenly froze for a moment, then promptly submerged and vanished from sight. How rude. At least respond. Jiang Shaotian grumbled in dissatisfaction as the figure disappeared. Just as he contemplated continuing his search for signs of life, several vines unexpectedly emerged from beneath his feet, ensnaring him tightly. What is going on? Is this some sort of bondage game? Jiang Shaotian struggled in vain, astonished to discover that he could not break free from the clutches of these vines. Even his exorcising sword could not sever them. What a reckless scoundrel, daring to spy on my bath. Jiang Shaotian was momentarily taken aback as a figure in a flowing white dress gradually coalesced before him. Indeed, it was a true manifestation. The figure, formed from sparkling, ethereal energy, shimmered like a constellation. When he raised his gaze, Jiang Shaotian nearly drooled at the sight. This maiden was extraordinarily enchanting. Her skin was as smooth as cream, her visage sculpted like jade, with bright eyes and pearly teeth that sparkled with vitality. Even the delicate lift of her lips as she spoke bore the purity of a blooming lotus. Her entire being exuded an ethereal quality, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, to be admired from afar, not trifled with. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you drooling? The maiden, noticing Jiang Shaotian's foolish expression, stamped her foot in disdain and spoke again. Oh, my apologies for my lapse in composure. Please do not take offense. Fair lady, Jiang Shaotian hastily clarified, wishing to leave a good impression. Humph, the clan leader was right. All men from the outside are devils, deserving of purification. With that, The maiden raised her hand to form a delicate gesture, causing droplets of water to rise from the river's surface, which swiftly coalesced into a water sword aimed directly at Jiang Xiaoyan's chest. Whoa, are you serious? Jiang Xiaoyan found himself firmly bound, resembling a target, struggling with all his might, yet failing to escape the entangling vines. The prowess of the woman before him was indeed unfathomable. Huan, where are you? Come and save me. Jiang Xiaoyan bellowed to the heavens, only to discover his cries were in vain. In a fit of desperation, he wielded the exorcising evil sword, cleaving towards the water sword that confronted him. With a resounding crash, the exorcising evil sword was deflected by the water sword, trembling violently in response. The water sword, upon meeting the blade, dissipated into a mist, while the remaining force struck Jiang Xiaotian's chest, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood. Damn it! It's not like I did it on purpose. Who told you to bathe in the river in broad daylight? If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. Jiang Xiaotian's fury surged as he spat blood, who wouldn't be enraged at such inexplicable violence. The woman, momentarily taken aback by the destruction of her water sword, had not anticipated that this foundation establishment dandy could breach her magic, which astonished her. Nevertheless, disregarding Jiang Xiaoyan's warning, she raised her hands and swiftly began forming seals. Soon, a water dragon soared from the river's surface, its roar echoing with a haunting allure. Is this a scene from a movie? Jiang Xiaotian was awestruck by the water dragon, far surpassing the visual effects of any film. As the dragon's head charged towards him, he realized that if struck, he would be reduced to mere fragments. No longer hesitating, he hastily retrieved a sword chi from his backpack, slashing it towards the water dragon. This crescent-shaped sword chi bore no overwhelming sword intent, dazzling light, or remarkable speed. It resembled the casual strike of an ordinary swordsman, utterly commonplace. Yet, astonishingly, this seemingly mundane sword chi leisurely pierced through the entire water dragon, traversing right through the woman behind it. The sword chi continued its unhurried trajectory until it cleaved a distant mountaintop, dissipating only upon reaching its target. Jiang Xiaotian stood in stunned silence, witnessing the gradual collapse of half a mountain in the distance. This is simply too impressive. The woman looked down at the neat sword mark on her chest. Her eyes filled with trepidation. Despite the sword chi's apparent slowness, she could not fathom why she was unable to evade it. This sword chi is unparalleled in this world. She gasped weakly, as the sword mark on her chest began to emit faint starlight, its precarious form seemingly on the verge of dispersing with the wind. Jiang Xiaotian felt a twinge of regret. He had not anticipated such might from the sword chi, lamenting the fate of this stunning beauty. Just as he believed she was destined to fall, a bizarre scene unfolded. Her body appeared to disintegrate, yet then a shower of starlight descended like rain, reintegrating her form. What on earth? Is she resurrecting? Has she activated some sort of cheat? Jiang Xiaotian had never encountered such an absurd scene before. He began to doubt whether he had fallen under an illusion. After the woman's form reassembled, she lay weakly on the ground, resembling a delicate beauty akin to Lin Daiyu. Tongzi, what is the meaning of this? Have you perhaps sold me a counterfeit? Even the sword saint could not vanquish this woman? Jiang Xiaotian once again questioned the authenticity of the items provided by the system, incredulous that this woman could possibly surpass the sword saint. Host, do not unjustly tarnish the reputation of the innocent. All items within this system are genuine and beyond reproach. The system, Xiaozhou, retorted with irritation. Are you even human to claim such? If you are indeed genuine, provide me with a reasonable explanation. Jiang Xiaotian raised a middle finger at the system. Such is the nature of the spirit clan. Host, do not appear so naive. It reflects poorly on your understanding. The system continued. This sword energy possesses only spiritual power devoid of sword intent, which is why it failed to obliterate this spirit clan woman. The spirit clan is unique. Unlike humans, they cultivate by transforming the essence of all things in the universe. As long as their source remains unharmed, they can reconstruct their physical forms. However, the cost of this reconstruction is a period of weakness, during which any further severe injury could lead to complete dissolution. Thus, members of the spirit clan typically reside in groups to support one another during such vulnerable times. To put it plainly, only clans like the spirit clan and the immortal phoenix clan, capable of rebirth, can survive the onslaught of such sword energy. Ordinary cultivators would have long since met their demise. The system expounded upon these matters as if conducting a lecture. I see. This fantastical world is truly remarkable, Jiang Shaotian exclaimed. Wait, what did you just say? You mentioned she is different from humans? Does that mean she is non-human? Jiang Shaotian, uninterested in the specifics of the spirit clan, fixated instead on the system's assertion of their distinction from humans. Suddenly, a bold idea sparked within him. Chapter 76. Please cooperate for a room. Jiang Shaotian gazed at the weakened spirit clan woman, a lecherous grin blossoming on his face. This irascible spirit clan woman came at me without hesitation. Surely, it is not excessive to borrow her for a task? He reassured himself, though his primary motivation was undeniably lustful. Having fortified his resolve, he sauntered over to the woman, mocking, I did not expect you to be so difficult to kill. In this vast realm, few can withstand my sword. Who are you? The spirit clan woman looked up at Jiang Shaotian, her voice trembling. My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that you have greatly displeased me. I might spare your life, but you must assist me with a task. Jiang Shaotian replied, feigning profundity. What task? The spirit clan woman, still shaken by the sword energy, instinctively believed that this boy possessed the power to extinguish her life. Would you be so kind as to cooperate with me in a room? Even Jiang Shaotian, typically bold, felt a twinge of embarrassment uttering those words. What? You filthy rogue. The spirit clan woman was acutely aware of what a bridal chamber entailed, and she was taken aback by the forthrightness of this foundational stage anomaly. I do not wish for this either. It is merely a matter of necessity. I implore you, dear lady, to cooperate. Jiang Shaotian thought to himself that since this spirit clan woman was born of the essence of heaven and earth, she must belong to the realm of celestial beings. It seemed rather unreasonable to compel him to act against a serpent. Surely, emulating Dong Yong and Lu Yanchong would be preferable to the likes of Su Xian and Ning Kaichen, wouldn't it? You shall not. You lecherous scoundrel. You spied on me while I bathed, and now you wish to take advantage of the situation? Dream on. The spirit clan woman erupted in fury towards Jiang Shaotian, her currently feeble state leaving her in a state of panic. Had she known better, she would never have ventured out alone. Now, not only had she failed to find her opportunity, but she also faced the indignity of human insult. A most unfortunate turn of fate. Alas, if I am to negotiate with you and you remain obstinate, I shall take matters into my own hands, Jiang Shaotian declared as he reached out toward the spirit clan woman. Stop this at once. You wretch, I shall kill you. The spirit clan woman, upon seeing her cloak torn from her, was consumed by rage. Yet, despite her utmost efforts, she could not summon even a shred of spiritual power. Her current state was one of utter weakness, rendered so by the overwhelming sword energy. Did you not just wish to kill me? Regardless of whether I have wronged you today, you would not let me go, so I might as well indulge myself. Even if you were to end my life, I would at least die a dashing ghost. Jiang Shaotian was acutely aware that he had now forged an enmity with the spirit clan woman. And given that he had not extinguished her powers, she would undoubtedly seek vengeance in the future. You dare, I swear, should you lay a finger on me, I will ensure your utter destruction. The spirit clan woman, undeterred, continued to threaten Jiang Shaotian. Rip! Jiang Shaotian remained silent, relentlessly tearing at the spirit clan woman's garments. Oh, cease this. I beg you stop. As each article of clothing slipped away from her, the spirit clan woman was engulfed in sheer panic. No, stop, please. What? Do not stop? Very well, I shall grant your request. As Jiang Shaotian hastened his actions, a dark thundercloud began to coalesce ominously overhead. A gentle reminder from the system rang in Jiang Shaotian's ears. Host, do remember to look up. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian instinctively glanced upward, abruptly halting his rough actions. What on earth is happening? Why is there thunder? Jiang Shaotian was particularly sensitive to the presence of thunderclouds, feeling as though they were inevitably destined to strike him. Do not forget about your calamity-ridden body, dear host. You are already at odds with the heavenly will, and now you engage in misdeeds. It is only natural to be struck by lightning. Allow me to share a little secret. I have discreetly enhanced the potency of this thundercloud. Damn it, you wretched system. What are you planning? Do you intend to usurp me? Jiang Shaotian was nearly driven to exasperation by the system's interference. It was one thing for heaven to unleash lightning, but for the system to meddle in such a manner was utterly unacceptable. As the task neared completion, he felt a pang of reluctance when he pulled up his trousers. This system is a rogue system, not a perverse one. The host may be mischievous or flirtatious, but must refrain from lewdness and depravity. Taking advantage of others and tarnishing their innocence contradicts the very essence of this system. Thus, if the host does not cease their transgressions, the system shall have no choice but to enact justice. The words of the system reverberated in Jiang Xiaoyan's mind like a thunderous blow, restoring clarity to his previously lewd thoughts. Indeed, what difference was there between his actions and those of Lu Xiaowei? In fact, his conduct was even worse. Jiang Xiaoyan silently gave himself the middle finger. The inexplicable anger from being attacked, coupled with the temptation of the system's task, had led him to harbor wicked thoughts. Truly, the path of cultivation is a delicate balance between enlightenment and malevolence. Realizing this, Jiang Xiaoyan promptly withdrew his hands and draped the torn garments over the ethereal woman of the Ling tribe, causing the ominous storm clouds to dissipate. Just a jest. Consider it a punishment for making me cough up blood. Now you may leave. Upon hearing this, the Ling woman exhaled a sigh of relief, gazing at Jiang Xiaoyan with uncertainty. Really? You truly intend to let me go? Enough with the nonsense. Hurry and get lost. Or do you want me to take advantage of you? Jiang Xiaoyan was quite vexed, finding her lack of perceptiveness exasperating. But I can't move right now, the Ling woman said shyly, eager to depart, but hindered by her condition. Well, just stay here then. I'm leaving. Jiang Xiaoyan wished to distance himself from her, fearing she might regain her strength and retaliate. With that, he grasped the evil-slaying sword and limped away upstream, eager to reunite with Huan Huan and Qingli. The Ling woman watched Jiang Xiaoyan depart in disbelief. Was he really leaving? She murmured to herself, astonished that he had withdrawn his inappropriate advances at such a critical moment and left without a backward glance. Did he possess some unmentionable flaw, or had her allure diminished? Ultimately, she was a woman, and her thoughts wandered unpredictably. Had Jiang Xiaoyan been privy to her musings, he would surely have returned to demonstrate what true steadfastness entailed. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyan trudged westward, feeling utterly frustrated. Having gained nothing and lost a strand of sword energy, it was nothing short of a misfortune. Just as he wallowed in his discontent, several figures suddenly darted overhead in the opposite direction. Jiang Xiaoyan intended to intercept them for information, but they flew past too swiftly for him to react. Are they in such a hurry to meet their fate? He muttered, raising his middle finger toward their retreating forms. Running so fast. Have they discovered something valuable? I just came from that direction and saw nothing. Oh no. Jiang Xiaoyan gazed in the direction where the group had flown. Realizing it was the same path leading to the spirit clan woman, an unsettling feeling washing over him. Chapter 77. Just escaped the tiger's mouth, only to enter the wolf's den. Upon recalling the possible peril facing the spirit clan woman, Jiang Xiaoyan immediately turned back. Upon returning to her location, he was met with a lewd and unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha, this secret realm is vast beyond measure. Even if you shout for 100 miles, or even 1,000, no one will come to your aid. Yell all you want. You could scream your throat raw, and it would be in vain. Jiang Xiaoyan, hidden behind a tree, found himself bemused by the villainous rhetoric. What do you intend to do? The spirit clan woman's face turned ashen, having barely escaped one danger only to stumble into another. Brother, I never expected to encounter a spirit clan here. It is said that these women are not only enchanting, but also possess a rich essence of spiritual energy. If we could cultivate together, one of the scrawny young men said, glancing at their leader with a sly grin. Indeed, third brother, this spirit clan woman may represent an extraordinary opportunity within this secret realm. We must seize it, the leader declared, his gaze hungrily scanning the spirit clan woman as his saliva nearly dripped. Thank you, brother. The woman felt her spirit plummet. She would rather have been taken advantage of by that previous young man, who at least bore a semblance of youth and charm, unlike the grotesque figures before her. Help! Help me! She would not passively await her fate and shouted for assistance. Ha ha ha! Are the spirit clan members truly this Navi? If shouting for help were effective, would there be a need for cultivation? The brutish men erupted in derisive laughter. Fear not, my dear. I assure you, I will be very gentle. The leader lewdly extended his hand toward her chest. Ah, no, stay away. The spirit clan woman, filled with terror, clutched her chest and stepped back. She had never felt so helpless. In her usual state, she could dispatch these ruffians with the slightest gesture. As the leader's hand approached her, just as Jiang Xiaoyan was about to intervene, a spear suddenly pierced through the man's chest with lightning speed, nailing him to the tree. The sheer force of the spear rendered him lifeless instantly. Brother! The young men rushed forward to check on their leader, only to find him bereft of life. What? Brother is dead. Quick, run. Swish. Swish. Several leaves sliced through the throats of the young men, blood gushing forth like a fountain onto the grass. This shocking scene startled both the Spirit Clan woman and Jiang Shaotian. Where had this spear come from? As Jiang Shaotian stood there, stunned, a man clad in scholarly robes and wielding a folding fan descended gracefully from the heavens. Goodness! What an arrogant creature! Jiang Shaotian cursed inwardly, unable to tolerate anyone who flaunted their superiority. I am Tian Wenjing, the esteemed disciple of the Lingyao sect. I happened to pass through this area and noticed a ruffian causing trouble, hence I intervened a bit too forcefully. I hope I did not frighten the lady. Tian Wenjing remarked, retracting the spear he had thrust into the burly man's body while nonchalantly fanning himself. Thank you, young Master Tian, for your timely rescue. The ethereal woman from the Spirit Clan expressed her gratitude, feeling a profound sense of relief after being saved. Are you of the Spirit Clan, my lady? Tian Wenjing inquired, gazing at the exquisite visage of the Spirit Woman. Yes, indeed. I hail from the sacred Spirit Mountain of the Spirit Clan. The sacred Spirit Mountain? Isn't that the holy peak of your clan? If you are from there, then you must be. Tian Wenjing was taken aback by the identity of the Spirit Woman before him. For the sacred Spirit Mountain had been the cradle of successors since the inception of the Spirit Clan. The Spirit Woman did not respond. Yet her expression made it clear that she was indeed the future successor of the Spirit Clan, the Sacred Maiden. Incredible! How did you come to find yourself in such a predicament? Tian Wenjing asked, perplexed. For it was rumored that the Sacred Maiden possessed the celestial powers of the star and moon, with unfathomable cultivation. How could she appear so fragile? It's a long story. In any case, I must express my gratitude for your assistance, young Master Tian. I am Jian Linger, and I shall remember this favor. The Sacred Maiden Jian Linger performed a graceful bow before she intended to depart from this tumultuous place. Miss Jian, please, do not leave just yet. Tian Wenjing called out to her as she was about to take her leave. Since you are inclined to repay a kindness, why not grant me a small request? Young Master Tian, feel free to speak your mind. Jian Linger replied willingly, grateful for his timely intervention, for had it not been for him, her virtue might have been compromised. I have heard that those of the Spirit Clan possess a profound essence within their yin yuan, rich in spiritual energy. I find myself at a cultivation impasse, and if I could obtain a portion of your yin yuan, I believe it would enable me to break through my limitations and ascend to greater heights. Would you be willing to assist me in this matter? Tian Wenjing's words left both Jian Linger and Jiang Shaotian in a state of shock. The implication was unmistakable. Beast! Jiang Shaotian raised his middle finger in indignation. Yet he refrained from taking action, eager to observe how Jian Linger would navigate this predicament. Excuse me? What do you mean by that? Jian Linger stammered, unable to believe that the elegant gentleman who had just rescued her could be such a person. My meaning is quite simple, Miss Jian. Will you willingly comply? Or shall I compel you to do so? The charming facade of Tian Wenjing swiftly morphed into that of a rogue. Jian Linger was on the brink of insanity. Having escaped one ruffian, she now found herself faced with another, an even more insidious one. It seemed an endless torment. You. Jian Linger was so enraged that words eluded her. What more could she possibly say? It was a hard-won moment to summon a savior, only to discover that he was a selfish pervert. Surely the young lady must have heard of the principle that one should repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. Today, I saved your life, and all you need to offer in return is your essence. A rather advantageous transaction, I must say. Tian Wenjing remarked with a dismissive air, believing that the essence of the spirit race was something to be shared freely, and it would be better to benefit himself. Having already ascended to the realm of transformation, he found it increasingly arduous to enhance his powers, and he would not let this rare opportunity slip away. To strive in the face of opportunity is futile. Seizing the moment is paramount. You shall not. Jian Linger exclaimed, taken aback by Tian Wenjing's expectation of repayment for his supposed kindness. She had thought him a paragon of virtue, but in reality, he was even more revolting than the previous rogue. At least that rogue had been openly shameless, while Tian Wenjing was insidiously hypocritical. Chapter 78. Tian Wenjing, I will rise at 8. Tian Wenjing leisurely tucked away his folding fan, his gaze upon Jian Linger reminiscent of a ravenous wolf eyeing a plump lamb. though I know not how you have fallen to such depths. It seems you have little power to refuse me now, do you? Heh. Are you not afraid of my vengeance? Jianlinger threatened boldly. Rest assured, once I have absorbed your essence, I shall send you on your way. You likely won't have the chance to retaliate, given your current state. It seems you won't be able to gather your spirit again, will you? Ha ha. Truly, the heavens favor me, Tian Wenjing declared, proceeding to loosen his belt, exuding an aura of uncontainable desire. Jianlinger found herself at a loss for words. Her so-called savior harbored ill intentions, and she had no desire to cry for help any longer. My kin will avenge me. They will pursue you to the ends of the earth. At this, Tian Wenjing laughed heartily, dismissing her threat. This secret realm is fraught with peril. Who knows how you might meet your end? Here, an impenetrable barrier separates us from the outside world, and no tools from beyond can pierce this veil. If I were to kill you, only heaven and earth would know, and you and I would share the secret. Surrender your struggle. Enjoy this final moment of pleasure, for it will not be in vain to have come into this world. With that, Tian Wenjing lunged toward Jianling. In sheer terror, she stumbled backward, only to trip over a stone and fall to the ground. As she watched Tian Wenjing approach with increasing proximity, despair enveloped her, and she closed her eyes. At that moment, it seemed she was truly doomed. With no spiritual power left to self-destruct, she lamented the folly of having ventured out for amusement. Now, she faced the loss of her virtue and possibly her very life. Just as Tian Wenjing was about to pounce upon her, a thunderous shout erupted behind him like a clap of thunder. Tian Wenjing, you wretched scoundrel! What right do you have as a disciple of Tianmiao sect to act so brazenly before me? Tian Wenjing, who had initially exuded confidence, now found himself utterly deflated by Jiang Shaoyan's thunderous voice. Who is speaking? Tian Wenjing abruptly halted his steps, drawing forth his long spear, embodying a demeanor akin to facing a formidable adversary. The environment within this secret realm exhibited peculiarities, and his spiritual awareness seemed somewhat impaired. Your grandfather is here. Hurry up and pay your respects, Jiang Shaotian exclaimed as he leaped from behind a tree, defiantly raising two middle fingers towards Tian Wenjing. This scoundrel was even more shameless than he, a veritable scum of society. Jianlinger, who had initially given up hope, was astonished to find an unexpected ally emerge in the form of Jiang Shaotian. Upon opening her eyes, the sight before her left her utterly shocked. It's you, you filthy rogue. I am in this predicament because of you. You should swiftly dispatch this lecherous wretch. Jianlinger cried out, seizing upon this lifeline. Convinced that although Jiang Shaotian possessed a certain indecency, he was infinitely preferable to Tian Wenjing. Little girl, your words are rather misguided. It was you who struck first. Why do you make it seem as though I abandoned you? If you wish for my assistance, then plead for it. Jiang Shaotian retorted with a mischievous grin. You scoundrel. How dare you? Do you think of me as heir? A mere foundation-building ant dares to dream of heroically saving a damsel? You wish for death. Tian Wenjing, enraged and humiliated, thrust his spear towards Jiang Shaotian. Be careful, Jianlinger instinctively warned, as she did not wish for her sole lifeline to be pierced like a shish kebab. Bang! Tian Wenjing's figure soared through the air like a kite severed from its string. If I cannot defeat the old man, can I not handle you, little brat? Jiang Shaotian proclaimed triumphantly, blowing on his fist. Jianlinger gaped in astonishment, unable to fathom that this foundation-building rogue could possess such prowess, sending the early-stage transformation god Tian Wenjing flying with a single punch. Although she too had fallen to Jiang Shaotian, it was strictly due to that mysterious sword chi, not his direct strength. The notion of a foundation-building practitioner besting a transformation god was simply unfathomable. Thud! Tian Wenjing crashed heavily to the ground, clutching his concave chest, his face a canvas of shock and agony. How is this possible? He murmured in disbelief, blood spewing forth. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the exorcising evil sword, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, pierced his chest. Subsequently, his nascent soul fled rapidly. Fearing a diversionary tactic, Jiang Shaotian refrained from pursuing Tian Wenjing's nascent soul. Turning to the incapacitated Jianlinger, he grinned and said, Now I am your savior. Remember that you owe me a favor. If it weren't for you, would I be in this state? How dare you speak? Jianlinger glared at Jiang Shaotian, incensed, for it was that unknown sword chi that had brought her to this lowly plight. Your argument is flawed. Am I not permitted to defend myself? Just because you possess beauty does not grant you immunity from reason, Jiang Shaotian countered, asserting his position, for he had shown mercy by not killing this spirit race woman. Who gave you the audacity to spy on me while I bathe? Jian Linger argued defiantly. How dare you say that? In broad daylight. A young lady like myself bathing in the river, and you call me shameless? Jiang Shaotian scoffed, a mocking grin on his face. Jian Linger, upon hearing this, felt a rush of indignation. No one had ever accused her of being unashamed before. This vast secret realm is so expansive. How could I have anticipated anyone would be nearby? Tears almost welled in her eyes as she lamented her predicament. After being inexplicably transported to a marshy area upon entering the secret realm, she had no choice but to bathe during the day due to her filthy state. She had wandered for quite some time without encountering another soul before daring to enter the river, only to be surprised by Jiang Xiaoyan's sudden appearance. Can you blame me? You came at me with hostility. It's your own fault. What? Do you think I'm an easy target just because I'm at the foundation establishment stage? Humph. If you provoke me, I'll take on your entire spirit clan single-handedly. Do you believe that? Jiang Shaotian threatened, his nose held high as if he were making a grand proclamation. He felt no shame in his boastfulness. Just because he couldn't achieve it now didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. You? Just based on that. Jian Linger pouted, expressing her disdain. She acknowledged that Jiang Shaotian was indeed somewhat extraordinary, but claiming he could defeat the entire spirit clan was mere folly. The spirit clan, an ancient race that existed since the dawn of creation, was not something to be trifled with, even in these times of dwindling spirit energy. Believe it or not, I can't be bothered to argue with you. After saying this, Jiang Shaotian turned to leave, having more pressing matters to attend to and no time to waste. Hey, you're just leaving like that? Jian Linger panicked at the thought of being left alone, fearing she might encounter some unsavory character. Upon hearing her exclamation, Jiang Shaotian paused and looked back at her with a teasing smirk. What? You can't bear to part with someone as dashing and charming as I? Ugh. The normally ethereal spirit clan princess was so disgusted by Jiang Xiaoyan's words that she almost vomited. If you keep this up, I might just walk away. Jian Linger managed to regain her composure and said softly, You can leave, but you must take me with you. I am in this predicament because of you, and you must take responsibility. What? Me responsible for you? I haven't even done anything. Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, feeling as though he had been thrust into an unexpected role of fatherhood. Ugh, you lecherous pervert. What are you thinking? Jian Linger was utterly speechless at Jiang Xiaoyan's ludicrous thoughts. Oh, clarify yourself. You startled me. Do you want me to be your bodyguard? Fine, but what is the compensation? Jiang Shaotian said, extending a hand toward Jian Linger. You're taking advantage of the situation. Jian Ling, I never imagined this audacious fellow would stoop so low as to exploit a delicate lady. Ah, you guessed it. I am indeed taking advantage. So, what will it be? If there is nothing of worth to offer, then perhaps I might consider giving myself to you, suggested Jiang Shaotian with a lecherous gaze, surveying Jian Linger from head to toe, which sent shivers down her spine. Bah, how delusional. With a face like yours, a toad should not dare to dream. Jian Linger retorted sharply, now convinced that this boy was nothing more than a braggart, possessing lustful thoughts, yet lacking the courage to act upon them. If he truly had the audacity, he would have pounced on her like Tian Wenjing did. Though she was uncertain why Jiang Shaotian refrained from such actions, she was confident he would only ever speak such words without any intention behind them. How dare you attack my character? I shall report you to the United Nations. Jiang Shaotian exclaimed, nearly hopping in frustration. If it weren't for the saying that a lustful heart could be a double-edged sword, he would have already pounced on her and dealt with her accordingly. Stop your nonsense. I have no time for this. Come help me. Jian Linger beckoned him like one would call a village dog. Jiang Shaotian was utterly perplexed by her audacity. Just recently, she had nearly stripped him of his trousers, and now she lingered around him. What a conundrum you are. After some contemplation, Jiang Shaotian ultimately decided to take her along. Her status commanded respect, and it was far more advantageous to cultivate a positive relationship than a negative one. Furthermore, her abilities were inscrutable. Having her as a bodyguard could prove beneficial. Even if she currently seemed powerless, he assisted Jian Linger to her feet and casually inquired, When do you suppose your strength will return? Only by returning to the spirit clan and soaking in the spirit pool can I recover, she replied. Jiang Shaotian was momentarily stunned, regretting his earlier decision. Was she merely a burden? Is there no alternative? He pressed on, as he awaited her recovery to serve as his protector. There are other methods, Jianlinger admitted, but they involve siphoning spiritual energy from others, which would require immense power. Ordinary cultivators simply cannot provide enough, and high-level cultivators would never permit such an act. Thus, this method is rather impractical. Jianlinger was candid, but Zhang Xiaotian was left in a state of confusion. If that is the case, I cannot guarantee your safety. You are well aware of the lurking dangers here. Fear not. I trust that as long as you remain unharmed, I shall not perish. Jianlinger expressed her confidence in him, not for any trivial reason, but because of that previous sword energy. Such power was not something just anyone could wield. And coupled with Zhang Xiaotian's extraordinary foundational cultivation, she had every reason to believe this fellow had many hidden cards yet to play. You hold me in high regard. Well, having a beauty by my side is not a misfortune. Come aboard, Zhang Xiaotian said, crouching before Jianlinger and patting his shoulder. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Of course, it's for you to climb aboard. Do you wish to limp along? He added. A mere foundational cultivator like me cannot fly. Zhang Xiaotian rolled his eyes and scolded Jianlinger. In truth, he could have summoned the spiritual boat. However, its large size would attract unwanted attention, making it more practical to carry it on his back. Jianlinger hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and climbing onto Zhang Xiaotian's back, aware that her own strength would not carry her far and that she had to rely on him. Zhang Xiaotian embraced Jianlinger's thighs without hesitation and rose to his feet, striding forward. Hey, where do you think you're putting your hands? Jianlinger exclaimed, realizing the inappropriate placement of his hands, promptly hitting Zhang Xiaotian's back in protest. Do you want me to toss you into the river? Zhang Xiaotian retorted, fabricating a feigned innocence. It was just a slip of the hand. Don't tell me that was another slip. Jianlinger was on the verge of losing her mind. This guy's hands were far too mischievous. Well, hee. As the two bickered and their figures gradually receded, suddenly, a towering beam of light erupted from the distant mountains, illuminating the entire secret realm. Goodness, could it be that an extraordinary divine weapon has emerged? Zhang Xiaotian gazed at the radiant pillar, astonishment etched across his face. Jianlinger, perched on his back, wore a grave expression. It was evident that a significant treasure was about to reveal itself. However, devoid of any spiritual power, she found herself powerless to seize this rare opportunity and pounded Zhang Xiaotian's back in frustration. It's all your fault. Just as Zhang Xiaotian was about to retort, a flurry of figures soared overhead, racing toward the beam of light, eager not to miss the chance. Observing this, Zhang Xiaotian promptly summoned the spiritual boat and leapt aboard, hastening in the direction of the light. Why did you only bring out the spiritual boat now? Jianlinger was exasperated. Who in their right mind would avoid using a vessel when they had won? Just let me explain. No, let me defend myself. Faced with Jianlinger's piercing gaze, Zhang Xiaotian could only feign ignorance. Once I recover, I swear I will chop off your hands. Jianlinger was acutely aware of his intentions to take advantage of her, feeling like a tiger fallen to the plains, bullied by a mere poodle. Zhang Xiaotian pretended not to hear her as he focused on the distant beam of light. He thought to himself that such a commotion would surely attract Huan and Qing Li. If all went well, they would meet at the treasure site. Chapter 80. A thorny barrier. Zhang Xiaotian piloted the spiritual boat, arriving fashionably late. The foot of the mountain was already teeming with people. Nearly all the cultivators who had entered this secret realm were gathered there. With fervent eyes, they fixated on the soaring beam of light. Had it not been for the restrictions at the base of the mountain, they would have surged upwards with all their might. Zhang Xiaotian and Jianlinger disembarked from the spiritual boat, and he turned his head to search for Huan and the others, yet he found no trace of them. Strange, where could they be? Could something have happened? Zhang Xiaotian was uncertain about the circumstances of the two individuals. Upon seeing him, the group of cultivators at the foot of the mountain was momentarily taken aback. How did a mere foundation establishment cultivator find their way into such a perilous situation? Surely, I am not mistaken. This is indeed a foundation establishment. It cannot be an error. I can see it as foundation establishment. How audacious can this lad be? How has he managed to survive until now? The crowd expressed their bewilderment at Zhang Xiaotian's presence. In this secret realm, fraught with danger, even those at the core formation stage would be hard-pressed to navigate safely. How had this foundation establishment youth managed to endure? Zhang Xiaotian chose to ignore their stares and walked over to the boundary, reaching out to touch it. Bang! A tremendous force propelled him backwards. Ha! This lad truly is oblivious to danger. This boundary is something we dare not approach. How does he have the gall? Truly, the naivety of youth knows no fear. This should be quite the lesson for him. Jianlinger approached Jiang Shaotian leisurely, mockingly inquiring, "Oh, why are you lying down instead of standing? Is standing not to your liking? Cough, cough. Do not get too smug. Do not forget your current predicament." Jiang Shaotian cast a sidelong glance at Jianlinger, coughing as he spoke, having not anticipated the boundary's violent reaction, which rendered even a mere touch impossible. Upon seeing Jianlinger, the crowd's eyes suddenly sparkled with fascination. Her breathtaking beauty left many of the older men drooling in excitement. Is that a member of the Spirit Clan? Someone in the crowd recognized Jianlinger's origins. And with that exclamation, shock washed over the faces of those present. The Spirit Clan seldom ventured out alone, making it rare for ordinary cultivators to encounter them. To unexpectedly find a solitary member of the Spirit Clan in this secret realm, and one so strikingly beautiful at that, was nothing short of astonishing. Despite their astonishment, no one dared to make any inappropriate moves, for they were uncertain of Jianlinger's true abilities. To them, she appeared devoid of spiritual energy and cultivation. Yet they understood that beings from the Spirit Clan inherently possessed pure spiritual energy. How could she possibly lack spiritual power? The only explanation was that Jianlinger's realm surpassed theirs, rendering them unable to discern her true strength. Jianlinger took note of their expressions, filled with disdain and contempt. After all, she had previously annihilated cultivators like them with ease, so her experience as a powerhouse was well established. The crowd felt a chill at her gaze. She was undoubtedly a formidable figure. Truly, as expected of the Spirit Clan, even a single member exuded such an overwhelming presence. "I am Lu Xianming, a disciple of the Grand Elder Tian Howren from the Thousand Machines Pavilion. Might I have the honor of making your acquaintance, miss?" Lu Xianming struck a pose he believed to be charming and politely addressed Jianlinger, showing considerable interest in her lineage. "Go away. I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. What is the matter with this boundary?" Jianlinger, well aware of the principle of not losing composure amidst intimidation, adopted an expression that clearly conveyed her desire for distance. If her true identity were unveiled, it would spell trouble. "Ah, this barrier has been here since our arrival. Surely it was established by the predecessors who created this small world. We were contemplating forcefully breaching it, but with your esteemed presence, my dear lady, I believe it can be dismantled in mere moments." Lu Xianming lavished compliments upon Jianlinger, for one should not strike those who bear a smile. "There is no need for me to intervene. My subordinates can handle it," Jianlinger remarked, casting a glance at Jiang Shaotian, who was rubbing his behind nearby, causing the attention of the group to shift back towards him. "What? You want him to do it?" Lu Xianming found himself at a loss for words. He feared that being too blunt might anger Jianlinger. Wouldn't it be counterproductive to rely on someone at the Foundation establishment stage? "Hey, what's wrong with me coming?" "What do you mean?" Jiang Shaotian retorted, visibly displeased, feeling that he was being openly disdained. "My good fellow, you misunderstand me. I harbor no ill intentions. I merely worry that the barrier might inadvertently harm you." "Which would be unfortunate," Lu Xianming replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Had it not been for Jianlinger's presence, he would have long since sent Jiang Shaotian flying 10 miles away with a single slap. The more Jiang Shaotian listened, the more he sensed an underlying mockery in Lu Xianming's tone. Just as he was contemplating teaching Lu Xianming a lesson, he received a transmission from Huan Huan, who had encountered Qing Li, besieged by attackers, and had been delayed in her rescue. "Huh, my bodyguard has returned." The long-lost sense of security made Jiang Shaotian's lips curl into a smile. Lu Xianming furrowed his brow upon seeing Jiang Shaotian grinning foolishly for no apparent reason, wondering if the barrier had rendered him daft. "Well then, you take the lead. I'm merely at the Foundation establishment stage. I can't be of much assistance," Jiang Shaotian said, glaring discontentedly at Jianlinger, who dared to use him as a shield, falsely claiming to be his subordinate. Truly, she was asking for a beating. The group expected Jiang Shaotian to retort boldly, especially with the support of the Spirit Clan woman, but to their surprise, he immediately backed down, revealing his spinelessness. Before long, the crowd lost all interest in Jiang Shaotian. As for Jianlinger, they dared not provoke her. Since she was unwilling to lend her strength, they decided to treat her as if she were invisible. After a brief discussion, they resolved to collectively attack a specific point of the barrier. They clearly stated that those who chose not to contribute would not be allowed to ascend the mountain once the barrier was breached. As the cultivators who were to enter the secret realm gathered, they prepared themselves and simultaneously unleashed their spells upon the barrier. Boom! Their powerful spiritual energy struck the barrier, which rippled like seaweed before releasing a tremendous shockwave, knocking the group to the ground. This barrier can actually rebound our strength. How peculiar. It seems brute force alone cannot dismantle this barrier. The crowd stared in astonishment at the unscathed barrier, pondering how they might breach it without resorting to sheer force. For a moment, everyone found themselves at a loss. This barrier was not their forte, but rather a specialty of the Qianji Pavilion. Ah, indeed, the Qianji Pavilion. Wasn't there a member of the Qianji Pavilion among them? With this thought, the crowd turned their gaze in unison towards Lu Xianming. Chapter 81. Allow me to demonstrate true teleportation. Lu Xianming felt slightly bewildered as everyone looked at him. Although he was indeed a disciple of the Qianji Pavilion, specializing in the study of mechanism formations, he had only grasped the basics. How could he possibly deal with a barrier of such caliber? Faced with the expectant eyes of the crowd, Lu Xianming could only steel himself and speak up. The predecessor who established this barrier possesses unfathomable prowess, and we naturally find ourselves powerless against it. However, we can contemplate alternative methods. What methods? Please enlighten us. The Qianji Pavilion excels in formations. I can set up a teleportation array to directly transport individuals behind the barrier. Lu Xianming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. If they could not dismantle the barrier, they could simply find another way to bypass it. Indeed, what a splendid idea. Brother Lu truly lives up to his reputation as the chief disciple of the Qianji Pavilion. Upon hearing Lu Xianming's suggestion, the crowd deemed it feasible and began to shower him with praise. Feeling somewhat elated by their commendations, Lu Xianming discreetly glanced at Jian Linger, only to find her still wearing that aloof, unapproachable expression. Brother Lu, please demonstrate the Qianji Pavilion's formations for us. Yes. Brother Lu, do proceed. Time is of the essence. The crowd urged him anxiously, as their anticipation for the treasures atop the mountain grew palpable. Very well, esteemed guests. Please lend me your attention. I shall commence the arrangement. Saying this, Lu Xianming produced an array of peculiar items from his storage ring, various jade stones, formation flags, compasses, and the like. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he toiled away, perspiration beading on his forehead. Haha, the task is complete. With Lu Xianming's declaration, the crowd immediately surged forward with excitement. Is this all it takes? Truly, a remarkable disciple of the Qianji Pavilion. Indeed. Brother Lu is impressive. How does this formation work? Everyone chimed in, their voices overlapping. Lu Xianming pointed to the array on the ground, his pride evident as he said, "Please remain calm. Simply stand within the array's markings. This formation has a limited capacity for teleportation, so let us form an orderly queue. Otherwise, we may not be able to pass through the barrier before nightfall." After speaking, Lu Xianming stepped into the center of the markings. He turned to Jian Linger with a smile and asked, "Would you like to join me, miss?" Upon hearing this, Jian Linger glanced up at Lu Xianming, then turned her gaze to Jiang Xiaotian. "Why are you looking at me? If you wish to go, then by all means." Jiang Xiaotian replied nonchalantly. Observing Lu Xianming's actions, he had already devised a method to traverse the barrier. After a moment of hesitation, Jian Linger shook her head, declining Lu Xianming's kind offer. She trusted no one but Jiang Xiaotian at present. Observing this, Lu Xianming's expression momentarily fell before he quickly regained his composure. He planted the formation flag into the array's core, and instantly, golden light emanated from the array patterns, creating a rather imposing spectacle. The onlookers were filled with elation, for it seemed the formation had indeed succeeded. Truly, a disciple of the Qianji Pavilion. After a few breaths, Lu Xianming's figure began to blur, suggesting he was likely teleporting. Just as his silhouette was on the verge of vanishing, the formation flag beneath him suddenly erupted. Subsequently, the jade stones shattered as well, creating a scene reminiscent of festive firecrackers during the new year. Due to the backlash from the formation, Lu Xianming spat out a mouthful of old blood. His eyes wide with shock as he exclaimed, "This barrier is truly formidable. It has suppressed my formation. Which powerful being has set this up?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's hearts sank. If this barrier was so formidable, how could they possibly pass through? Oh, after all this effort, it turns out to be a futile endeavor? They had anticipated some grand capability, but this? Now it was Jiang Xiaotian's turn to mock. and his sardonic words immediately prompted the crowd to turn and glare at him in anger. Are you pleased that we cannot breach the barrier, you scoundrel? A mere ant at the Foundation establishment stage dared to speak out, displaying a shocking ignorance of his own mortality. My temper is quite explosive. I shall crush him. Jiang Xiaoyan's words incited the fury of the crowd. Were it not for Jian Linger's presence, they would likely have advanced to silence him permanently. Do not look at me. Feel free to strike if you wish. I shan't intervene, Jian Linger remarked as everyone turned their gaze upon her. Even if she wanted to intervene, she felt powerless. If Jiang Xiaotian were to endure a beating, it would only bring her joy. Is the young lady serious? Of course, we in the Spirit Clan keep our word. Jian Linger crossed her arms nonchalantly as she spoke. Enough. I have tolerated you for far too long. Perish. One among them, emboldened by Jian Linger's words, threw a punch at Jiang Xiaotian. Rising to meet the blow, Jiang Xiaotian countered with a punch of his own. Bang! The assailant was sent flying. His bones shattered under the force of the blow. Ah, my hand. A cry of agony rang out like thunder, leaving the crowd momentarily stunned. Am I seeing things? It seems I am. Did this Foundation establishment brat just send a core formation initial stage cultivator flying? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The crowd could hardly believe their eyes. Let alone accept that a Foundation establishment could injure a core formation cultivator. It was utterly illogical. Jian Linger, however, remained remarkably composed. She recognized that this Foundation establishment youth was extraordinary, and her curiosity was piqued regarding how Jiang Xiaotian accomplished such a feat. It defied all logic. I have no time to play house with you fools. Jiang Xiaotian turned to Jian Linger and inquired, would you like to come along? Huh, go over? Oh yes. Yes, absolutely. Jian Linger was momentarily taken aback, nearly failing to respond. Are you asking me to plead with you? Am I not your subordinate? Jiang Xiaotian was quite displeased at being taken advantage of. What? You? Why are you so stingy? Jian Linger exclaimed, stamping her feet in frustration, thinking to herself that this fellow was remarkably vengeful. The others, who had intended to retort against Jiang Xiaotian's insult, were momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing Jian Linger's demeanor. Was this foundational cultivator teasing that spirit tribe girl? How dare he? This shared question lingered in the minds of the crowd. Yet no one was destined to provide an answer. I'll count to 3. If you don't plead with me, I shall go alone, Jiang Xiaotian declared, raising 3 fingers before folding one down. All right, I beg you. Jian Linger internally cursed Jiang Xiaotian's ancestors for his opportunistic behavior. Now we're getting somewhere. Though your sincerity could use some improvement, Jiang Xiaotian remarked, aware that pressing too hard could lead to undesirable consequences. He then grasped Jian Linger's hand and disdainfully addressed Lu Xianming, who was recuperating nearby. Humph, a false teleportation. Let me demonstrate what true teleportation is. As soon as Jiang Xiaotian's words fell, both he and Jian Linger flickered and promptly appeared on the other side of the barrier. Chapter 82, Alive Indeed. Jiang Xiaotian had now truly astonished everyone. Showcasing an impressive feat, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with all eyes wide open like saucers. Some even rubbed their eyes repeatedly, questioning whether their vision was faulty. As one of the participants, Jian Linger wore a bewildered expression, her adorable demeanor prompting an urge to pinch her cheeks. Did I really just arrive here? Jian Linger murmured, pinching her soft cheeks, suspecting she had fallen victim to an illusion cast by some powerful individual. How could this be possible? Jiang Xiaotian reveled in the astonished expressions of the crowd, relishing the moment. The effort he expended in exchanging 1,000 points for the teleportation talisman was not in vain. It truly allowed him to bypass all restrictions with ease. How magnificent! If only he could acquire more of these talismans, who could possibly contend with him? Host, do not get ahead of yourself. While this teleportation talisman can ignore all spells, it has a cooldown period of 3 days. This means you will be unable to leave until 3 days have passed. Good luck with that. The system's voice, Xiaozhou, extinguished the flames of elation that had ignited within Jiang Xiaotian. Curse it! Why didn't you say so sooner? Jiang Xiaotian's expression shifted from triumphant to one of despair. Who could have anticipated such a cooldown period? Rascal, how did you manage this? It's truly remarkable. Once Jian Linger regained her composure, she excitedly tugged at Jiang Xiaotian's arm, inquiring further. Jiang Xiaotian's thoughts were abruptly returned by Jian Linger's voice. He playfully flicked her nose and teased, I want to tell you. You. Who cares? Jian Linger pouted, visibly displeased. Observing the astonished crowd, Jiang Shaotian tossed aside a few stray hairs and declared, "Now, this is what true teleportation looks like. Allow me to enlighten you today. As for that Qinji Pavilion, it ought to be renamed Qinji Farm for raising chickens instead. Remember to rear a few old hens of 2.5 years. They are quite nourishing." With that, Jiang Shaotian turned and strode up the mountain, leaving the onlookers dumbfounded, resembling ants on a hot pan. "Brash rogue, tell me how you did that." Jian Linger immediately pursued him, pressing for answers. "My master left me a teleportation artifact. How about that? Far superior to the petty tricks of Qinji Pavilion. Wouldn't you agree?" Jiang Shaotian, unable to withstand Jian Linger's barrage of questions, reluctantly improvised an explanation. "So it's teleportation. But why not go directly to the mountaintop? What was the purpose of this journey?" Jian Linger asked, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian halted, momentarily stunned. In his desire to show off, he had overlooked this detail. This is something you wouldn't understand. Children shouldn't ask so many questions. It's bothersome." With that, he hastily made his way towards the light pillar at the mountain summit, knowing that engaging further would risk revealing the truth. Before long, Jiang Shaotian arrived at the entrance of a cave, the very light pillar emanating from within. "There's actually a cave? This must be the dwelling of a powerful being who opened this small world," Jian Linger remarked as she caught up and gazed at the cave in awe. Jiang Shaotian scrutinized the cave entrance, his expression turning serious. He turned to Jian Linger and said, "Let South leave this place." Sensing something amiss, Jian Linger nodded and prepared to depart. "Since you're here, why not come in for a while?" A resonant, ethereal voice emerged from the cave, sending a chill down Jiang Shaotian's spine. Indeed, there was life within. Jian Linger instinctively shielded Jiang Shaotian, realizing that a formidable presence still thrived within this secret realm. To have created a small world meant this being was at least above the tribulation stage. How could such an ancient creature still be alive? Understanding that he had caught the attention of this entity, Jiang Shaotian knew escape would not be easy, so he steeled himself and entered the cave. As he stepped inside, he was astounded by the sight before him. The cave was adorned with exquisite spirit stones, and 2 rows of ever-burning lamps illuminated the gems, casting a brilliant glow. The once dark cave was now surprisingly radiant. It was truly remarkable. "Forgive my intrusion, esteemed elder," Jiang Shaotian said, walking further in while addressing the air, with Jian Linger silently following, evidently treating him as her protector. "What year is it tonight?" Once again, the voice, steeped in the weight of time, posed a question that left Jiang Shaotian momentarily speechless. As a traveler from another realm, how could he possibly ascertain the current year? He turned his gaze toward Jian Ling, who shrugged her shoulders and pouted, indicating her own ignorance. "What? You don't know either? How could I? Our spirit clan has never kept track of years." Jian Linger replied innocently, respectfully reporting, "Senior, I too am at a loss," Jiang Shaotian said, scratching his head in resignation, feeling so awkward that he could almost dig a hole into the ground with his toes. "No matter, it must have been a millennium since then. Is the demon sect still in existence?" The voice continued to inquire, leaving Jiang Shaotian overwhelmed by the barrage of questions. Was this a riddle of countless queries? Just as he was grappling with his embarrassment, Jian Linger spoke up, respectfully responding, "Senior, the demon sect has been severely weakened since the demon-slaying war 1,000 years ago, and now remains a minor threat in a corner." "So, that battle happened over a millennium ago. How did you 2 young ones manage to enter?" The hidden figure was perplexed by Jiang Shaotian's foundation-building realm. While the woman beside him exhibited no spiritual power, logically, they should not have been able to enter. "Is it truly difficult to enter?" Jiang Shaotian could not help but boast, provoking an eye roll from Jian Linger. If it were not difficult, would the crowd outside the barrier not wish to come in? Haha. This young friend speaks wisely. As the ancient voice faded, a phantom gradually materialized before Jiang Shaotian. It was a figure of ethereal grace, with brows that extended to his temples and eyes like profound pools, seemingly holding the brilliance of stars within. "Do not fear, young friend, I am King Swansea. My primordial spirit was injured during the demon-slaying war, and, by chance, I have been healing in this small world ever since." Now Jiang Shaotian understood. This elder was merely a hermit. He had thought this small world had been created by him. Upon hearing this, Jian Linger gazed at King Swansea with admiration. Any participant in the demon-slaying war must surely be a formidable figure. To be wounded in the name of justice and to bear the scars until now, what noble character. Truly, He is a monk of great virtue. Senior King Xuanzi, have you now recovered from your injuries? While Jiang Shaotian grasped the situation within the cave, he was still uncertain of King Xuanzi's true intentions. If he had healed, then leaving this place would suffice. If not, what purpose did it serve to summon him into the cave? Chapter 83. A sword drawn, a soul obliterated. King Xuanzi's expression shifted at Jiang Shaotian's inquiry. He did not respond directly, but instead began to share a tale with a distant gaze. The content was simple, recounting the brutal bloodshed of the battlefield and the loneliness of his healing over the past millennium. Do you know how I have spent these 1,000 years? This fragment of my soul has been confined within this cave, deprived of light. Who can fathom the suffering I endure? The elder grew increasingly animated as he spoke, and had he possessed flesh, his anger would have surged visibly. Senior, do you require assistance from me? Should there be any need, do not hesitate to speak. The younger generation shall certainly contribute their humble efforts. Jiang Shaotian mused that it would be quite advantageous to have a prominent figure owe him a favor. Perhaps he might even receive in return one of the divine weapons emanating a radiant glow behind him. Alas, this poor Taoist has waited for a millennium, only to encounter a foundation-level practitioner. The heavens are unjust. The heavens are unjust indeed. King Xuanzi raised his head and let out a mournful howl. At that moment, a woman, her delicate feet submerged in the rushing river, suddenly furrowed her brows and muttered, "I am a woman. It is inherently unfair." Upon hearing this, Jiang Shaotian felt a twinge of displeasure. Who does she look down upon? Hey, senior, what do you mean by that? What's wrong with being foundation level? I managed to enter, while those in the transformation stage are still playing house outside. This poor Taoist has spent a millennium erasing part of this divine weapon seal, only to attract a foundation-level practitioner. After lamenting, King Xuanzi's gaze suddenly fixed upon Jianlinger. Are you a member of the spirit clan? Yet. Why is there no spiritual power within you? It's a long story. I'll explain it upon returning to my clan, Jianlinger replied, casting an accusatory glare at Jiang Shaotian, for it was indeed this lewd rogue's doing. I see, King Xuanzi remarked after a moment of calculation, and his gaze upon Jianlinger grew increasingly fervent. Jianlinger felt a chill run down her spine under the intensity of his stare and instinctively shifted behind Jiang Shaotian. It appears I was mistaken to scold the heavens. You are quite remarkable. The more Jiang Shaotian listened, the more uneasy he became. What does this venerable elder mean? Is he taking a liking to Jianlinger? What do you mean? Jianlinger questioned warily, her eyes narrowed at King Xuanzi. Indeed, I have an urgent matter that requires your assistance, young lady. What matter? Jianlinger felt an ominous premonition. I require a temporary use of your body. I have waited a millennium for this. If I delay any further, this lingering soul shall dissipate entirely. Your physique from the spirit clan is quite suitable. Why not assist me? Upon finishing, an irresistible pressure emanated from his soul, causing Jiang Shaotian and Jianlinger to feel dizzy. This is bad. The old man intends to seize control. Jiang Shaotian had long harbored suspicions that the secret realm was fraught with anomalies, and he often felt a sense of being watched. It turned out they were screening the incoming cultivators. No wonder they randomly teleported individuals. It seems they intended to incite various conflicts, allowing the cultivators to slaughter one another, ultimately leaving behind those of higher realms or superior physiques for possession. Realizing this, Jiang Shaotian forcefully hurled the exorcising evil sword towards King Xuanzi, the sound of the sword humming incessantly. Though exorcising evil was sharp, it could not contend with this ancient being, who effortlessly seized it with one hand. How do you possess this sword? King Xuanzi exclaimed, his eyes widening as he gazed at the sword of an old acquaintance. That is none of your concern. With a furious shout, Jiang Shaotian hurled a punch towards King Xuanzi, feeling no obligation to show any courtesy in the face of imminent possession. Bang! Jiang Shaotian's figure was sent flying, revealing that even a remnant soul was beyond his capabilities. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, possess quite the audacity to strike at this humble Taoist. Though my powers have waned since my prime, I am still formidable within the refinement ruins realm. You, a trifling foundation establishment, are but an ant attempting to shake a tree, King Xuanzi proclaimed, his eyes flashing with golden light. Simultaneously, Jianling was seemed to be gripped by an invisible hand, slowly levitating into the air. Perverted rogue, save me. Jianlinger was now in a state of sheer panic, realizing that should the old man succeed in possessing her, death would seem preferable. Jiang Shaotian coughed up blood from his chest, his heart heavy with dread as he gazed at the perilous situation of Jianlinger. It truly felt as if he owed her from a past life. He now had to expend 2 of his 3 life-preserving sword energies on her, a thought that pierced his heart like a knife. The secret realm was fraught with danger. If he exhausted his sword energies, he would be doomed. His backpack was utterly devoid of supplies. "Oh, dear girl, I truly owe you from my past life." Jiang Shaotian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, with a fierce glint in his eyes, shouted at Qing Xuanzi, "Old man, if you do not cease your actions, do not blame me for being ruthless. I spare you because of your past deeds in slaying demons, but should you remain obstinate, I will have no choice but to send you on your way." Upon hearing this, Qing Xuanzi appeared to find it an utterly ludicrous jest. His face contorted with rage as he retorted, "This humble Taoist has waited for a millennium, trapped for a millennium. Not even the endless void could make me retreat an inch. Yet you, a mere foundation establishment insect, dare to speak so boldly. Once I possess this body, I shall drain you dry to replenish my soul." Jiang Shaotian felt a chill as he regarded the ancient monster before him. Imagining the horrifying scenario of Jianlinger being possessed, a beautiful maiden housing the spirit of a millennia-old man. How incongruous. Since you are so obstinate, I shall send you to your demise. Receive my sword. As soon as he finished speaking, a sword energy materialized out of thin air and slashed towards Qing Xuanzi. Seemingly ordinary, Qing Xuanzi dismissed it entirely, merely raising his hand to casually swat it away. Swish! The sword energy effortlessly penetrated Qing Xuanzi's palm and continued its trajectory towards him. This sword energy is peculiar. Qing Xuanzi had no choice but to halt his possession attempt, joining his hands together to strike at the sword energy. Be shattered. A sound akin to the tearing of a soul resonated in the ears of Jianlinger and Jiang Shaotian. The sword energy, having passed through Qing Xuanzi's soul, continued its journey unperturbed. How is this possible? Qing Xuanzi gazed in disbelief at his bifurcated soul, astonished that such an ordinary sword energy could yield such results. Thud! Jianlinger fell heavily to the ground as the invisible force binding her vanished. Oh no! The pain was excruciating. Jiang Shaotian stepped forward, gazing at the gradually fading spirit of Qing Xuzi, and spoke. "Do not say I did not warn you. Your own recklessness brings its own consequences. The treasures behind you shall be claimed by me. Losing a sword, Qi demands a thorough plundering. Otherwise, I shall find myself at a loss. The aura of the sword sage. How could this be possible? No, I refuse to accept it." The spirit of Qing Xuzi gradually dissipated amidst his anguished cries, and within moments, he ceased to exist in this world. In the final instant of his soul's dissolution, a flicker of residual essence transformed into a point of light that silently flew towards Jiang Shaotian, vanishing into his brow. Jiang Shaotian, preoccupied with helping Jianlinger and discreetly seeking personal gain, remained oblivious to this subtle glimmer. Chapter 84. The Emergence of Celestial Artifacts. Outside the barrier, a group of people anxiously sought a means to breach it when, suddenly, a sword chi sliced through the air above them, tearing a gash in the barrier. Where did that sword chi come from? Look, the barrier is breaking. The crowd, elated, watched as the barrier began to fade. Neglecting the origin of the sword chi in their excitement, they surged forward towards the mountaintop, fearing that Jiang Shaotian would arrive first. Meanwhile, Jiang Shaotian was fervently sifting through the treasures amassed by Xuanzizi over the millennia. "This is yours, and this is mine." He tossed the lower-grade artifacts to Jianlinger while stuffing the glimmering high-tier artifacts into his storage ring. "Is this all you're giving me?" Jianlinger protested, knowing that if she could bring back some valuable items to the Ling clan, the chieftain would certainly not reproach her for departing the mountain. "You're fortunate to receive even these scraps. Look at you, like a burden. I've shown remarkable generosity by not demanding protection fees. You may gaze upon these treasures, but taking them is out of the question." As Jiang Shaotian spoke, he hastened his actions, fearing Jianlinger might attempt to seize them. These were precious items the system indicated could absorb spiritual energy, and he had no intention of relinquishing them. Jianlinger glared at Jiang Shaotian, her frustration palpable. Yet she found herself powerless against him. After thoroughly pillaging, Jiang Shaotian's gaze fell upon a weapon emitting a beam of light. "Xiaozhou, what tier of weapon is this? It appears quite impressive." This spear, named Tian Shuang Han Xing, is a mid-grade celestial artifact, 2 tiers superior to the sword you hold. While it may not be extraordinary, it stands among the pinnacle of artifacts in this realm. Under the informative guidance of the system, Jiang Shaotian's interest in the spear intensified. It could be regarded as a divine weapon of the era. Since that is the case, I shall not be polite, Jiang Shaotian declared, reaching out to grasp the spear embedded in the ground. Wait, you're just going to grab it like that? Divine weapons possess spirits. Be cautious not to incur their wrath. Jian Linger hastily reminded Jiang Shaotian. Is such a divine weapon truly something one can wield casually? Jiang Shaotian intended to test the gun's responsiveness. But just as his hand was about to make contact, a commanding voice echoed from the cave's entrance. Halt. Subsequently, a throng of individuals surged into the cavern. Wow. So many exquisite spirit stones. This is truly a paradise, exclaimed one. Is this an immortal artifact? The onlookers were astonished by the spectacle within the cave. Despite having prepared themselves mentally, the reality of witnessing such a marvel left them utterly flabbergasted. Seeing this, Jiang Shaotian quickly grasped the gun, only to discover he could not budge it. Despite exerting all his strength, the weapon remained firmly planted in the ground. Elder? So it is an elder. The late arriving Li Mao, Chen Shi, and others immediately recognized Jiang Shaotian and hurried to his side, bowing respectfully. We, the juniors, pay our respects to the elder. Oh, no need for such formalities. You may step aside for now. Jiang Shaotian feigned nonchalance, gesturing for Li Mao and the others to retreat. Yes, we will heed the elder's words. Their bewildered reaction left the crowd in a state of confusion. An elder at such a young age? Is there truly someone in their 20s who can be called an elder? Jian Linger gazed at Jiang Shaotian with wide, curious eyes, pondering the enigma he had become. Elder Zhang Jinjiao of Lingmiao sect coldly scoffed at Jiang Shaotian. I care not which sect you belong to. Should you dare to claim that gun, I shall be the first to oppose you. Indeed, everyone should share in this divine weapon. Lu Wuji, the second elder of Ziwei Palace, echoed, rallying the crowd against Jiang Shaotian. He felt a certain trepidation towards Jiang Shaotian's peculiarities and sought to incite the masses against him. Realizing he had incited the wrath of the crowd, Jiang Shaotian prudently stepped aside. He understood that this celestial spear could not be easily taken, and thus he was not concerned about the rabble seizing it. He preferred to observe the unfolding drama from a distance. The crowd, noticing Jiang Shaotian's retreat, collectively sighed in relief, believing that this oddity still harbored some fear of them. Strength in numbers indeed proved effective. Let us see you try. Jiang Shaotian gestured to Jiang Jinjiao, intrigued to witness how this elder would falter. Jiang Jinjiao, tempted by the challenge, hesitated to approach the gun alone, knowing that countless eyes were upon him. Should he dare to step forward, he would undoubtedly become the target of their collective ire. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, as no one dared to approach the gun, yet all eyes remained fixated upon it. Realizing this stalemate could not continue, Jiang Jinjiao proposed. How about I secure the gun for now, and we can discuss a course of action together at Lingmiao sect? Why not let my Ziwei Palace go first? What if your Lingmiao sect does not honor the agreement? Lu Wuji retorted, displeased with Jiang Jinjiao. In this situation, both of them stood at the pinnacle of cultivation, having reached the late stage of the transformation god realm, and thus he felt less intimidated compared to other cultivators. Is there truly no better way for Brother Lu? Jiang Jinjiao remarked, equally displeased as he addressed Lu Wuji. Since none here yield to the other, let us determine who possesses greater skill. It is said that divine weapons possess a spirit, and such celestial artifacts cannot be easily claimed. In my humble opinion, whoever manages to obtain it shall rightfully claim it, aligning with the essence of the divine weapon and the principles of heaven. As Lu Wuji uttered these words, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, for he and Jiang Jinjiao were the most accomplished among them, which seemed rather unjust. Let us remain calm, Lu Wuji continued. Divine weapons are dictated by fate. It is not merely a question of strength that determines possession. If one is destined, even those of foundational realms may lay claim. Lu Wuji was inwardly calculating. Considering that were it not for Jiang Jinjiao's presence, he would have seized the weapon and fled, confident that the others could not stop him. After some contemplation, the crowd conceded that there was merit in his words. The crux of the matter was that their realms fell short of Lu Wuji's, even if they disagreed. What could they do? Noticing lingering skepticism among the crowd, Lu Wuji seized the moment to propose. How about this? Let Lu Xianming from the Qianji Pavilion attempt to retrieve the weapon first. If fate favors him, he shall succeed. If not, it cannot be forced. Lu Wuji, contemplating that even if the weapon were taken, he could still reclaim it, suggested Lu Xianming test the waters. Upon being called upon, Lu Xianming felt a surge of joy and eagerly prepared himself. The crowd remained silent, all eager to witness whether the weapon would exhibit the rumored sentience. With no objections voiced, Lu Xianming stepped forward towards the divine spear, already envisioning the scene of triumph as he returned to his sect bearing the celestial artifact. Chapter 85. Old Man, care to bet? Under the scrutinizing gaze of the onlookers, Lu Xianming approached the spear. He took a deep breath to steady his racing heart and extended his slightly trembling hand towards the weapon. The icy touch sent a shiver through him, causing the spectators to collectively hold their breath. Come to me. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to extract the divine spear, yet despite his efforts, he found himself unable to budge it, nearly straining himself in the process. Why can't I pull it out? Undeterred, Lu Xianming continued to tug. But no matter how hard he tried, it remained steadfast. This spear is indeed extraordinary, Jiang Jinjiao remarked, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Suddenly, as Lu Xianming struggled, the spear vibrated violently, causing him to be flung backward like a kite severed from its string, losing one of his shoes in the process. Jiang Shaotian watched the spectacle with keen interest. The outcome was entirely predictable. Lu Wuji turned to the assembly and inquired, "Who else wishes to give it a try?" The crowd was noticeably subdued. The cautionary tale of Lu Xianming loomed large in their minds, and none wished to suffer as he had, spitting blood from the shock. With no one eager to take the risk, Old Master Lu felt free to act. He strode confidently towards the spear, placing his hand upon it. And a surge of formidable spiritual energy erupted from his palm. "Give it to me," he commanded. The sheer force of his power caused the cavern to tremble, and several individuals stumbled and fell to the ground. The spear quivered ominously, and despite his preparedness, Lu Wujia was knocked back several steps, his foot finding a deep pit as he retreated. Observing this, the onlookers exhaled a sigh of relief mixed with disappointment. If even Lu Wujia could not seize the weapon, it seemed none among them would succeed. The prospect of being unable to wield such a divine artifact was profoundly disheartening. No wonder it is a divine weapon. It appears we are powerless against it, Lu Wujia lamented, feeling a pang of loss as the elusive prize slipped further from his grasp. With an air of nonchalance, Jiang Shaotian approached the spear, confident that the others would be unable to claim it. As he made his move, the crowd exchanged smirks, bemused by the audacity of this foundation establishment cultivator attempting what even the late-stage transformation cultivators could not. "What do you think you are doing?" Lu Wujia called out, his tone laced with suspicion. "You said everyone could have a try, did you not? Why should I be any different?" Jiang Shaotian retorted flippantly, "With your skills? Who gave you the audacity to covet this divine weapon?" Jiang Jinjiao interjected, unable to contain his disbelief at the audacity of this foundation establishment youth. "Huh, what if I actually managed to take it?" Jiang Shaotian challenged, keen to provoke. "Nonsense. If you could take that spear, I would have wasted all these years of cultivation." Jiang Jinjiao scoffed, incredulous at the very notion. "Should I succeed, how about you perform a handstand and dance for everyone?" Jiang Shaotian jested, setting a trap for Jiang Jinjiao, harboring a grudge against the Lingmiao sect. "You insolent brat. How crude." Jiang Jinjiao was not accustomed to such disrespect. He had always commanded respect, and no one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. "Look, he's intimidated." "Huh, the Lingmiao sect is nothing to be feared." Jiang Shaotian continued to provoke, bracing himself for any retaliatory move from Jiang Jinjiao, whose patience was wearing thin. "Which sect do you belong to? Has your master not taught you the importance of respect?" Jiang Jinjiao's ire was palpable, his beard nearly bristling with indignation. Had the circumstances been different, he would have taken action against this insolent youth long ago. "My esteemed master has never instructed me on how to show respect to those who flaunt their age." "What about your master?" Jiang Shaotian noticed that Jiang Jinjiao was trembling with rage, while the others merely observed the spectacle as it did not concern them. "Senior, why waste breath on him? Just strike him down with a single blow," Li Mao, standing behind Jiang Shaotian, remarked provocatively. Bang! Lu Wuji swiftly sent Li Mao flying with a single palm strike, clearly exasperated by his ignorance. He had refrained from acting out of respect for Jiang Shaotian, not because he was particularly mild-mannered. "Very well, I shall accept this wager. If you fail to seize this gun, I shall claim your hands as compensation." "Which is hardly excessive, is it?" Jiang Jinjiao threatened with a cold glare directed at Jiang Shaotian. Not excessive at all. I say that even demanding an additional pair of legs wouldn't be unreasonable, Jiang Shaotian replied nonchalantly, confident in his ability to procure the weapon. Excellent. Everyone has heard you. Don't complain later if I take advantage of my size over yours. Jiang Jinjiao seemed assured of his victory, believing he could easily crush a mere foundation establishment ant. Scoundrel, what are you trying to pull? Jian Linger was taken aback by Jiang Shaotian's audacious bet. For acquiring divine weapons was not something one could achieve merely through words. Rest assured, I need my hands to support you. Jiang Shaotian reassured Jian Linger with a hint of deeper meaning, causing her face to flush. She stepped on his foot and huffed as she retreated, dismissing the rogue. Very well, let us settle this. Old fool, dare you swear by the heavens? Jiang Shaotian urged Jiang Jinjiao further. Humph, what do I have to fear from a mere child? Jiang Jinjiao scoffed. Brother Jiang, perhaps you should be more cautious, Lu Wuji interjected, having witnessed Jiang Shaotian's peculiarities before. The last inexplicable slap he received still haunted him. Yet, he could not comprehend how that slap had come about. He would not believe it was Jiang Shaotian's doing. But he had indeed been struck. Jiang Shaotian's unpredictable behavior left him feeling unsettled. Brother Lu, you worry too much. What is there to fear from this foundation establishment brat? Do you truly believe he can draw that gun? Jiang Jinjiao dismissed Lu Wuji's caution, unwilling to lose face before his peers by being intimidated by a foundation establishment youth. Seeing this, Lu Wuji chose not to press the matter further, recognizing that it was futile to advise a fool. Moreover, he intended to use Jiang Jinjiao's actions to gauge Jiang Shaotian's capabilities. If Jiang Shaotian were merely an empty shell, he would not hold back. Chapter 86. Reveal yourself. My precious. Soon, both Jiang Jinjiao and Jiang Shaotian swore before the heavens, knowing that any reneging on their oath would result in divine retribution. Jiang Shaotian, upon witnessing Jiang Jinjiao fall into a trap, boldly grasped the enchanted spear and declared, Old man, if you don't manage to throw the javelin later, consider it a clean slate. Subsequently, the spear vanished in an instant before the astonished eyes of the crowd. What on earth? No way, exclaimed everyone, who were so taken aback that they could only utter polite exclamations. Lu Wuji stood agape, revealing a set of large, yellowed teeth, utterly frozen in disbelief. This was more astonishing than encountering a ghost. Where's the spear? Jiang Jinjiao blinked vigorously but could not locate it, glaring at Jiang Shaotian in bewilderment. Are you referring to this? Jiang Shaotian replied, as a chilling spear materialized in his hands out of thin air. How is this possible? Surely, I must be seeing things. Jiang Jinjiao and Lu Wuji could scarcely believe their own eyes. How could such a divine artifact be taken by a mere foundation-building novice? Jiang Shaotian, brimming with pride, gazed at the frosty star spear in his grasp. It appeared extraordinary, yet it seemed sealed, as its unnerving calmness felt amiss. He recalled how the exorcising sword reacted intensely when he subdued it. Surely, this spear must possess a spirit as well, so its silence was perplexing. Wow, you rascal! How did you manage that? You really got the spear. Jian Linger was utterly captivated by Jiang Shaotian. Although he was shameless, he consistently delivered jaw-dropping surprises. The astonishments he had brought her over the past few days surpassed all her previous experiences combined. Haha, the mountain man has his own clever schemes. Jiang Shaotian feigned profundity, secretly reveling in the fact that he had forcibly stored it away using 3,000 points from the system backpack, a secret he intended to keep hidden. Jian Linger, upon hearing his dismissive reply, rolled her eyes. Did he think her a mere child to be easily deceived? Old man Jiang, are you prepared to fulfill our wager? Jiang Shaotian stowed the spear and called out to Jiang Jinjiao, eager to see how the old man would squirm. You, how could you possibly have acquired that spear? You must have employed some underhanded means. Jiang Jinjiao was agitated, for the fulfillment of the wager was trivial compared to the significance of Jiang Shaotian obtaining the spear. What do you care how I acquired it? What of your own abilities? The spear is now in my possession, so you ought to honor our agreement. Lest divine retribution find you. Jiang Shaotian taunted mischievously, incensing Jiang Jinjiao, who retorted furiously, You insolent brat. Don't think that just because the spear is in your hands you have one. If I lose, so what? The wager only dictates what happens upon losing, not when it must be executed. I can fulfill it 1,000 years from now. Jiang Jinjiao's words astounded the crowd, as it was evident he intended to renege on the agreement. What the hell? You old fool are playing this game with me? Jiang Shaotian was taken aback by the old man's cunning. Indeed, those who lived long often exhibited such shamelessness. Humph. Will you hand over the gun yourself? Or shall I come and take it from you? Jiang Jinjiao displayed no shame in his demeanor, his gaze solely fixated on the firearm that Jiang Shaotian had seized. A celestial weapon was sufficient to secure a sect standing amidst the heavens and earth. The temptation was overwhelming, leaving no room for carelessness. What did it matter to resort to tricks? For such a monumental opportunity, he was willing to risk everything. Lu Wuji's eyes gleamed at this remark. After all, Jiang Shaotian drawing the weapon might not be a misfortune for him. Wasn't this akin to sewing his wedding attire? Oh, are you implying that you intend to seize it by force? Do you not fear the ridicule of the cultivation world for bullying the weak? Jiang Shaotian was not taken aback by Jiang Jinjiao's actions. He had anticipated this old rogue would resort to deceit. After all, the realm of cultivation had always been a survival of the fittest. If reason held any value, why toil so diligently in training? What folly! The one with the stronger fist is the one who dictates reason. Who dares to mock this old man? As Jiang Jinjiao uttered these words, he cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, who, under his fierce gaze, hastily averted their eyes. In truth, they had already attempted to send messages for help to their sects, but all had failed, leaving them at the mercy of Jiang Jinjiao's age and authority. Very well. It appears you have no intention of preserving your dignity, old man. Since you wish to abandon all semblance of respect, allow me to assist you in maintaining some. Jiang Shaotian showed no sign of fear. Despite being outmatched in strength by both Jiang Jinjiao and Lu Wuji, he had a bodyguard. Humph. You think you can challenge me? If you willingly surrender the celestial spear, I might grant you a complete corpse. As for the spirit clan girl behind you, I shall gladly accept her. Jiang Jinjiao spoke with a lecherous grin that sent a chill down Jian Linger's spine, causing her to instinctively grasp Jiang Shaotian's arm. Is that so? I hope you can still smile after this. Show yourself, my dear. Jiang Shaotian shouted into the air, a move that startled both Jiang Jinjiao and Lu Wuji. Humph. No matter how cunning you may be, it will be of no avail. Today you are doomed, Jiang Jinjiao declared, preparing to strike at Jiang Shaotian. Who said that? I did. Jiang Jinjiao reflexively replied, but as the words left his mouth, he sensed a shift in the atmosphere, noticing the odd expressions on the faces around him. He quickly turned to look, discovering two figures standing at the cave's entrance, an old man and a fairy. Young master. Qingli rushed to Jiang Shaotian's side. Her eyes filled with awe upon seeing Jian Linger, exclaiming, "She is simply stunning. I'm glad you're all right." Jiang Shaotian assessed Qingli, realizing he could only rely on this serpent demon to help him accomplish his task. You rogue. You do not even spare a snake. Jian Linger was utterly astonished. Unable to fathom that Jiang Shaotian could be so beastly as to consort with a creature of the wild. It was utterly despicable. Cough. The words you speak are quite hypocritical. You are not exactly human yourself, Jiang Shaotian retorted, somewhat speechless. Was Jian Linger feeling jealous? You. Humph. I cannot be bothered with you. Jian Linger stamped her foot, pouting, and turned her back to Jiang Shaotian, sulking in displeasure. Are you abusing your power over the weak? Huan's piercing gaze sent chills down Jiang Jiuzhou's spine. As senior, this is a misunderstanding. Jiang Jiuzhou quickly corrected himself, attempting to diffuse the tension with a forced smile. Isn't that the ancestor of the Huan sect? After several confirmations, Lu Wuji finally recognized Huan's identity, incredulity spilling from his lips. What? Ancestor? Good grief. The crowd was once again taken aback. They had sent disciples and elders to this secret realm to try their luck, as the prominent figures of their sects were preoccupied with secluded cultivation. Why did the Huan sect send their ancestor right off the bat? Who starts a game of cards with a trump card? Chapter 87. A tumultuous turn of events when Jiang Jiuzhou learned that the visitor was the ancestor of the Huan sect. His legs nearly buckled in fear. Why had this ancient being come? Furthermore, he had heard the sect leader mention that the ancestor had defected to the Yunlan sect, with explicit instructions not to provoke them, especially their holy son, Jiang Shaotian. Why you are the Huan ancestor? Aren't you with the Yunlan sect? How did you end up here? Oh, right, Yunlan. Suddenly, Jiang Jiuzhou recalled that there were no disciples from the Yunlan sect present. It was expected that neither the Huan nor the Wanxiang sects would attend. But how could the illustrious Yunlan sect miss such an opportunity? Why you are from the Yunlan sect? Jiang Jiuzhou trembled as he directed his question at Jiang Shaotian. Just as the sect leader had cautioned him against provoking the Yunlan sect, he had inadvertently done so. I remain true to my name and lineage. I am Jiang Shaotian. Jiang Shaotian proclaimed, hands on his hips, exuding confidence. Jiang Shaotian. Who is that? Is he famous? I don't know. I've never heard of him. Perhaps he is a disciple from the outer sect of Yunlan? Apart from Jiang Jiujiu, no one else recognized the name Jiang Shaotian. Jian Linger, wide-eyed, turned to Jiang Shaotian and asked, what? Are you famous? Whether I am famous or not, you will know in due time, Jiang Shaotian said, raising an eyebrow at Jian Linger. Naturally, she shot him a disdainful glance in return. Had she not been drained of her spiritual energy, she would have certainly given Jiang Shaotian a good thrashing to relieve her frustration. What? You are the holy son of the Yunlan sect, Jiang Shaotian? Jiang Jiujiu trembled upon hearing that name, recalling the sect leader's warning about the formidable protector behind Jiang Shaotian, emphasizing that one should never provoke him in the Xianling continent. Indeed, it is I. What? Have you heard of my name? Jiang Shaotian feigned ignorance, relishing in the astonishment he was eliciting. I just remembered I have some chickens I've neglected for 2.5 years at the sect, so I shall take my leave, Jiang Jiujiu declared, promptly turning to escape. Brother Jiang, what do you mean by that? Lu Wuji was utterly bewildered. What was happening? Who was Jiang Shaotian, and why had he never heard of him? Did I permit you to leave? Jiang Shaotian uttered those words with a hint of disdain, causing Jiang Jiu to halt in his tracks. The abruptness of Jiang Jiu's reaction left everyone bewildered. Had he not just proclaimed his intent to eliminate that young man? Now, he appeared more subservient than a mere grandson. Humph. Huan let out a cold snort, unleashing an overwhelming aura that compelled everyone present, except for Jiang Shaotian and a few others, to collapse to their knees with a resounding thud. Please, esteemed elder, show mercy. We do not wish to contest with you. The crowd pleaded, their faces ashen, realizing the futility of their earlier bravado. This wager had yet to be fulfilled, and Jiang Shaotian's words sent a chill down Jiang Jiu's spine. Had he known that this young man was the scion of the Yunlan sect, he would not have ventured into this predicament. I beseech you, young friend, to exercise restraint. I have erred in judgment. I hope you will forgive my folly. Jiang Jiu acknowledged, his head bowed in submission, recognizing that he was no match for the ancient being present. The collective strength of those assembled was but a fraction of what that old monster could unleash. Such dilly-dallying is a waste of time. Huan, have him perform a handstand and create some entertainment for us. Huan raised an eyebrow at this suggestion and promptly seized Jiang Jiu. This act of performing a handstand was entirely novel to him. Huan produced a small black pill from seemingly nowhere and forced it into Jiang Jiu's mouth, after which a cacophony of gurgling sounds erupted from Jiang Jiu's abdomen. After a brief moment of brewing, Jiang Jiu could no longer contain himself and let out a resounding expulsion. The shocking noise left the onlookers pale with disbelief. They had never witnessed such an outrageous spectacle, especially from someone of Jiang Jiu's stature in the late stage of transformation. Who would dare to believe such a tale? Ugh, how revolting! Jian Linger exclaimed, one hand covering her eyes while the other pinched her nose, appalled as a member of the spiritual race by such a grotesque display. Lu Wujin's expression morphed into a kaleidoscope of colors, as he realized he had indeed stumbled into a dire situation. Who could have anticipated that this seemingly inconspicuous young man was under the protection of the revered ancestor of the Hahuan sect? He needed to concoct a means of escape swiftly. The air within the cave was already stifling, and the indescribable stench nearly suffocated those present. As soon as Huan's oppressive aura dissipated, everyone scrambled to the mouth of the cave, gasping for fresh air. Naturally, Jiang Shaotian could not remain in such a wretched environment. He pulled the grim-faced Qing Li and Jian Linger toward the cave's entrance. Upon reaching the threshold, Jiang Shaotian discreetly signaled to Huan, who then struck out with both hands in unison. Bang! Bang! Lu Wujin and the still exploding Jiang Jiu were inexplicably dispatched in an instant, never suspecting they would meet such a hasty demise. Jiang Shaotian harbored no sympathy for those who sought his life and treasures. The killer must always be vanquished. In the shadows, Shi Minxin and Lu Xiaohui nearly had their eyes pop out in shock. They had just switched allegiances to a new master, only to see him absurdly dispatched without a word of farewell. The disciples of Ling Miao sect were eager to flee this treacherous place, with the elders perished. What means did they possess to contend for this opportunity? Was there anyone still daring to covet that spear? If they had the capability, they could come and claim it. Jiang Shaotian surveyed the terrified crowd and inquired, for he did not believe anyone would still be foolish enough to show themselves. Naturally, the others dared not utter a word. With the ancestor of Hehuan's sect backing Jiang Shaotian, what objections could they possibly have? You shameless rogue, why would he heed your commands? Jian Ling'er could discern the extraordinary nature of Huan. The prowess at the pinnacle of the refinement abyss was no trifling matter. Aside from those reclusive ancient beings, it was unlikely that anyone could rival her. Because your life is in my hands, he chuckled, clenching his fist in pride. Such a rare opportunity for bravado was not to be missed. Jian Ling'er and Qing Li exchanged incredulous glances. How could Jiang Shaotian possibly control someone at the peak of the refinement abyss? What warranted this? Qing Li, amidst her astonishment, felt a flicker of relief. The more formidable Jiang Shaotian appeared, the more her choice seemed justified, not in vain for having risked everything to hand over her inner core. Just as Jian Ling'er was about to seek clarification, a sudden tremor nearly sent her tumbling to the ground. What is happening? Jian Ling'er hastily clasped Jiang Shaotian's arm to her chest, and he, feeling the soft sensation on his arm, found his thoughts wandering. Roar! Before he could fully relish the tenderness, a thunderous roar reverberated, striking at the very soul and sending chills down their spines. Huan, what is going on? It seems something has broken free from its seal. We must leave this place. Huan's expression turned grave as she warned Jiang Shaotian. The intensity of the disturbance indicated that whatever was sealed away was formidable, perhaps even a millennia-old beast. Simultaneously, the spear Jiang Shaotian had stored in his system backpack became restless, thrashing against the confines of the bag in a desperate attempt to break free. Yet, the system backpack was indestructible, and no matter how fiercely the spear poked and prodded, it was in vain. Chapter 88. The seal breaks, the beast emerges. Upon seeing the profound worry in Huan's eyes, Jiang Shaotian understood that the situation was dire. Without hesitation, he took Jian Ling'er and Qing Li by the hand, intending to escape this place post-haste. Another enormous roar echoed, followed by the ground quaking violently, as if the world were coming to an end. Hurry! Huan urgently called out to Jiang Shaotian, who swiftly retrieved a spirit vessel, whisking Jian Ling'er and Qing Li away in haste. The remaining crowd, too, unleashed their abilities to escape. The ominous nature of the disturbance suggested that whatever lay beneath was indeed formidable. Boom! As Jiang Shaotian launched the spirit vessel aloft, the ground fissured and collapsed beneath them, a massive claw emerging from the chasm. Did I grant you permission to leave? A deep, resonant voice thundered in their ears, causing the crowd to uncontrollably plummet toward the ground. Jiang Shaotian was no exception. His spirit boat plummeted towards the ground as if it had run out of fuel. Goodness, was he destined to meet his demise? Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Huan intervened and steadied the spirit boat. Otherwise, the three individuals aboard would have certainly been thrown into disarray. The group quickly rose, brandishing their weapons, their eyes fixed intently on the fissure not far away. Given the circumstances, it was clear that the arrival was anything but benign. Soon, a claw emerged from the crack, followed by the head of a tiger. My word, was that a tiger demon? Jiang Shaotian watched the tiger's head with wary eyes. If it came to a crisis, he would have to rely on his remaining sword energy for survival. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the sealed entity leaped out of the fissure and stood before them, a colossal tiger with wings. Its massive form obscured the sky, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. What was this creature? Jiang Shaotian inquired of Huan. If I am not mistaken, this should be the ancient ferocious beast Qiangqi. How did it come to be here? Huan's eyes widened with astonishment, quickly replaced by apprehension. None of the ancient beasts were to be trifled with. How could such a creature exist in this lowly plain? It defied all logic. 30,000 years. A full 30,000 years. Martial God Palace, just you wait. The roar that shattered the heavens and earth caused those of lower cultivation to bleed from their orifices and perish. Jiang Shaotian and the others were fortunate to be shielded by Huan's spiritual barrier. The ferocious beast Qiangqi proceeded to devour those whose heart meridians had been shattered, as casually as one might consume raw pickled food. This gruesome scene sent chills of terror through the onlookers. It was horrifying to witness such indiscriminate carnage. Everyone, gather close to me, Lu Xianming shouted, as golden light emanated from beneath his feet. He had already begun to set up a teleportation array. Seeing this, the group hurriedly fled towards him, and with a flash of golden array patterns, they were finally successfully transported away. Qiongqi observed the departure of Lu Xianming and the others. Its expression unchanged, merely narrowing its eyes to fixate on Jiang Xiaotian and the rest. Body of calamity. Humph, ill fortune, I shan't feast. Qiongqi's demeanor betrayed its disdain for Jiang Xiaotian. At that moment, Jiang Xiaotian was uncertain whether to feel relieved or indignant. This was the first time he had experienced the benefits of being a body of calamity. That weapon in your hand, did you draw it? Qiongqi inquired of Jiang Xiaotian. Its fearsome yellow fangs glistening ominously. It was I. What of it? Do you intend to thank me? There is no need for that. I shall take my leave now. Jiang Xiaotian feigned calmness and prepared to make his escape. Haha, it has been many years since any human dared to speak to me in such a manner. You are rather intriguing. Since you have freed me from my seal, I shall grant you a swift end. Qiongqi declared, raising its paw to strike down upon Jiang Xiaotian. Huan immediately positioned herself in front of Jiang Xiaotian, fully aware that if Jiang Xiaotian were to perish, the sword mark within him would also detonate, compelling her to save him. Bang! Huan's physical form was effortlessly shattered by a single strike from Qiongqi. Jiang Xiaotian was left aghast. Even a formidable being at the pinnacle of the refinement realm could not withstand a mere finger of this ferocious beast. How terrifying was this creature? What had been unleashed upon them? A sudden realization struck Jiang Xiaotian. He may have inadvertently attracted a calamity. If this beast were to roam free, the mystical spirit continent would surely be left barren. Jin Linger and Qing Li's faces drained of color, their imaginations unable to fathom the extent of this beast's terror. The prospect of survival seemed bleak. An ant attempting to stop a chariot. Since you are a body of misfortune, I shall enact divine justice upon you, ridding the world of your menace. This shall be my first act of goodwill upon my liberation. Qiongqi's words left Jiang Xiaotian momentarily bewildered, as he struggled to discern who the true menace was. Clutching the remaining sliver of sword aura, he was uncertain whether the sword saint's essence could contend with the fearsome beast before him. Simultaneously, the floor of an ancient hall in the void suddenly cracked with a resounding boom. This is bad. The seal has changed. An elderly man with graying hair exclaimed in alarm, as the divine statue enshrined within the hall emitted a radiant golden light from its eyes. Disciple pays respects to the ancestor. The old man bowed reverently before the statue. Your task is complete. Go forth and seek your path. Upon finishing these words, the statue transformed into a beam of golden light and soared toward Qiongqi. Ancestor. The old man gazed longingly in the direction of the departing light, murmuring to himself for a considerable time. Just as Jiang Xiaotian prepared to unleash the sword aura, a golden beam streaked across the sky, causing Qiongqi to widen its eyes and gaze upward. Yi, the martial god, you are still alive after 30,000 years. I swear to topple your martial god temple. Enough of the idle chatter. This location is unsuitable for battle. Let us step outside to confront one another. With a thunderous roar, Qiongqi shot upward into the heavens. Jiang Xiaotian felt as though he had been given a glimpse into the extraordinary. The arrival of an ancient beast and a martial god who had survived for 30,000 years. Were they truly human? Perhaps they were divine beings after all. Miss Jian, am I dreaming? He queried, pinching Jian Linger's cheek with vigor. Ouch, that hurts. Are you out of your mind? Jian Linger, in pain, retaliated by delivering a kick aimed at Jiang Xiaotian's vital region, but he deftly intercepted it. Young master, are we safe now? Qing Li felt a sense of survival after the calamity. Currently, it seems so, but the future remains uncertain. Jiang Xiaotian harbored a lingering unease about having unwittingly released Qiongqi from its seal. Once again, by the riverside, he recalled that pair of jade-like feet and that silhouette. It was astonishing that this lad could indeed unravel the seal. How peculiar indeed. The situation was becoming increasingly intriguing. Jiang Xiaotian could hardly fathom that his every move was being meticulously observed. Indeed, the world of the powerful is exceedingly intricate. Chapter 89. What? The young master wishes to engage in dual cultivation with me? After Qiongqi departed, the small world began to tremble with unrest. What is happening? Are there ferocious beasts present? This small world is on the verge of collapse. Quickly, seek an exit. Huan's spirit urgently implored Jiang Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian immediately piloted his spirit vessel, frantically searching for an escape route. Moments later, he finally spotted a fissure on the distant horizon. Pepixia, charge forward. Jiang Xiaotian exclaimed, slapping the tail of the vessel. nearly startling Jianlinger and Qingli into a leap. Just in time, he darted through the fissure before the small world completely imploded. Upon emerging, Jiang Xiaotian noticed a throng of people who had long awaited at the exit. Some had rushed out from the secret realm, while others were their fellow disciples and elders come to provide assistance. Master, it was he. He destroyed my physical form. Tian Wenjing, left with but his spirit, immediately began to accuse Huang Futian as soon as he spotted Jiang Xiaotian. Huang Futian's pupils dilated upon recognizing Jiang Xiaotian, and he couldn't help but think, indeed, what one fears often comes to pass. Despite my countless warnings to avoid this calamity, here we are. Frustration bubbled within Huang Futian. Smack! Tian Wenjing received a resounding slap from Huang Futian, which left him disoriented. The onlookers were utterly baffled. Was this supposed savior now being reprimanded? What kind of drama was unfolding? I killed Jiang Jinjiao. Do you have any objections? Jiang Xiaotian spoke to Huang Futian in a tone reminiscent of an elder addressing a younger sibling. No. It was well done. As long as you are pleased, Huang Futian replied with a forced smile, regretting not having posted Jiang Xiaotian's portrait at the entrance of the sect. Now finding himself in an awkward predicament, Huang Futian's words left the crowd astounded. Those who had encountered Huan found his reaction somewhat understandable. But the disciples stationed at the secret realm were oblivious to the events that transpired within. How could Jiang Xiaotian dare to speak thus to the sect leader? It was utterly audacious. Moreover, he had slain a senior elder from Lingmiao sect, an act that was brazenly confrontational. Tian Wenjing, momentarily bewildered, was even more perplexed now. Why was the sect leader striking him? Sect leader, silence. Return to the discipline hall and accept 100 strokes. Humph, shameful wretch. Huang Futian retorted, turning on his heel and departing. His heart ached at the loss of a senior elder without reaping any benefit, compounded by an unpleasant encounter with Jiang Xiaotian. How could he not be irate? Once the disciples who emerged from the secret realm recounted the events to their fellow sect members, a flicker of trepidation surfaced in their gazes directed at Jiang Xiaotian. Originally, the lascivious gazes directed at Jiang Xiaotian by Jianlinger and Qingli instantly transformed into clarity. No wonder Huang Futian chose to back down. It appears this young man is backed by formidable allies. Soon, everyone returned to their respective homes. And although Jiang Xiaotian had acquired an extraordinary divine weapon, they currently lacked the capability to seize it from him, opting instead to return to their sect and deliberate further. Only the spirit Huan was sent back by Jiang Xiaotian to recuperate. After the crowd dispersed, Jiang Xiaotian turned to Jianlinger and inquired, "How will you return? Do you require my assistance?" "No need. I have already informed my clan. Someone will come to fetch me shortly," Jianlinger replied, casting a lingering glance at Jiang Xiaotian, her heart unexpectedly heavy at the thought of parting. "Very well, just don't trouble me later. After all, I did save you." Jiang Xiaotian hastily attempted to foster a closer rapport with Jianlinger. Despite her current amiable demeanor, he anticipated that once her strength was restored, she would likely become quite tempestuous. Previously, she had been quite merciless when provoked. Now you know fear? Wasn't it you who was so arrogant earlier?" Jianlinger looked at Jiang Xiaotian with a knowing smile, feeling a subtle sense of triumph, for at least this rogue had a measure of apprehension towards her. Now I've got you." A sudden roar interrupted Jiang Xiaotian's musings, prompting the trio to turn and discover a pig demon approaching. Upon seeing the pig demon, Qing Li's expression turned cold. It had come seeking vengeance. "Is it looking for you?" Jiang Xiaotian asked, turning back. "Yes, I had previously dealt with it," Qing Li replied, her eyes betraying no fear. Had she not lost her core, she would have long since dispatched this pig demon with ease. "Haha, now there's no escape for you. If you obediently serve me now, I might spare your life," the pig demon boasted to Qing Li, completely disregarding Jiang Xiaotian, who was merely a foundational stage cultivator. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaotian's displeasure surged. How dare this creature extend its reach into his harem? Did it not realize the value of this python demon to him? "Hey, rotund and foolish creature, do you wish to live or die?" The pig demon was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Xiaotian's words. "Of course, I want to, I want to die." No. Wait, are you mocking me?" The pig demon took a moment to comprehend the situation, glaring at Jiang Xiaotian with its large piggy eyes. After cursing, the pig demon's gaze fell upon Jianlinger behind Jiang Xiaotian, and it drooled uncontrollably. "Wow, stunning. Absolutely stunning. If I could just have a taste, I would willingly forfeit 500 years of my life. While the pig demon indulged in its fantasies, Jiang Shaotian shook his head with a sigh, launching a punch toward it. How could he tolerate such an affront to his harem? Bang! The pig demon soared forth like a cannonball, toppling a row of trees in its wake. Ah, my back, dear pig. Indeed, it was a wild boar, possessing skin as tough as leather and flesh as dense as iron. This single blow had merely resulted in a few broken bones. Observing this, Jiang Shaotian unsheathed the exorcising sword, realizing that to slay a pig, one must employ a weapon. Wait, I was wrong, please spare me. Upon catching sight of the gleaming sword in Jiang Shaotian's hand, the pig demon immediately quaked in fear. This sword could not only slay it, but could easily slice it into pieces. Is it dead? Jiang Shaotian turned to Qingli and inquired. After pondering for a moment, Qingli shook her head. After all, they were all of the demon race. Begone. I shall protect her, and if you are unconvinced, feel free to summon your kin. Jiang Shaotian bellowed at the pig demon with an air of authority, prompting Qingli behind him to gaze at him with admiration sparkling in her eyes. Naturally, Jian Linger beside them rolled her eyes, wishing she could kick this rogue into the distance. After the pig demon fled, Jiang Shaotian, feeling somewhat bashful, leaned in close to Qingli's ear and whispered, "Can your demon race engage in dual cultivation like the human race?" What? Young master wishes to dual cultivate with me? Qingli's exclamation abruptly froze the atmosphere, her eyes filled with murderous intent as they fixated on Jiang Shaotian. Chapter 90. Oh no, caught like a fish in a barrel. Jiang Shaotian was taken aback by Qingli's loud proclamation, his mind spinning with confusion. What outrageous words! When did we say such things? He hastily protested. Though he harbored such thoughts, he had not voiced them. Oh, perhaps I misheard. If young master has such intentions, it wouldn't be unacceptable, Qingli said with a sly smile, casting a flirtatious glance at Jiang Shaotian, embodying a demeanor that suggested, "Come on, let us have some fun." Jian Linger could no longer contain herself and stepped forward to drag Jiang Shaotian aside, glaring at him with her large, watery eyes as she scolded, "You lecher. You wouldn't even spare a snake. Are you even human? Pervert. Ah, that is not quite right. After all, everything possesses a spirit. My lord, it's him." The pig demon had unexpectedly returned, accompanied by a throng of demon beasts, evidently having summoned reinforcements to reclaim its honor. Rude human, do you not know that the mountain of 10,000 demons is under my protection? The hulking demon king radiated a fierce aura, suggesting a formidable rank, likely no less than the refining ruins stage. Humph, where were you when this foolish pig sought trouble throughout the mountains? Qingli retorted defiantly. She had previously sought the demon king's assistance, but he had demanded her submission in exchange, clearly intending to take advantage of her plight. Your conflict with the pig demon is merely an internal dispute among our kin. Now you bring human cultivators to confront your own kind, thus betraying the clan. According to our clan's laws, this warrants the harshest punishment. The demon king threatened Qingli with a righteous facade, inciting the surrounding demon beasts to erupt in outrage, clamoring for the execution of the traitor. Humph, do not presume that I am oblivious to your ulterior motives. You are merely coveting the young master's treasures. Why speak so grandiloquently? Qingli remarked with a smirk, fully aware of the jungle's law within the 10,000 demon mountain, where justice was but a fade veiling the predatory nature of all. You insolent wretch, how dare you address this king in such a manner? You seek death. The demon king bellowed in fury, launching a powerful strike towards Qingli. Aware of her disadvantage, Qingli recognized that she could not evade this attack, as Jiang Shaotian was right behind her, compelling her to brace for impact. Jiang Shaotian swiftly pulled Qingli back, countering the incoming strike with a punch against the massive paw. Bang! Naturally, Jiang Shaotian was no match for the demon king, renowned for his strength, and was sent crashing into the ground. Young master, rascally scoundrel, Jianling Air and Qingli rushed forward to assess Jiang Shaotian's injuries. Cough, cough, I'm fine. Not dying. Damn it. Why am I always getting beaten? Jiang Shaotian lamented internally, vexed by his encounters with such formidable adversaries. Could it be that his cursed physique was inciting these tribulations? The thought of wasting his last sword chi on this brute was disheartening, especially with a horde of tough-skinned beasts lurking behind the bear. This was indeed a predicament. Contemplating whether to summon his master for assistance, he quickly dismissed the notion. Firstly, it would be too humiliating. Secondly, His master might not even contend with the bear. Thirdly, the multitude of beasts in the mountain rendered it a futile endeavor. Jianling Air, feeling increasingly anxious, was plagued by an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a mute suffering in silence. Adhering to the principle of retreating when outmatched, Jiang Shaotian expended 500 points from the system shop to acquire a random teleportation talisman, as the designated talisman remained on cooldown. Foolish bear, I shall remember you. Next time I return, I will slaughter the entirety of 10,000 Demon Mountain. Let us depart. With that proclamation, Jiang Shaotian grasped Jianling Air and Qing Li, activating the random teleportation talisman, and the three vanished right before the eyes of the surrounding beasts. Where did they go? The Demon King was taken aback by the sudden disappearance of Jiang Shaotian and the others. What sorcery is this? They vanish at will? What are you standing there for? Go find them. The Demon King roared at the throng of beasts, who then scattered in search of Jiang Shaotian's whereabouts. The trio felt a brief disorientation before finding themselves within a cave. Wow, rascally scoundrel, your methods are impressive. What kind of secret technique is this? This is not something a mere teleportation array can achieve. Heh, I have my own clever stratagems. I shall remain dashing, and you shall simply admire. Jiang Shaotian boasted, tousling his hair with a hint of pride. This cave appears to be the lair of the Demon King. Qing Li felt an odd familiarity with the cavern before her, and upon spotting the bear statue adorning the wall, she suddenly recalled that this was indeed the Demon King's abode she had visited previously. What? Is that true? Jiang Shaotian's pride was immediately deflated. This randomness seemed utterly absurd. Jianlinger gazed at him in astonishment, her expression seemingly questioning his credibility. Fortunately, the Demon King was currently scouring the mountains for Jiang Shaotian's whereabouts, and all the demon beasts had been dispatched, rendering the cave relatively safe for the time being. However, once they exited, their fate would be uncertain. Alas, it seemed he had become a fish in a barrel. Jiang Shaotian felt utterly exasperated. What a predicament this was. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered that he had a creation pill tucked away in his backpack. This item held no value for him, but it could be of use to others. With that thought, he swiftly retrieved the creation pill, eliciting a look of confusion from both Jianlinger and Qing Li as they regarded the dark pill in his hand. This is a creation pill. Who among you needs it? He inquired, waving the pill before them. This is a creation pill. How did you come by such a rare elixir? Jianlinger had certainly heard of this pill before, but it was so exceedingly rare that she had never seen one in person. To her astonishment, she found it in Jiang Shaotian's possession today. The rogue truly had a knack for surprises. At a time like this, do you really care where I got it? Just tell me. Will it be beneficial if you consume it? Jiang Shaotian implored, urgency lacing his words. With the situation so dire, there was no time for frivolous discussions. If the Demon King returned, he would undoubtedly be roasted alive. This pill is of no use to me. Our spirit clan was born from the great creations of heaven and earth, and we possess no need for such blessings, Jianlinger replied with disappointment. While the pill was indeed remarkable, it was ill-suited for her needs. If only there were a pill to replenish spiritual energy. Then I shall try it, Qing Li declared. Snatching the creation pill, and without hesitation, she swallowed it whole. She understood that time was of the essence and there was no moment to squander. After consuming the creation pill, a faint green light enveloped her body, the pill's effects relying entirely on the recipient's fortune. Whether it would yield positive or negative consequences remained uncertain. Taking this pill was akin to a gamble. Chapter 91. A moment as Su Xian. Before long, Qing Li, who had ingested the creation pill, fainted, and the green light surrounding her gradually shifted to blue. What on earth is happening? Jiang Shaotian had never witnessed such a phenomenon and could only turn to Qing Li for an explanation. It seems she is undergoing a transformation. But there appears to be an imbalance within her, preventing her from completing the metamorphosis, Jianlinger observed, equally perplexed by the unfolding events. System, did you provide a counterfeit pill? What is going on? In his desperation, Jiang Shaotian had no choice but to seek assistance from the system. Host, are you foolish enough to allow the Python demon to consume the creation pill without any preparation? Given the current situation, you might as well prepare a pot for snake soup. The system, Xiaozhou, replied to Jiang Shaotian in a rather indifferent tone. Damn, did your counterfeit medicine actually kill her? How dare you tarnish her reputation? It is evidently the Python demon's deficiency of yang energy that led to this. This creature is inherently Yin, and without adequate yang energy to support its transformation, the inevitable outcome is a catastrophic imbalance leading to death. While she is still intact, you should promptly prepare a meal. The system gestured without hesitation, given Jiang Xiaoyan's desperate measures. Now aware of the cause, Jiang Xiaoyan was engulfed in anxiety. Qingli had risked herself for him, and her current predicament was a direct consequence of his actions. If she were to lose her life because of him, how could he ever reconcile with his conscience? Is there a pill in the shop that can replenish yang energy? He inquired of the system. There is, but it will cost you 10,000 points, came the reply. What? Are you taking advantage of my misfortune? I only have 6,500 points left. And you dare to demand 10,000? Jiang Xiaoyan was left speechless, incredulous at the system's audacity during such a critical moment. Well, that is the price. Take it or leave it. Alternatively, you could sacrifice some of your own energy, as you seem to possess an abundance of yang, the system suggested, sending a shiver down Jiang Xiaoyan's spine. Was it implying that he should inject his energy into Qingli? He did not object, but there was still a glaring presence in the room. She was attempting to transform the python into a dragon, but regrettably, there was insufficient yang energy within her. Jiang Xiaoyan explained the situation to Jianlinger. What should we do? Will she die? Jianlinger, of course, did not wish for Qingli to meet her end so abruptly. The only way is for me to transfer my yang energy to her, but you must help me by fanning the entrance. Jiang Xiaoyan initiated his plan of deception, as he could not proceed with the task at hand with the bright presence nearby. Okay, I'll go fan the entrance right away. If anything happens, I'll notify you immediately. Jianlinger, ever innocent, believed Jiang Xiaoyan was genuinely trying to save her, and without a second thought, she dashed toward the entrance. Seeing her rush off, Jiang Xiaoyan felt a sense of relief. He certainly could not afford to broadcast the situation live. Even with his thick skin, he could not endure such embarrassment. Qingli's condition was deteriorating further, with frost beginning to form on her body. Jiang Xiaoyan could not afford to delay any longer. He stepped forward and began to remove Qingli's clothing. To his surprise, Qingli's figure was truly stunning, with fair skin, beauty, and long legs embodying perfection. Setting aside any impure thoughts, Jiang Xiaoyan adopted a serious demeanor and began to channel yang energy into Qingli. After his efforts, Qingli's complexion gradually regained its color, and a faint dragon silhouette began to swirl between her brows. Suddenly, as Jiang Xiaoyan shivered, a brilliant golden light erupted from Qingli, and dark storm clouds began to gather above the cave. The various beasts searching for Jiang Xiaoyan in the myriad demon mountain were drawn to the commotion, and one by one, they made their way toward the gathering storm clouds. Upon realizing that the storm clouds were gathering over his lair, the demon king hastily made his way there, fearing the imminent birth of a formidable beast. Jianlinger, upon witnessing the ominous clouds overhead, rushed into the cave to promptly inform Jiang Xiaoyan of the situation. Fortunately, Jiang Xiaoyan had already resolved the scene beforehand. Otherwise, being caught red-handed would leave him utterly speechless. How splendid! Was she on the verge of a successful transformation? Jianlinger understood that if Qingli could withstand the heavenly tribulation, the world would gain a dragon in place of a python. The outcome of this thunderous trial rested entirely upon her. She had done all that she could. Jiang Xiaoyan, feeling somewhat guilty, cast a furtive glance at Jianlinger and, upon noticing her calm demeanor, let out a quiet sigh of relief. Ding! Congratulations, host. On completing the system task Forbidden Love, you have received 10 upgrade vouchers, a random martial arts card, 9 pieces of celestial iron, and 5,000 points, all of which have been placed in your system backpack. Please check. The system's notification warmed Jiang Xiaoyan's heart. Being rewarded for this endeavor was simply delightful. At that moment, Qingli had transformed into her true form. She looked at Jiang Xiaoyan and said, "Young master, wait for my return." With that, she soared toward the storm clouds. Fully aware that this was a test from the heavens, a decisive moment that would determine whether she would leap over the dragon gate or meet her demise. The Demon King, who had just arrived at the cave entrance, dared not take another step forward. The storm raged directly above his lair, and entering could spell disaster. Wow, my lord, it's that python demon. Is she attempting to transcend? How is that possible? The assembly of beasts watched in awe as Qingli ascended into the sky. For them, evolving to a higher realm was the pinnacle of achievement, yet Qingli was poised to undergo a transformation. What immense fortune must she have encountered? The Demon King was struck with astonishment at the sight of Qingli challenging the storm, Such an occurrence had never been witnessed on the mountain of 10,000 beasts. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of purple lightning descended from the clouds, targeting Qingli. My fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Come! Qingli roared defiantly, charging headfirst into the bolt. Boom! 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 A single lightning strike unleashed 3 electric shocks, leaving countless deep scratches on Qingli's once smooth and sturdy scales. With traces of blood beginning to surface, another bolt of lightning fell, this time a white one. Boom! Under this strike, Qingli's scales shattered completely, leaving her bloodied and battered, causing Zhang Xiaotian to feel a pang of anguish. You can do it, Jian Linger shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth, urging her on. Exhausted, Qingli, upon hearing this encouragement, raised her head once more, filled with a singular resolve to endure the tribulation and eliminate any threats to her young master. Bring it on. As Qingli's hoarse roar echoed, the storm clouds unleashed the final black bolt of lightning. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. This bolt of lightning did not merely flash by. It struck Qingli repeatedly, sending electric shocks coursing through her body. Ah! In midair, Qingli let out a mournful wail. Without the aid of inner elixirs, the extent of her suffering was self-evident, surpassing even the agony of cramping and shattered bones. At this moment, Zhang Xiaotian felt a tightness in his throat as he hurriedly rummaged through the various magical artifacts in his storage ring. At last, he discovered a palm-sized bell, which was unmistakably a defensive treasure. Without hesitation, he hurled the bell into the sky, and it instantly enlarged to envelop Qingli's head. Chapter 92. Almost drained dry. As the formidable heavenly thunder struck, the ancient bell could not withstand the onslaught for long and was pierced within mere moments. After taking a few breaths, Qingli gritted her teeth and continued to endure the baptism of the heavenly thunder. She understood that her success hinged on this moment, and with her head raised towards the ominous dark clouds, she roared, "My life was saved by my master. Whether I live or die is not for you to decide, but for my master to determine." A furious roar reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and then Qingli's body gradually elongated amid the lightning. The once bloodied and scaleless form began to sprout dark scales. Horns slowly formed atop her head, and her pupils morphed into golden lines. She had transformed. Haha. Upon witnessing Qingli's metamorphosis, Zhang Xiaotian's anxious heart finally found solace. So this is the transformation of a python into a flood dragon. Truly marvelous. Jianlinger, too, was witnessing a beast undergoing tribulation for the first time, as their spirit clan had never encountered such a concept as crossing tribulations. Once Qingli completed her transformation, the heavenly thunder ceased. This thunder served as both a trial and a boon. Only by gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao could one continue their cultivation journey. Exhausted, Qingli fell to the ground in human form, and Zhang Xiaotian swiftly caught her with his spirit vessel. Observing the unconscious Qingli, Zhang Xiaotian tenderly brushed her forehead. He had heard her earlier words, and they moved him deeply. Originally, he believed that with the system, he could traverse the myriad realms alone. Now, he realized that having companions on this path of cultivation was indeed a blessing. At that moment, the Beast King, accompanied by a throng of beasts, charged in. He regarded Qingli in Zhang Xiaotian's arms and remarked coolly, "Exhausted and faint? Haha, let us see who can save you now." The Beast King had no intention of allowing Zhang Xiaotian and the others to survive. If they waited for Qingli to awaken, would they not all be doomed? You mentioned absorbing other spiritual energy to replenish your own. How does that work? Zhang Xiaotian ignored the Beast King and turned to Jianlinger. Simply put, I just need enough spiritual energy to absorb. But where can we find sufficient spiritual energy now? Jianlinger was puzzled by Zhang Xiaotian's inquiry at this time. Come, let me absorb your energy. What do you mean? Jianlinger questioned, doubting Zhang Xiaotian's sanity. What could a foundation establishment cultivator like him possibly absorb? Do not speak. Just let me. Zhang Xiaotian urged Jianlinger once more. The Demon King would not grant Zhang Xiaotian a moment's respite. With a sweeping gesture, a horde of demonic beasts surged toward him with ferocious howls. The Demon King's intention in sending his minions was to ascertain whether the Qingli in Zhang Xiaotian's arms was truly unconscious or merely feigning it. If she were to be pretending, he would flee at once. Young lad, it's time to get to work. Zhang Xiaotian summoned the Zhuxia sword, which buzzed as it charged at the approaching beasts. Jianlinger understood that Zhang Xiaotian was stalling for time, so she refrained from further comment, taking his hand and beginning to absorb his spiritual energy. Initially, she believed that Jiang Shaotian, at the foundation establishment stage, would be swiftly drained, but upon engaging, she realized that this foundation establishment was rather extraordinary. To her astonishment, his spiritual reserves surpassed those of someone at the Golden Core stage. How could this be? Wouldn't his dantian explode? At this moment, Jiang Shaotian comprehended the sensation of being drained. His legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground. I've drained enough. But it's still insufficient. Jian Linger sensed the faint spiritual energy within her and knew she was far from satisfied. Don't stop, continue. Just as Jian Linger was about to scold Jiang Shaotian, she was taken aback, for his spiritual energy had instantaneously replenished, even more abundant than before. How on earth did you manage that? She marveled while continuing to absorb his energy. Jiang Shaotian felt a quiet relief within, for his hypothesis had been validated. The upgrade ticket could refresh his spiritual energy. After utilizing the upgrade ticket, his reserves returned to their peak state, akin to replenishing health and mana in a game. Just keep absorbing, he urged. The Zhuxie sword can't hold out for long. Jian Linger, upon hearing this, intensified her absorption of Jiang Shaotian's energy. Time and again, he was drained and then rejuvenated, a phenomenon that left Jian Linger utterly astounded. Surely, even the leader of the spirit clan could not restore their energy so swiftly. What sorcery was this foundation establishment anomaly employing? This question lingered in Jian Linger's mind. As Jiang Shaotian exhausted all the upgrade tickets granted by the system, a sudden surge of spiritual energy emanated from Jian Linger, the Demon King. Witnessing the mysterious exchange between Jiang Shaotian and Jian Linger, could no longer contain himself. It seemed Qingli was indeed truly unconscious. You wretched brat, prepare to meet your end. The Demon King swatted the Zhuxie sword aside and unleashed an attack toward Jiang Shaotian and the others, the force of which howled like a tempest. In that critical moment, a multitude of vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring all the demonic beasts. At last, you've absorbed enough, or I would have truly been drained by you, Jiang Shaotian declared, lifting Qingli into his arms and making his way toward the cave's exit. What is happening? Where did these vines come from? The Demon King, bound and bewildered, was unprepared for this sudden turn of events. Foolish bear, you dared to provoke the spirit clan. Now you shall face the consequences. Jiang Shaotian, with a smirk, taunted the Demon King, convinced that this foolish bear was doomed today. However, before he could finish his jest, Jian Linger kicked him away, and the vine-like tendrils gracefully caught the Qingli he held. Hey, what was that for? Jiang Shaotian grimaced, rubbing his behind as he glared at Jian Linger. Humph, who told you to be so hands-on earlier? I could have severed your filthy hands, yet I showed mercy. Jian Linger finally vented her long-suppressed grievances. After all, Jiang Shaotian had taken advantage of her throughout their journey. As a celestial maiden from the sacred spirit mountain, she had never endured such indignities. A single kick felt rather lenient. All right, I admit I can't beat you now, Jiang Shaotian thought to himself, plotting revenge once his strength increased. Humph, that's more like it. Let us go. Jian Linger clapped her hands and led the way out. Spare me, noble hero. The Demon King, realizing he could not contend with the vines, immediately pleaded for mercy. Oh, now you know fear? Where was that bravado before? I preferred your earlier defiance, Jiang Shaotian teased, poking the Demon King's back. I was wrong. I'll do anything. Do you need a steed? I can be of service. The Demon King, desperate to survive, lost all semblance of pride. Haha, had you possessed this awareness earlier, you wouldn't have fallen to such depths. Remember to be more perceptive in your next life. What is wrong with foundational cultivation? Jiang Shaotian made a face at the Demon King before following Jian Linger out. Chapter 93. Another Guardian Alliance approaches. Upon exiting the cave, Jiang Shaotian discovered that the entire Wanyao mountain was ensnared by vines, rendering it impenetrable. Impressive. How did you cultivate such power at your age? Jiang Shaotian was curious about Jian Linger's remarkable strength. She ignored him, landing at the mountain's base before gently stomping her foot, causing the entire Wanyao mountain to tremble. In an instant, the vegetation withered, stones flew, the mountains crumbled, and flames erupted from the earth. Wow, that's incredible. What kind of power is this? Jiang Shaotian was astonished as he witnessed the transformation of the once serene mountain into a hellish landscape, barely noticing how Jian Linger had executed her move. The power of the 5 elements, Jian Linger replied succinctly, her expression remaining aloof. Soon, the entire mountain was sealed by the vines, and once this was done, No trace of the demon mountain would remain, with its beasts turning to dust. Just as Zhang Xiaotian was about to inquire further about the power of the five elements, two figures appeared on the horizon, rapidly approaching him. Do not be alarmed. My companions have arrived. Jian Linger stifled a laugh at Zhang Xiaotian's tense demeanor, maintaining her composed facade. I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me, Celestial Maiden. The two elderly gentlemen exchanged a simple bow towards Jian Linger, then fixated their gaze upon Zhang Xiaotian and the enchanting Qing Li in his embrace. Should these two be eliminated? One of the old men inquired, seeking Jian Linger's counsel, as their intentions remained unclear and could jeopardize the whereabouts of the spirit clan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaotian's temper flared. Did he appear so easily bullied? Did any random old man think he could target him? Was he fated to be plagued by such elders? Hey, old man, how dare you speak like that? I saved your celestial maiden's life, and this is how you address your benefactor? The old man's brows knitted together upon hearing Zhang Xiaotian's words, for it was evident he had knowledge of the spirit clan. Such a one could not be left alive. Contemplating this, he began to form a hand seal. Let us depart, back to the clan. Jian Linger interjected, interrupting the old man's incantation. She cast a lingering glance at Zhang Xiaotian before soaring off with the two elders. How inconsiderate, leaving without a word. Alas, what a pity to lose such a stunning beauty. Zhang Xiaotian murmured in mild frustration, when suddenly, a purse embroidered with a celestial motif struck him on the head. Was this a token of affection? Pretending to be aloof, humph. Zhang Xiaotian tucked the purse away, cradled Qing Li, and sauntered towards Yunlan's sect, choosing not to use the spirit vessel, as he wished to hold the beauty a little longer. As he ambled along the rustic path, the pastoral melodies resonated around him, only to be interrupted by a figure standing in the middle of the road ahead, a sight that screamed trouble in this desolate wilderness. Zhang Xiaotian scrutinized the silhouette cautiously, sensing not a hint of spiritual energy, nor even the presence of another being. I hear you have a sword immortal as your master? The figure slowly addressed him. Who are you? What concern is my master, the sword immortal, to you? Zhang Xiaotian retorted, irritation bubbling within him, as an ominous feeling enveloped him. Those who defy the laws of heaven must be punished. Summon your master to face the judgment of the Pathguardian Alliance. The figure revealed himself to be an envoy of the Pathguardian Alliance, having searched the entire Xianling continent for the sword immortal in vain, thus resorting to troubling Zhang Xiaotian. Pathguardian Alliance? What on earth is that? Where did this organization spring from? Zhang Xiaotian's head throbbed with the mounting troubles. Why did they keep coming one after another? All he desired was to relax and enjoy the company of beautiful women, yet this seemed increasingly elusive. Impudence. Those who disrespect the Pathguardian Alliance shall be punished, the envoy declared, brandishing a whip toward Zhang Xiaotian. Crack. Ouch. What the hell? You just strike without warning? Zhang Xiaotian, holding Qing Li, was unable to evade the lash, which sent tremors through his body, nearly distorting his expression. Without a moment's pause, the envoy lashed out again, prompting Zhang Xiaotian to hastily set down Qing Li and brandish his exorcising evil sword to confront the assailant. Damn it! I'll slay you, you wretched scoundrel. Crack! The envoy's whip landed once more upon Zhang Xiaotian, catching him off guard. Ugh! This is excruciating. Humph! Were it not for your usefulness. A single lash could reduce you to ashes. Hurry and summon your sword immortal master. The Taoist spoke disdainfully to Zhang Xiaotian. The disparity in their realms was as vast as the gulf between heaven and earth. As a distinguished member of the Guardian Alliance, he was revered wherever he went. I curse you. The sword immortal is absent, but I possess this. Zhang Xiaotian could no longer contain his fury. He shouted angrily and unleashed his final sword energy towards the Taoist. Was he to endure such humiliation? Would he spare him for the new year? Once again, it was a seemingly unremarkable sword energy which the Taoist regarded with indifference, raising his whip to strike it down. Sizzle! The whip collided with the sword energy, producing a shower of sparks. How is this possible? Swish! To the Taoist's astonishment, the sword energy penetrated his chest and soared towards the horizon. A sword saint. Truly audacious. You little rascal, I shall return. Upon uttering these words, the Taoist's figure gradually faded, revealing that it was merely a projection. Cursed system. This adversary grows increasingly formidable. If you do not provide me with something useful, I shall meet my end. Having exhausted his life-preserving sword energy, Zhang Xiaotian hastily implored the system for assistance, but it remained unresponsive. Damn! What kind of wretched system is this, so unyielding? At that moment, Jiang Shaotian had no time to appreciate the softness of the beauty beside him. He retrieved his spirit vessel and swiftly flew towards the Yunlan sect with Qingli. Unbeknownst to him, his sword energy had ventured far beyond into the skies. There hung the familiar plaque. Bang! The plaque inscribed with the 3 characters of Yushu Palace had its corner sheared off by the sword energy. Who? An assembly of elders materialized before the plaque once more. What the hell? Where did this sword saint come from? Did my Yushu Palace inadvertently disturb the nest of sword cultivators? The elder at the forefront glared at the damaged plaque, his face a mask of fury. This new plaque, scarcely a few days old, had already been defaced. Someone, investigate the movements of that stubborn group from the sword sect. If they are indeed responsible, I shall demand an explanation from Qi Jintian. The elder exclaimed angrily before turning away, leaving the others in stunned silence. Upon returning to the sect entrance, Jiang Shaotian straightened his attire and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, carried Qingli inside. Seeing Qingli in Jiang Shaotian's arms, Yun Weishuang's beautiful eyes flickered with a flame. Her gaze fixated on him, wordless. Sister Yun, you arrived just in time. Please take care of her while I enter seclusion. Jiang Shaotian hastily entrusted Qingli to Yun Weishuang and made a quick escape. The best way to handle a jealous woman was to vanish promptly. Yun Weishuang, bewildered by the unexpected presence of Qingli in her arms, was left speechless. What is this? She felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, akin to a secondary consort burdened with the responsibility of caring for a pregnant primary consort. Dantai Yuan, hiding to the side while stroking his beard, chuckled and remarked, "What a fine lad. To have even captured a dragon, truly worthy of being the chosen one. Haha, the Yunlan sect is assured of its stability." Dantai Yuan harbored no envy towards Jiang Shaotian for the opportunities he had seized within the secret realm. His concern lay solely with the future of the Yunlan sect. The more outrageous Jiang Shaotian's feats became, the more elated he felt. Upon returning to his chamber, Jiang Shaotian immediately rummaged through his backpack. Those 10 upgrade vouchers had elevated him to the 20th level of foundation establishment, yet he felt they held little significant value. Thus, he turned his attention to the random martial arts card.